point, can be blamed for squarely some of the most important issues in the campaign that are currently dragging down the White House, migration, et cetera, and say, maybe perhaps the energy of a historic candidacy in the first ever Black woman, and, she pulls someone like the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, to be on the ticket with her, sort of putting a key swing state back on the map. Could that be enough in a compressed period of time to get Democrats over the finish line? So those are sort of the contemplations that are playing out.
Let's just go back to this campaign cash, and I'll tell you why, because I was reading about this earlier, and I think I'm right in saying that it's not completely clear whether Kamala Harris would be the only option. There are sets of circumstances where the money could be transferred to the DNC, and it depends where the money is being held and how much there is, and even that's not completely clear in terms of whose sort of account it sits in. But I'm reading a couple of pieces here where it could be, in some circumstances, transferred back to the DNC. If that is the case, and I know that that's not what you've sort of ascertained so far, but if that is the case, let's just put Kamala Harris to one side. Who else could be the person to be the Democratic nominee if it's not Kamala Harris and the funds were able to go back to the DNC and another choice could be made? Who would that be for you, Melissa?
Assuming that weren't an issue, which I do believe it is an issue. It's never been happened before. Every election lawyer I've spoken to says you can't do it, and if they try to do it, it gets tied up in litigation. But let's put that aside and pretend like money isn't a factor. Again, I think that it could be a Gavin Newsom, it could be a Gretchen Whitmer. These are the governors of California and Michigan, respectively. It could be a Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania. But again, this is when you get into this fantasy football. None of these people have ever run nationally. None of these people have ever been vetted nationally. And then, in some instances, somebody like a Gavin Newsom will, Gavin Newsom sounds like a great idea. Well, the state of San Francisco is not so great right now. And I could run that campaign for the Republicans in 30 seconds. You take aerial shots of homeless encampments all over San Francisco, people shooting up, doing these things, and you say, don't let him do to the country what he did to San Francisco. And that's why you really need a robust primary process, right? To sort of vet all of these negatives and see which stick, see which don't stick, see how they do, see if they gap. A lot of people look great on paper,
awful lot of catching up to do, and even that could then upset you at the final post if all of those checks, all of that checking wasn't done earlier.
We're just totally in uncharted territory right now.
Look, Melissa, it's been so good to speak to you. Thank you. Really, really interesting look at what's happening there.
I was going to say, but other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Thank you so much for being with us. Nicely put there. Melissa DeRosa there, who is a Democrat strategist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Democrat strategist Melissa DeRosa there. Well, that's it for us here on the show this evening. A big thanks to the team behind it. Hugo Chambray, Harry Jackson, Ryan Brannigan. We're now just minutes away from the polls closing and the exit poll, which will give us the first big indication of the results of the general election. It's a big moment and it kicks off 100 hours of non-stop live election programming here on Times Radio. Matt Chorley and the team will guide you through until 6 a.m. And here to get them started are the musicians from the Hackney Colliery Band.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to election night as you've never heard it before. I'm Matt Chorley with you all night long, promising, as you would expect, election night without the boring bits. This 2024 general election was always going to make history. Either the Conservatives would win a fifth election in a row, unprecedented in modern British political history, or Labour would stage an extraordinary comeback after their worst result for more than 80 years. And you have a front row seat to history being made right here, live on Times Radio and live on the Times Radio YouTube channel. Now, you might think this thing is a foregone conclusion, but tonight it's all in the details. Over several hours, 650 individual stories will be woven together as the next chapter in our national story. And we will help to write the first draft. In the studio with me, our political editor, Kate McCann.
In just a few moments, we'll get the exit poll, which will be the first clue as to how this extraordinary election will pan out. It'll be the first big moment of drama of the night, but definitely not the last.
Watching and waiting with us, Calum Macdonald.
I'm keeping across every result as they come in, making sure you don't miss a thing. If it's happening, you'll hear about it.
Our in-house pollster, James Johnson, is crunching the numbers.
From the moment we get the first result, I'll be analysing the emerging trends and swings to see where the votes are stacking up and how the map of British politics is being coloured in.
Throughout the night, we will hear from all of the parties to congratulate or to commiserate, to ask what they plan to do in their new job or what happens now they don't have one at all. Plus, former Tory leader William Hague, Labour's Ayesha Hazarika, Tory Lord Ed Vaizey, some journalistic giants joining us live, Andrew Neil, Carolyn Quinn, Tim Shipman, Philip Webster and Ian Hislop. In just over an hour's time, we will bring the first of two special editions of How to Win an Election with new Labour mastermind Peter Mandelson, Tory brainbox Danny Finkelstein and Nick Clegg's former brain Polly Mackenzie. We'll be live in the Times newsroom as the presses and live blogs roll. And right across the country, we have Times Radio's finest exactly where you want them.
I'm John Pienaar, and I'm here at Labour's results party, where they're hoping to get the party started.
I'm Jane Garvey in North Yorkshire, where Rishi Sunak is watching and waiting for his own count.
I'm Patrick Maguire, and I'll be in North London, where Keir Starmer needs to find out if he's won his own seat first.
I'm Rosie Wright in Clacton to see if Nigel Farage can make it 8th time lucky.
I'm Kieran Andrews in Glasgow, watching to see the fate of John Swinney's SNP.
I'm Nick Ellaby in South London, where Ed Davey will find out if his stunts have turned into votes.
I'm Fee Glover in Surrey, where Jeremy Hunt's future, not just as Chancellor, but as an MP, is at stake.
I'm Carol Walker in Portsmouth North, where the Tory Cabinet Minister Penny Mordaunt is fighting for her political life.
And I'm Tom Noonan on the Times Radio News Desk, bringing you updates throughout the night.
And because you wouldn't expect anything less, we are joined all night by musicians from the magnificent Hackney Colliery Band. And Times Radio listener Heidi will capture the whole night in wool.
Hi Matt, I'm going to knit 2 lines for every seat declared, so by tomorrow lunchtime you should have a complete results scarf.
Of course we've got knitting on the radio. And so, as the seconds count down to the exit poll, what are you doing right now? Let us know. 0333 003 2353 on the WhatsApps. Are you already on the edge of your sofa? Are you tucked up in bed? Are you in the car? Are you walking the dog? Where are you in the world? Where is your front row seat as history is being made? After all the talking and tours, after the manifestos and messages, in the end, it all comes down to you, 45 million people putting a cross in a box and making history. This is the election night without the boring bits.
On DAB digital radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley, and this is Times Radio on Thursday, July the 4th, 2024. That's it. The election is over. The votes have been cast. The polling stations have closed. And the exit poll is in. And Labour is on course for a landslide. According to the exit poll, Labour will win 410 seats. The Conservatives are down to 131. The Lib Dems up to 61. The SNP down to 10. Reform UK forecast to win 13 MPs. And the others, mostly in Northern Ireland, are on 23. So let me just repeat those figures again. The exit poll commissioned by the BBC, ITV and Sky News, conducted by Ipsos. Labour on course to win 410 seats. That would be their third best performance ever, beating 1945 but falling short of 1997 and 2001. The Conservatives down to 131 MPs. That's their worst ever performance. Worse than 1997, worse even than 1906. The Lib Dems on 61 would be their second best ever result, second only to 2005 under Charles Kennedy. The SNP reduced to just 10 MPs, having previously at one stage had almost every MP in Scotland. Reform UK, remember, a party which didn't exist at the last election, according to the exit poll, on course for 13 seats, and the others on 23. This would give Labour a majority of 170 seats. It's the exit poll, live on Times Radio. Our political editor, Kate McCann, is here. Kate, your reaction to that exit poll. I mean, where to begin, first of all, what it means to the parties.
Yeah, look, this would be an absolutely incredible result for Labour. And let's just take a moment here, I think, because throughout this campaign, it's been really clear that Labour has had around a 20-point lead on the Tories in every single poll. But the scale of this, if this exit poll is correct, is absolutely phenomenal. The swing that Keir Starmer will have had to achieve to get these results from the place that Jeremy Corbyn left that party in previous elections is absolutely unprecedented. Yes, it doesn't hit the same heights as Labour's highest victory. That would be 418 seats compared to the exit poll, which says 410. But coming from where this party has come from, this is an absolutely phenomenal turnaround if these results are correct. For the Tories, 131 seats is predicted here. It will be much better than what Tory HQ had expected. Some of their own polling had them on around 80 seats, Matt.
Well, some even suggest they might be neck and neck with the Lib Dems.
Yeah, and pushing them into potentially not even being the opposition party. You know, the early reaction that I've got from one Tory here is that this would be a relatively good result. I think they will be very happy with a result around 131 seats. But Reform, 13 seats for Reform. Now, that far and away is beyond what most people expected. Lots of people suggested 2 to 3 seats for Reform. Nigel Farage and potentially Lee Anderson. If Reform are touching 13 seats, that says that their votes are spread pretty decently across the country. And that is a real significant moment, I think, in British politics.
Let's bring in our pollster, James Johnson. How does this compare with expectations? Let's start actually where Kate left off. This Reform, that's much, much bigger than anyone has contemplated really during this campaign.
Yeah, this is a really, really good result for Reform. This is what Reform were hoping. They were never hoping to get 40, 50, 60 seats at this election. It's incredibly hard to do, especially as a new party. But they've actually managed to, going by this exit poll, get into double digits. That's a really significant base to then take off and try and overtake the Conservatives as the main opposition in the years to come. That has bucked expectations. It's going to be really interesting to see what the voting intention number is on Reform, to see whether actually they're, as Kate alluded to there, being a bit more efficient in their vote on a good solid vote share, or whether actually they've actually managed to buck even the vote intention expectations. Look, this is a huge result for Labour. I think those expectation changes about the Conservatives and Labour are not going to matter so much after this. That is a thumping majority. And the Conservatives, even though they're not at the below 100 extinction level that they were fearing, they are not going to be happy overall with that result.
I mean, it's worth pointing out, just to put this in context, in 1997, when John Major, after more than a decade in power, and New Labour came in under Tony Blair, he still won 165 seats. In 1906, the great wipeout of the Tory party, their Liberal landslide, they still got 156 seats. To be reduced, supposedly the world's oldest and most successful political party, to be reduced to 131 MPs.
If you were saying to me at any point when I worked in Number 10 under Theresa May that we'd be facing a result like that, I would tell you were being stupid. I'd tell you it wasn't possible. That is a really, really dire result for the Tories. If you'd have asked me that 6 weeks ago, I would have said it was a remote possibility. The big difference in this campaign has been Nigel Farage and Reform. If the right vote is split, like it has been, and the Labour vote is relatively consolidated, then Labour gets a massive landslide, and that's just what we're seeing happen today.
And clearly there's a whole question about what happens to the Conservative Party now, not least who's left, but we've got several hours to unpick that. Calum, clearly early days yet. In terms of looking ahead, how long until we get a real result rather than relying on the exit poll?
Yeah, lots to come, of course. 11:30 is when we're expecting the first result. That would be from Blyth and Ashington, and results after that from sort of 11:45 onwards. The real crunch of results is after 3 a.m. Between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. we get hundreds. If everything goes according to plan, those are estimated times. I think one thing to pay attention to throughout the night, of course, as the big names. Those recognisable cabinet position names that could now be vulnerable. I've just been looking through the exit poll information. It looks like Rishi Sunak is on course to hold his seat. James Cleverly on course to hold his seat. Jeremy Hunt looks like he will lose his seat to the Liberal Democrats in Godalming and Ash. And just by way of how the night unfolds, the first of the kind of big beasts, if you like, the big names that we're keeping an eye on, is Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair. And his result, his declaration is due about 12:15. That's in Basildon and Billericay. And at the moment, the information, the data suggests that one is too close to call.
And of course, he went there because his seat was abolished and he was sort of parachuting at the last minute to some sort of anger by local people. If you are just tuning in and joining us, just to remind you again of the exit poll released in the last 7 or so minutes, saying Labour is on course for a landslide. 410 Labour MPs, which is extraordinary when you think where they were under Jeremy Corbyn in 2019, when all the speculation was that they would need at least 2 elections to get back into contention. The Conservatives reduced to 131 MPs. Again, extraordinary after Boris Johnson's majority of 80 seats in 2019. The Lib Dems up to 61, according to this. That would put them just behind their high point in their history since they were formed in 1988 under Charles Kennedy. Reform UK, a party which didn't exist at the last election, was the Brexit Party, became the Reform UK Party, on course for 13 seats. We're talking about. Calum, we should touch on the SNP.
Yeah.
10 seats. So, this is extraordinary. If you go back to, 2015, when they won all bar 3 of the seats in Scotland.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing. So worth noting that boundary changes mean the total number of seats in Scotland is down from 59 to 57. And yes, this exit poll suggests that the SNP would win only 10. Now, in the context of the build-up to this, the SNP were kind of aiming for 20. That would have been seen as a decent result. Still, a quite radical, drastic reduction in seats, it's worth noting. Probably mostly at the expense of Labour. In terms of seats to look out for telling the story in Scotland, which has always been close in any number of constituencies, over a third of 2019 Scottish MPs had a majority of fewer than 10 points heading into this election. It's been really close across Scotland. I've picked out 3 seats in Scotland that I think will help us tell a bit of the story. So Paisley and Renfrewshire South. This is a Labour SNP toss-up. Most notable, 2015, this was when Mary Black beat Douglas Alexander, as you mentioned, Matt, in that surge. Douglas Alexander standing elsewhere in this election. So that's one to look out for in terms of the Labour SNP contest. Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. This has become almost notorious in this election campaign because Douglas Ross, who, well, I suppose now was Scottish Conservative leader, took over that seat from David Duguid as he lay in a hospital bed recovering from serious illness. If Douglas Ross holds on to that seat, they'll likely hold on to more across Scotland, the Scottish Conservatives. They've got 6 currently. And then the other one I wanted to highlight was Mid Dumbartonshire, which is a toss-up really between the SNP and the Lib Dems. Again, perhaps most notable because in 2019, this was where Jo Swinson, who was Liberal Democrat leader at the time, lost her seat. And if the SNP win there, that would indicate a sort of better than expected night for them. But across Scotland, seats, sorry to use the cliche, on a knife edge, but that result for the SNP of 10 predicted in this exit poll would be devastating.
And particularly after John Swinney said that, this is, give us the vote and we can push for independence. And after this happened with Nicola Sturgeon and Humza Yousaf. Clearly a terrible night for them. Keir Starmer's just tweeted. He has said, thanking people who voted for him and put their trust in a changed Labour Party. Revealed his on-course, after the exit poll, revealed his on-course for a landslide. He said to everyone who's campaigned for Labour in this election, to everyone who voted for us and put their trust in our changed Labour Party, thank you. Obviously, more reaction to it coming in all the time. Kate, what you're hearing? Kate McCann.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to Conservatives at the moment, they are saying it's as bad as they thought it was going to be. Some of them saying it will make the party unrecognisable from the position it was in previously. And that is the reality here. I mean, what the Conservatives are looking at, 131 potentially MPs in the House of Commons. It will be a vastly, vastly different Conservative Party. We're going to have to wait and see how many of those really high-profile MPs ultimately end up losing their seats. But, this is going to mean a period of, potentially 2 terms out of office for the Conservative Party to try and get back to a position where they can actually be an election-winning force once again.
Although we should say that's what we said in 2019. Politics is incredibly volatile,
and that's actually it's a point worth making, that volatility, because 2019 was unprecedented in lots of ways, and I'm sure James can explain this better than I can. But for Boris Johnson to be an incumbent prime minister, to be able to get the swing that he got was almost unprecedented, I think, at that point in time. What we're seeing here is phenomenal, but I think what we have to try and work out is how shallow this is going to be in terms of a win for Keir Starmer, and what that's going to mean for some of the really difficult problems he's going to have to solve as Prime Minister.
Thanks for that, Kate. We're now joined by the former Conservative leader, Times columnist, of course, William Hague. William, thanks for joining us. Your reaction to this exit poll, you thought things were bad when you got, 166 in 2001. Your reaction to at least the forecast of 131 Conservative MPs?
Well, it's a mixture of feelings, really. Yes, when you compare it to any previous election, even the one, as you point out, that I fought in 2001 when we got 166 seats, it's a pretty catastrophic result. If that is the result, I think the exit poll is harder to do in this election than it has been in many elections, but it's been the most reliable guide that we've got. So that would, of course, be a catastrophic result in historic terms for the Conservative Party. Of course, it's also set against, though, the expectations of all those predictions over the last few weeks, many of which have been that the Conservatives will get even fewer seats than that, even down to 64 seats in one prediction a couple of days ago. And one of the things on my mind has been, since the Conservatives have been likely to lose the election for some time, can they form a viable opposition? And if it is 131 seats, if that turned out to be correct, you can just about mount an effective opposition with 131.
But with almost everyone on the front bench.
Well, yeah, it would have to be a smaller front bench than normal. Once you exclude those who are not suitable to serve on it or don't want to serve on it or are entirely new in Parliament and so on, it would have to be a smaller front bench. But with 166 that I had actually from after 1997, 165 MPs when I led the party for 4 years, you could just about do that. It's really important for the country and for the functioning of Parliament that there is a constructive but effective opposition. So that would be a result that would allow that. But of course, it would be a massive win for the Labour Party. And even as Conservatives, if the result is anything like this, we should wish the Labour Party well in the immense task of governing the country through some really difficult challenges in the next few years.
I wonder, William, where you thought things went wrong. You're obviously very close to Rishi Sunak. He took over your seat in Richmond in North Yorkshire. You may, I imagine you haven't seen it, but YouGov earlier just put out a poll saying that if the Conservative Party loses the election, which of their prime ministers do you think will be most responsible? Boris Johnson came out 28%. Rishi Sunak was second on 20%. Liz Truss on 18%. Theresa May and David Cameron much, much lower. Where do you think the buck stops with the Conservatives, based on this exit poll, achieving their worst ever election result?
Well, I think the buck is quite spread out, actually, on this. I mean, it's a good question, and it's tempting to ask that, isn't it? Whose fault is it? But actually, it's a pretty collective responsibility, because people here haven't been voting this election, I don't think, on Rishi Sunak or on Liz Truss, or of course there will have been particular events that different prime ministers did that influenced them more than others. But actually, what have they been voting on? They've been voting they want to change after 14 years in government, that they've been disappointed over that time, their patience has snapped eventually. And it's the Conservative Party would be making a great mistake if it thought it could just conveniently blame one person, even Liz Truss, any of those prime ministers, when it has to understand that it will have to really change a lot, and it will really have to learn a lot and show a lot of humility to recover from a result that is anything like this. So it's not, it shouldn't be for the Conservatives a debate about blaming any individual. It's a bigger party-wide responsibility than that.
And what about seeing, based on this, and obviously it's early days, and particularly with the smaller parties, it can fluctuate more, but on the basis of the exit poll, Reform UK on 13 MPs, more than the SNP. What does that tell us about the direction of the Conservative Party, and what impact will that have, do you think, on the direction of the Conservative Party?
Yes, I mean, you're right. That's a really interesting finding from the exit poll. What isn't clear is whether they're predicting that if the Reform Party did win 13 seats, are those seats that they're taking mainly from the Conservatives or mainly from Labour or from both? We don't know that yet, or indeed whether that will happen. If it did happen, as you say, and they became the fourth largest party in Parliament, I do worry about the effect that would have on the Conservative Party. I mean, they'd be entitled to their success if they won those seats. Of course, they would have duly and fairly won them and should be congratulated on that. But it's going to be really important, in my view, for the Conservative Party, and not to think it should turn into some version of the Reform Party. It would have to be a party that wins back people who have gone and voted Labour, or gone and voted Liberal Democrat or Green, and it will have to be a broad coalition again in the future, and not think it has to turn itself into those 13 MPs or however many MPs the Reform Party has got. So I find that worrying, but we don't know enough yet about whether that will really happen and where those seats would have come from.
William, let me bring in Kate McCann.
Yeah, William, I'm just interested in how likely you think that is to happen to the Tory party now, that they will recognise that the most successful way to win an election or to get back into government within one term would be to turn to that centre ground as opposed to going down the sort of the right-wing road. How likely is it, do you think, that the Tories will recognise that?
I think there'll be, again, if this... all of this is hypothetical, of course, that this is the actual result, although it seems overwhelmingly likely that the Labour Party have won the election by a large majority. But I think if there's anything like the result, there will be a real battle, and perhaps there ought to be a battle over what is conservatism in the 21st century. That battle has been fought out in America, and unfortunately, in my view, Donald Trump has won it, that the Republican Party is his view of it. And it's been fought out in France, and Le Pen and her party have become the main force on the right in France. It's going to be really important in Britain, in my view, that it goes the other way, that the Conservative Party is a centre-right party. But there will be a fight over that. And it's not unusual when parties go into opposition that there's a fight. You know, after all, the Labour Party went through 10 years of that before this success that we're expecting tonight for them. They went through 4 years of Jeremy Corbyn. They took, 9 years to come out the other side of that from their defeat in 2010. So I think you could expect a period like that in the Conservative Party, a philosophical debate.
How long do you think, William? Two terms or one? Do you think it's possible in one term?
Well, it's no party, if it loses an election like this, again, subject to the results that we've yet to see, should think that it automatically gets back again, because voters have a habit of remembering when they vote out a party why they did so. They don't forget for a while. So it's not so easy to get back. It's also true, politics is very fluid. People have already been pointing out the Conservatives won the last election by a landslide. Now it looks like Labour will win this election by a landslide, so things can turn around very quickly. Nevertheless, voters form a pretty deep-seated view of a party over a long period, and they're not easily dissuaded from the view they've had. So it will be hard work. If the Conservatives have 131 seats, as in the exit poll, it's obviously very hard work, and the odds are against winning the next election. No one should ever discount that. No one should write that off. It's too early to say. We haven't even got the results of this election. But it's a pretty long, hard road back when you lose an election by a wide margin. And I can testify to that, having been, led that opposition in 1997.
And William, you were there in 1997. You were in the cabinet when John Major lost the election. You standing there seeing Michael Portillo lose his seat in Tory HQ, thinking, crikey, what happens next? Obviously, we don't know at the moment. And the more information we're getting, the more we're being told. Steve Baker, who's already announced he would run for the leadership, they're saying there's a 1% chance of him remaining, less than a 1% chance of him remaining as MP. So it does, to some extent, depend who's left in this 131. What is your advice to someone right now thinking, I'm going to throw my hat into the ring to lead these 131 Conservative MPs?
My main advice is don't do it. I wish more people had given me that advice in 1997. Actually, my advice to them all would be that, to begin, the first bit of advice is don't rush this. If the Conservative Party has lost the election by this margin, it does need to be able to really reflect on who its next leader should be, what its next move should be, because it can't afford to get that wrong. And actually, it's better, if you're going to become the leader, it's better to have to really think things out. I was elected leader in 6 weeks in a great hurry after the 1997 election. I didn't have time to think, really, about what I was doing and where the party was going to go next. So I hope that if this is the scenario, and if the Conservatives are planning a new future, electing new leaders, they will take some time over it and really put them all through their paces. But my main advice would be what we were just talking about earlier, that the answer to this is not to become a version of Nigel Farage. The answer will be to build again for the future the Conservative Party at its greatest, as it has been over 200 years. Usually, most of the time, the governing party of the country, because it could command the center ground of politics, people of all walks of life, people of all age groups, and it will have to be able to do that. It will take a long time to be able to do that, but it will have to be able to do that. Again, it needs to be led in that direction.
Well, William, we'll let you go, because I know you're going to come back later on. Have you spoken to or had any text message or anything with Rishi Sunak?
Well, not since 10 o'clock.
Not since 10 o'clock. Well, go off and do that, and when you come back later, you can tell us what you're
committed his own thought. But, yes, I'll speak to you later.
William Hague, good to speak to you. Thanks very much for joining us. James Johnson.
Just got some numbers to read out from the exit poll in terms of some regional Labour vote gains that the exit poll is implying. Now, big caution here, because these are reading into regions, and in the 2017 exit poll, they showed something quite off for Wales. So with that caution aside, Labour have a vote increase of 3 points in the north, 4 points in the Midlands, 2 points in the south, 2 points in London, 2 points in Wales, and 18 points in Scotland. Now, that suggests to me that a lot of those seats they're picking up are in Scotland. A lot of seats they are picking up are in Scotland. They obviously are picking up a lot in England as well, but those numbers suggest to me that it might be more because, or at least part of the story, is Reform eating into the Conservative vote share in those seats just as much as Labour doing well.
Labour sort of sitting tight or up a little bit, but it's the collapse of the Tory vote, which
seems to be the story. Let's see whether it's borne out later in the night.
We can go live to the Tate now, where the Labour Party are having a massive party to celebrate. But currently, the only person there, I think, is John Pienaar. John Pienaar, are you there?
Hello, Matt. Yeah, I'm not quite the only person here. There's a small elite contingent of journalists here in this part of the venue. The party headquarters staff, I assume, because I can only assume because I can't see them, are somewhere else in this big complex, popping champagne corks, unless if they're allowed to do that, slapping each other on the back, but very careful, obviously, not to let us see that going on, because they clearly don't want to look too triumphalist before the thing becomes official. Meanwhile, we're here in another corner of this place. As I say, a small group, not quite as large as what looks like being the Parliamentary Conservative Party, but a number of us here who've been sort of roped off here, watching as this thing unfolds. And and what a result! If they are indeed somewhere not far from here, jumping up and down and smiling and laughing and singing songs, Hard to blame them.
John, we'll hopefully be back to you later on when the party's got going. Calum Macdonald.
Yes, I just want to say I'm going through the exit poll and matching it up with my big beasts list for you, and there are some really interesting things this exit poll suggesting. So Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair, is too close to call in Basildon and Billericay. It looks like Robert Buckland, a former Justice Secretary, will hold on in South Swindon, Kemi Badenoch too in Essex North West. The suggestion for George Galloway's seat in Rochdale is that Labour will take that. Nadeem Zahawi's seat, Stratford-on-Avon, a Conservative former Chancellor, of course, is too close to call. Oliver Dowden looks like he'll hold on, according to the exit poll. Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary in Forest of Dean, too close to call. Jeremy Corbyn in Islington North, of course, former Labour leader, too close to call. Thangnam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary in Central Bristol. The exit poll suggests this could go green, which is a notable one as well.
And if I should say that I think the exit poll overall is predicting 2 Greens.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, exactly right. What else have I got from my big beast list for you? I mean, there's loads to choose from here. Mel Stride, who you've heard from once or
Mel
twice.
Stride, where's the bell? I need the bell.
Is he here? He's probably here somewhere.
He'll be here later if he's not already.
He's going to keep doing the morning round regardless of whether or not he's in the cabinet.
Well, his seat, Central Devon, too close to call. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
We should have spent more time campaigning in it.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, the former Business Secretary in Somerset North, East and Hanham, too close to call. That's as far down the list as I've got. I'm working my way through it, but I just wanted to update you that a lot of these are too close to call.
And we've got reporters. John's at the party where the party hasn't started yet, but we have got reporters and colleagues right across the country at loads of those counts, including James Hanson's with Jacob Rees-Mogg, where apparently Jacob Rees-Mogg brings sandwiches every year for people to eat at the count, made by his nanny.
Rishi Sunak's favourite
Yeah, but did you make them?
I made them, yeah. No, I've got sandwiches in some foil.
Jacob Rees-Mogg got his nanny to make them.
Oh.
And apparently James, because James from the West Country, and he's been to this count before. Jacob Rees-Mogg once, he said he always turns up to his count with a crate of sandwiches made by his nanny for the count staff. In 2017, when I was covering his count, he offered me a tongue sandwich. Brackets, not a euphemism. So that's in from James Hanson from the count. Kate, aside from tongue sandwiches, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I think one of the questions that we need to look at really closely, and we were talking about it a little bit before, is vote share, because really interesting to see what Labour's vote share is. Some people have suggested, and James, I don't know whether you sort of have anything definitive on this yet, that Keir Starmer might win this with a huge number of seats, but a lower vote share than Jeremy Corbyn. And I think that does pose some questions for Labour. So not to take away from what I said at the start of this programme, which is this is a phenomenal achievement. And the swing, I think, could well be almost on course to be the best that Labour has ever achieved. But that vote share question means that there is a sort of a shallowness, if you like, that could put Labour in a difficult position with some of the really tricky things that they have to manage. So, James, that's my first question for you. My second question is, when we say 25 others, who are we talking about? Who are the others in this?
Lots in Northern Ireland, I think, isn't it? They're all sort of different parties.
Yeah, a lot will be Northern Ireland. You occasionally might get a couple of other independents spring up, but there's not too much sign of that this time around.
It's all root abandoned that. We're now joined by Labour Shadow Cabinet Minister Steve Reeves with the Shadow Environment Secretary. Hi, Steve.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. More importantly, how are you?
Well, I'm not bad, thank you.
What's your line to take? Let's just get that out of the way first of all. What you come on? You've got to tell me. Still early yet? Wait and see.
Well, that does seem to be the truth, doesn't it? You know, you've had one exit poll. It's not the final result.
There's only one poll that counts, Steve.
Sorry?
There's only one poll that counts.
And people have voted. I think we can do them the decency of waiting until we find out what they said before we celebrate it.
Let's get in the time machine, Steve. Let's go back to 2019, when the exit poll dropped then, and we saw Boris Johnson on course for a majority.
Yep.
How long did you think it would be before the Labour Party was competitive again? Did you ever think you'd be in this position?
There was a question that the Labour Party wouldn't survive. I genuinely think that. And once it was very important that we didn't elect as leader after that situation somebody in the Corbyn mould, that would have killed the Labour Party entirely. We elected Keir, and Keir has led a remarkable turnaround of the Labour Party since that time. But I didn't think at that point that we could do this in a single term, if I'm really honest. I thought it was a 10-year project to turn the Labour Party around, and the change that Keir has led is absolutely remarkable. I think very few people at that point would have believed this could be possible, leave alone the scale of what the exit poll has just predicted. Now, with the usual caveat, we have to wait and see what has really happened. But the direction that Labour is heading in is unbelievable back from where we started in 2019.
You might not have heard it, but James Johnson, pollster, was here just a moment ago, explaining that actually in terms of the gains you've made in vote share across the country, aside from Scotland, mainly in England, you're up a couple of points in large parts of England. This does look like, but a win is a win. I'm not trying to take it away from you. A lot of this is down to the collapse of the Tory vote at the expense of reform. What do you think is going on in Britain when Keir Starmer can win a landslide and Nigel Farage can get more than a dozen MPs?
Well, Labour was fighting this election to win enough parliamentary seats to form a majority. That is how our parliamentary democracy works, and that is what Labour was aiming to do. The poll we've seen is very encouraging towards that. And we've just finished talking about, haven't we, how Labour could have ceased to exist barely 5 years ago, and yet we find ourselves in this position. That has happened because Keir has changed the Labour Party. It's got nothing to do with reform or any other party. It's because Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party, and we have a country, and I've been up and down it an awful lot over the last 6 weeks, crying out for change, and they have put their confidence in Keir Starmer's Labour Party, it appears, to change our country. Let's wait and see what those results say, but I think that is the story of the night.
And it will unfold, I'm sure. There are lots of stories to unfold. Steve, just before I let you go, I said you were in Shadow Environment Secretary. Do you know that you're going to be Environment Secretary? Is Keir told everyone they've got the same jobs in government?
No, I don't know. We'll wait and see. First of all, if Keir's Prime Minister, and then I guess we get a phone call at some point tomorrow and we'll find out what our fates are. But, whatever role we get given, if we've got a Labour government, then we will lead this country and lead the change in the same way that Keir's changed the Labour Party to get us here.
Steve Reid, really appreciate your time today. Labour Shadow Environment Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. Kate McCann, we were just getting the lines to take there from Steve Reid. You've got the lines to take from the Conservative Party.
I have, but I thought for a second that Labour's lines to take were identical to the Tory lines to take. No, bear with me.
OK.
Until I realised that Labour had accidentally forwarded the Tories' lines to take to their entire broadcast group of all the journalists and then swiftly deleted it. So let me read you the Tory lines to take, which have also come via
So the only
Labour.
people who've got the Tory lines to take is the Labour Party?
Well, yes, they had it almost before journalists did. The Tories say this is a projection, not a result, so it's important we wait to see the actual results come in. But if these results are correct, it's clear that Starmer and Angela Rayner will be in Downing Street tomorrow. That means your taxes will rise and our country will be less secure. It's clear that based on this result, we'll have lost some very good and hard-working candidates. There is a long night ahead and we should wait to see the shape of the government that the people have chosen. We will know soon enough.
There we are. That's the lines to take from the Conservative. But absolutely loads of you getting in touch. Thank you for all of your messages. I'm trying to read them along with all the... I've never had so many screens.
How many screens have we got in here between us?
I've got 1, 2, 3,
I've
4
got 3.
if you count your phone.
I've got 4.
Yeah.
I've got 3.
How many screens have you got, James?
I've only got 2.
Well, there'll be an exponential growth in screens. I'll be fine. Simon says, this is a knitter on standby tonight. I thought I'd mark this momentous day by having my knee operation. Seeing as you're asking, I'm doing fine. Simon's had a lot of trouble with his lawnmower. That's lovely. Yeah, Heidi's knitting. As the results come in, Heidi, a Times Radio listener, is going to knit the results as they come in. Ben says, oh dear, that old trick. Catastrophise wildly the Tories would only get 70 seats, then rejoice when they get 130. I predicted this would happen. It always does, says Ben. Chris says, evening, my ghast has never been so flabbered. Even though the polls saw it coming. Bottles of wine, Pringles, dry roasted peanuts, mini cheddars, and individually wrapped chocolate rolls at the ready. I might do some chips in the air fryer later. Of course you've got an air fryer. Somebody says, Calum, is Calum wearing a Johnston's of Elgin jacket?
I'm wearing a Harris tweed jacket.
Harris tweed jacket, there we are. If you want to go online and have a look on the Times Radio YouTube channel, lots of you are watching. I've got a dicky bow on, and I'll be honest, quite a hot velvet jacket. We could go, we go now live to a man who's probably, I imagine, not averse to a velvet jacket himself. Andrew Neil is with us. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, Matt, good evening to you.
Has your flabber been gasted, Andrew?
No, it's not. It's been confirmed.
Your flabber has been confirmed. What do you make of it then? Labour majority of 170. It's a bit like, so I thought we were expecting 400. It's still extraordinary to come back from Jeremy Corbyn to a majority of 170.
It's the speed of the recovery in 5 years is unprecedented. It's an enormous majority to 170. Not as big as the polls said, but, that's kind of academic. It's 170. It's on a par with Tony Blair in 97, who got, I think it was 167 majority there. So if it's this is the exit poll. It'll go up and down a little bit. So it's about on a par with Mr. Blair in 97. It's worse for the Tories than 97 because they've lost more seats. They're down to about 130, 131 on this exit poll. That is not quite a rump, but it's pretty close to a rump. Whereas Reform, I think one of the surprises of the night, Reform, if they do get 13 seats, as the exit poll indicates, that in parliamentary terms doesn't make them that significant, but it's a lot more than they thought they would get. And it does position them quite strongly to play a seminal role in a realignment of the right, which is now, I think, about to come about in Britain. It positions them well to play their part in that. And there's no question in my mind that is why Nigel Farage ran in this election, is because he sees himself as the seminal influence on the right. But the story above all this evening is obviously Labour's victory. What I haven't yet got is a share of the vote. Now, and I think that'll be significant. Tony Blair won this similar majority in 97 with just over 43% of the vote. My understanding is that perhaps Mr. Starmer hasn't got quite that amount, and it actually, ironically, might not be that much bigger than what Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017. And it plays to what I've said several times, thank you to you, Matt, on Times Radio too. I think Labour's lead is as wide as the ocean, but it is kind of as shallow as a village pond. I heard Clive Myrie on the BBC tonight, and immediately said, well, this is a majority for 2 terms. I made that mistake in 2019. We live in a lot more, when I was doing the BBC One coverage, we live in much more febrile times. On paper, it's certainly a majority for 2 terms, but who knows? Who thought Boris Johnson didn't have 2 terms as well? The other big story developing, I haven't had confirmed, maybe you have, Matt. I've seen some reports saying the SNP might be down to 10 seats in Scotland.
Yeah, 10. Yeah. That's what the extrapolation of the exit poll does suggest 10 seats. Andrew, we're going to come back to you a bit later, but when we spoke, you've been ever since you joined Times Radio, you've been picking amazing music for the coffee break when we've spoken at 10:30 in the morning. No, 11:30 in the morning.
Yes.
So, as promised, we've got the members of the Hackney Colliery Band with us, and this is the song that you requested.
3, 4, 1, 2.
You see, Andrew, I'm a man of my word.
You are indeed. I'm just happy because I thought Keir Starmer would be very happy tonight.
Yes, exactly. This is not in no way a partisan point. Keir Starmer's very happy tonight, and we're very happy that we've got the band here. Andrew, we'll speak to you later on. Andrew Neil there joining us live. They're good, aren't they? A Hackney Colliery Band. Could they just do the next half hour? No, apparently not. Ayesha Hazarika's with us in the studio. Ayesha, how are you?
I am ecstatic.
Oh, yeah, you're giddy. You're giddy.
I can't believe it. Listen, I'm a long-suffering Labour supporter. This is...
Well, more than that. You were there with Gordon Brown and Ed Miliband.
Yeah, I was also there in 2005, the last time we won an election with Tony Blair. I've posted that picture tonight. It is... I mean, my WhatsApps are just popping off with people... People just can't believe it. I mean, if you have been part of the Labour clan for literally sort of the last sort of 2 decades, it has been miserable. It has been a long... dark, brutal time in opposition. And to be honest, we thought we were going to be in opposition for another 10 years. When that exit poll dropped back in 2019, everybody thought Boris Johnson would have 2 terms. I mean, that was Labour people think. There was like no way we thought we'd get the party back into being any sort of shape. We thought it'd be a good sort of, 5 years still being ridiculous and then another 5 years having a big row. So to be in this position kind of 5 years on, 4 or 5 years on is astonishing, really.
Just your WhatsApps have been lighting up with giddy people. My WhatsApps have been lighting up with Conservatives, who I would not describe as giddy. One former minister saying Rishi Sunak has been punished for the internal psychodrama crisis in the Conservative Party after Brexit, the economic cost of the pandemic, the Ukraine war. That one reads very much like the the lines to take. This one's better. Off the record, they stress, former Conservative Cabinet Minister, unbelievable that he thinks off the back of our worst result in over a century, Rishi Sunak thinks he can put one of his key architects into the House of Lords as a reward, sums up the arrogance and disdain he has for our party. Kate, just explain what happened this afternoon when no one was looking.
Yeah, there's a surprise batch of disillusion honours which have been released late on polling day.
So some people to join you in the Lords.
Yeah, we didn't have enough people. I mean, it was pretty lonely in there, to be honest.
I think Ed Vaze is on the line as well. Another member of the Times radio crew have also got seats in the House of Lords. Ed, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
How are you reacting to this poll?
Well, I mean, I predicted 150 seats, but I knew I was optimistic biased, so it's not a surprise. It's a Labour landslide that everybody expected, but at least we're not dead. There are 131 Tory MPs coming back into Parliament, and we can take some inspiration from Labour. In 5 years, they've gone from being dead to being having a Labour landslide. So it'll be a big test for the new Tory party, whether they can keep their discipline, stay in the centre ground, hold Labour to account and start to come back, or whether we descend into a unedifying and farcical civil war.
At least we're not dead. I mean, that's something, I suppose. Ed Vaze is wearing a very
I want to hear about these peerages.
young person's jacket. Who are joining Ed and Ayesha in the Lords, Kate?
Chris Grayling, former Cabinet Minister Chris Grayling, of course.
No,
you might have to show him round on his first day in the Lords, Ayesha.
He'll.
If you need any work from a ferry company that doesn't own any ferries,
services to ferry.
Graham Brady, who is of course the chair of the Tory backbench 1922 committee. Sorry, Ed, what was that?
Nothing.
No, I think it's good. I think Ed
top-notch appointment.
Ed responded to each one of these with a noise is the content I'm here for. Go on, Kate. Let's have another one.
Ed, I think you'll like this one. Former Prime Minister Theresa May.
Going to light up the chamber.
Okay. Ed, let's get your reaction live to this one. Former Downing Street Chief of Staff Liam Booth-Smith.
I don't know him. I see these pictures of him wearing trendy jackets.
He has a leather jacket.
Ed, you've got a trendy jacket on. Viewers watching on the YouTube channel.
Ed, why are you wearing a coat in your own house?
Well, this is not my house.
Oh,
why are you wearing a coat in someone else's house?
This is more important. Whose house are you in, Ed? Are you at a party?
There are 7 Tory peers in this house.
Can you give us some clues?
4 of them are ministers.
Oh, it's like
for the
Cluedo.
next 30 seconds.
Yeah, not anymore, they're not.
None of them were able to vote, as Ayesha knows. She couldn't vote either.
And what's the vibe there? Is it sort of like a wake?
Yeah, it's what do you call it? Fin de siècle. That's a suitably posh term.
I wouldn't say that, no, Ed. But you know, that's the way you carry it. Have we got any more names that are joining Ed in the House of Lords?
Alok Sharma.
Oh my goodness.
Craig McKinley and Eleanor Lang.
Oh, we like Craig. Eleanor Lang, Deputy Speaker for many, many years, very distinguished.
Yes, those are your names.
And Hilary Cass, of course. Hilary Cass, who did the great report on how transgender issues are handled.
Well, there you go. Well, Ed seems thrilled about all these people joining the House.
They're not the Tories I would have expected to get peerages, but there you go. Nobody expected me to get one, so what am I meant to say?
Yeah, there was obviously a mix-up there. It was meant for Ed Davey. I asked William Hague this question earlier, Ed, because there was a YouGov put out a poll today. They asked, if the Tories lose, which Prime Minister do you think is most responsible? Boris Johnson comes out top on 28%, Rishi Sunak on 20%, Liz Truss on 18%. Who do you think's most to blame for this?
I'll be sort of tossing, and I think it's Liz Truss, because this is 97 all over again. So there is, to a certain extent, there's a very clear playbook that is going to happen here. Labour have a whopping majority. They'll probably govern pretty well. The Tories will have to get their act together. They probably will not for about 4 or 5 years. Why did the public vote us out? It took us years to work this out. One was an existential crisis. Liz Truss's budget was 2023's ERM from 1992. And then total incompetence, fighting amongst ourselves and just being absolutely useless. Those are the combinations that have set us out of office. It is not because we weren't right-wing enough, or we didn't cut taxes enough, or we weren't Tory enough. The only fly in the ointment to the Tory recovery now is if the prediction about reform seats is true. Because if it is going to be 13 reform seats, and I don't believe it will be, that will really set the cat among the pigeons in terms of the Tory civil war. Because the Tory right, who will be saying that we weren't Tory enough, will suddenly have somewhere else to go. And that's going to cause all sorts of interesting complications.
Ayesha, what does Keir Starmer need to do? I mean, it's a huge majority. It's not the 400 seats that some of the mad predictions were making, but it's clearly massive. What does he need to do? Because it's going to be a very unusual opposition benches. You've got the Conservative Party, you've got the Lib Dems, you've got the Greens, you've got the Reform UK. He will find himself on some issues attacked from the left and the right.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a number of different oppositions. And, when you think of the opposition, we would have traditionally thought about the Conservative Party. And as Ed said, I think they're going to have their own existential crisis for quite some time. There'll be probably a bit of opposition as well from within the Labour movement. I suspect the trade union barons will, have kind of held their noses to get Keir Starmer over the line, but they will come with big demands, particularly with public sector pay negotiations and things like that. There are also Scottish elections taking place in 2026. So for the SNP, they will kind of want to start to get into campaigning mode, and Calum will have views on that. So, he is going to face a number of wings of opposition. But I think the number that we've got...
Sorry, you've got something else going on over there?
No, I haven't. Something came through my phone and it started playing music, so I shall stop looking at it. I thought it was from an MP. Well, now former MP.
Yeah, so but the big thing for Starmer is going to have to be that when he gets in, there's not going to be just like a grateful public, which are like, hooray, you freed us from the Conservatives. There will be a feeling of I think, kind of joy tonight that, we're not under Tory rule, like out of a hostage situation. But people are impatient. People are transactional. People will want this government to show that they can deliver quickly for them. And if not, they will turn against them. So I think that will be looming large. I mean, you look at Biden, right? He's thrown loads of money into the American economy. It's not translating through to a grateful public. So I think they will very much have that in the back of their mind as well. They'll have to be delivering.
The difference is when you're doing pay negotiations with the nurses and the junior doctors now, it's not a Tory government doing those negotiations. It's a Labour government. And the expectations are vastly different about how those governments will treat those members of staff. And managing expectations for Keir Starmer now is going to be absolutely... I mean, I was at his final rally last night in the Midlands, and the sense of kind of excitement but hope in that room. There's loads of people in there. And when he said in his speech, and we'll cut NHS waiting times, there's a guy in the front row in a wheelchair, older guy, who just says, oh, God, please, yes. I can't wait. He's got to deliver on that now. Yeah. And, that is not an easy task. It's not going to be quick, and it's going to be painful. And, people are going to expect it to happen.
Ayesha was talking about, and actually, the opposition that might come within the Labour movement, and whether or not Jeremy Corbyn is in the Commons will potentially play a part in that. Calum, you've got some other well-known names and their possibilities of still being in the Commons.
Yeah, just a couple to add. So Ian Duncan-Smith in Chingford and Woodford Green, he has got a less than 1% chance of winning that seat, which I think is notable. And Grant Shapps in Welland Hatfield has a 6% chance of winning there. So I just think it's just a couple of other names. I'm working my way through the exit poll and comparing.
What about
it to these
Didcot and Wantage?
Can I just quickly come back on Aisha's point?
Bear with me, I'll look it up.
Sorry,
Please do, James.
Yes, it's just sort of like a talking telephone, just to shout out constituencies and Calum will look. Let James Johnson.
Just very quickly on Aisha's point there that when we're looking ahead to what the Labour government is like, in this exit poll, now again, a big warning, the individual seat extrapolations from the exit poll have to be taken with caution, but we do actually see some reform pickups from Labour in the exit poll, including Hartlepool. Now, I was in Hartlepool last night talking to voters, and a lot of them were saying Farage, he's straight talking, he's strong, and they were going to go Labour, but they didn't, and some of them are also Labour 2019 voters. I think we're going to be seeing that trend continue and potentially see reform be a thorn in Labour's side, just as much, if not more so, than perhaps parties on the left or the Greens might be.
It sounds like Reform might have won both Labour seats in Barnsley as well, which is Dan Jarvis and Stephanie Peacock.
And Batley and Spen as well, I've heard.
Well, it's really interesting. Now we can go now live, I think, to Richmond in Yorkshire. We'll come back to you in a sec, Calum. We'll go live to Richmond in Yorkshire because Fee Glover is in Rishi Sunak. Sorry, it's Jane Garvey. I knew I was going to do it. I thought I might have done that a bit later. Jane Garvey is live in Yorkshire. Jane, are you there?
Well, that got off to a terrific start, didn't it? Yes, good evening,
What's
Matt,
the mood there like? Are they
celebrity pals.
popping coins, popping champagne corks?
What do you think? I'm actually, just to be really pedantic, I'm at the North Allerton Leisure Centre, and Richmond is actually about 30 minutes away, in fact, by car, I'm here to tell you. So Rishi Sunak obviously isn't here yet. He's due in the wee small hours of tomorrow morning. Everyone thinks he's hung on to his seat. I think if you were waiting for a moment of epic political drama, the first time a Prime Minister loses his seat, it won't happen this time round. He's going to cling on. Actually, I hate to back up all the stuff that people have been saying over the last couple of weeks. I think here he's well liked. He's a good constituency MP. He's won over quite a lot of people who might have been somewhat resistant to the idea of a bloke like Rishi Sunak coming to this part of the world. And I think he's got a lot of local respect. So I'm here to tell you he's going to hang on. That's the news from North Allerton. The glamour is unending, by the way. I'm standing underneath a basketball net. There's a burger van in the car park.
It's got everything we want. It's got everything we want. Only the squeak of plimsolls on sports hall tiles.
Yes, all of that.
All of that. How would you describe the smell, Jane?
It's all happening. Well, there's, deep heat is certainly lingering. I went on TripAdvisor just to have a look, and a lot of people are complaining about the wave machine. So, look, political careers, they up and, Ayesha will know and Ed will know as well. Ebb and flow, and here's a place that Rishi Sunak's political career could have ended, but it hasn't. Okay, so nobody need panic. If you want to go to sleep, you can probably go.
No, Jane, that's not what you call trailing ahead. We want some jeopardy.
Strike up the band.
I think they're on a break. They've packed up. We'll come back to you later. Tim Shipman's joined us in the studio. Hi, Tim.
Yeah, good.
What do you make of it all?
Well, I mean, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because expectation management means, it's obviously a phenomenal Labour win, but most of the Tories I've been speaking to are quite relieved because they thought it might have been a lot worse than this. I was talking to people earlier in the day and they were saying the spread of likely outcomes is about 80 seats to about 130. So 131, if they can bring that home, would be a bit miraculous for them. The other thing that struck me, a lot of Lib Dems are getting in touch about the total meltdown of the SNP, and they are absolutely loving this. They remember Jo Swinson losing her seat 5 years ago and Nicola Sturgeon sort of pumping the air. A lot of people felt it wasn't a terribly classy performance from Sturgeon, and I know Lib Dems who are planning to get on Twitter every time the SNP lose a seat and put that footage up again. And it's a big deal for them because if they come in third place, they get a lot of short money, they get a Prime Minister's question every week, and that's it's one of the subtexts of this. But in terms of my WhatsApp groups heating up at the moment, it's delirious Labour, it's quite relieved Tories, and it's Schadenfreude-tastic Lib Dems.
And the point about the SNP is huge as well. I mean, if these polls are right, to have lost that many MPs, and I was out doing a lot of door knocking in Scotland, and that change message in Scotland didn't just mean changing the Conservatives. A lot of people really fed, and people forget the SNP have been in power in Scotland for a very, very long time. And remember, the SNP were saying, even very recently, if they got a majority of seats, they would start negotiating independence. I mean, that is pretty punchy, given that they're now steering 10.
Keir Starmer's probably
majority in their own living room.
Keir Starmer will probably let that go to answer phone. I think. Looking in terms of the numbers, and it's important to remember this. Yes, it's potentially fewer seats than Tony Blair got in 97, but they were basically neck and neck with the Tories at that point. On the basis of this, compared to 2019, Labour gaining 208 seats, which would be the second largest number of gains ever by the Labour Party, only behind Attlee in 1945. Bigger than Blair gained 147. So
it's absolutely
massive.
stunning. It's a huge turnaround, and I think it's partly because the government's totally imploded. It's partly because Starmer's done a good job of sorting out his party and looking presentable, and it's partly because I think we've got a much more febrile electorate than we had before, and a lot of those voters who sort of lent their vote to Boris Johnson have unlent it now, and they're probably lending it now to Keir Starmer, but they expect some delivery. They want to see their lives change, and frankly, they thought their lives were going to change as a result of the Brexit referendum. They thought they might change as a result of the 2019 general election. They're now putting their hope in the Labour Party to sort things out, and if they don't, then I think it would be very hard to overturn a majority of this size in one fell swoop. But I think there will be Tories who think that they'll at least be in the fight next time if Labour don't deliver.
Ed Vaser, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I didn't know you might have gone back to your party.
No.
On the basis that we don't yet know who would be left, who would you like to see take on the job of leading your party?
I don't know. I think that Kemi Badenoch is in a strong position if she gets back as the candidate. I think she'll be punchy and forceful. I think Keir Starmer will find it hard to handle her. I don't think she'll go off the deep end. I think if it's a Priti Patel or a Suella Braverman, particularly someone like Suella Braverman, then we are in potentially real trouble, as I said earlier, because of this presence of reform. Although I think the comments about reform causing Labour as much trouble as the Tories is well put. So I would probably plump for Kemi Badenoch. I mean, I don't think we're expecting Penny Mordaunt to get back. Is that right? So she'll probably be the favourite.
Too close to call for Penny
Too close to
Mordaunt.
call. Calum, have you got the numbers on Liz Truss?
Yeah, so Liz Truss is an interesting one, actually. So she looks like she will keep her seat. The likelihood of that, 84%. Possible Labour gains at 8%. Possible Reform gain is at 8% as well. So it's just interesting to note where the kind of vote against Liz Truss is coming from. And Vasey was yelling at me about Didcot and Wantage.
Oh, yes.
I think you might have to get your Tory candidate on the phone, Ed, and commiserate him. A likely Lib Dem gain, 96%. Possible Conservative hold, 4%. It's a new constituency, isn't it, Didcot and Wantage?
So just to be clear, Didcot and Wantage was the seat I represented in Parliament. It has changed its boundaries. The western part of the constituency has gone to David Cameron's old constituency in Witney, and the candidate there, who was the MP after me, David Johnson, was putting it about that it was a three-way race. It was sort of 30%, 30%, 30% between all three main parties. So he was fighting for every vote. He knew that if he was going to get back, it was going to be with a very, very small majority. And that is obviously not great to hear. Oxfordshire County Council and the local district council are both Lib Dem. I gather that
You're
Banbury
listening
might
to Wantage FM.
Didcot FM.
Didcot
it's
FM.
Lord Vasey of Didcot here.
Lord Vasey of Didcot. There we go, right. Oliver Dowder's going in the House of Lords, is that right? On the list of...
I think he's got a knighthood,
peerage.
actually.
Oh, a knighthood.
He's not on my list of peers, no.
He's a knighthood, so he's not given up the ghost just yet. What?
He looks like he's going to stay. According to the exit poll, 97% Conservative hold in Hartsmere.
Maybe the Olive could take over leading the Tory party, Tim.
Well, I mean, there's been a bit of talk about sort of caretaker leaders, and Oliver Dowden's name comes up. My understanding is he's not interested in that, and it's not going to happen. The one person who is quite interested is James Cleverly, the Home Secretary, who I don't think wants to be a permanent leader of the opposition, but quite fancies the idea of having a couple of swings at Keir Starmer at Prime Minister's questions. My understanding, though, is that Rishi Sunak, who should hold his seat, will announce that he's resigning as the leader of the Conservative Party tomorrow morning, and that he will say that he's going to stay on until such time as a leader has been selected. And in practice, really, in terms of Parliament, there's only a couple of weeks where you need to be around, and then we're into the summer recess. And the only question really for the Tories is whether they string out the leadership election, whether they announce a new leader at party conference in October, or whether they use that as they did in 2010 as the kind of in 2005 as the sort of place where it's a sort of beauty parade for all the candidates to show themselves. I think most people would like it done and dusted in time for conference.
But it was December, wasn't it, that David Cameron...
That's right.
And that was seen as Michael Howard.
But the reason for that was because Michael Howard didn't resign as leader and deliberately held on to give people time to prepare. Yeah. Whereas in this case, I think Rishi Sunak will be resigning as leader tomorrow.
Kate.
I think it's just worth pointing out that, reform is going to be the story of the night here, and it's only an exit poll at this stage, but 13 seats is far beyond what most people had suggested that reform was going to achieve. It suggests that their vote is holding up well across the country and not just in a few small areas. And if they are taking seats off the Labour Party in places like Batley and Spen and in Barnsley, that's going to be a needle in the side of the Labour Party, but it's going to have a huge impact on this Tory leadership contest, far, far more than even when Farage took over for reform. And that's going to make things really difficult for those in the centre of the party who don't want to see that lurch to the right.
And we'll be live in Clacton in the next hour or so, I think, where Nigel Farage's result is coming in. Thank you to Ayesha and to Ed. You'll be back later on. Ed, you can go back to your party now.
Thanks. I'll give you all the intelligence.
Carry on with playing.
7 members of the House of Lords.
Spin the bottle or whatever it is that you do.
Sounds like a riot.
7 lords are leaping.
Why he's dressed like he's the boy band?
He's got like a bomber jacket. It was quite extraordinary. Tim will catch up with you later on as well. Tim Shipman, Sunday Times chief political commentator. Up next, how to win an election. Peter Manderson, Danny Finkelstein and Polly Mackenzie. And we're going to get the brass band to play the How to Win an Election theme. That's next, live on Times Radio.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley. This is Times Radio. We are live on the Times Radio YouTube channel as well, so you can watch along and see who's got the better jacket, me or Calum Macdonald. Up next, how to win an election with Danny Finkelstein, Polly Mackenzie and Peter Mandelson after a news update from Tom Noonan.
Good evening, Matt. Thank you. Labour is on course for a landslide in the general election, with Sir Keir Starmer set to become the next Prime Minister. The exit poll suggests his party will get 410 seats, with the Conservatives on 131. The Liberal Democrats are forecast to win 61 seats, Reform UK 13 and the Greens 2. In Scotland, the SNP are expected to fall back to just 10 seats, while Plaid Cymru in Wales are on course for 4. Our political editor, Kate McCann, reflects on what would be a Labour majority of 170.
Look, this would be an absolutely incredible result for Labour. And let's just take a moment here, I think, because throughout this campaign, it's been really clear that Labour has had around a 20-point lead on the Tories in every single poll. But the scale of this, if this exit poll is correct, is absolutely phenomenal. The swing that Keir Starmer will have had to achieve to get these results from the place that Jeremy Corbyn left that party in previous elections is absolutely unprecedented.
Keir Starmer's thanked voters and activists after the close of polls, but Labour are keeping their powder dry before official results are declared. The majority predicted in the exit poll is not as big as Tony Blair's in 1997, but would beat Clement Attlee's in 1945, making it the third best Labour result. Steve Reid, the Shadow Environment Secretary, told Times Radio the exit poll is down to his leader's actions within the party.
Labour could have ceased to exist barely 5 years ago, and yet we find ourselves in this position. That has happened because Keir has changed the Labour Party. It's got nothing to do with Reform or any other party. It's because Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party, and we have a country, and I've been up and down it an awful lot over the last 6 weeks, crying out for change, and they have put their confidence in Keir Starmer's Labour Party to change our country.
131 seats would be the Conservatives' worst result ever in a general election. It would mean the party would lose 241 of the MPs that were elected in 2019. William Hague led the party in opposition in the wake of Labour's 1997 landslide. He did manage to find some silver linings despite the expected result.
That would, of course, be a catastrophic result in historic terms for the Conservative Party. Of course, it's also set against, though, the expectations of all those predictions over the last few weeks, many of which have been that the Conservatives will get even fewer seats. And if it is 131 seats, if that turned out to be correct, you can just about mount an effective opposition with 131.
The exit poll is predicting some political heavyweights could lose their seats. Times Radio's Calum Macdonald has a rundown of some of the counts you should be looking out for.
Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chair, is too close to call in Basildon and Billericay. It looks like Robert Buckland, a former Justice Secretary, will hold on in South Swindon, Kemi Badenoch too in Essex North West. The suggestion for George Galloway's seat in Rochdale is that Labour will take that. Oliver Dowden looks like he'll hold on according to the exit poll. Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary in Forest of Dean, too close to call. Jeremy Corbyn in Islington North, too close to call.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour, and of course you can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
Here we are then on Times Radio and on the Times Radio YouTube channel. Now it's a podcast landslide. Strike up the band!
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's just me clapping. It's just me clapping, but it's so good. Well done. The best, by far and away, the best version of the theme tune so far. Yes, it's How to Win an Election, live on election night on Times Radio and the Times Radio YouTube channel. Danny Finkelstein, Tory Brainbox is in the studio. Hello, Danny.
Hello.
Polly Mackenzie, Policy Mackenzie, former Director of Policy for Nick Clegg's beaming in. Hello, Polly.
Hello, Matt.
And I imagine Peter is just singing Make a Change wherever he is. Peter, where are you?
I'm at the BBC, I'm afraid.
Don't say that! Just say you're in a giddy state. Let's get this out of the way with first of all then, Peter. What do you think?
What do I think? I think it is a miracle. I think it's a miracle because it's never happened before, because no party so far behind has ever overtaken such an electoral deficit and climbed so far up such a steep cliff edge as Starmer's Labour Party has just done. No party has, as we have done, gone backwards in 2019, backwards in 2015, having lost power in 2010, and then just in 2024 catapulted into this extraordinary landslide victory. I mean, let's assume that the exit poll is out by, a few, but even so, it's an extraordinary result. And needless to say, I am an extremely happy boy.
Well, that's lovely. Danny?
Oh, I think you have to congratulate the Conservative Party because it's worked really hard at doing this, at getting only 131 MP. It's worked for 5 years relentlessly on making sure that almost nobody wanted to vote for it, and people then distributed in all different directions. I mean, we've been saying this obviously on the podcast from the beginning. This is you couldn't unhave Liz Truss, you couldn't unhave the parties, you couldn't unhave the poor economic position, you couldn't unhave being in power for 14 years, and therefore you couldn't unhave the result. I think a lot of Conservatives will be quite relieved that they remain likely to be the main party of opposition. And interesting that Reform is got projected to have 13 seats. Tonight that'll be a cause of great joy in Reform UK headquarters, but it's 12 more MPs than Nigel Farage really wants, because now he'll have a battle for the steering wheel, and within a year to 2 years, this 13 MPs won't look as unbridled a source of joy as it looks right now. But it's a big dilemma for the Conservative Party, clearly, and for Labour. Weirdly, on this big night,
because it does look like some of these gains are coming from Labour seats.
On this big night, it's just something for Labour to pay some attention to. But essentially, the big rule of politics, which is if you move towards the centre, and by that I mean also competence as well, because that's sort of partly about realism and ideology, you win elections. And that Labour Party drifted away and lost an election, and it came back and it won an election. It's the oldest story, and if the Conservative Party doesn't pay attention to that, it'll lose again next time.
So the exit poll: Labour 410 seats, Conservatives 131, the Lib Dems 61. Polly, that's only one fewer than Charles Kennedy in 2005. The Lib Dems are back.
Well, I mean, assuming that it actually pans out that way, it will be a transformation, certainly, of the Liberal Democrat representation in Parliament. And I think, the bigger point is, as Danny says, right, like Reform is going to be there in some numbers. The Conservative Party is still probably going to be, by some margin, the main opposition party, but so much more complicated apart on the opposition benches, that you could have this dramatic result for the Liberal Democrats and Labour sort of still not quite reaching the majority that Blair had. So I think the future of what opposition to this Labour government will look like, where that will go, is going to be a really interesting thing that plays out over the next 5 years. Will the Liberal Democrats attack from the left or from the right? Will the Conservative Party seek to absorb those 13 Reform MPs and pull themselves over to the right, or will they try and reclaim the centre ground? The amount of kind of complexity and jostling on those opposition benches is going to be fascinating. Obviously, still less important than what the government does to try and, maybe grow the economy and fix the NHS. But nevertheless, I think will attract a lot of political attention.
We've actually just got in Nigel Farage's reaction to that exit poll, suggesting Reform UK could win 13 seats. Let's take a listen.
We'll see what happens, and if that's the result, that would be a massive first step for this, and I'm going to call it a movement. The political party is only a part of what we're all about. This is a movement to represent ordinary folk, the silent majority. So look, that looks to me to be very good news. Thanks all for being here. Let's enjoy the evening. Thank you.
How worried should Labour be about this, do you think, Peter?
About Nigel Farage?
About Nigel Farage and 30... Because it does look, on some of the breakdown of these exit polls, it looks like, aside from the Lee Anderson and the seat in Clacton, a lot of these gains, these 13 MPs reform, are coming at the expense of what were sitting Labour MPs.
Well, I can't comment on that because I simply don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know the results. But look, Nigel Farage, he's not leading a movement in the country, but he's definitely putting himself at the head of an insurgency, no question about that. And both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party have got to reflect very strongly about this and why people are protesting and going to Farage, who didn't offer a programme, a manifesto. He offered just a collection of slogans with no solutions to the country's problems. And we've got to ask ourselves very seriously why this is happening. Now, obviously, the immediate question of reform success will be for the Conservative Party, the Conservative politicians, face a choice. Do they fight for the best traditions of their party, or do they capitulate to Farage and to Reform UK? And they have to decide. I mean, half of them during this election campaign seem to have wanted to fight reform, while the other half have seemed to want to become reform. And so there's going to emerge in the Conservative Party quite a serious schism between those two wings, those two schools of thought. And certainly, for my money, the future of British politics and the future of good government, because it requires a sensible, sober, responsible opposition. For my money, the future of British politics relies on the Conservative Party making the right decision, the right choice to fight reform, to fight Farage, and to restore those traditions, those values, and that centrist outlook to their own Conservative Party.
Have you got the bell, Matt? Even though it's election night.
I have.
Okay, so I think we should use this every time someone starts talking about the Tories and the right. The Labour Party has won 410 seats, if the exit poll is correct. Maybe it's 400, maybe it's 420. In other words, it's a massive Labour landslide and a completely new political settlement. And that is, for political reporters and analysts, very exciting. For the country, very new. There's a lot we don't know about the people that are coming in. There's a lot of new things that are going to happen. These old arguments between James Cleverly and, Richard Tice and Mark Francois are old arguments. And yes, the Conservative Party has got to solve these problems. I would say that the Tories have won plenty of majorities without having Bassett Law, and they've never won any without having Surrey Heath. And that would be my position in it. But truthfully, the debate ought to be about Labour. The thought ought to be about how Keir Starmer won this huge majority. The concentration ought to be on its election gurus, the Morgan McSweeney's, and not just about the Tory rows.
Let me just interrupt you, Danny, because we've got our first
result.
We're going live to Sunderland.
68. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%, and that Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So that's Bridget Phillipson, the Shadow Education Secretary, re-elected in Hooton and Sunderland South. We try to read the constituency there. So they obviously won the race. They won the race to do the count first, and very important race that people in the North East seem to take very seriously. No great surprise that Bridget Phillipson is back, but it's good to have actually have a result, and I'm sure James Johnson's feeding that into his model right now to work out what that means, and we can extrapolate wildly from that for hours to come. Polly, what difference do you think it'll make to the Labour Party having a big chunk of Lib Dems in the Commons? It's sort of interesting, actually. I was just sort of thinking, having had the SNP for so long there, and Ed Davey actually struggling to punch through until he went on a roller coaster. Nigel Farage will suddenly find he's in that position, having a question at PMQs once every 6 months and all that sort of thing. What difference will it make to the Labour Party having a strong centre-left chunk of MPs opposite?
I think, well, I mean, we don't know how the Liberal Democrats will choose to kind of evolve in this new parliament. You know, that Danny is always reminding us we should think about what will be the character of this big cohort of new Labour MPs. What are their personal views and passions, and how will that affect the sort of tribes within the Labour Party? The same will be true of the Lib Dems, right? Because 61, a group of 61 is a completely different beast to manage. And so where will they go in terms of Europe, in terms of the economy, in terms of public services? I think we have to recognise that we don't quite know how that will pan out. But the most important thing for Keir Starmer is the fact that he will have a really big majority. And perhaps this majority isn't quite as high as some of the more kind of apocalyptic predictions in which the Conservative Party was completely obliterated. But it's still pretty big, right? And that will enable them to go into government with confidence. And actually, for the first couple of years, there's almost nothing that happens on the opposition benches, which will really be able to dent that confidence, I think. And so that Danny's right, actually thinking about how the Labour Party will choose to govern is going to be really important. It will require our political media to focus more on policy than on politics. But that would make me happy, so that would be nice.
They don't call you Policy Mackenzie for nothing.
Well, no, I'm really just trying to get a job or something, aren't I?
Well, luckily, Peter, the Labour Party have got so many policies which they laid out in such specific detail before the election.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that Polly keeps on reminding us that the projected majority for Keir Starmer is not as great as the 1997 majority. Which we won under Tony Blair after that tremendous campaign. Thank you, Polly. Keep going with that.
So you say
I love you, Peter.
You're still better than Keir Starmer with Morgan McSweeney. Is that what you're saying, Peter?
No. I think they are extraordinary magicians of a most superior kind, and I love them both. What they've done is just tremendous, and they will just deserve every single piece of credit they get.
I mean, the interesting actually, Peter, I should point out that based on this, if this is what pans out, Labour will have gained 208 seats based on compared to 2019, whereas you gained 147 in 1997.
Oh, so look, let's not confuse it with all these figures, Matt. Really. We know a victory when we see.
Can I ask Peter this question, which is your genuine assessment as to because now we've got past the hump of the election itself, of the positioning of the Labour Party now under Keir Starmer, because it isn't quite the same as the position of Tony Blair. I realised I once went to a dinner with Tony Blair where I was afterwards I said to somebody, he was Shadow Home Secretary at the time, and I said, all he did was agree with all the people round the table who were Tories, and he disagreed. The only person he disagreed with round the table was Polly Toynbee of The Guardian. And I said, he just wants the Tories to agree with him. And later I realised he actually did agree with all those people. That was what his genuine politics were. They aren't.
Well, Danny,
they aren't Keir's, are they? So what can we expect? Now.
Danny, I wasn't at the dinner party, and I cannot.
Lunch. It was lunch. He insists on lunch because he went home to his children. That's what he said.
Yes,
he said lunch.
He does. He's a 6 o'clock break man. But I wasn't at the lunch. So I don't know what the Tories said, and I don't know what Tony was agreeing with. But you're right. I mean, Tony regarded himself as an arch centrist, absolutely right. Somebody who approached politics, as it were, from the left values or principles and perspective, but very much in the centre. And he didn't want to repudiate Thatcher. He wanted to go beyond Thatcher. Now, all that sort of ancient history. The question is, what sort of politics does Keir Starmer have? And I would say that without his being, identical to Blair, identical to New Labour, he is the nearest thing to New Labour we've seen since Blair. That's how I would describe him. I think that it is true that Labour's manifesto didn't answer every question, and I think it has wisely suggested a number of reviews in different policy areas where they can do more thinking, consult more people, take more views and facts and analysis into account, whether it be to do with defence or the pensions and savings sector and its future, and how we deliver that sort of liquidity into fresh investment in our economy, whether it be to do with sentencing policy, or in Angela Rayner's area, they've committed to consulting on labour market changes. So I think all that's good, but the manifesto, in my view, does give enough insight to know how these key policy questions are going to be answered. They are not Corbynista, they're not entirely New Labour, but as I say, they are going to find practical, consensual, centrist policy solutions to some of the most fantastically complex and intractable policy challenges that we have faced for over a generation.
Can I sort of agree with that? But I actually think what's really exciting about Labour is not really the what of policy making, but the how. You know, this talk about mission-led government and these thinking about, say, participatory mechanisms of policy design and the role of citizens, the role of collaboration between the third sector, the private sector and the state behind kind of shared goals and vision for the country. There's a great essay by James Plunkett in some journal I've never heard of called Renewal recently that really sets that out in granular detail. And so I actually think there is some genuinely radical imagination in Labour's approach to policy making, which is quite different to the sort of the specific policy things about like, oh, you'll get extra appointments or whatever it might be. And assuming that pans out and assuming Labour is able to really convert that into a delivery model in partnership with the civil service, that's a big if. But if they can do that, then we actually might be able to deal with some of those intractable problems that Peter's describing. But it's not about this is the solution. It's about a different approach that one great essayist, namely me, has called humble policymaking. So if you want to think about this deeply overnight before the results come in, you should read about humble policymaking.
There we are, some bedtime reading for you. Peter, Dowan, eagle-eared listener, Dowan's been in touch saying, why does Lord Mandelson say that Keir Starmer is the most New Labour leader since Blair? Was Gordon Brown not New Labour?
My theory. I've got a theory about that.
Sorry about that slip.
No, I've got a theory about that, Peter. So my theory is that Gordon Brown remained absolutely true to the New Labour that he and Tony Blair developed after visiting and seeing Bill Clinton. They were really Progressive Policy Institute, New Labour. They had and Gordon Brown stayed rigidly true to that. Tony Blair began to evolve and began to think that wasn't enough and they had to do more. And I think the answer really to your question is that Tony Blair moved away from New Labour towards the end of his period. I mean, more towards me and further from Gordon Brown.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with that Ed Balls theory. I've heard it rehearsed on many occasions, and I don't accept it. I don't think that Tony reinterpreted Bill Clinton and sort of moved off in some neoliberal Thatcherite direction.
No, I don't say that either. That's too much.
And left poor Gordon Brown and the rest of the Labour Party behind him. No, I don't accept that. But what I do think is that Tony Blair was very eager to think out of the box, to just imagine how in the 21st century we were going to find new ways of conducting policy, of reforming public services and doing things differently than we had done them in the previous century. And I think that instinct was right, and I don't think it put him on the left or the right necessarily. I think it just made him modern and in many respects more radical than Gordon Brown.
If you are just joining us here on Times Radio, on the Times Radio YouTube channel, we are off and running. We have had one result. Labour have held Houghton in Sunderland South. Houghton. Is it Houghton?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So that's Bridget Phillips from the Shadow Education Secretary. So if you go online to thetimes.com, there is a live tracker there with all of the parties and all the numbers. It's just the one so far, but we have at least got one result. Danny, what happens, do you think, to the Tory party in terms of personnel? Who do you think? We spoke to William Hague earlier, and I asked him what would be your advice to someone, as he did. You talked on the podcast, I think, last week, about being there with him when the exit poll dropped and him realising he was going to end up running. And I asked, what's your advice to someone right now thinking about throwing their hat in the ring? And he said, don't do it.
Right. Well, it's interesting. So, first of all, ping a bell, because we're talking about the Tories. And one of the things that I would say to every Conservative is that the right thing to do is to actually give a bit of thought to the result. They're complicated. Where Reform has won is is a particular place. Particular places in the country. The Conservative Party needs to think not only what coalition can it create, but also what coalition does it want to create, and whether or not winning those votes is indeed uniting the right or uniting something else, actually. And so the first thing I would say is give a bit of thought to that before thinking about whether or not to run. But I realise people don't work like that, and I think that a few people will know that they're going to run. They'll be looking at what happens to one or two of their colleagues. At 131, if that does turn out to be the position, I think most of the major people who've been associated with running probably do hold their seats. It was a bit more of a roulette wheel at 60 or 70 seats, which is what some projections were suggesting. So we'll have to see. But my advice to them at this point would be give some clear thought to it. This job's only worth doing if you've got a clear thought about how you're going to win power. And in my view, the big fact of this evening is Labour won the general election. Yes, Reform got some seats in Bassett Law. Yes, the Tories split. Labour won the general election. In other words, Keir Starmer took his party, moved it towards competence, fitness to govern, and won a landslide. That's the big story of this. And I would say think about that.
On the subject of who might not still be there, it looks like Jeremy Hunt, Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer, Lucy Fraser, and Alex Chalk, all cabinet ministers, who may well have lost their seats. We'll keep across that as it unfolds. Polly, do you think in the end all of Ed Davies' stunts worked?
Well, as you said, the challenge when you're a very small party is to get any kind of cut through. I think the stunts secured media attention, brought some joy to the campaign, and therefore some contrast. The thing that really cut through, I think, for lots of people was Ed's personal story and his reflection that he is anything but unique in his own personal relationship with care and caring. And I think, Ed gave me my first ever job in politics, so I have huge affection for him. And as a human, really, he has character and judgment, and he could have, after being in government, he could have just gone off and made like real money to look after his family in the energy sector. And actually he was drawn back into public service and public life. And I think it's great that politics is making space for somebody like him.
That's nice.
I'm going to stick my head out and say that I think that Starmer and Davey are going to work together. I know they're not in the same party. They're not in the
Might
same
they go
government.
water skiing together? I would pay to see that.
Do you think we might see what Tony Blair and Paddy Ashdown imagined in '97 but never pulled off?
I hope so.
I
hope so, because I think that we missed a trick after '97. We should have persisted with what we started. I'm not sort of advertising any great initiative. I've not got any inside knowledge about this, but I know that Keir Starmer likes and rates Ed Davey. I know they share a fairly common outlook about many things, and I think that not least because of the size of Labour's majority, Keir Starmer will want to go the extra mile to consult and to involve and to run an inclusive administration.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Well, we can unpick all this when we're back 11 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning, live in front of a live studio audience, in an idea that seemed much more sensible about 6 weeks ago. Peter, I thought it was a special treat, though. We've been doing this now since October. You kept telling us that Keir Starmer really did know what he was doing. Would you like the meet the challenge, make the change from 1986?
Yeah!
God.
Is he singing? He's not singing. Well, if he's not going to sing, we'll have the Lib Dem choir instead, shall we, Polly? Right, let's turn that off. I won't inflict Mike back on you again, Danny. Danny Finkelstein, Polly Mackenzie, Peter Manderson, thank you for joining us for a special edition of How to Win an Election live. We will do it again, say at 11 a.m. on Friday morning. So good. Members of the Hackney Colliery Band joining us live on Times Radio. Let's get a news update now from Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening. The election exit poll suggests Labour are on course for a landslide majority, with the Conservatives set for their worst ever result. Sir Keir Starmer's due to become Prime Minister with 410 seats, a majority of 170. And we've had the first official result of the night, with the Shadow Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson returning as the MP for Houghton and Sunderland South.
Today our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better.
The Conservatives are projected to get 131 seats, which is more than 30 fewer than they won in 1997 in Tony Blair's landslide. The Liberal Democrats are projected to win 61 seats, with Reform UK set to take 13. Former Conservative advisor Danny Finkelstein says it could have been worse for the Conservatives.
I think a lot of Conservatives will be quite relieved that they remain likely to be the main party of opposition. And interesting that Reform is got projected to have 13 seats. Tonight that'll be a cause of great joy in Reform UK headquarters, but it's 12 more MPs than Nigel Farage really wants.
Of the other parties, the SNP are projected to win just 10 seats in Scotland. SNP candidate Stuart Hosey says there are still positives for his party.
The polls at the start of this campaign suggested we might be returned with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats. I think the key message to me from all of this is the overwhelming motivation of the vast majority of the public was to simply get the Tories out.
The Greens are due to win 2 seats, while 23 are projected for other parties, including in Northern Ireland. And of course, we'll have a full roundup in half an hour's time.
This is Times Radio. Get the latest book reviews and gossip with Times literary editor Robbie Millen and diary editor Patrick Kidd on Ed Vaizey's Friday evening show from 7.
Times Radio, the election station.
I'm Asma Mir. Tomorrow, Times Radio brings you a special election results breakfast, and the whole gang will be here.
I'm Chloe Tilley. I will be live in Downing Street, looking out for comings and goings, for new dawns, and maybe removal vans.
I'm Calum Macdonald. I'll be analysing all the details of all the results as they come in.
I'm Stig Abel. Winning and losing politicians will join the four of us too, along with the best political writers from the Times.
Tomorrow morning from 6. On Times Radio.
Election Night Live on Times Radio.
You're not getting this anywhere else. Whether or not that's a good idea is a separate thing. It's Matt Chorley live on Times Radio, bringing you election nights. Very good. Well done, guys. Thank you very much for that. As chosen by Ryan, who's pushing the buttons tonight. We're live on Times Radio and on the Times Radio YouTube channel. Do let us know where you are. 0333 003 2353. Where are you listening? What have you made of things so far? It's some exciting news. We have got a second
result.
Go on then, Callum. This is a big moment. Calum Macdonald's here. What have you got for us?
I've unleashed the lever arch. Right, I can tell you that...
I beg your pardon.
It's too early for that.
Just get on and just read out your numbers,
right?
Filth.
Blyth and Ashington has just declared in the last couple of minutes, which is Labour's second MP of the night, Ian Lavery, from Blyth and Ashington. Let me just have a
Labour hold.
I'll play that just to cover up whatever you're doing.
Yeah, sorry. It's this. I'm trying to organise my notes. I'm all in a fluster. We've had our first spillage on the desk of the night, but it's all fine.
What have you done?
There was just a can was knocked over there. It's fine. Let's not worry about it. So yes, Blyth and Ashington. It's been boundary changes have kind of impacted it, but it was always going to be quite a strong Labour seat.
It's most notable that they were hoping to be the first ones to declare.
Yeah, that's right, and they lost out.
Kate, get us out of this conversational cul-de-sac.
Sorry.
What we've been just chatting about when you were recording the podcast and having a chat just then was what Reform were doing in Sunderland. And, one of the biggest questions about this election, I think, that we're going to have to answer is what is happening with Reform's vote? How evenly spread is it across the country? And what does that mean for Reform as a party? Now, Bridget Phillipson has obviously been comfortably re-elected as the Labour MP for Sunderland South, but Reform got 29% of the votes there. They beat the Tories into third place. That is really quite something, and it's going to have an impact on Labour. It's also going to have a huge impact on who the next leader of the Tory party will be.
Well, we can speak to a Conservative MP now. Ben Spencer's on the line. Hi, Ben.
Hey.
Obvious first question. What do you make? 131 Conservative MPs, the worst result ever for your party?
Well, if the exit polls are correct, and we've only had 2 seats declared, obviously this is a very, very disappointing night indeed for us. I think, we've got only 2 seats declared. I think it's important that we sort of wait to see how the chips settle tomorrow, then we'll have a better sense in terms of where we are. But it looks fairly clear in terms of numbers and the proportion that it's Keir Starmer entering Downing Street with supported by Angela Rayner.
And Nigel Farage entering the House of Commons, not on his own, as some thought, with possibly one or two others, potentially 13 Reform UK MPs. Is that a demonstration of the failure of the Conservative Party, that for so long, years and years and years and years and years of Nigel Farage in UKIP and then not in UKIP and then in the Brexit Party and then Reform, and Rishi Sunak called the election to try and catch everyone off guard. The only person he seemed to catch off guard was himself. Nigel Farage electrified the campaign, and now we could have more than a dozen MPs in the Commons.
So in my own constituency, well, what I hope to be my own constituency again, what I've seen on the doorstep is very much, and I've spoken to loads and loads and loads of people during this election campaign, is just a real disillusion with Westminster and the political system. What people are telling me is that they're feeling very mixed about things. They see a Westminster which has been focused on bickering and introspection, rather than, as they see it, delivering for people locally. And it's not that, I think it's not so much that people sure, people are angry with the Conservatives, but it's they want to support the Conservatives. They want to vote Conservative. They believe in Conservative principles and values.
Because
many
across the
people.
country, at every opportunity, it appears that people have taken whichever option would help remove the Conservatives, whether it was the Lib Dems in some areas, Labour in others, Reform UK in others. Kate was just talking about Reform UK pushing the Conservatives into third place.
Well, they've done the same thing in both results. Reform have pushed the Tories into third place.
That doesn't suggest, Ben, that people want to vote Conservative.
Well, as I was saying, I was referring to my, to Runnymede and Weybridge and the conversations that I've had with people, and I certainly haven't detected a move away from Conservative principles and values. What I've detected is very much a sense of disillusionment and frustration. With regards to the results, I think we need to look at the aggregate results when we get them through. So as you were talking about earlier, both those constituencies had very different results, very different vote shares, very much Labour constituencies where Reform were doing well. I certainly detected in my own patch that a lot of Reform supporters coming from people who were historically Labour voters. And, we've got 2 seats out of 650. Before we start drawing some broader conclusions, we need to see the aggregate data. And as you know, every constituency has lots of individual contextual factors, candidate incumbency, what people are campaigning on. I mean, I take Blythe and Ashington, I know Maureen Levy, she's a phenomenal candidate. I feel very sorry for her. In fact, I feel for anyone of all party who doesn't get elected, and respect them for the campaigns that they run.
Ben, I know you're short of time. Just in a couple of words, who would you like to see take over as Tory leader?
Look, I think let's get through tonight. Let's see what the situation is in terms of the seats that are won. I think it's we need to very much focus on seeing where we're at tomorrow when we've got the proper results through, not just an exit poll.
OK, Ben, really appreciate your time. Ben Spencer, the Conservative, joining us. James Johnson, our pollster, what have you got?
So, looking at those two seats we've heard declared so far, Houghton and Sunderland, and Blythe there.
Just on that, so I said Houghton. Peter Manison said Houghton. Somebody's been in touch and said it's Houghton.
Oh, goodness me, that's not fair. There's got to be three options.
There's a middle way. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Well, I've got some stats for you, Matt.
We've got Bridget Phillipson coming on later, so hopefully we can ask her.
Fantastic stuff. So, look, digging into the swings on these, we had a Lab to Reform swing in Houghton, but we're looking at the Conservative to Labour swing, because that's what we want to look like to benchmark across the country what these results actually mean. What do these early results tell us about the exit poll? What do they tell us about what we're projecting happenings? Now, in both of those seats, the Conservative to Labour swing was bigger than the swing in our model, which showed a Labour majority of 240. So now this is two results. We can't read too much into it, blah, blah, blah. But those are quite very large swings. And that suggests to me that although Reform is clearly eating into some of the Labour vote in both of these seats, it's eating disproportionately into the Conservative vote, certainly more so than we anticipated. So two very significant results there. Let's see whether that pattern holds. But if it does, we could be seeing a significantly better result for Labour than we've been talking about so far.
And obviously the exit polls, carrying out the exit poll is harder because there's so many movable parts. We've got Reform and SNP and so on. And there is sometimes movement during the course of the night as they get more information. In 2015, it didn't predict a majority for the Conservatives at the start of the night, and David Cameron ended up getting one. I think we can go live to Clacton now. Rosie Wright is in Clacton, where Nigel Farage is hoping to become the first Reform UK MP and leader of quite a big group. Rosie, what can you tell us?
He certainly is. I mean, when he announced his leadership campaign, of course, the Tories sort of open mouth thinking, we thought we had Reform on the back foot. No, Nigel Farage had to put himself centre stage, and excuse me for my language, but Nigel Farage said, send me to Parliament to be a bloody nuisance. Well, Reform, if the exit poll is right, will be absolutely elated at the idea of securing 13 seats. Clacton is where all the focus is, because that's where Nigel Farage is now for the 8th time attempting to be an MP. No sign of him yet, vote counting underway. We're not going to get a result until about 4 o'clock in the morning here, and then if this does turn out to be the night that Reform are hoping it will be with those 13 seats, I'm sure lots of celebrations, lots of victory ahead. But you've just been talking about it, and Kate was talking about what we've seen in Sunderland South there. Reform pushing the Tories back into third place. And the story of the night could be, Nigel Farage was saying, look, we are hopeful of getting up to 6 million seats or more, that Reform takes a huge chunk of the Conservative support, which means they gain loads of seats across the country, loads of votes across the country, but how many seats will that actually translate to? Of course, note of caution, you've been talking about that, it's really, really early days. How many seats that actually secure, we'll be watching to follow.
Just before I let you go, Rosie, you are in a sports hall. Jane Garvey gave the update at the sports hall in Yorkshire, where she's at Rishi Sunak's camp. How would you describe the smell?
The smell's not too bad. There's quite that sort of like school, gym mat flavour to it. Actually, we've got two polls here, which is quite exciting. So everything underway in Clacton, and then the poll next to us, as well as Harwich and North Essex. That's going to be interesting, because one of the things that keeps coming up when we're talking to either Reform campaigners, or I was speaking earlier to Nigel Farage's agent, is, are Reform actually ready for this? If, let's say, 13 candidates become MPs in the next few hours, do they have any skeletons in their closet? Just over the road from me, in a marquee where voting is underway there in Harwich and North Essex, the Reform candidate is accused of making awful comments on Facebook that once the BBC notified him of have been deleted. And it's accusations like that so far in the campaign. 6 Reform candidates have had to be suspended because online comments they made that quite easily could have been found beforehand mean those people aren't suitable candidates. So, one question mark that we have to have in mind as we go through the evening is, that process, that electioneering cycle that the other parties are well established at doing, that Reform had to scramble to do, may mean that there are some negative stories out there in the candidates who could become MPs.
Yeah, who they weren't expecting. Rosie, we'll let you go. I'm enjoying through the night. We could sort of get a sense of the smells of the sports halls of Great Britain. It's nice. Alex Salmond, leader of the Alba Party, joins us. How many MPs do you think you'll have by the end, Alex?
Well, as you're well aware, this is not really our election. We're campaigning for an election in 2 years' time in the Scottish elections, and this was to advertise a case about our idea that should be as a mandate for independence. We use an election as a mandate for independence as opposed to begging Sir Keir Starmer to give us a referendum.
But John Swinney tried to make that case, and he's going to end up with 10 MPs.
Absolute nonsense. John Swinney made no case for independence in this campaign. That's the SNP's problem, and the SNP are getting cuffed because of the record of government over the last 3 or 4 years. That's causing the demise of the SNP. Nothing to do with independence. Independence at 50% in Scotland. I led the SNP to a landslide win in Scotland in 2011. 45% of the vote, and support for independence was at 30%. Now support for independence is at 50%, and the SNP are getting cuffed, so it's got absolutely nothing to do with independence.
But there's no vehicle for getting a second independence referendum if the SNP are on 10 MPs.
Well, exactly, which is why the Alpa argue that we should use the list vote, the second vote, the regional vote in the Scottish elections in 2 years' time as the mandate, and you need a majority of the votes, not a majority of the seats, a majority of the votes to give it legitimacy. But there's no point in continuing to ask for a referendum and not getting one. So therefore, you have to use another ballot box opportunity, another democratic mandate.
Aren't you actually you're just working your way through a whole series of things? You keep not winning things, as you've now got a very specific measure that you're trying to use instead.
Well, Alpa's a young party if you're talking about Alpa. If you're talking about the SNP have won lots of things over the last 10 years.
Alpa's been going longer than Reform UK.
They've got 13
MPs.
In how many guises? Alpa's 3 years old. Reform UK, depending if you trace its antecedents, is probably 20 years old. But Reform's interesting because, obviously I disagree with Nigel Farage in just about everything. I think we're at polar opposites of the political spectrum. But I do recognise an insurgent party breaking through in the first-past-the-post system is a tough gig. It took me 25 years to lead the SNP to do that, and unfortunately the SNP have handed the initiative back to Labour with no effort whatsoever. But I'm planning a slightly shorter time scale with Alpa, you'll be pleased to know.
Maybe bring in Calum.
You've been an SNP MP when numbers have been small at Westminster.
Yeah, sure.
If numbers are as small as 10 or around there, what is the point of the SNP at Westminster?
Well, they're going to find things very difficult because in the last few years they've had the initiative handed to them in a plate as the third party at Westminster. Now it looks like they're not even going to be the fourth party. Then you had to really fight to get any publicity whatsoever. You had to be creative. You had to do adventurous things. You had to intervene in the middle of budgets, for example, quite legitimately. Incidentally, there's nothing in parliamentary rules to stop you. It just hadn't been done for a couple hundred years. So you've got to be a lot more inventive than they've been. Unfortunately, too many of the the former contingent of SNP MPs came down to Westminster and settled down instead of settling up.
Is there part of you, I know that you have a shared interest in independence, given what's happened with the SNP, Nicola Sturgeon and her husband and the camper van and Humza Yousaf and now John Swinney, is there part of you that is enjoying any part of them ending up with 10 MPs?
Right. Firstly, I don't think the SNPs have got anything whatsoever to do with the camper van and charges and embezzlement and all that sort of stuff. What it's got to do with is just incredibly bad. Well,
you don't think that the First Minister resigning and her husband being arrested and then the next leader having to resign, it's got anything to do with the bad result?
I think, no, that's not what I said. I think the SNP result is because the only government I can think of in living memory who's been more incompetent than the SNP over the last 4 years has been the Conservative Party at Westminster. They've been competing with each other in a competition of incompetence. The SNP built its position in Scottish politics and got pretty close to winning independence on the basis of being running a competent administration in Holyrood. They've now given that away, and they've removed the foundations for the SNP's success. Now, the question is, if this election south of the border looks like it's the realignment of the right in England, the question is, can the aftermath of this election realign the national movement in Scotland and provide a serious challenge in 2 years' time at the Scottish elections? And the last thing you do, if you're the SNP, is fight an election on your record in government, because there's not much bandwidth to go in there.
Is independence in the last chance saloon, if not at those next Scottish Parliament elections?
Well, that's going to be the big opportunity for a revival. I mean, there's London commentators, not yourself, Matt, because you're far too wise to do that, but there's London commentators chortling into their microphones tonight saying, well, we've seen the end of the pesky Scots and independence. I think they're wrong, because if a country has half of the population who want a constitutional change as dramatic as independence, then it's very much a live issue. But the vehicle for independence, or vehicles, have to combine to make sure they put forward a new case for a new electorate, taking account of the current issues in politics, and above all, they've got not to get taken down the highways and byways of identity politics and all of the rubbish that the SNP have been engaged in over the last 3 years.
Alec, really good to see you. Alex Salmond from the Albion Party. Thanks so much for joining us. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio, joined in the studio throughout the night by Times Radio political editor Kate McCann. Calum Macdonald is watching both of the results still that we've had so far, and James Johnson is crunching the numbers for us. Nigel Fletcher, regular listeners to my show will know Nigel Fletcher from the Centre for Opposition Studies. He's supposed to be, I think, was he not supposed to be in Westminster outside Tory HQ? He's just posted a poll online. Big question for these early results. Do I stay in the pub with excited Labour members to speak to Matt Chorley live on Times Radio, or head to Westminster for a more sober-looking outside broadcast backdrop? I've retweeted. If you want to get Nigel Fletcher out of the pub, now's your opportunity.
I voted for him to stay in the pub.
I went to vote Westminster.
I think he'd be more fun in the pub.
Okay, fine.
You asked poor Rosie earlier what her sports hall smelled like. I tell you what, it smells a lot better than this studio. What have you opened?
I know, I opened some... I thought I would have some protein during the course of the evening to keep me going.
I wish
and
you
I had
hadn't.
some sweet chilli roast chicken breast slices.
Poor Sarah Olney's just walked into the studio.
They are described as zingy and sweet. Can I apologise about my chicken breasts? Sarah Olney, Lib Dem thanks so much for coming in. So, Lib Dem MP, what are you going to do with all these new colleagues?
Oh, I don't know. It's amazing. We're so delighted. That exit poll is it's really exciting. So I look forward to getting to know some of them. I've obviously met a lot of our candidates in our target seats, so I've got to know many of them over the last couple of years. But there's going to be some people there I don't know, so that's going to be exciting.
And you've been the real nadir for the Lib Dems post coalition and the election since, and then lost your leader at the last election. What's come right this time?
I think it's a mixture of things. I think Ed has run a really amazing campaign, and it's something he's been really focused on, literally ever since he was elected leader back in 2020. We've been really, really focused on regaining the status of third party in the Commons. We've just had this real focus on which seats we want to win. Ed's such a great campaigner. I know there's been a lot of focus during the campaign itself on his various stunts and antics, but actually there's a lot of work that's gone in behind the scenes, and he's just led from the front all the way. And I think as well, obviously the antics have been quite eye-catching, but beyond that, there's been our key messages about the NHS and social care. And Ed, of course, has opened up a lot about his own personal experiences, both as a teenage carer for his mum and now a carer for his disabled son. And that's really, really struck a chord with many, many voters. And they really think that Ed, the Liberal Democrats, they get people's concerns about the NHS, social care, sewage, cost of living, and I think that's what's being shown in the results tonight.
But the one thing you haven't talked about is Brexit. You fought the last election on rejoining the EU. You haven't talked about it at all during this campaign. Is that just off the cards now?
No, that's not true. It's obviously in our manifesto that we want to start to build closer relationships with Europe. We want to start exploring opportunities for a youth mobility scheme, really, really important, veterinary agreement, other things like that, really start to develop those relationships. And we've been very clear in our manifesto, ultimately we want to rejoin the single market. But it's going to take a long time. There are no quick and easy wins as far as our relationship with Europe is concerned.
Earlier on we heard from Peter Mandelson. He said he thought there was a possibility for some cross-party working between the Labour Party and the Lib Dems. He was reflecting that Tony Blair and Paddy Ashton had talked about it. Didn't come off in '97. Do you think there is scope there for Ed Davey and Keir Starmer to work together?
I think it's very, very early days. I think we're all reeling from the exit poll, and obviously we haven't even counted all the votes yet, or worked out exactly who is going to be in the new Parliament. So it's going to take a little while to shake down. But look, we've been very clear. The things in our manifesto, the things we really care about are fixing the NHS and social care. The things we really care about is cleaning up sewage in our rivers, about finding answers to the cost of living crisis. Where Labour are keen to move forward on those issues, I'm sure we'll support them.
So really good to see you. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Sarah Olney joining us. We go live now to North London. Patrick Maguire is at Keir Starmer's counts, and it's too close to call, Patrick.
It's really too close to call, and what an event this is. Look, I'm in the headquarters of Camden Council, a very expensive building. Looks like it's been built by the PFI that the Labour Party is about to unleash in towns and cities across the country.
And actually, Patrick, without going too Polly Mackenzie about this, Camden Council and the way it goes about its business and its policy is seen by some as a model for the incoming Labour government.
Yes, indeed it is. This is a council led by Georgia Gould, who will be elected in Maida Vale, not too far from here, that uses missions in the same way that Keir Starmer has pledged to use mission-led government to solve the country's problems. So very interesting. Keir Starmer and Georgia Gould, of course, very close. She'll be a key figure in the next Labour government. So yeah, I'm at the very beating heart of the philosophy of our new administration, if the exit poll is to be believed.
Obviously, it's still early days yet, Patrick. We could be 12 hours away from Keir Starmer making a speech in Downing Street, arriving as Prime Minister, but we don't need to wait for it because you've already told us in your column what he's going to say.
Yes, indeed. Don't expect burning injustices or promises to level up the country. Keir Starmer's speechwriters have studied very closely what Prime Ministers have said before and do not want to make promises they can't keep. So expect him to say, as I write in tomorrow's Times, or is it today? Whatever day it is, whatever day the Times is going live, it's on the website now. I've written that he will instead say this isn't going to be a government for left-wing activists or protesters. Change will be difficult and incremental and a bit messy, but it will come, and he will ask the public to keep faith with a Labour government, but he won't be making any grandiose promises, and he certainly intends to say that the amount of money Labour has to spend is not going to be directly proportional to its 170-seat majority. So there will be people on the broader left who are doubtless disappointed by what the new Prime Minister says tomorrow morning from the steps of Number 10.
It's not really a sports centre, Patrick. Just sum up the smell there at the Camden Council.
You know what? It smells of nothing, and that's really, really disconcerting. It's completely airtight in here. What's really strange, and has made me feel like a bit of a mug for going to Tesco Express earlier, is that they have a shop inside here. They have a shop with self-checkouts inside a council building. I mean, they say local government is bankrupt, but the markup on some of the stuff down there is absolutely obscene. They say you can't put a price on democracy. Well, I'm afraid Camden Council and Georgia Gould have this evening.
Well, get down there, Patrick. It's Patrick's birthday. When we catch up with you later, we'll sing you happy birthday later, Patrick. But we need to move away from Patrick Maguire for perhaps the most exciting moment of the election night so far. We can go live to Times Radio listener Heidi, who is knitting the election. Heidi, are you there?
I am. Greetings, Matt.
Right, first of all, Heidi, why?
Why what?
Why are you knitting the election?
Well, it was a sort of, it started off as a Madame Defarge moment. As the seats and the heads tumbled from the guillotine, she sat there knitting. And it sort of morphed into, well, I could knit a row for everyone that won a seat, which seemed a bit more positive.
So you're on, we've had 2 results so far. How are you doing with your lines?
2 red rows knitted.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, it's going to be a long night ahead, Heidi.
I know. Palpable tension throbbing through the air here.
Just if people are listening and they are keen knitters, is there any information you could give us about the knitting needles? We're
using imperial size 10 because I don't do metric. And when we're on good old standard British double knitting.
Fabulous, Heidi. Best of luck with that. We'll check in later when hopefully we've got some more results.
Right, we'll be poised ready, Matt.
That's Heidi there, live, knitting the election on Times Radio, knitting on the radio. You're not getting that anywhere else. The band are limbering up. We'll have another live rendition of something chosen by someone from the Hackney Colliery Band. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio with you right the way through until 6 a.m. From 6 o'clock, Asma Mir, Stig Abel, Calum Macdonald and Chloe Tinney with a supersized Times Radio breakfast. And then I'm back 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. for reasons that now seem like they might have been a mistake. Kate McCann, Times Radio political editor, is here with us in the studio. James Johnson, our in-house pollster, crunching the numbers. We will bring you bang up to date next on Times Radio.
On DAB digital radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
It's midnight. I'm Matt Chorley. This is Times Radio. Let's get a news update now from Tom Noonan.
Good morning, Matt. Thank you. Labour is predicted to win a landslide in the general election, making Keir Starmer the next Prime Minister. The exit poll suggests the party will win 410 seats. That's a majority of 170. Now, that would not be as big as Tony Blair's landslide in 1997, but it would make it Labour's third best result. Peter Mandelson, one of the men behind New Labour's landslide, gave Times Radio his reaction.
I think it is a miracle. I think it's a miracle because it's never happened before, because no party so far behind has ever overtaken such an electoral deficit and climbed so far up such a steep cliff edge. I mean, let's assume that the exit poll is out by, a few, but even so, it's an extraordinary result.
If the exit poll is accurate, tonight would be the worst ever Conservative result. Their 131 seats is over 30 fewer than in 1997 and would see them lose 241 MPs. Conservative Ben Spencer, who's hoping to retain his seat in Runnymede and Weybridge, told Times Radio it's a disappointing night.
What I've seen on the doorstep is very much, and I've spoken to loads and loads and loads of people during this election campaign, is just a real disillusion with Westminster and the political system. What people are telling me is that they're feeling very mixed about things. They see a Westminster which has been focused on bickering and introspection rather than, as they see it, delivering for people locally.
Reform UK are projected to win 13 seats, which could make them the fourth biggest party in Parliament. And they've made gains in early results declared in the northeast of England, including in the Shadow Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson's seat. Kate McCann is Times Radio's political editor.
One of the biggest questions about this election, I think, that we're going to have to answer is what is happening with Reform's vote? How evenly spread is it across the country? And what does that mean for Reform as a party? Now, Bridget Phillipson has obviously been comfortably re-elected as the Labour MP for Sunderland South, but Reform got 29% of the votes there. They beat the Tories into third place. That is really quite something, and it's going to have an impact on Labour. It's also going to have a huge impact on who the next leader of the Tory party will be.
The Liberal Democrats are projected to win 61 seats, while in Scotland the exit poll predicts the SNP will win just 10. Times Radio's Calum Macdonald says it could be a disastrous result for the party.
Boundary changes mean the total number of seats in Scotland is down from 59 to 57. This exit poll suggests that the SNP would win only 10. The SNP were kind of aiming for 20. That would have been seen as a decent result. Still, a quite radical, drastic reduction in seats, it's worth noting. Probably mostly at the expense of Labour. But across Scotland, seats, sorry to use the cliche, on a knife edge.
And Theresa May's been nominated for a peerage in the dissolution honours. The former Prime Minister was put forward by Rishi Sunak to become Lady May. Sir Keir Starmer has nominated 8 people, including Dame Margaret Beckett and Harriet Harman. And we'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
Well, a very good morning to you. It's now Friday, July the 5th. I'm Matt Chorley, live on Times Radio with an election night like you've never seen before. Oh yeah, they're still going. This is Get Lucky, played by members of the Hackney Colliery Band, as chosen by producer Andrew. who so far has not got lucky with the technology we've been using to try and speak to the enormous number of correspondents we've got spread across the country. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Very, very good. Joining me in the studio, Times Radio political editor Kate McCann. Calum Macdonald you've got your thumb up. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just ready to tell you about Sunderland Central.
Okay, well, hang on for a minute. Let me do the introductions first.
Cool.
James Johnson, our pollster, is here as well. Tim Montgomery, Tory Watcher, is here as well. Nice to have you, Tim. Look, we've got to go to Calum first because he's got a...
Sorry.
Results. There we are.
Sorry. Yes, this is for Sunderland Central, which has been held by Labour.
Labour hold.
I'm enjoying my buttons. You wait when the results are coming in later. That'll be just it. Just that noise.
After 3 o'clock, it's going to be chaos.
What should we read into this result?
Well, let me talk you through it. So Labour with 16,852 votes, which is 42.2%. And then in second place, Reform UK with 27% of the vote. And the Conservatives in third place, by my maths, about 5,000 votes behind Reform UK with 14.3% of the vote. And just the other statistic, a bit of data to pay attention to the turnout there, 55%. But Sunderland Central held by Labour with Reform UK in second place.
James, what should we make of this? I mean, it is only 3 results, but it's all we've got, so let's extrapolate wildly. So the fact that the Tories been pushed into third now in at least 2 or 3, all 3 results so far, all 3 so far.
It shows that Reform UK is able to have an impact in some of these more Labour-facing seats for sure. That was a slightly worse performance for Labour than some of the others. Its vote share didn't actually change there. It looked like Reform was doing a lot of the work in terms of the swing away. When we compare the swing to what was in our model at the start of the night, which showed a very large Labour win, that was again in line this time round with what we saw there. So again, it's suggesting that not sort of a bumper result for Labour, but certainly one that is suggesting that we're going to be heading towards that very large Labour majority.
Well, let's bring in Tim Montgomery. What do you make of the... I mean, we basically still working off the exit poll. 131 Conservative MPs. Only the apocalyptic predictions of some MRP polls over the last few weeks have made that look like a good result.
Well, look, I was like a baby a few worse than this, so I'm kind of slightly relieved by it. But look, it's still a historic defeat for the Conservative Party, but it's not an extinction event, which is what I think some Conservatives, including myself, were worried about. We're the opposition. We can rebuild from this. And we're seeing the majesty, I think, of the first-past-the-post system. When voters want to get rid of a party, first-past-the-post delivers it in a way other electoral systems don't. James will correct me if I'm wrong, though. One of the interesting things, though, is Labour, is it about 36% of the vote on some of these projections?
One projection has that. I think certainly below 40, we can say for sure.
And so, you've basically got Labour 4 to 8 points below the level of support at which Theresa May lost her majority. It is a system that absolutely delivers a change in government, but the complexities that it can throw up are extraordinary. And the encouragement, and there's not much encouragement for the Conservatives tonight, but what I would say for my party is I think Labour support is a mile wide but an inch deep. I don't think they really have a mandate for very much, and the Conservative Party could come back.
Tim,
come back on the basis of this.
If they've gone from the worst results since the 1930s to a majority of, 170, they have got a mandate.
They've got a mandate to govern, but they haven't got a mandate to do very much specifically. They didn't really spell out what... the country is in trouble. Western democracies are in trouble. We all know that. But Labour, they haven't said what they're going to do on taxes. They haven't said what they're going to do on fundamental public service reform. I think they're going to run into difficulties very quickly. And when you have only actually got, say, 36, 40%, but way below the sort of percentages that Thatcher or Cameron or Blair received, I think they're going to be in choppy territory, quite difficulty. If this goes to their head, the majority, rather than the underlying dynamics, I think they could really run into trouble with the British people.
And what do Labour people say to you, Kate, about that? I mean, clearly they were very, very nervous about those massive poll leads putting people off bothering to go out to vote for them. It suggests that people have done that, albeit... on those vote shares, that wouldn't even put them in the top. It would be lower than Jeremy Corbyn in 2019 and wouldn't put them in the top 10 highest Labour vote shares. But a win is a win. What do Labour people tell you about their ability to govern?
I think there's two things here. The first is that Labour were absolutely set on managing expectations in this election, and that's why what's in their manifesto is costed, but it isn't very ambitious. And that does mean that when it comes to things that they want to do after an election, A, they have to grow the economy in order to pay for it. That's the thing that they have to do first. But if they do manage to succeed in that, what does that programme of government look like? And how do you sort of get people, if your majority is quite shallow in terms of the vote share, how do you ensure that you have the support for it? And if Keir Starmer, is right in that he needs 2 terms to really deliver change, how quickly will people get tired of hearing that message of basically hold on and give us a bit more of a chance? Because that is really the key to him achieving anything and achieving anything quickly. There is another point to make here, though, which is there is a fundamental fracturing of the two-party system, which has been happening for some time, but is happening before our eyes now. And there's an argument to say that the votes for reform are a protest vote against the Tories, but it will have a huge impact on that party, not least because, Tim, you will know this better than most people. The party sort of lost its way and its own ability to explain what it is to people. And Matt, in some of your focus groups, that's what kept coming through. I don't know what they're about anymore. I don't know if they're for me or they're for, Brexiteers, or if I'm not a Brexiteer, but I want, to keep traditional values. Should I vote for them or not? And I think that's a real problem, actually.
Do you agree with that?
I do. And I think the reform vote is the thing that was going to most upset Conservatives about this result. We knew this was coming, but reform, I think, are looking like they could be more stubborn in certain parts of the country than the Conservatives. A lot of Conservatives, I think, over the last few days, on the doorstep, were saying the reform vote is beginning to melt away. And it hasn't. It hasn't. As a percentage, it's quite high. I think it also poses some challenge to Labour as well. Yeah. In a lot of northern parts of the country, Labour's vote hasn't really changed much compared to 5 years ago. What has happened is the Tories have sunk, reform have gone up. That's what's made the Conservatives lose so many seats. Labour, there isn't enthusiasm for Labour here. And I think that may well be the big mistake of their campaign.
Well, let's put that exact point to Labour Shadow Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, who joins us now. Hi, Bridget.
Hello, good evening.
First of all, congratulations, because you're one of the few people who've got the results so far, so that's some good news. And you are re-elected. What do you make of this argument that there's no enthusiasm for the Labour Party that Tim Montgomery was making? And are you worried to see, in the first 3 results so far, all in your sort of part of the world, Reform UK in second place?
Look, I think that's a bit of a stretch. Of course, I'll work every day to represent everyone who voted, regardless of how they voted or didn't vote at all. But what we've seen is a real rejection of the Conservative Party. The British people have put their trust in a changed Labour Party, and we're determined to deliver on that and to usher in a new era of hope for our country, because I do really believe that our best days lie ahead of us, and we want to make that a reality.
Given, politics is volatile now. I think it is right in saying that in the last century, only four elections did the proportion of seats changing hands reach double digits. I think at every election in the last 10, 15 years or so, that's happened. There's a lot of churn going on here. There are going to be a lot of new MPs that you're going to have to try and keep into line. And only 5 years ago, we were talking about the Labour Party would never get back in again. How can you and Keir Starmer avoid the fate of Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party over the next 5 years? What do you need to do to make sure that you're not thrown out in the way the Conservatives have just been?
We're determined to honour the trust that the British people have put in us this evening, and to get to work on delivering on all of the commitments that we've made during this campaign. I'm speaking to you here, obviously, from Sunderland, where back in 2019 we had a devastating result across our country. A very different result this evening, and that's testament to the turnaround that Keir Starmer has delivered in terms of the working people. Once more, and working people have come back to Labour.
It's not an absolutely brilliant line, so I won't keep you for much longer, Bridget. I just wanted to ask, has Keir Starmer told you that you'll be Education Secretary tomorrow?
Well, it will be the honour of my life to serve as Education Secretary in a Labour government, but these are all matters for Keir Starmer, and I'm sure we'll know more in the hours to come.
Do you know, because at the moment he's got 22 many people on his front bench, there aren't enough paid jobs in government, are you going to have to lose some of your team?
You'll forgive me in not speculating on any of that, because these really are matters for Keir, and what we're focused on this evening is the phenomenal results that we're seeing across the country.
Oh, what was that in the background? It's not another result, is it?
That was I think just some very happy Labour Party activists.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Bridget Phillipson, really appreciate your time and persevere with the line as well. Shadow Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson there joining us. Kate, it's an interesting point that, which it'll be interesting to see how this plays out tomorrow. If, as this all plays out, Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister, one of the first jobs when he gets in will be the reshuffle. The first thing he's going to do is set about sacking 20 people who are currently on the Labour front bench.
Yeah, I think some of those appointments can be made by combining different jobs into different departments, and there's always advisory roles, and there will be things that people can do. I think there are questions about whether some in the shadow cabinet will keep their seats. Thangam Dembonnaire, for example, may well not be able to. Well, she might not win her seat again. The Greens might take that. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be. I think it's going to be a welcome problem for Labour. Let's be honest. I mean, they would rather be doing that than be waking up tomorrow without having won anything at all.
It's not a bad problem to have. Okay, here we go.
Result.
Calum Macdonald, what have you got for us?
We've got the result from Swindon South, Matt, which I can confirm is a Labour gain.
Labour gain.
And it's at the expense of Robert Buckland. So Heidi Alexander for Labour wins with 21,676 votes. Robert Buckland for the Conservatives on just over 12,000. And notably, once again, Reform UK coming in third place with 13.8% of the vote. 6,194 votes for Reform UK. The Greens on 2,500 votes in Swindon South as well. Just worth a mention in Swindon South. So the first Labour gain of the evening.
And Tim, that's interesting because that's sort of bellwether country, Swindon. It went Conservative in 2010 after a long period of being Labour. Lots of people know Robert Buckland, mainly because he's on Times Radio every 5 minutes. He was in the cabinet as the Justice Secretary, went back into the cabinet as Welsh Secretary for Boris Johnson. I mean, it's not quite a Portillo moment, but it's the first, former cabinet minister to lose his job.
Absolutely, and it'll be the first of many. And what I certainly am not, in the remarks I made a few moments ago about Labour not winning a massive mandate, what I'm certainly not saying is that the Tories haven't been rejected. The Tories have been rejected soundly tonight, and that's the first indication of it. And Swindon really is a seat that it's got working class, prosperous areas, it's got sort of railway history, but it's also got some new industries right sort of in the corner of the southwest. It really is a bellwether seat, and to lose that seat quite so emphatically, lots of Tory MPs or former Tory MPs were very nervous about that result.
Gulping now. Callum, what have you got?
Well, just in that seat in every election since 1983, it's chosen MPs of the party which ends up in government. And worth noting that 2 Prime Ministers visited that seat. David Cameron was there just at the start of this week on Monday. Rishi Sunak was also there canvassing to try to support Robert Buckland, and it obviously hasn't worked.
Yeah, well, Robert Buckland was one of the candidates who accepted a Prime Ministerial visit. I know plenty of Tory candidates didn't actually want Rishi Sunak to visit.
And Heidi Alexander, who is the new MP for the seat, she's the former MP for Lewisham East. She stood down in 2018, so she's been a Labour MP
for Sadiq Khan, I think. As
mayor.
Mayor.
She went to be the Deputy Mayor of Transport, where she was. She served 2018 to 2021. So she's done big jobs before. I wonder whether there might be a spot for her somewhere in Labour's top team.
And this may turn out to be some of the the conversation about retreads, Douglas Alexander possibly in Scotland and so on. On the subject, from Robert Buckland, not quite a Portillo moment. This could be a Portillo moment. Fee Glover, is it Jeremy Hunt's count? In Godalming. Fee, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that it's not looking good for the Chancellor, and it would be a moment in political history if he lost his seat. The exit poll is suggesting only a 19% chance of him keeping the seat. And the man who might have unseated him would be a Liberal Democrat. It would be Paul Follows. He is leader of the Borough Council here in Waverley, and he's very much fought his campaign on social care, health services, and actually something about closer ties to the EU. And it's worth remembering that Surrey voted to remain. Now, Jeremy Hunt has really been pounding the streets over the last 6 weeks, so we haven't really seen that much of him on the national stage. He's been putting in 6 hours a day, trying to keep his seat because he knows that he's in jeopardy. And he's been trying to focus on local issues, particularly a cancer centre in the area. But it may be one of those moments we expect the result to be declared somewhere between 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I overheard a fantastic conversation, Matt, between a fellow professional from the media and a comms officer here who said that last time around, when he won the seat, and that was with a majority of 9,000, he took the time to talk to the gathered throng for 3/4 of an hour. but the comms man admitted that maybe this time around it might be shorter. In other news, I also overheard a fantastically important political correspondent ask his editor about half an hour ago whether he wanted him to file Jeremy Hunt's political obituary. And obviously the answer was yes, because he's frantically tapping something out.
I can't see you. Are you in a sports hall?
Of course, I'm in a sports hall. Yes, I am in a sports hall.
Can you describe the smell for us?
Yes, so it's because this is leafy Surrey. You always have to say leafy Surrey, don't you? So it's got something of the countryside about it. It's a very natural smell. I would also just like, because we've been here for quite some time on the balcony trying to get our tech sorted apart from anything else, I've been studying the footwear of the various different parties, and I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that Labour here have very, very footwear, a little bit try-hard. The Lib Dems are very, very sturdy. The Conservatives are very well polished. And the Reform Party, they're wearing those tidy boots that people wear to a Mumford & Sons concert. Back with you later.
Well, I look forward to that. I'd also like to point out that just before we came on air, Fee sent me a message saying, good luck for tonight, Matt. Please practice saying Fee Glover is at Jeremy Hunt's count. Quietly to yourself a few times before going on air. It takes a bit of work, that one. Fee, lovely to speak to you. We'll be back later on. More on the footwear as we get it. That would be extraordinary, Kate. If the Chancellor of the Exchequer loses his seat, that's a big moment.
I mean, it's extraordinary in the sense that he's the Chancellor, but it's not extraordinary when you look at the seat that he's fighting to hold on to. Because in that area of Surrey, the Lib Dems have switched between, a lot of those seats have switched between Lib Dem and Tory for quite some time. I mean, Guildford, for example, generally goes Lib Dem, then Tory, then Lib Dem again. It's an area where people are, deeply, deeply concerned about things like the environment and sewage, and the Lib Dems have done a really good job of hammering that point home. And, people are really deeply frustrated with the Conservative Party. And I think, that is how we should look at all of these results. People may vote Labour, they may vote for Reform, but at the end of the day, the Tory party has lost this election, and that is the biggest story of the night.
It's incredible that. Right, I think we can go to. We've got Ayesha. Ayesha Hazarika's there. Ayesha, are you there?
I am. Hello.
We've lost Ed Vaizey already into the party. He's managed to do one hit so far, and he's already disappeared into the depths of this ermine-strewn orgy that he's in. Ayesha, what are you hearing from your Labour contacts?
So, everybody is very excited and very pleased about what's happening. I suppose the cloud across it is Reform. I think people are getting a bit worried about what seats Reform could possibly take, because it is looking like some of those Labour seats could be nibbled up by Reform. And I think there's a lot of chat going on in the WhatsApp groups about what does a kind of bank of Reform MPs mean in Parliament. So that is part of the conversation. But on the whole, people are very, very excited. I've just bumped into Wes Streeting, who is absolutely over the moon. And I think Labour people almost don't dare believe that exit poll until they start seeing more numbers coming in, because it was so good.
But I remember, I can say it now, he won't be listening. I remember being at Labour Party conference, I think, was it last year or maybe the year before, and a poll came in which put Labour ahead, I think. And we were all at dinner, and he was incredibly emotional about it. Having seen what happened with the Labour Party with Jeremy Corbyn, this is a huge moment for those who stuck it out.
Yeah, it really is. And for those of us that have been, involved in Labour politics for a long time, we were all just so heartbroken by the Jeremy Corbyn years and that result in 2019. And also, even when Keir Starmer won, there was still a lot of doubt, even after Keir Starmer won. People were saying, is he the right person? People were saying, he'll probably be a good caretaker leader. He'll do some of the heavy lifting in order to allow another leader to come through. He probably won't win the next election, but he'll make some gains, and he'll pave the way for maybe a future Wes Streeting or a Rachel Reeves or something like that. So I just think there's a lot of reflecting going on in a positive way, just about how far the party's come in a relatively short period of time. Remember, the Hartlepool by-election was a moment where people were thinking, oh my goodness, is Keir Starmer even going to last as leader of the Labour Party?
He even thought about resigning, didn't he, at that point? I think we found Lord Ed Vaizey. Are you there?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I thought I was on at 12:30.
Right. The timekeeping's never been. What have you been doing? Playing Twister?
He's taking his jacket
You've
off.
got his jacket off. What is it? What are you playing? Strip poker with this?
Oh God!
Yeah. I lost the last hand of strip poker, so the jacket's come off.
I'm glad we can only see you from the waist up.
How's the mood there now, Ed? Has it improved, this gathering of Tory peers?
No, I've left the Tory peers and come home. I've come home. Faisey's coming home. I think, we've started to see some results coming in now, and I think the story for the night for the Conservatives, as I said earlier, is reform. And is reform going to be the second party in the north of England, the second party of the right? And how is that going to play out? Because, we still don't know whether these 13 seats that are predicted in the exit poll will actually materialise. And I do accept as well that some of those seats will be Labour seats that reform take from the Labour Party. But the narrative is potentially quite clear that Nigel Farage will deploy. He's now in Parliament with potentially a team of MPs, and he is second place to Labour in the north of England in quite a few seats. And that is more for me an existential crisis for the Conservative Party than this landslide, because the landslide, forgive me for feeling quite sanguine about this, but we've been here before. There's been a Blair landslide. The Tories, as I have said before, went off the deep end, and then common sense prevailed, and we finally got a leader that could take us back to the centre ground and overhaul a Labour government that was running out of time, as all governments do. But how the reform MPs play out with the Conservative MPs, and how this second place reform result in the north of England plays out in the minds of Conservatives is going to be a very difficult thing to navigate for whoever ends up as the leader. And in fact, there will be Tory MPs pulling in different directions. There'll be ones like me, I'm not an MP, but you know what I mean. And there'll be ones who are saying we have to get into bed with reform as soon as possible to save the party. And that's going to be a big, big problem.
Let's bring in Kate.
Just on that point, Robert Buckland, really interestingly, in his losing speech in Swindon South, he's being praised quite widely for what he said. He said that Labour's Heidi Alexander will be an absolutely fantastic MP. But on what Ed was just saying there, he went on to urge the Tories not to lurch towards populism. And he said politics should be for people who want to do something rather than be someone, and condemn those who lie and raise false hopes. So interesting what he's saying about the future of the party, but it's also a moment, I suppose, to just take stock of the fact that we'll lose some pretty big figures, they will lose their jobs, and also politics doesn't have to be this kind of very brutal, nasty game. You can actually be nice, even if you're on opposite sides of the house.
We'll try and get a clip of that, but we've now got one of these.
Results.
Calum Macdonald, what have you got?
Washington and Gateshead South, where the Labour Party have held the seat.
Labour hold.
So I'm just having a little look at the numbers now. Turnout 51.6%, which is something of a theme that's been hovering around 50% in the few seats that we've had so far. Labour's majority 6,913 with 47.8% of the vote. And in second place in Washington and Gateshead South, which is a new seat containing areas within sort of both Sunderland and Gateshead. In second, Reform UK with 29.1% of the vote. But Labour's MP there, Sharon Hodgson, who's been an MP since 2010. She's held a number of shadow ministerial junior positions as well, will be the Labour MP, but Reform UK in second place.
James.
Well, just to come in on that result and also a couple of others, there's a bit of talk on Twitter of, are the Conservatives not doing as well in these early seats as in the exit poll? Now, I really want to caution against that. I don't think that's what we can read from these results. And the reason why is that these areas, with the exception of Swindon, which I'll come on to in a moment, they've tended to show in all of the models done during the campaign that actually they do less well for Labour in the average in terms of swing, partly because Reform UK is eating into their vote. So we can't read too much into them. Swindon South, though, that Robert Buckland loss that we were just talking about, that is hugely significant. That swing is looking like 16% away from Labour, away from the Conservatives to Labour.
Wow.
That is really significant. It's in line with the exit poll. And if we're looking at those numbers, we are headed towards that Labour majority of around 170 or so.
So in terms of swing, is 10%, I think, was what Tony Blair got in 1997. It was 12.5% people said that overall you needed it. So 16% is absolutely huge. Let's just we can go. In fact, we can now hear. This is Robert Buckland in his own words in his concession speech after losing his seat in Swindon to Labour's Heidi Alexander.
Now, our very political system is at a crossroads. Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust? I know what side I'm on. I know what choice I would make. And I believe with sincere and fierce conviction that my party has to make the right choice too.
That's from Robert Buckland, the Conservative former Cabinet Minister, the first big name, really, to lose his seat to Labour in such a swing seat. Plenty of others we're going to keep across. Jeremy Hunt's seat, as we were just discussing. David T.C. Davis, the Welsh Secretary, reported as saying that he already expects to lose his seat. So other big names will lose their... well, I'll leave you to judge whether or not David T.C. Davis is a big name. Tim Montgomery.
Can I just say...
before I let you go.
What I think... Robert Butler just said then is incredibly important. The Conservative Party has been the dominant party in post-war Britain because it's been seen as the grown-up party, the party of competence. Labour's usually seen as the kinder, gentler party, but we're the party that clears up the mess when the country's in a mess. And that is the Tory route back to power. We've got to become grown-ups again. Lots of conversations about do we move to the left, do we move to the right, whatever. The most important thing is we become serious again. We in opposition, it's hard to prove that you're competent. We have to do it through local government in large part. But then offering for the British people at the next election solutions to the real problems that are dogging Western countries everywhere. I think that message is incredibly important from, unfortunately, a defeated Tory MP.
Tim, it's really good to see Tim Montgomery, Conservative Watch. Thanks so much for joining us. It's still here on Times Radio. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio, on the Times Radio YouTube channel as well, so you can watch along. Kate McCann, James Johnson and Calum Macdonald sticking with us. In the next half an hour, some journalistic legends, Carolyn Quinn and Philip Webster, put it all in some historical context for us. We'll also check in lots of the counts we're at right across the country. And we'll check in on how our Times Radio listener Heidi is getting on knitting the election. Let's get a news update now from Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Labour is on course to win a landslide majority in the general election, with Keir Starmer due to pick up the keys to number 10. The exit poll projects the party will win 410 seats, which would mean a majority of 170. The party has made its first gain off the Conservatives in Swindon South, where Heidi Alexander returns as an MP and beats former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland. Labour's Shadow Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, who's already won her seat in Sunderland, spoke to Times Radio.
What we've seen is a real rejection of the Conservative Party. The British people have put their trust in a changed Labour Party, and we're determined to deliver on that and to usher in a new era of hope for our country, because I do really believe that our best days lie ahead of us, and we want to make that a reality.
The Conservatives are set to win just 131 seats in that exit poll. That would be the party's worst ever result in a general election, surpassing both 1906 and 1832. The exit poll predicts a number of high-profile Conservative losses, including the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt. Times Radio's Fee Glover is at his count in Godalming and Ash.
He's been putting in 6 hours a day, trying to keep his seat because he knows that he's in jeopardy. And he's been trying to focus on local issues, particularly a cancer centre in the area. But it may be one of those moments we expect the results to be declared somewhere between 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Reform UK are projected to win 13 seats and have come second in a trio of counts already declared in the northeast of England. The exit poll also suggests 61 seats for the Lib Dems and just 10 for the SNP in Scotland. Alex Salmond, former SNP leader who's now set up the rival Independence Party Alaba, explains why these results are predicted.
The SNP are getting cuffed because of the record of government over the last 3 or 4 years. That's causing the demise of the SNP. Nothing to do with independence. Independence at 50% in Scotland. I led the SNP to a landslide win in Scotland in 2011. With 45% of the vote, and support for independence was at 30%. Now support for independence is at 50%, and the SNP are getting cuffed.
We'll have a news roundup in half an hour, and you can keep following the results on the Times Radio app or on our YouTube channel.
This is Times Radio.
Download the new improved free Times Radio app today and experience a range of brand new features, including Apple CarPlay and Android Auto functionality. You can listen to Times Radio via your Google Cast or Apple AirPlay-enabled speakers and TVs. Catch up on the latest award-winning podcasts from leading journalists at The Times and The Sunday Times. Plus, you can listen back to the last 7 days of Times Radio programs and pause, rewind, and fast-forward them as you wish. Download the free Times Radio app from the App Store or Google Play today.
Election Night Live on Times Radio.
3, 4.
Very good morning to you. It's Matt Chorley live on Times Radio with the Hackney Colliery Band. Calum Macdonald, this is your choice.
Yeah, this is Bounce by Calvin Harris featuring Kellis, although not necessarily featuring Kellis tonight.
Wow. Oh, they're really good, aren't they? Calvin McQueen's joined us.
Hello.
You're quite musical. Would you play the bass?
I do. I could get out and join them.
Oh,
no, they're all brass.
Oh, yeah, thanks very much, guys. Thank you for that. Very good. Kate McCann, James Johnson still here. But I think we can go now live to Treasury Minister Gareth Davis joins us. Hi, Gareth.
Hi, Matt. How are you doing?
Well, more importantly, Gareth, how are you?
Yes, good question. No, look, it's clearly going to be a tough night for my party.
Do you know how your seat's looking?
It is too early to say, I think, at this point, but we've certainly fought for every vote, and we're confident that hopefully that will be rewarded at the ballot box, but who knows? We've got to wait and see.
What's gone wrong for the Conservatives at this election to record the worst result ever?
Well, I think, look, I'm afraid to disappoint you, speculate right now, but I do think it is important, obviously, that we're going to have to reflect on this very seriously. We're going to have to deal with it with a great deal of humility and learn lessons from this. If this exit poll is correct and the results coming out so far suggest that it is, we're going to have to really rebuild and reflect, as I say, and take some time to do that. Because we've got to win these voters back. We've got to win back the trust.
How concerned are you that this election campaign, the way it was conducted, the moment when it was called, hasn't just heralded a Labour majority government, but has opened the door to Nigel Farage and Reform UK?
Well, look, I think it's too early to say exactly what has led to this result. People vote for a variety of different reasons, and there are a variety of different reasons why people move away from parties. Like I said, we've got to reflect on that, assess that, and rebuild from it and learn from it. I think there's a variety of different factors, quite frankly. I don't think it's just the timing of the election. I don't think it's any one event or factor. I think it is a variety of different factors that have led to this result, if it is indeed as the exit poll suggests.
Yes, caveat. I completely get that. Robert Buckland, Sir Robert Buckland, former cabinet minister, the first Conservative MP to lose a seat tonight, has used his concession speech to essentially warn the Conservative Party about the direction you go next. He said, do we accept politics as a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust? Or do you work to bring people together and to come into politics to do something rather than be someone? What's your message to whoever's left in the Conservative Party after this election about the direction it should go?
Well, like I said, first of all, we've got to deal with this with a level of humility and reflect on how we can win back trust and be united as a party to not just be an effective opposition, but to be in a position where we can form a government once again. To do that, clearly we need to assess where votes have gone and why they've gone. And it's too early tonight for me to assess that and to offer a sort of convincing view, but that clearly needs to happen. And if you look at what's happened to potentially to Reform and the votes, it looks like they've had a very good night, and clearly we in my party need to do more to convince those people to come back to us. I'm confident that we can do that, but we need to take our time to reflect on how to do that.
Gareth, I really appreciate you joining us, given that so many of your colleagues seem reluctant to come on. So, Gareth Davis, really appreciate that. Treasury Minister joining us live here on Times Radio. Legendary political broadcaster Carolyn Quinn is in the studio.
I'm among the legends here.
I don't think you were quite there in 1906. How does this compare?
You did ask me that the other day.
You did, and you were told off the first time.
I said that you weren't.
No, I said I didn't do that one. I did the next one. Yeah. But you know,
this is. I mean, this is in the place this in the sort of the sweep of recent general elections.
My goodness. Well, I think 79, 97, 2010, they are the three big moments that I've certainly been involved with and have witnessed. And I think this certainly lies up there with them. Looking at the numbers, we knew, didn't we, from the polls throughout the campaign, that the Conservatives were preparing themselves for a bad night. So they've probably had time to grieve up until now. The grieving has been going on, and now it's just confirmed their worst expectations. But what shocked me, I suppose, was the number of Reform MPs predicted in that exit poll. That sort of result is something that we haven't really experienced at many other elections. And the share of the vote that they look like taking, the fact that the Conservatives have now look like they are on the point of dismantling. This is designed now to create disunity in the Tory party in the way that happened after 97. But Reform are going to play a big, big role in that. I was thinking back to John Major in 97, and he had a lovely quote then. He said that the Tories stretched the democratic elastic too far. And I think that elastic is pinged.
I would say, if you stretch it too far, it twangs back in your face, doesn't it? Let's bring in Phil Webster, former political editor of The Times. Phil, how do you assess how this is unfolding? And once again, politics moving in it. We've gone two-party politics, multi-party politics, two-party politics. This is multi-party politics with a whole new kaleidoscope.
It is. The two big stories of the night, aren't there? You know, the Labour landslide that we'd all been expecting, but this surge for reform and the number of people who are voting for reform. I know the results we've had so far, certainly 3 of the 4 main results so far, have been up in sort of vote leave territory. You'd expect them to do well, but they got 6,000 votes in Swindon as well. I mean, they seem to be polling quite well wherever they're standing at this stage. And it makes you wonder what the House of Commons is going to look like if we're down to 130-odd Tories, 140 maybe, and then sitting across the way is Nigel Farage with 12 of his mates. How will the Tory leadership contest happen with the voices off from Reform all the time? We know
all the questions will be, should you let Nigel Farage in? I'll come back to you both in just a sec, but... Ryan's got too many faders.
Results. What have you got for us, Calum? This is from Newcastle Central and West, which is a Labour hold.
Labour hold.
So interestingly, Labour's vote down 13.6%. They have got 18,875 votes. In second place, Reform UK with 7,815. The Conservatives in third with 4,228. Also taking a bit of a chunk out of their vote, down 16.3%. I mean, I think it's fair to say Newcastle Central and West, even with extensive boundary changes, this constituency kind of shifted a bit further west. It was renamed, but a very safe seat nonetheless. Kind of various types of Labour heartland there, Newcastle University, industrial, all of that sort of stuff. But Labour's vote down in that constituency.
I want to get James to crunch the numbers on that in a moment. We're going to go to Islington North first. Kate Ball says there, of course, this is the seat where Jeremy Corbyn, extraordinarily as an independent, is standing against the party he led into the last election. Kate, what are you hearing there?
Well, neck and neck. No one wants to call it. No one wants to go early on this at all because it is going to be right down to the wire here. We're at Islington Tennis Centre. No time at all for game, set and match because there are furious amounts of counting going on behind me. I'm just overlooking, I'm on the balcony overlooking the counting floor here, Matt. The verification process has happened and now it is all about the count. Jeremy Corbyn, as you say, standing as an independent after being suspended and then expelled over Labour because of his handling of anti-Semitism within the party. Up against the Labour candidate, Praful Nargand. He's 33, he's an entrepreneur, he's a self-made man. And I think the sort of beef to mention here really is that there has been a lot of upset from the local Labour Party here who feel that their candidate was sort of thrust upon them somewhat. There was a shortlist of two, Praful Nargand, one of that shortlist, the other one dropped out, so he became by default the Labour candidate, and that has caused a lot of consternation within this Islington North constituency. For quite some time, Jeremy Corbyn was behind in the polls here. We get to the exit poll, and actually over the last 48 hours, Jeremy Corbyn has levelled up with Praful Nargand. He was the favourite. Now they're neck and neck. It really is everything to play for. I don't mean the tennis, I mean the count.
Before we let you go, Kate, it's the most important question of the night for everyone at the counts. You said it's a tennis centre, that's a posh sports hall. What does it smell like?
It actually doesn't smell like dusty old tennis balls. It smells sort of, I don't know, workmanlike. It's probably a little bit sweaty here because there are about 170 counters. You've got Islington South and Finsbury, and you've got Islington North. So there is a slight odour in the air, but there's none of that sort of dusty, musty tennis sports centre vibe going on here. It feels, yeah, I'd say just a touch of sweat.
Thanks so much, Kate. More on that as we get it. Let's bring in our pollster James Johnson, who's been crunching the numbers on the results. Now we've got, was it 6 altogether? What are you working out?
Two things to flag at the moment. Swindon South, that was a 16-point swing from the Conservatives to Labour. That's really significant. It's the most significant result of the night so far. It's the first Labour gain. It shows that the exit poll is on track on that number. Now, let's just quickly talk about Newcastle South. That there was a swing of only 1.7 from the Conservatives to Labour. On that result, if that was extrapolated across the country, we would probably see a hung parliament. So, it shows you the damage that reform is doing to the Labour vote in some of these areas in the northeast. It's not going to have an impact on the result overall, but it shows you that, goodness me, Labour are going to be watching their back with one eye on reform over the coming months and years.
Everybody's got their hand up. Kate McCann.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's worth us having a think about why that's happening. Why are people voting reform in the way that they are? Part of it will, and James, I'm sure you will have, far more expert thoughts than me on this. Part of it will be a protest vote against the Tories from people who probably would never have voted for the Labour Party anyway, or just wouldn't. That's just never going to be what they do. But I wonder how much Brexit is having an influence on this election and how much people's real frustration at what they felt they were sold and what they ended up with after Brexit is having an impact. Now, I might be wrong, but if you go to some of these places, and I went there during the Brexit campaign, the referendum, they were promised that life would change significantly. And we've talked about this idea of expectations in elections before, but it's a really dangerous thing to tell somebody that this is going to solve all your problems and then for that not to happen. You can't really blame voters for feeling that intense frustration at all parties.
And a whole phalanx of Tory MPs were elected for the Red Wall, weren't they, in 2019? Yeah. Hopes invested in them that they were going to make Brexit happen.
And levelling up.
As Boris Johnson promised them. That hasn't happened. So where do they turn? And I wonder whether there will be a couple of Labour seats now where they'll be seriously wondering, are they going to come for us as well? I know I've been talking to a couple of Labour people this evening and they've been saying exactly that. Watch out for a few of the seats. But I think it's exactly as you say, Kate, that the disappointment about Brexit not delivering and the fact that we've still got to look at a way of getting change in our lives. We want to get GP appointments and we want all the things that we were promised that Brexit was going to bring, and it hasn't come yet.
It's crystallised for me in a comment that I heard from a focus group in Blythe Valley, actually, a few weeks ago during this campaign. And somebody said, who was disaffected with the Conservatives, I said to them, well, why not Labour? Because they were leaning towards reform. And he said, the Conservative and Labour governments would be exactly the same.
Yeah.
High immigration, high taxes, ideas and weak cultural values is the way that he talked about it. Now, look, that is where they've ended up. A lot of these voters don't see any difference between the two main parties. They've been disappointed by them, and therefore they've gone to reform.
And it shows. Sorry, Matt.
No,
I keep butting in. Don't
No, it's
sorry.
fine.
Sorry about that.
You're new to broadcasting. It's fine.
I know. I'm just having a try. The thing is that you've got a new Labour government coming in, very likely, coming into much less benign circumstances than they did in 97. The numbers are looking pretty much the same, maybe not quite such a large majority as Tony Blair had, but we can already see the problems mounting for the new Prime Minister, far greater in a way than the challenges that Tony Blair had. I mean, he just had to get used to going into government when hardly any of his team had been in government before. But Starmer, look at the list of things and look at the people who could be sitting opposite him. If Jeremy Corbyn comes back in, obviously...
There's a rumour he will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got a problem in itself. With a larger majority, maybe Keir Starmer will feel that he can overcome that.
But you could end up with you've got Corbyn on the far left, the Lib Dems on the centre left, Reform UK.
You've got a whole bunch
all
of
trying to sort of define what's happening.
And the economy in dire straits, and how long can you keep blaming the Conservatives for it?
It's just to add that one Labour source that's just messaged me in Scotland suggests that they are concerned about losing out on a couple of seats, I should say, to Reform UK. I'm just trying to establish which seats to Reform.
So Reform could win in Scotland.
Yeah, which I'm very intrigued. I've asked for more info, but I just thought I'd mention that.
I think the one time Nigel Farage went to Scotland, he was chased into a pub.
He was scared of going to Edinburgh on this campaign.
This is the point. Reform has not had any kind of a strategy in this election. They've not targeted anybody. They've not had a ground war. They don't have campaign returns. They don't know where their voters might be. This is not a campaign that has organised itself.
And actually, it'd be great to see some of these people elected were the ones they were disowning last week or the week before.
Well,
depending
I think
on where
that's
these
highly
gains
likely.
are.
I think that is highly. I think in one of the Barnsley seats, in fact, one of the candidates for Reform is technically not a Reform-backed candidate, and that person is, on current suggestions, likely to take the seat from Labour.
Matt, you know from listening to our Times Radio focus groups over the last few weeks that the reason that voters are going to Reform is because they're royally annoyed with the situation, and they feel that Farage stands for them. One, we've been talking about swings. One to watch out for is, of course, Farage's seat that he's targeting in Clacton. Now, we're talking about records too. If Farage performs where the polls have said he will, that will be the largest swing in a seat ever.
Okay. Phil, we'll come to you in a sec. We're going to go live now to Portsmouth North, where Carol Walker is watching for another potential cabinet loss. Penny Mordaunt, currently the Commons leader, carried the sword, of course, and the accommodation, all that. Carol, what are you hearing?
Well, Matt, it's looking like it's going to be a very tight race here in Portsmouth North. The counting is now well underway. We're hearing that the result could be very close indeed. In fact, there's already rumours of a potential recount, which of course would delay the result. Now, the exit poll put Portsmouth North too close to call, but it gave Labour a 70% chance of taking the seat, and Penny Mordaunt just a 25% chance of holding on. But I have to say, just talking to some of her key aides, they are saying that it's been pretty positive when they've been out and about today, even in some of those areas which they would expect Labour to be doing well. They're saying they've been hearing some quite positive responses on the doorstep. They're stressing the personal following and the personal support that Penny Mordaunt has built up here, and she's certainly been working very hard. She's up against a local teacher, Amanda Martin, very well-known figure locally. She's the chair of the Portsmouth Labour Party. She's also been working hard. Labour are sounding very cautious, so I think it genuinely is one of those results that could be too close to call. And of course, when we're looking at a possible shattered Conservative Party searching around as to which direction to take and who's going to lead it, Penny Mordaunt could potentially be a big figure if she can hold on here.
Carol, I can't see where you are. Are you in a sports hall?
We're much classier than that. I have to say, we are in the Guildhall in the centre of Portsmouth. Yeah, this building dates back to 1890. We're in The theatre area, it's spacious, it's airy, and I should say that the real excitement is that on my wander off to find the ladies, I almost accidentally came across the wedding party that's still going on upstairs. It's in full flow up there. It looks great fun.
Wow.
I'm not sure they're still going to be going on after we've got the result here. But listen, it looked pretty appealing, I can tell you.
So it's not a sports hall, but what the question I've been asking everyone at the counts, Carol, what does it smell like?
Smells like a theatre, which is what we're in. We're in this big auditorium, slightly hushed. Strongest smell is probably from the tangerine that somebody's eating next to me.
Okay. I think the whiffiest so far is probably one where Joan was, where she stood next. Carol, we'll check back in with you later. Keeping an eye on Penny Mordaunt. Could be a leadership contender, could be out of the Commons altogether. Kate McCann.
Could be at a wedding party later
Could be at the wedding, yeah.
Just a quick one. Obviously, people WhatsApping us all through the night, but I've had a message from a Lib Dem source, and they are saying, and I've checked this with another Lib Dem source, that they're saying that they think they could win Tunbridge Wells, which, the Lib Dems have quite a good base there. They did well in the local elections. But that would really be a moment. It's a strong Tory seat. I mean, it's been Greg Clark's seat for a long, long time. I think the swing required would be around 13%, so it's pretty hefty.
That was where Ian Dale was going to stand until it turned out he'd been rude about Tunbridge Wells.
He didn't like Tunbridge Wells, yeah.
So it's obviously it was because it was Greg Clark, wasn't it? Greg Clark was the former cabinet secretary.
He's been Tory for 114 years. Tunbridge Wells.
God, that spreadsheet's really coming to his own now, isn't it, Calum?
The flow.
13.7% swing. Yeah. Just
oh, come on! I'm being fact checked in real life, in real time.
We've got the spreadsheets running over here.
Do you want to shout out a constituency, Caroline, and see which facts get thrown at you?
Oh, I don't know. Let's do Basildon, because when you say something like that, something like Tunbridge Wells, and then my thoughts always go to Basildon and 92 and how it was Basildon what swung it and showed that John Major was actually going to win.
But Basildon in itself is interesting, Callum.
Yeah, well, Basildon, in fact, arguably, is we're overdue a result from Basildon. It's page 1 of my spreadsheet, and it's still not declared.
Well, it's got a very popular Conservative candidate there, hasn't it? So
well,
very popular with his colleagues, I've understood. They're so pleased that he moved to that seat.
Yeah, well, this is Richard Holden, who knows that I work in audio production at this point, but he is the chairman of the Conservative Party.
What was it you fell out with him about?
Yeah, so it was when they published a clip of Sadiq Khan, and we were discussing. Well, I asked him why the Conservatives had edited it, and he said it had been clipped, and I said, well, that's one and the same. And then he tried to protest it, and I said, but I work in audio production, Mr. Holden, perhaps we could just agree that... Anyway, whatever, it's fine. We won't hold it against him, but I tell you what, the voters might, because the prediction is that he might lose his seat, actually, in Basildon and Billericay. Also notable because he parachuted in, actually, at quite great distance to that seat, thinking it would be safe. But it remains to be seen, actually. And as I say, we were expecting a result a little while ago. It's not emerged as of yet.
Well, that's what I meant, that a lot of his colleagues, there was quite a lot of discontent, I think, when he moved into that seat, wasn't there? So he might regret it. Yeah. I don't know.
I've got that down as a 22% swing.
No, we
James,
are.
any?
You beat me on that one. Not good to hand, shockingly.
Competitive swinging, that's what's been going on with Ed Vaser. Right, let's check in with the competitive knitting. Times Daily listener Heidi, are you there?
I'm here.
So how many right? So how's it going? We've had 6 results so far. Have you got them all knitted?
I have. I've got a nice thick band of red here, and a welling sense of knitting history, shall we say?
How much red wool have you got, Heidi?
Quite a lot.
Now we had a knitting question. So if you don't know this, Heidi got in touch. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I think, said she was doing knitting, and then somehow this ballooned into, would you knit us a scarf of the election? You told us earlier, remind us again which knitting needles you're using?
Well, I'm using metric size 10. That's UK Imperial size 10 with double knitting needles and 60 stitches cast on.
So Louise got in touch and said, is the knitting stocking stitch?
No, it's garter stitch.
Oh, there we are. Classic. Yeah. Classic, Heidi. Have you knitted everything in the room there? You've got a blanket over your chair. There's a lot of wool in the background.
Yes, it's sort of my guilty secret. I hoard a lot. I have an awful lot of knitting wool, And I knit for the family, I knit for England, I knit for veterans. I do one hell of a lot of knitting.
And now you're knitting on the radio. What was that? You just sort of met a man's arm there. Who's that? Do you know who that is?
Ed Vasey.
Cardigan. The old boy really likes a cardigan.
He likes a cardigan. Lovely.
I do love a cardigan.
Well, if this is a completely impartial observation, but I really hope somebody else wins a seat soon so you can do a different colour.
It would be very nice to have a nice bit of contrast.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Heidi, we'll check in again in an hour's time. It's knitting on the radio. You're not getting that anywhere else. It's Matt Chorley live on Times Radio and the Times Radio YouTube channel. The boys from the Hackney Colliery Band are limbering up to play us into the next hour. Kate McCann, James Johnson and Calum Macdonald are with. Carolyn, nice to see you. Carolyn Quinn, you coming back later? I can't remember, you coming back? Yeah, sure, lovely stuff. I don't know what we're doing in the next hour. We'll all find out together. It's all going to be very nice. Stay with us here on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley. This is Times Radio. We will be catching up with William Hague, Andrew Neil and the Green Party the next half hour, bringing you the results as they keep coming in. First, let's get a full roundup of the news from Tom Noonan.
Good morning, Matt. Thank you. Labour has won its first seat off the Conservatives in this general election, as the exit poll predicts the party is on for a landslide. Former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland has lost Swindon South to Heidi Alexander, who returns as a Labour MP after 6 years away from Parliament. The exit poll suggests that Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with 410 seats, or a majority of 170. That would be a bigger swing compared to 2019 than Tony Blair achieved in 1997, which Shadow Environment Secretary Steve Reid celebrated on Times Radio.
I thought it was a 10-year project to turn the Labour Party around, and the change that Keir has led is absolutely remarkable. I think very few people at that point would have believed this could be possible, leave alone the scale of what the exit poll has just predicted.
For the Conservatives, the 131 seats they're predicted to win would represent the worst ever result in a general election. They'd lose 241 MPs elected in 2019. Treasury Minister Gareth Davies told Times Radio it's going to be a tough night.
We're going to have to reflect on this very seriously. We're going to have to deal with it with a great deal of humility and learn lessons from this. If this exit poll is correct, and the results coming out so far suggest that it is, we're going to have to really rebuild and reflect, as I say, and take some time to do that. Because we've got to win these voters back. We've got to win back the trust.
Nigel Farage, meanwhile, says the expected results are huge for his Reform UK party, which the exit poll suggests could win 13 seats. They went into the night with just one MP, Lee Anderson, who defected from the Conservatives. They've beaten the Conservatives into third in a number of seats already declared in the northeast of England. The Lib Dems are due to become the third party in Parliament again, with the exit poll suggesting they could win 61 seats. Sarah Olney from the party paid tribute to the leader, Sir Ed Davey.
I think Ed has run a really amazing campaign, and it's something he's been really focused on regaining the status of third party in the Commons. We've just had this real focus on which seats we want to win, and Ed's such a great campaigner. I know there's been a lot of focus during the campaign itself on his various stunts and antics, but actually there's a lot of work that's gone in behind the scenes, and he's just led from the front all the way.
The SNP are due to win 10 seats in Scotland, Plaid Cymru in Wales 4, and the Greens could win 2 seats, one more than in previous elections. Former leader of the Green Party, Baroness Natalie Bennett, gave her reaction.
It's a great rejection of 14 years of Tory chaos, 14 years of Tories failing to act on the climate and nature crises. But certainly, yes, for the Greens, Bristol Central is tremendously exciting, and Carla Denyer, the Green co-leader, will be a great representative, really absolutely right fit for Bristol Central, and we still have hopes for more later in the evening.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
Very good morning to you. It's Matt Chorley live on Times Radio and the Times Radio YouTube channel. You can go online, see my lovely silver velvet jacket. It looks smart, but it's quite warm. We are being played into the 1 o'clock hour. Oh, they're so good. The members of the Hackney Colliery Band.
That was great, that one.
I don't know who chose that one.
Don't know.
I'm still waiting for Horny by Moose T, which is on my list.
Mine's a good one as well.
We've had Calum's already. Calum Macdonald is here, keeping an eye on all the results as they come in. Kate McCann, Times Radio's political editor, is here as well. James Johnson has disappeared for a little snack. Callum, just give us an update of where we are on results so far.
Results so far, we have had 7 results, actually, so far, including 1 Labour gain and 1 Conservative loss. Excuse me, the Labour gain is at the expense of the Conservatives, you see what I mean? So 7 for Labour, and that is it. That's all the results. All the other parties on 0 currently. Over the course of the next little while, this sort of midnight till 3 a.m. period, we're expecting in total around 85 seats to be declared. Some of the most notable ones, Basildon and Billericay in Essex. That's where the Tory party chair, Richard Holden, was, well, really quite controversially selected to run in that seat. He moved from northwest Durham, which is about 300 miles away. We're also keeping an eye out for Rochdale, where George Galloway won that, well, quite chaotic by-election back in February. And we're expecting that around 2:30, so albeit 90 minutes from now. But this kind of midnight till 3 a.m. period is potentially one of the quietest.
Or stay tuned, because anything could happen, Callum. If you want to keep, we will obviously bring the results, but when they start coming in thick and fast, if you want to check what's happening in your area, if you go to thetimes.com, there's a full results service there. Every result, as it's called, will be there, so you can check online at your results. There's the revolt is underway. Farage declares is currently the splash on the Times website. Analysis from Danny Finkelstein. The Conservative coalition has well and truly fallen apart. Danny says you can read that online as well, of course. Kate McCann, sum up where we are and what you're hearing from the different parties.
Well, I think if you put aside what people had sort of thought going into this is an absolutely, I mean, it's a huge night for Labour. It's a massive result from where they were previously under Jeremy Corbyn. The work that Keir Starmer has had to do is fundamental. And for the Conservatives, 131, in many of their eyes, given their own projections, said that they could be between 80 to 100. Yes, they will be pleased, but it is a reshaping of the Conservative Party as we know it. And I think some of these early results, as Calum was saying there, although Reform is not winning these seats, the fact that it's coming second, the fact that it's winning huge numbers of votes is going to have an impact on how the Tories reshape from here. And I think that moment that we heard a little bit of before from Robert Buckland is probably worth us revisiting at some point, because he is a very mild-mannered Tory MP. He's been in the party a long time. He's obviously of the centre, but he is absolutely furious at his party. He recognises, as we are telling the story of the night, that the Tories have lost this election because they have not been competent enough, because, as Tim Montgomery says, the Conservatives are seen as the party of good governance. They are going to be pretty solid on all accounts. They've now lost that mantle to the Labour Party, and it's going to take them a lot of effort to get it back.
Let's turn now to William Hague, Times columnist, former Conservative leader. William, we spoke, 3 hours ago, just as that exit poll came out, putting the Conservatives on possibly 131 MPs. 3 hours on, your reflections now, you've had time to digest and speak to some colleagues?
Well, 3 hours on, it's very similar to 3 hours ago.
It hasn't improved over time.
As you've just been discussing, because the first results are broadly in line with that exit poll, and very importantly, that Swindon South result, defeat of Robert Buckland, is absolutely in line with the exit poll and with a trend towards a big Labour majority emerging through the night. So that is the big thing. Keir Starmer is going to come in on this pattern of results as Prime Minister. We should wish him well. We should congratulate him on that. We should hope for the sake of the country that it will be a successful government. The Conservative Party will have its worst, or at minimum one of its worst results in its history, which is going to need a tremendous period of reflection and rethinking and rebuilding in the Conservative Party. And there is this, the big wild card really in these results is what is happening with Reform UK. What's happened in that 3 hours is most of the first results have come from the northeast, in Labour but Leave voting areas, and in those are the sorts of areas where you would expect the Reform vote to be higher, which it has been high. What we now need to know is, well, are they really going to win those 13 seats in the exit poll? Because if they did, it would be quite a gravitational pull on the Conservative Party in the future. I'm very much on the Robert Buckland side of the argument that the Conservative Party would have to resist that, but it would get harder to resist that, of course, if there were a lot of Reform members of Parliament sitting in the House of Commons.
And you were there in 97, between 97 and 2001, and the temptation, partly because of the people who were left, in the ultra-safe seats and also seeking distinction, and the temptation for the Conservative Party to think that the mistake in this election was not being right-wing enough.
Yes, this is a very common problem again with political parties when they lose the election. That the comforting thought is, well, we should have been even more ourselves, and it happens in the Labour Party too, where they lose an election, they say we weren't left-wing enough. And Conservatives can say we weren't right-wing enough. That upset some of our supporters and they didn't go to vote. Well, what usually, however, why the parties have lost is because they weren't competent enough, or they didn't actually deliver what they said they were going to deliver, or the people lost trust in them and had some reason to lose trust in them. And those things tend to be much, much bigger for most voters than whether they were a bit too left-wing or a bit too right-wing. So this is where the post-election argument, the post-mortem is going to be extremely important in the Conservative Party, because if it goes in the wrong direction, well, then, of course, it could hand an infinite tenure of power to the Labour Party. If it goes in the right direction, it can rebuild. So it's a really important fork in the road that will be coming up for the Conservatives, and it'll be a healthy thing if that is a full debate, if that really is fought out in a whatever leadership election is coming up in the future. If people really focus on that for a time, that actually might be a positive thing.
I mean, that in part will depend on the time scale of a leadership contest and what Rishi Sunak chooses to do. If you discuss this with him, will he go immediately, do you think? Would you like to see him stay on like Michael Howard did in 2005, allowing a longer leadership contest, a longer debate, and actually in that case it allowed David Cameron to come from pretty much obscurity to winning? What would be your advice to Rishi Sunak on that?
Well, I'm sure he will say, and I haven't. You asked me at 3 hours ago if I discussed it with him, and I'm not bombarding him with phone calls. Actually, I think he's got a lot on his mind, and he will say how he intends to proceed. No doubt, not too far in the future, his votes are being counted in Richmond and Northallerton, and then I'm sure he will be speaking after that. My advice overall, though, to him and to Conservatives in general is don't rush a leadership election. And there may be different ways of doing that. He could stay for a while. There could be an interim leader if he wasn't going to stay for a while. I don't know what there are different ways of doing that. But the important thing is not to rush that leadership election. If you do, you just mentioned what happened after the 2005 election, when Michael Howard was the leader in a rather different situation, because he was just continuing as leader of the opposition, and he'd made some gains in that election, so he did have sufficient authority to carry on for a bit. That leadership election was very good for the Conservative Party. The candidates had to come to the party conference and really try to sell themselves to not only to the conference attendees but to the whole world, and the nation. And that led to a positive out. That led to us electing David Cameron, who then became the leader for 11 years, became the Prime Minister, took the Conservatives back to power. So this should not be a rushed process. That is the key bit of the advice on electing a future leader.
Well, we'll see if they'll take your advice, William Hague. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure we'll speak again during what is shaping up as an extraordinary night. The Labour Party going from their worst result since the 1930s to potentially 410 MPs. Calum Macdonald.
Results.
What have you got for us?
Mentioned a moment ago that we've had 7 declarations so far. The 7th one is Gateshead, Central and Wickham in the last few minutes, where Labour have held that seat.
Labour hold.
Just building the tension. Labour with 45.4% of the vote, and in second place, Reform UK with 21.4% of the vote. An interesting note on this constituency for you. It's described as predictably working class, but also an Orthodox Jewish community in one particular ward in that area as well, which I thought was just a note of interest.
Kate McCann.
Yeah, I've had a note in from somebody who is down in Chichester, which is Gillian Keegan's seat, the seat that she is fighting. It's obviously had boundary changes, which I think had caused some nervousness in the party. They are suggesting that she may well have lost that seat to the Liberal Democrats, which would see another cabinet minister, senior Tory.
Yeah. She's supposed to be coming on, isn't she, later? Oh, she's pulled out. She was supposed to be coming on.
Well, I suspect if she has pulled out, then that will be because that result in her seat
That's what
is
you call
looking...
live update.
Yeah, is looking like
Maybe
it could
I shouldn't
be...
have said that on the radio. Labour source has been in touch saying, we expect to be the largest party in England, Scotland and Wales. The first time a party's done that in 23 years. So there is that sense that they are making gains in every part of the country, James.
Yeah, they absolutely are. This is obviously going to be a great result for them. I just want to come back to the seats we've heard from so far. So with the exception of Swindon South, we've heard predominantly from northeastern seats. Houghton, Blyth, Sunderland Central, Washington, Newcastle Central and one of the Gateshead seats. In all of those seats, Labour has got a smaller swing towards them. And that is largely because Reform UK is eating into their vote. And in all of those seats, Reform is in second place. Now, that is really, really significant. Reform is eating into the Labour vote, and it is threatening the Conservatives in those seats, but also Labour too. And that is not going to be the story of the entire night. These are quite restricted seats, but I think I think we can say now, a very clear pattern and something that Labour will be concerned about in the longer term. So I want to pick up on one thing that William Hague was talking about there, about the future of the party. What is the decisions here? Now, based on the results we've got so far and the exit poll, it looks like the swings against the Conservatives are going to be bigger in the South, partly because of this effect where Reform are hurting Labour. Now, that might lead some Conservatives to say, well, we need to focus on the blue wall, we need to focus on the South, we need to be less worried about the red wall and working class, leave Conservatives in the future. I would strongly say that is not the conclusion to take away, because looking at these results, actually the reason that the Conservatives are doing better in the North and the Midlands compared to the South is because of that Reform vote. And actually, that's what's eating into Labour. If you're looking at it from a purely tactical perspective, you'd be thinking, actually, we might have a better base to grow from if we can win some of those Reform voters back towards them.
Let's bring in Andrew Neil again. And Andrew, the other sort of politically interesting thing about the rise of Reform is that you could have in the Labour Party, in the governing party, sort of two types of Labour MP. One who's looking over their shoulder at Reform UK and potentially the Conservatives, but then another one who's looking over their shoulder at the Lib Dems or the Greens or the SNP.
In almost every development, every story tonight, Reform has at least a walk-on role. It's playing a part. I think there are three major developments based on the exit poll. If the exit poll is completely wrong, then we'll have to start from scratch. But based on the exit poll being broadly right, there are three big developments tonight. One is the collapse of the SNP north of the border to such an extent that independence is now off the agenda for the foreseeable future, if not for at least a generation. That's a seismic change in British politics. So that's a big development. It's over. Labour's back as the largest party in Scotland, and it's almost impossible for the SNP to make a comeback when there's a Labour government in power in Westminster, a Labour government that Scotland has voted for. The SNP always does well when there's a Tory government in Westminster that Scotland has not voted for. So I think that's one major development. Those who believe in the Union is safe tonight for the foreseeable future. The second is obviously the Labour landslide. And the third is the surge of reform. And the surge of reform is linked to the Labour landslide is linked to the surge of reform. Labour would not have a landslide the size it has if it wasn't for reform. I mean, it is quite remarkable if share of the vote projections are right, that it looks like Keir Starmer has got a 36% share of the vote, which is 4 percentage points lower than Mr. Corbyn got in 2017. So he's got a smaller share of the vote, but a majority of 170, we think, around that. Whereas Mr. Corbyn got 4 percentage points more, and he didn't win the election at all. He didn't have any. He lost to Theresa May. She didn't do well either, but he didn't beat Theresa May. And the reason for that, that the lower share of the vote is nevertheless resulting in a lot more seats, is reform. Reform has taken votes from the Tories. It's taken some from Labour too, but it's taken votes from the Tories and allowed Labour in a lot of seats. And that, I think, is two lessons for that. Comes back to your question. One is Labour will have to be very careful that if it wants to hold on to red wall type voters, it'll have to shore up its flank against reform. And so it isn't just going to be from the left it will be worried about. And for the Tories, who are undoubtedly, 130 seats is not a rump, but it's pretty near a rump. They're going to be heading for a civil war. And it looks like reform is going to be playing a seminal part in that Tory civil war.
James Johnson, the flip side of the argument, well, they're going to end up with a smaller share of the vote with a big majority. Is it because there's been a lot of discussion about how Labour have been building up a very efficient vote? They've been getting the votes in the right places rather than Jeremy Corbyn piling them up in sort of metropolitan university towns. I mean, I suppose it depends whether or not you're a Starmerite or a Corbynista as to whether or not you think that that's right.
Yeah, look, I think the maths definitely shows that that's right. They've tended to get lower swings away from them. Lower swings towards them in the safer seats, higher swings towards them in the more marginal seats. That's exactly where you want to be. But Andrew's right in that the main thing that's happening here is the lead. It doesn't really matter what vote share you get. If you have a double-digit lead over your closest opponent, then you are going to smash it in terms of seats. And that's what's happened with Labour. They've got this significant lead over the Conservatives, and the main reason why is the role of reform. And I think all the post-mortems of this election will come back to that moment Nigel Farage entered the race. Before then, it looked like the Conservatives could squeeze the reform voters down and bring some votes on their side. There was an alternate story there, an alternate path that might have developed. But instead, Farage kept that reform vote up, and the result is the right was split. Labour gets in.
He did just absolutely time that right, didn't he, Andrew Neil? That Nigel Farage, having said he wasn't going to run, there wasn't time. He went off like a rocket in the middle of that election campaign.
Yes, he did, and I mean, what he saw was that in the run-up to the election, and then when the election began, nothing Rishi Sunak did move the dial. The Conservatives couldn't do anything about this 20-point lead. Now, it turns out that it's not 20 points. In reality, if the share of votes right, I think it's only about 11 points. But it looked like nothing was moving. And Nigel Farage concluded, the Tories are going to be trashed in this election. If I get in, they'll be trashed even more. Now, people will blame me. They'll say the only reason Labour's got such a huge majority is because of you, Nigel Farage. That's what the Tories and a lot of the Tory press tried to pin on him. But he didn't care about that because he's not fighting for this election. He's fighting for position to play a part in a realignment of the right that comes back at the next election. That's what his aim is on. He's playing the long game in this, and he timed it well. He got it right, and I suspect he's probably done better than even he thought he would. He's at least, look, it's always difficult when you're a party the size of Reform with our electoral system. But if he's got 12 or 13 seats, it's not a bad base. It won't affect much in Parliament, but it's a pretty pivotal position if you want to play a role in realigning the right. He looks across at America and he sees what Donald Trump has done to realign the right in the States. Yeah. He looks across at France and he sees what Marine Le Pen, who's basically destroyed the old mainstream right in France and has realigned the right. And he's on a mission, Matt, to do the same in Britain. And he thinks after this, the Tories are so vulnerable that he might actually be able to do it.
Andrew, really good speech. Andrew Neil joining us live on Times Radio. We'll come back to you later on. The interesting thing is, obviously, all the conversation we'll be having on the basis of the exit poll. What now, 3.5 almost hours ago, we got that. Labour on course for 410 seats, the Conservatives 131, the Lib Dems 61, SNP 10, Reform UK 13, as we've been discussing. The others, mostly in Northern Ireland, 23. Interesting. So the Lib Dems on 61, that would be their second best result ever. They got 62 seats in 2005. I'm just hearing from a Lib Dem source, they think they're going to win 47 seats rather than 61. They say that would beat their 1997 result, which would be an astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats. That was obviously under Paddy Ashton in 1997. So we should bear in mind, and there is often some movement in the exit poll, and there will be an update, I think, at some point as some of the results have been coming in. In a moment, we're going to go to the seats of Grant Shapps and Jacob Rees-Mogg. But Calum Macdonald, you've got several, I think, of these.
Results.
Yes, two to bring you. So we're Cranlington and Killingworth, first of all, which Labour have held.
Oh, sorry, you want me to do
Labour
hold. I've got all the buttons.
Only if you fancy it. Labour with 49.1% of the vote, actually adding 4.7% since 2019. Reform UK in second place with 20.8%, and the Conservatives with 18.9%. Interesting, Cranlington and Killingworth, probably potentially one of the easier red wall seats or wins for Labour. It covers much. You mentioned Blythe Valley a little while ago, James, which was won by the Tory candidate in 2019 by just over 700 votes, and so that puts that into context. But let's also bring you the result from South Shields, which is another Labour hold.
Labour hold.
And this is one that James will want to talk about. Labour with 41.1% of the vote. Reform, so they win, they hold it. Reform UK with 23% of the vote. In third place, the Greens with 14.8%, and so in fourth place, the Conservatives with 11.2%.
Wow. And I think what we're seeing in seats like South Shields and also the Newcastle Central result, where Labour has gone backwards, we're seeing Reform potentially squeezing their vote in the working class areas of the seat, and perhaps the Greens, Lib Dems and Independents squeezing the Labour vote in the more affluent middle class studenty parts of the seat. Because actually the swing away from Labour, away from the Conservatives in South Shields, is actually only 6 points. It's not devastating, even though the Conservatives are right down in fourth place. But, the attrition of the Labour vote there looks like they're being squeezed on both sides. By the way, that is another one to add to this now 100% record of North East seats where Reform is in second to Labour.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Then the Conservatives in fourth place. Ed Davies just arrived at his count. If you were following along my drinking game that I wrote for the Times in Thursday's paper, I suggested you should down your drink when Ed Davey arrives at his count on a camel or a tandem or on LSD, or maybe all three. He appears to have just walked in wearing a suit, so no stunts. He's just sort of wandering around shaking people's hands. So really disappointing that he's not even in a wetsuit. Right, let's go. Let's check in now on a couple of high-profile seats we're keeping an eye on. Ben Clatworthy is in Grant Shapps' seat. Ben, what are you hearing?
Good evening, Matt. Yes, there is an anticipation here that we could have the result within the next hour. Now, Labour sources here are quietly confident that they could be able to take the seat Welland Hatfield from Grant Shapps. He had 5 jobs in the last 5 years. He's held the seat here since 2005. There is a quiet optimism. But looking behind me here in the roller skating arena where the count is taking place, it is actually looking closer. Those piles for Shapps in some wards are bigger than those for Andrew Lewin, the Labour candidate at the moment. But as I say, and based on the exit poll, there is a quiet optimism here among the Labour camp. The Conservatives really are keeping a very low profile.
That's the best venue we've had so far. We've had a theatre, we've had a tennis club, we've had a sports hall. Is it really a roller skating centre you're in?
This is a roller skating arena, and when Grant Shapps does arrive to learn his fate, he will walk under a sign that says "This way for fun," but I'm not sure that necessarily he'll be going home feeling the same.
Because I've been asking everyone, Ben, what does it smell like?
It smells like sort of an 8-year-old's birthday party.
Brilliant. It's my best bit, my favourite bit of the show. We'll come back to you. Just let us know as soon as there's a result there, Ben. We'll bring you that live. Let's go to North East Somerset now. James Hanson is in Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. James, before we get to what you're hearing about the result, what are the sandwiches like?
Well, this is a big question, because when I covered this count back in 2017, Jacob Rees-Mogg turned up with a massive crate of sandwiches, and he announced his arrival by going, "These have been made by Nanny. These are tongue sandwiches for the count workers." So he actually offered me a tongue sandwich, which I politely declined. I never thought I'd see the day that Jacob Rees-Mogg offered me a tongue sandwich. So you never know. This may smell of tongue in a few hours' time when Jacob Rees-Mogg turns up.
Where are you? You look like you're in IKEA.
Yeah, I can't compete with Ben. It's not an IKEA. This is just a sports centre on the outskirts of Bath, where they're doing the North East Somerset and Hanham count, Jacob Rees-Mogg's constituency. They're doing the Bath count as well. That's a Lib Dem seat. Currently, Lib Dem's very confident they're going to retain that. In terms of Jacob Rees-Mogg, this could be a real toss-up. A lot of people speculated this could be one of the Portillo moments of 2024 were he to lose. According to the exit poll, he has a 47% chance of winning. So, in essence, that's a bit of a toss-up. Mood music here from speaking to the Tories on the ground. They think it's going to be incredibly tight. They say that Jacob Rees-Mogg does have quite a lot of support in this constituency, but also he can be a very divisive figure too. So it's going to be really interesting to see what plays out. One other thing to mention, Matt, it's not being counted here, but the neighbouring constituency to Jacob Rees-Mogg's is North Somerset. And according to the exit poll, Liam Fox could also be in trouble.
Wowzers. Before we let you go, because we've got the news coming, James, what does it smell like?
Well, at the moment, the packet of Haribo I've just demolished.
Thanks for that, James. More on that as we get it. James Hanson there live at Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat, where so far he hasn't been offered a tongue sandwich. Lorraine's been in touch. She's obviously watching on YouTube. She says, "Oosh, Ben Clackworthy is cute. Who knew?" More on that as we get it. I think it's time to move on. Kate McCann, James Johnson, Calum Macdonald with me in the studio. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio. You can, if you want to see what the Times reporters really look like, go online to the Times Radio YouTube channel. Up next, the band will play another cracking song for us after a news update from Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Of the night as it heads for a predicted landslide. The party's picked up Swindon South from the Conservatives, beating former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland in the process. The exit poll suggests Labour is on course for 410 seats, which would give Keir Starmer a majority of 170. Times Radio senior political correspondent Patrick Maguire says the Labour leader won't be too triumphant, though.
He will instead say this isn't going to be a government for left-wing activists or protesters. Change will be difficult and incremental and a bit messy, but it will come, and he will ask the public to keep faith with a Labour government, but he won't be making any grandiose promises, and he certainly intends to say that the amount of money Labour has to spend is not going to be directly proportional to its 170-seat majority.
Sir Robert Buckland says the Conservative campaign has been spectacularly unprofessional and ill-disciplined. If the exit poll is accurate, the Conservatives are set for their worst ever result in a general election with just 131 seats. Former Tory leader William Hague says his party should not lurch to the right as a result.
This is a very common problem again with political parties when they lose the election, that the comforting thought is, well, we should have been even more ourselves. Well, what usually, however, why the parties have lost is because they weren't competent enough, or they didn't actually deliver what they said they were going to deliver, or the people lost trust in them. And those things tend to be much, much bigger.
Reform UK is predicted to win 13 seats across the country. Nigel Farage has been celebrating on social media.
There are two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
The Lib Dems are predicted to become the third party in Parliament with 61 seats, and they've just made their first gain of the evening, picking up Harrogate from the Conservatives. Meanwhile, the SNP are due to win just 10 seats in Scotland. We'll have a roundup in half an hour, and you can keep following the results on the Times Radio app or on our YouTube channel.
This is Times Radio. Watch Times Radio's Frontline with updates from Ukraine every weekday on the Times Radio YouTube channel. John Pienaar on Times Radio, telling the stories that matter.
Not just saying we're spending at a record rate, which of course we are, but demand is outstripping that in terms of the population, the number of patients.
Alongside a world-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
The NHS just isn't in a position where it's been able to motor through the backlog in the way that it would have liked, in the way that ministers would have liked.
We're sort of kicking open the door to a much, much wider debate.
John Pienaar at Drive, Monday to Thursday afternoons from 4 on Times Radio. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
3, 4.
It's a banger. I guarantee nobody else has got a band playing Africa by Toto. We've got a proper round of applause for that. The members of the Hackney Colliery Band joining us live on Times Radio. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio, live on the Times Radio YouTube channel as well. If you want to see the band, if you want to see what we all look like,
we've dressed up for the occasion.
Exactly, we've all got our velvet on. Callum's got his heavy tweed on. James Johnson hasn't got into the spirit of things at all. After my smelly chicken breasts,
I'm wearing clothes.
You've got colours than you. There was an issue earlier with my smelly chicken breast. Then I just thought, well, I'll open some strawberries. James, what's the issue with strawberries?
Well, I mean, rather pathetically, I'm allergic to strawberries. And apples, by the way, so don't get any ideas about those.
God alive. Anyway, we've got another one of these.
Results.
And it's an interesting one, this for Callum.
Yes, it's the first time you're going to hear this noise tonight.
Lib Dem gain.
The first of potentially many times, actually. So the Lib Dems have gained Harrogate and Knaresborough from the Conservatives with 46.1% of the vote. The Conservatives in second, dropping by nearly 22% in their vote share in that constituency. So Tom Gordon making the first Lib Dem gain of the night.
Just very quickly on this one, the notional 2019 majority for this was Conservatives about 56%. So it's basically flipped. Now, Matt, looking at the model here and looking at these result changes, I think that without reform, the Conservatives could have actually held on to this seat. The Lib Dems are up 10, Conservatives are down 20, and there's a 10-point rise in reform. So we always have to be careful about vote shares, but looking at my model, that does back that up. So again, it's just showing that even in these more Lib Dem seats, where reform's only putting in about 11% of the vote, Nigel Farage is having a devastating effect on the Conservatives.
Well, let's move away from reform and the Lib Dems. Let's talk about the Greens. According to the exit poll, on course for 2 MPs, which is one more than they had before. We can speak to now the Green peer, former party leader, of course, Natalie Bennett. Evening, Natalie. Morning, even.
Good morning. Lovely to be with you.
Good to have you with us. 2 MPs on course, according to the exit poll. Disappointing for you, given how well other parties seem to be doing?
Well, I think this is watch this space. And first of all, to say that we're hearing wonderful reports from Bristol Central, which is the gain seat that the exit polls identified, an extremely strong showing there by Green Party co-leader Tala Denia. And that's tremendously exciting. But I think also when you look at the exit poll, they really were not looking at Tory Green marginals, which is the other 2 seats that will be coming up. We'll be hearing the results from a few hours, Waveney Valley and Herefordshire North. So I think, watch this space, but already it's tremendously exciting. And of course, in Bristol, we have, of course, defeated, it looks like we've defeated a shadow Labour cabinet member.
You think you might actually get more than 2 seats?
I think, the 90s or the morning is still yet young and the counting's going on. We'll have to wait and see. But we know that the exit poll, it's only an exit poll, 133 polling stations, a tiny fraction around the country. And it was very much focused on the Tory Conservative, Tory Labour marginals.
How do you think the campaign played out for the Greens, given that you had Ed Davey on a zip wire over there, you had Nigel Farage making a noise on an open-top bus over there? Did the Greens make the most of this this moment?
I think absolutely, and I think both Carla Denyer and Adrian Ramsey, who's our candidate in Waveney Valley, they were there, in there with all of the other parties presenting the case for real hope and real change, and far more people than ever before have heard from the Greens. And we've seen, of course, over the last 5 years, our number of council seats is up fivefold. That's a graph that looks like that. It's a graph of exponential growth, and we're aiming to set on the same path in terms of MPs. And I'm sure we're going to have lots of good second results. And we're seeing also, retaining lots of deposits around the country. That's really setting us up for the county council elections next May.
Nancy Bennett, really good to speak to you. Thanks so much for joining us. Green peer and former Green Party leader, of course. Kate McCann, just before we go, we're going to go and speak to Jane Garvey in a moment, I think, in Yorkshire. But you've got something on what's happening with Jeremy Hunt?
Ollie Cole, who's our politics producer, is keeping an eye on Jeremy Hunt's seat and Cant this evening. He says that Jeremy Hunt is due to give a statement to the press shortly before the results are announced in his seat of Godalming and Ash. Lib Dem sources there are really confident that they are in for success. He's also apparently going to speak after the result too, after it's declared. Yeah. But interesting if he gives a statement beforehand. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Fee Glover, who's down there in Godalming as well, has just messaged saying some ballot papers are being re-examined here in Jeremy Hunt's constituency because they're being marked twice and stuff have been written on them. It seems like quite a few. She says 2 sections in the hall currently recounting. So it sounds like it might be tight as well down in Godalming. Let's go live now to Yorkshire, where Jane Garvey is at Rishi Sunak's count and is joined by one of the candidates. Have you got the Prime Minister, Jane?
I think we know.
I haven't got the Prime Minister, but I've got something a lot better. A member of, well, are you the aristocracy? I've landed gentry. I never quite know where a count fits in. It's Binface, of course, everybody. Good morning from North Allerton Leisure Centre at the sexy time of, 18 minutes to 2 in the morning. How are you, Binface?
Well, I'm all the better for speaking to Jane Garvey on Times Radio. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Chorley over there before you jump ship to the BBC. It is fantastic. And
honest to God.
The reverse. So, the yin and yang of radio.
3 hours and 40 minutes we've been going before anybody mentioned that.
The Battle of North Allerton Leisure Centre. Binface versus Binfire as the Tory party gets hit by an electoral asteroid, the likes of which only the dinosaurs have seen. It's fantastic. I love being here. To answer your first question, I'm space aristocracy, but over here I will announce my peerage. That's the kind of guy I am.
Oh, you've got so much. You're authentic. You're credible. Honestly, if I were a constituent round here, I'd have so voted for you, Binface. I really would. I have to say, there's just been an announcement, hasn't there? Now, I don't want to. We're told we'll get the result here in, lest we forget, the Prime Minister's constituency at about 4 o'clock.
Not for long.
Yeah, but they haven't started counting, have they?
They're just about to start counting. This is what you call the end of the prologue. So in Lord of the Rings terms, it's about halfway through the first film. So you've got a long way to go. But that's okay, because it's not like I'm sweating and nearly dying inside my armour. I'm built for this kind of stuff, Jane. And you just got, who knows, there might even be a recount. So, you've got to strap in for the ride.
You think, there might be a recount because you actually have come a close second, possibly, to the Prime Minister?
Well, maybe not numerically, but morally speaking, I think the victory is mine. But the Labour Party have, if you haven't noticed, done quite well. And so, you never know. Tom Wilson might be coming up on the stand side against Rishi. It's likely Rishi's won. That's the only time you're going to say that tonight. And we'll see. But, one vote would be enough for me. It's an honour just to be here, Jane.
Oh, yes, no, I get that.
An intergalactic witness of political history.
Yes, and I'm really glad that you said the thing about Matt that we're not supposed to be saying. So thank you, Binface. You went there when no one else dared.
That's what I do.
And that's what he does. That's what he does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane.
There's no doubt that... I've got loads more to say, but don't worry. Back to you, Matt.
Well, no, it's Jane. Anyone watching on YouTube can see it's Jane Garvey, actual broadcasting legend, Jane Garvey in a leisure centre interviewing a man with a bin on his head.
He was quite close to Jane as
Very
well.
close. If he'd leant over, he could have bonked her on the head. We're going to go to Wales now. Liz Perkins is in Wales for us. Liz, we haven't talked about Wales at all. What's the top line of what's happening there?
Well, I've got to say that the one thing that we're doing here is very, very different to the rest of the UK. It's just everybody seems to be swept away by Labour. But in Wales, their vote share has dropped by 2%. That's what we're hearing. And 2 words on that is Vaughan Gethin. He's obviously a very unpopular First Minister. And apparently that's the reason why they've dropped their vote on the doorstep. So it's kind of quite interesting.
And what might that mean in terms of seats? Will it cost them seats?
Well, that's the strange thing about this, is that apparently it's not going to hit them that badly. However, Plaid look very, very close to getting Caerfyrddin and obviously, Ynys Môn as well. So we'll see if that all works out in that way. So it's interesting times.
Wasn't Caerfyrddin one of the ones that there was one of the seats that you suggested was one to watch when you came on a couple of weeks ago?
Absolutely. I mean, it's like a 3-horse race there between Plaid, Labour and the Tories. And, Plaid are looking very optimistic about that right now. I mean, obviously, very, very difficult night for the Tories in Wales. And it looks like it's going to be wipeout for them. So you can imagine it's just fascinating times. And we even have a character to rival the chap that you had just now, Captain Beanie, who is going to be finishing his campaigning in Aberafon tonight. So it's going to be the last time after 40 years. So there you go.
Liz, thanks so much for that update from Wales. Calum Macdonald's now got them coming out of his ears.
Results.
Let's take you to Gloucestershire
Cheers,
first.
Mel. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, cheers, Liz. Let's take you to Gloucestershire first and to Stroud, which is a Labour gain.
Oh, sorry,
okay.
I wasn't paying attention then. I was having a little... No, that was the wrong one. Here we are.
Labour gain.
And they've gained it from the Conservatives with 46.4% of the vote. The Conservative vote share dropping by 20. And in third place, Reform UK. Stroud is an interesting one. Turnout's historically high, and today it's 71% in this general election. And it is a swing seat. In 2019, it changed hands for the 4th time in 7 elections. The Tory candidate here was Siobhan Bailey, who won in 2019. And her majority going into this was about just under 4,000. But Labour gaining Stroud from the Conservatives. A couple of other results to tell you about. Jarrow and Gateshead East next, which is a Labour hold.
Labour hold.
And in Jarrow and Gateshead East, Labour winning with 51.3%. And here come Reform UK in second place, again here with just under 27%, and the Conservatives in third. And next to Rayleigh and Wickford, which is the first Conservative hold.
Conservative hold.
It does work. We now know
the
it works.
night.
That one. That's good. Relief.
Smart Francois.
But I will say
Mark Francois.
Vote
Did he
share. Sorry to barge. The Conservative vote share down 36%, and Reform in second place.
36.
Yeah, 35.9. Yeah.
To what?
To 37%. They've got 37% of the vote, Mark Francois. Reform UK in second place with 25.3, and Labour in third with 24.6. So quite tight between Reform UK and Labour.
That Rayleigh swing, despite being a Conservative hold, is the biggest swing of the night so far. It's a 22.4 point swing. And the reason why is that Reform and Labour are level pegging in second place. And that is the damage that Reform is doing. They managed to hold on here. But as we're about to hear from Calum, there's another one where Reform have also damaged the Conservatives.
What are we doing?
Yeah, so I'm going to Nuneaton to tell you about a Labour gain.
Okay.
Labour gain.
From the Conservatives, Labour with 37%, Conservatives with 28.5%, down 32.1%, and Reform in third place with 22%.
Nuneaton, that was a key seat way back in 2015 when we realised Labour weren't going to win. It's a southern seat. Labour have gained it.
Thanks so much. Right, let's turn our attention now to 2 people who stood down from the Commons at the election, and they might be thinking they're better off out of it. Former Conservative Minister Paul Scully. Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. Labour's Ben Bradshaw joins us as well. Hi, Ben.
Hello, Matt.
Let's start with you, Paul. This is terrible for the Conservatives, isn't it?
It is. I was quite surprised when I saw pleasantly surprised when I saw the exit poll showing the Conservatives at 131, and wouldn't have thought that at the beginning of the campaign, but I sort of had 140 seats in my head. When you look at some of the polls that were coming out over the campaign, when we were down to something like 65, I just didn't feel it was that low. But clearly, as you've been saying, Reform have been damaging and done exactly what we said they were going to do. They're just bringing in a bigger and bigger Labour majority, doing the opposite of what they want to really achieve. But it's not about reform. It's about Nigel Farage. This has always been about Nigel Farage's personal ambition for 2029. He's basically been saying, look, don't worry, I'll be here in 29. I'll have a decent job in 2029. You guys, British public, fend for yourself in the meantime. It's all about Nigel Farage's ego, but tapping into people's disaffection and frustration and anger.
Ben Bradshaw, you were first elected in the Labour landslide of 1997. How does this compare?
Well, it's too early to say, obviously, Matt, isn't it? But it could compare pretty similarly in terms of majority and not so much vote share, but certainly majority if the exit poll is right and the early results are borne out by later results. I think the public mood is a very different one. I think back then there was a much stronger mood of optimism and euphoria. I think the public have been battered by the last 14 years of the Conservative government, by Brexit, by COVID, and the general sense of disillusionment in politics, I think, is much deeper now. But I don't think that should take away from the scale of this victory and Keir Starmer's achievement. I think if you had suggested to me after the 2019 disaster that Labour might be back in this kind of position within one parliament, I just wouldn't have believed you. So I think credit to him and the team he's built and the work he's done to make Labour electable again.
Paul, there's obviously already a debate is live with Robert Buckland, former cabinet minister who's lost his seat tonight, warning the Conservatives against a lurch to the right. Others saying there are other ways to take on Nigel Farage to try and out Farage. What would you give as your advice to the party?
This is actually not primarily about ideology. To do that lurch to the right thing is totally learning the wrong lesson. When Ben was getting elected in 97, I joined the Conservative Party in 97. I was that guy that joined literally 2 weeks after it. And this feels full circle. But if you look at some of the polls throughout the campaign, frankly, by the way, I thought there was too many polls because I think they were leading opinion rather than reporting on it. But that's another debate. If you look at some of the polls where our vote was going, it was almost 50-50, 50% going to Reform, 50% to go to Labour and Lib Dems. So if we just swing to the right, you lose all the rest on the other side. It's not about ideology. It's about perceived competence, frankly. Get that bit right first. Get a bit of unity. Have a party you can lead. And then you can decide what kind of Conservative party you want to be. But you've got to do the fundamentals. That's what voters expect when they actually trust you once and then leave you alone because they're busy cooking eggs for the next 5 years. They want that sort of basic perception that you're actually doing the right thing in the right way.
James, just to say there, Calum Macdonald wants to bring us another result.
Yeah, let's take you to the Red Wall again and to Darlington, which is a Labour gain.
Labour gain.
And they've gained it from the Conservatives. Labour with 39.2% of the vote, up 0.3. The Conservatives are in second place on 33.8% of the vote, and Reform UK in third with 16.2%. Then the Greens, then the Lib Dems. I mean, Darlington flipped to the Conservatives in 2019, but it had been marginal up until that point. And so I'm trying to sort of assess, James, the presence of Reform UK, the impact of Reform UK post-Brexit party. What are you making of their showing?
This is becoming the story of the election in some of these marginals, that the Labour is putting on very small number of votes, 0.3% there, 5% in Nuneaton. Remember, this is not compared to a high watermark for Labour. This is compared to the dire performance in 2019. But the Conservatives are losing these seats because Reform are up sometimes as much as double digits in the south as well as the north. I think we are, and even in the Dem seats, by the way, potentially. So I think we are nearing an area. I think as this night develops, I think we need to remember, this isn't necessarily about left and right. It's not even necessarily about some of those competence issues that we just heard Paul talk about there. It's actually about the impact of reform.
The other big part of this story, of course, is what's happening with the Lib Dems. Ben, you'll know this because they seem to be coming back in a big way in the southwest. The Lib Dems are saying that they've taken Chichester from Gillian Keegan, the current education secretary. PA Press Association reporting that as well. Earlier on about Ben Bradshaw, Peter Mandelson was talking about, well, actually Labour and the Lib Dems could work together in the way that Tony Blair and Paddy Ashdown talked about in '97 and never did. Is there anything in that for Keir Starmer with the sort of majority this exit poll suggests?
I'm not sure he'll need to if the majority is the size that the exit poll suggests. But I mean, it goes back again to what I was saying a moment ago. That I mean, the Lib Dems are doing well partly because people are not scared of a Labour government as they were under Jeremy Corbyn. The Lib Dems tend to do well when people don't feel that letting Labour in is a threat. And disillusioned Conservatives and others are therefore happy to vote Lib Dem. Look, I mean, there are lots of Lib Dem policies which I agree with. They've come back more into the centre-left than where they were in coalition with the Conservatives. I'm not sure we'll need their support, but clearly on some issues, it's always good to have the widest and broadest support in Parliament that you can get together.
Ben, really good speech. Ben Bradshaw there, former Labour Cabinet Minister, Paul Scully, former Conservative Minister. Thanks both for joining us. We're going to speak to Robert Buckland in just a moment. Kate.
Yeah, just a note to keep an eye on. Calum said earlier that we were expecting Basildon and Billericay. We haven't had the result there yet. I think we were expecting it around 12:30. I understand there's a full recount going on there at the moment.
This is the seat of Richard Holden.
This is the seat of Richard Holden. It was supposed to be a safe Tory seat. It looks like it's going to be really, really difficult for him. If it's gone to a recount, it means it's really incredibly close. And more people now suggesting that Gillian Keegan has lost her seat to the Liberal Democrats.
In Chichester as well. Well, let's speak to the first Conservative former Cabinet Minister to lose their seat tonight. Robert Buckland lost to Labour in Swindon South. We've lost him. We'll try and come back to him. Calum, you wanted to bring us another result.
Yeah, another result for you from Knowsley, which is a Labour hold.
Labour hold.
However, with a reduced vote share. So 67.3% of the vote for Labour, down 12.4%. And look who's in second place, it's Reform UK. The Greens in third and the Conservatives in fourth, which is also a notable part of the Knowsley result.
First swing towards the Conservatives of the night. Now, it doesn't make much difference because it's a super safe Labour seat, but it does just show going down on 2019 in these seats because Reform UK is eating into the Labour vote.
Well, if the Labour are going to form the next government with a big majority, Keir Starmer will have to keep a lot of people happy, including the unions. Let's speak to the president of the TUC, Matt Rack, joins us. Hi, Matt.
Good evening. Hi.
I'm very good. What's on your shopping list for Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Well, I think, first of all, there'll be a lot of celebration that's seen the back of 14 years of a Conservative government and attacks on workers, public services and wages. I think the biggest thing for unions is around the workers' rights agenda, the New Deal for workers, and the repeal of some of the anti-trade union laws. And there are very clear pledges from Keir Starmer around that, and we'll be working with him to make sure those pledges are delivered.
Is it possible for Keir Starmer to deliver on his pledges on securing economic growth while also giving workers more rights, on not putting up taxes but committing to more public spending?
Well, on the workers' rights point, absolutely. I don't see that workers' rights are an obstacle to economic growth. We don't accept that you need a low-wage economy with so-called endless flexibility from workers. People have the right to have decent, secure jobs. On the question of taxation, I think we probably have some differences with Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves on that. And because I think there's a very clear demand going to be coming from unions and from wider people wider in the community about investing in public services. And after 14 years of attacks on wages, particularly in the public sector, there is going to need to be an addressing of the question of wages.
Do you think it will be easier or harder for a Labour government to do deals to settle disputes with unions than it was for the Conservatives?
Well, to be honest, the Conservatives engaged very little with trade unions. That was our experience. We've tried to have a professional relationship throughout the past 14 years. That has been very difficult. We've had a good engagement in the preparation of the Labour manifesto. And we hope to be able to continue that. So there is certainly some goodwill there, but the proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating. And I think after 14 years of a tax on workers' rights and living standards, then there will be a lot of pent-up anger, and people will want to see some recompense from that, and that won't wait too long, I don't think.
And when the some of the right-wing papers, the Telegraph and the Mail especially, have characterised vote Labour, get Keir Starmer, get industrial disputes, in hot to the unions, more strikes, not less. Is that a fair characterisation? It sounds to me like you're saying if Keir Starmer doesn't deliver quite quickly on some big ticket things for unions, then we could actually see more comeback, kickback, maybe strikes.
No, well, no, look, I can't predict that. And I'm not going to predict a winter of discontent in the first winter of a Labour government. There's some very clear pledges on work, the position of people in work, the New Deal for workers. We are very clear across the trade union movement. We want to see rapid progress on delivering that. I think that will buy some goodwill from millions of people, because it has the power to change people's lives in the workplace, and that's very important for us.
Okay, Matt, really good to speak to you. Matt Rack there, president of the TUC, joining us on Times Radio. Coming up in the next hour, we'll hopefully speak to some Lib Dems and Robert Buckland, that Tory cabinet minister who lost his seat. That's coming up here on Times Radio.
On DAB digital radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley. This is Times Radio, live on your radio and the Times Radio YouTube channel. Coming up, Kate McCann, Calum Macdonald and James Johnson round up where we are so far and look ahead to some of those key seats up for grabs in the next hour. And up next, my music choice from the live band after a news update from Tom Noonan.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Labour is on course for a landslide in the general election, with Sir Keir Starmer set to become the next Prime Minister. The exit poll suggests his party will get 410 seats, with the Conservatives on 131. The Lib Dems are forecast to win 61 seats, Reform UK 13, and the Green Party 2 seats. In Scotland, the SNP are expected to fall back to just 10 seats, while Plaid Cymru in Wales are on course for 4. Our political editor, Kate McCann, reflects on what would be a Labour majority of 170.
Look, this would be an absolutely incredible result for Labour. And let's just take a moment here, I think, because throughout this campaign, it's been really clear that Labour has had around a 20-point lead on the Tories in every single poll. But the scale of this, if this exit poll is correct, is absolutely phenomenal. The swing that Keir Starmer will have had to achieve to get these results from the place that Jeremy Corbyn left that party in previous elections is absolutely unprecedented.
Keir Starmer's thanked voters and activists as his party makes a number of gains from the Conservatives. The majority predicted in the exit poll is not as big as Tony Blair's in 1997, but would beat Clement Attlee's in 1945, making it the third best Labour result ever. Steve Reid, the Shadow Environment Secretary, told Times Radio the exit poll is down to his leader's actions.
Labour could have ceased to exist barely 5 years ago, and yet we find ourselves in this position. That has happened because Keir has changed the Labour Party. It's got nothing to do with Reform or any other party. It's because Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party, and we have a country, and I've been up and down it an awful lot over the last 6 weeks, crying out for change, and they have put their confidence in Keir Starmer's Labour Party to change our country.
The Conservatives' predicted tally would be the party's worst ever result in a general election. The exit poll predicts a number of high-profile MPs, including the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, will lose their seats. Former Justice Secretary Robert Buckland has lost his seat in Swindon South. He warned that politics is at a crossroads.
Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus?
Nigel Farage says the expected results are huge for his Reform UK party. They went into the night with just one MP, Lee Anderson, who was elected in 2019 as a Conservative. Now Reform have beaten the Conservatives into third in a number of seats already declared in the northeast of England. Zia Yousaf is a party donor.
The British people want real change. They want real change in Westminster, the reality of which Labour will not be the Conservative Party. True conservatism is being reborn in the form of the Reform Party. The most important thing about today is that Nigel Farage, we're very confident that Nigel Farage will be a Member of Parliament.
Times Radio's pollster James Johnson explains what the early results in the North East show.
In all of those seats, Labour has got a smaller swing towards them, and that is largely because Reform UK is eating into their vote. And in all of those seats, Reform is in second place. Now, that is really, really significant. Reform is eating into the Labour vote, and it is threatening the Conservatives in those seats, but also Labour too. And that is not going to be the story of the entire night. These are quite restricted seats, but I think I think we can say now, a very clear pattern and something that Labour will be concerned about in the longer term.
And the Lib Dems are set to become the third party in Parliament again and have won their first seat of the night, taking Harrogate and Knaresborough off the Conservatives. Sarah Olney from the Liberal Democrats told Times Radio having so many new MPs is amazing for the party.
Well, I look forward to getting to know some of them. I've obviously met a lot of our candidates in our target seats, so I've got to know many of them over the last couple of years, but there's going to be some people there I don't know, so that's going to be exciting.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour, and you can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
A very good morning to you. It's just gone 2 o'clock on Friday, July the 5th. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio with a live brass band playing Horny by Moose T. Kate McCann, Times Radio's political editor, is here. Calum Macdonald's watching all the results coming in. James Johnson's crunching the numbers for us. Overall, we have had a thing. Oh, well done, very good. That was my choice of the list. Thanks very much to the members of the Hackney Economy Band. Of the total seats in so far, we've had 18 altogether. Labour on 15, that's up 5. The Lib Dems have made 2 gains. And the Conservatives are down 7 seats so far. So they've only actually got one seat so far tonight. Calum, which of those do we want to pick out that we should particularly focus on?
So, yeah, there's been a flurry in the last few minutes. So, first of all, Eastleigh, which is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives, a majority there of 1,546. The Conservative vote dropping by nearly 21 points there. I also want to tell you just that Knowsley is a Labour hold, just in passing. Also, though, Barnsley North, a Labour hold with an increased share of the vote for Labour of plus nearly 12%, 11.9% for Labour, winning just over 50% of the vote in total. A couple of others. Telford is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, and in Telford, Labour's vote share up 10.4%, so they're on 44.7. Reform UK in second with 24.8, and the Conservatives just behind them, 21.4% there.
James Johnson, in terms of the pattern so far, Labour's vote share holding, maybe up a bit, maybe down a bit. Reform UK coming into second and pushing the Tories into third seems to be happening again and again.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the key patterns so far. I think so far we can say that we're in line with the exit poll in terms of the results that are coming through. We're headed towards that Labour majority in the high 100s. I think what we're seeing, though, is Reform are perhaps not going to win those 13 seats that we saw in the exit poll. And the reason I say that is that Barnsley result that came in, that was one of their 13 in the exit poll, and they are quite some way behind, 15 to 20 points behind Labour, way off where they would have needed to be. We are, though, I think we're going to see a weird thing, Matt, tonight, which is that Reform are perhaps not going to do as well in seats as we might have expected, but in vote terms, they are going to make the difference in a lot of those seats between the Conservatives and Labour.
And the other big story tonight, Kate, is the Conservatives down to 131, and those people who are losing their seats, it was like a cabinet clear out. Lots of speculation about Jeremy Hunt. Gillian Keegan, the Lib Dems are claiming credit for. I think the Lib Dems are also claiming they may have defeated Alex Chalk in Cheltenham.
Yeah, I think Alex Chalk was always going to be really difficult for him to hold on to that seat. He knew that going in. I think Gillian Keegan thought she might be in with a chance. There was boundary changes there, which made it a little bit more difficult for her. But I think her campaign team on the ground thought that it was doable. I think when you start seeing those kinds of seats go over to the Lib Dems, we need to look at what we're seeing in terms of the scale of the vote for the Liberal Democrats. But there is absolutely no doubt that there is a pattern forming here, and it will probably take the Lib Dems to the best result they've had, if not in a decade, maybe ever. I mean, I know that Lib Dems are trying to play down this potential of getting over 60 seats, maybe suggesting more like 40, 45, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, luckily we've got one here in the studio. Lib Dem peer Chris Fox is with us. What is the official line at the moment on how many you might get?
I think the official line so far is that we've identified 47 seats that we believe we're going to win, with more to come. So I don't think that's the ceiling on our ambition for the evening.
And where are you making those gains, and what can we sort of read into that? Is it all in the south?
Well, no. I think we'll see Hazel Grove and Cheadle. We've seen Harrogate go. So that those kind of seats. I think the interesting thing is clearly we'll see a revival in the West where we were strong, but the really interesting thing is winning seats that we've never won before, and we'll start to see later on the so-called blue wall seats. I've been working in Wokingham. We've never won Wokingham. No, there's never been a Liberal there, and I'm pretty sure we're going to win that seat. And it's those kind of the Wokinghams, the Guildfords, the Wokings, and then moving further around. So those are seats, the so-called blue wall seats, where we're actually carving out new territory.
Earlier on, there was a message came through from a Lib Dem source saying you think you're making big gains in the southwest where you used to be strong. Clearly, you got absolutely hammered there in 2015. The issue of Brexit was a big dividing line, was a big leave area. Is the secret to coming back that the Lib Dems stopped saying, let's rejoin the EU?
No, I think the secret is that people are really disillusioned with the Brexit as it's emerged. And it's become, it hasn't necessarily been a Brexit issue, but it's been an issue about agriculture, an issue about I can't travel like I could. It's about moving employees around. It's about moving goods around. So whilst it hasn't been a Brexit argument as such, it's been the consequences of the Brexit that we got.
You were the chief executive of the Lib Dems in 2010, before and after the 2010 election.
Correct.
After the 2010 election, the party sort of collapsed in the polls, and it's only just recovering now. Is it all thanks to Ed Dave in his wetsuit?
It certainly has helped, but the key has been building infrastructure, building capacity. When we're campaigning, we need people, and it's taken that time. The wetsuits got us in the news. When you have notional only 8 seats, which is what we had under the new boundaries when we went into this election, the squeeze that a party of that size feels is huge. And what Ed managed to do was to grab a space and then use that space to put forward our manifesto.
Chris, really good to see you. Lib Dem peer Chris Fox joining us in the studio. Let's go to Leeds, West and Pudsey now. Rachel Reeves, on course to be the first woman Chancellor in the Labour government, assuming that Keir Starmer doesn't sack her, which seems unlikely. She has held her seat in Leeds, West and Pudsey. We can hear from Rachel Reeves now.
I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face, or about the severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it. It will demand hard work and harder choices. I am ready for them.
Rachel Reeves there speaking in the last few minutes. Interesting, Kate, talking a lot about hard choices there.
Yeah, Rachel Reeves has always been very clear with people that Labour will not be able to bounce into government and do all of the wonderful things that people have been asking it to do. And we were talking about this earlier in the night. You know, it's been kind of... Labour have played a very careful game in the last couple of months. They have watched these problems with prisons, with immigration, with healthcare staff and pay. And they've changed their tone slightly from previously saying the Tories need to, pay people more and deal with prisons. They've changed their tone to sort of accept that a lot of these problems are really, really hard to solve. Keir Starmer, I was out on the campaign trail with him in the last couple of days and asked him directly about prisons. Prisons are full right now. What are you going to do? You asked Rishi Sunak not to release people who were on these kind of very longer sentences for crimes which are very, very, violent. And he said, I can't make that guarantee. And I think what you're starting to see from Labour is this realism, of the scale of the challenges they're about to come into.
Don't get your hopes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. We should go now to, we're going to Fareham and Waterlooville. Jake Robson is Suella Braverman's count there. Jake, what are you hearing?
Yes, welcome to Fareham, where the count has started for the second of two that are taking place here overnight. Over to my right shoulder, that for Hamble Valley, a 67% turnout, 54,193 people in total. But as you mentioned, there's only one show in town here tonight, and that concerns the Conservative candidate Suella Braverman, who arrived here around 45 minutes to an hour ago, seemingly in very good spirits as well, because we were actually told that she was feeling a little under the weather, but no sign of that when she made her grand entrance here, seemingly no ill effects when she arrived. She's held the Fareham and Waterlooville seat since 2015. In fact, in 2019, she got almost a 64% majority, nearly 36,500 votes, and what she wouldn't give for a little piece of that when it's all announced a bit later on. The count for Fareham and Waterlooville, I should point out, started just before she arrived. A turnout of 65%, we were told, 59,293 people. And of course, with what's looking like a resignation perhaps in the morning for Rishi Sunak, a lot of the talk is of course going to turn to who's going to succeed him. And with the fact that Suella Braverman stood as a candidate when Boris Johnson resigned in July 2022, it doesn't take a genius to work out who might be part of that group. I think there's every chance that Suella Braverman could be part of the candidate group to perhaps take over on a temporary basis, at least from Rishi Sunak. Don't worry, that's exactly what I'm going to be asking her. We've been promised we're going to speak to her when the count is done. We'll be speaking to her a bit later on.
Jake, before I let you go, you're in a sports hall. What does it smell like?
I'll leave that one to you.
Oh. It's a mystery. It's a mystery.
It's your imagination.
Jake, good to speak to you. Jake Robson there at Suella Braverman's count in Fareham. So where are we right now? There are 21 seats we've got declared. Labour on 18, that's up 6. The Lib Dems have made 2 gains. The Tories have lost 8 seats, leaving them with 1. Calum, your machine is almost smoke coming out of it now. It's a real pace up. I don't think we've almost reached the point where you now can't read out all the percentages.
No, I think that's right. So I'm going to whiz through a few of these and pick out a couple of interesting ones. So Castle Point is a Conservative hold. Blackpool South is a Labour gain from the Conservatives, again with Reform UK in second place. Just repeating the story of the night so far. This is Swindon North, which is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Labour actually adding more than 10% to their vote, and the Conservatives dropping 27.2. Reform UK in third there. Battersea is a Labour hold with a majority of over 12,000. Widnes and Halewood, a Labour hold, majority there of 16,500, give or take. Colchester next is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. James Cracknell was the Conservative candidate there who, he wasn't all that... Yes, and he wasn't all that complimentary of the campaign effort, was he, of the Conservative operation. Interesting that the Conservative vote there is down by 28.8%. The Vale of Glamorgan next. This is where the PM went on day one, remember. He went to that brewery in Barry.
And also they're looking forward to the football.
That's the one. That lost him nearly 20% of the vote there. Well, not just that, you know what I mean. Anyway, this is a Labour gain from the Conservatives in the Vale of Glamorgan. So Alan Cairns for the Conservatives. Interestingly, just a bit of name recognition, I think. And finally, in this roundup so far, for now, Barnsley South, which is a Labour hold, adding about 5% to their vote there.
Thanks very much for that, Calum. Just to bring you up to date on other parts of the UK, lots of seats in Northern Ireland on a knife edge. It said the DUP locked in several tussles with the Alliance Party. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. SNP seem to be conceding all over the place in Edinburgh and Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon saying it's not a good night for the SNP. So that's something. To give us a sense of the trends, Jade.
Well, the trends are Labour doing very well, Conservatives falling, but it's not because Labour are piling on loads and loads of votes in 2019. It's because of Reform doing well. Matt, we have got an update on swing. We've had our biggest swing of the night yet. You haven't even got a funny noise for that, have you?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because a few people messaged in and said they were listening in bed and they were enjoying our dulcet tones. and every time I played a silly noise, it slightly woke them up.
Okay.
So I'd taken an executive decision.
That is fair enough.
Result.
Well, not quite a result, but a big swing, Matt.
I haven't got a big swing anyway.
Don't we all? Telford had a... Telford was a Labour game from the Conservatives. It was a 24.2 point... I can't even speak. A 24.2 swing away from the Conservatives towards Labour. But
24%.
24%. Ginormous, whatever term you want to use. But I will say, Matt, that's only with the Labour vote share going up by 11 points. It was Reform going up by 25 points that really did that for the Conservatives. Again, Reform might not do so well on seats, but goodness me, they are eating into the Conservatives. If you're the Tories looking at this, you are thinking, my goodness me, what if Nigel Farage didn't stand?
We can now go to a key Reform target, Lee Anderson's seat in Ashfield.
The electorate was 68,929. Ballot papers issued 39,986, and the turnout was 58.1%. I do hereby declare that Lee Anderson is duly elected.
So that's Lee Anderson elected. He was in the Labour Party. He defected the Conservatives in that seat last time, and now elected for Reform UK.
Incredibly hard on all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as a Reform candidate for Ashfield. And I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they have bought that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
Lee Anderson then becomes the first Reform UK MP. James.
I just said Telford was the biggest swing of the night. It's just been surpassed by that. That was a 34.5% swing from the Conservatives to Reform. Conservatives pushed right down into fourth place behind the Ashfield Independents with 8.2% of the vote. They won that seat in 2019.
I thought you were going to say Cannock Chase, which beat Telford just seconds before it got beaten by Ashfield.
We're in competition here, aren't we?
Yeah, Cannock Chase swing. I mean, it was huge away from the Tories. Cannock Chase, incidentally, is Amanda Milling, who used to be the Tory party chairman, who has obviously lost her seat, which is really quite something when you're starting to see that kind of thing. Alongside, as we've been talking about, the Lib Dems expecting to take Alex Chalk and other very senior cabinet ministers. I mean, yeah, huge loss of talent and very senior people in the Tory party tonight.
We're now joined by two people in a panel, I think designed just to make sure I used the wrong name at some point. We've got Carolyn Quinn in the studio, is back joined with us. Yes. On the line, Sunday Times political editor, Caroline Wheeler. Caroline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So, Caroline, just your reaction to this moment, the first Reform UK MP elected in Lee Anderson, a guy who was in the Labour Party, used to work for the Labour MP there, Gloria Di Piero, who defected the Conservatives and got elected, was made the deputy chairman by Rishi Sunak, then kicked out of the party, joined Reform, and now he's their first MP.
What can I say about that? I mean, what comes next, really? I mean, I'm trying to think where he could possibly go from here. Possibly joining the Labour Party again.
Yeah, just complete the full set. What are you hearing, Caroline, in terms of how many seats Reform think they might get? The exit poll was saying 13, but at least one of those has already gone Labour. I mean, clearly they're doing a lot better than probably even Nigel Farage's would have dreamt when he entered the race.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think, hearing from people about the turnout today, there was definitely a concern that they were going to do better than had been expected because, people were talking about kind of large sort of queues outside polling stations. However, I think one of the polls put them at sort of 17 seats. I think 13 seats was kind of, pretty north of expectations. But I still think a lot of the pollsters have been saying that it's actually really difficult to track the kind of reform vote. So I still don't think we know exactly how dominant they're going to be in the House of Commons. I think the issue is that they're obviously doing very well in terms of second place in seats, but that's not the same as kind of winning lots and lots of seats. So I still think there's a lot of question marks over just how well Reform are going to do tonight.
And we shouldn't overlook, Caroline, the Labour story in this. They are on course to get a big old majority after having a disastrous election in 2019. And in the last, half an hour or so, we heard from Rachel Reeves, who's going to be the first woman Chancellor.
Yeah, and talking about the very hard roads that lie ahead, the challenges that she and her colleagues have inherited. So we've heard already the start of that attack, which I think we'll keep hearing over and over. I know, Kate, you've been saying that, haven't you? That the Starmer team know that they've got a limited period of time that they can blame their predecessors, the Conservative Party, for things going wrong. But the fiscal challenge that they've got is huge. And it will be Rachel Reeves at the head of that. She said, I embrace the responsibility and we will not squander your trust. I think Labour have had some, well, how should we say it, with those Barnsley seats, we were hearing that Reform certainly had them in their sights. It feels that they've got away with that, but Reform are snapping at their heels in some of those Labour seats, as well as the Conservative seats that we're seeing. And it's interesting you ask about the numbers. Will they tally with the exit poll? Will Reform get 13 seats? Perhaps they won't, but we could be in that sort of situation where Reform actually do very well in terms of vote share, and it doesn't translate into seat numbers. And you will hear that familiar refrain from Nigel Farage. We won more vote share, say, than the Lib Dems, and yet, we've only got a pitiful number of seats compared to them. So again, the call for voting reform and how the first past the post system doesn't suit Reform. We've got to see how the numbers translate. But, these are quite extraordinary results that we're seeing coming through. And the fact, I think, unless by the time I walked into the studio something changed, is Mark Francois still the only Conservative MP?
Yes, I think so.
At the moment, or have we got a few more?
I think we've had 3 now so far.
Oh, we've got 3.
We've got 3 Conservative MPs confirmed.
Okay. He won't be alone then.
In Castle Point, Rayleigh and Whitford, which is Mark Francois, isn't it? And Broxbourne.
Yeah, Broxbourne's just come in.
Has just come in as Conservative as well. So there's 3 of them. That's that's a start.
And we've had a bellwether, haven't we? A Nuneaton, but one of those ones that we always look out for. So a key seat in the south gained from the Conservatives by Labour.
Which I think is a seat that has always voted for the party that wins the election.
Yeah, another one of those bellwethers.
Yeah.
Caroline Wheeler, we'll come back to you in just a sec, but we're going to go to Darryl Morris. Darryl, are you there?
I am, Matt. Hello there. Welcome to Rochdale Leisure Centre, which smells lovely.
Oh, well, if you're going to tell me that, Darryl, there's no point in having the rest of the conversation. What are you hearing there in Rochdale? The scene of that George Galloway by-election not so long ago. Clearly Labour hoping to take that back. What are you hearing?
Yeah, an extraordinary story here, wasn't it? In February last year, we followed what happened when George Galloway won that incredible by-election, Labour withdrawing their support for their candidates, everything up in the air. It seemed an extraordinary moment. We were here, I was here in this hall in February earlier this year, and saw George Galloway stood at that podium, and he said, Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza, echoing that same sentiment that he delivered at his speech in 2005 when he told Tony Blair this is for Iraq. The big question here this week was going to be, could George Galloway hold on to that support? You can hear now people cheering as Paul Waugh arrives. Paul Waugh will be a familiar character as well. He is somebody who will be familiar to you on Times Radio, no doubt. He is a former political commentator for the iPaper, was a regular guest on Times Radio, wasn't he, in his journalist days. He's made the short hop from journalism into politics. And there is a suggestion tonight, we don't have the official results yet, of course, until the declaration is made, but there is a suggestion tonight that George Galloway has not held this seat in Rochdale, and that Paul Waugh has managed to win it back for Labour.
Darryl, thanks for that. That's Darryl Moyes there live in Rochdale, where George Galloway's facing the challenge from Labour. Just heard from Godalming, where Jeremy Hunt is trying to hang on to his seat. Turnout there, 72%. That's much higher than we've seen in some of the other seats so far. So that's interesting. That's just come in from Godalming. Keir Starmer has just arrived at his cat in North London. We'll try to go to Patrick Maguire live there when we can. Caroline Wheeler, if Keir Starmer thought winning this election was hard, the hard work starts today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And I think that that's something that they're all acutely aware of. I mean, there's been a lot of focus really on this campaign. And I think lots of people are now wondering how much of their attention has been on what comes next. And, you know, we're going to see the appointment of the first cabinet tomorrow. We're not expecting too many changes from what I understand, although obviously Thangham's seat is the one that everybody's watching. But he goes into a pretty kind of fulsome sort of beginning with the NATO summit coming just a couple of days into his first tenure as Prime Minister. And of course, the first question that's going to be on his kind of intro is going to be that defence spending issue, particularly going into that conference meeting President Zelensky again and, of course, President Biden, and whether or not they're going to match the Conservative Party's pledge on that. The suggestions are they won't, because they'll need to be doing a spending review first, but that could raise some difficult questions for them, I think.
And Labour obviously had a very cautious manifesto, a cautious programme. If you look back to 1997 and Tony Blair, that was also a cautious programme that they were elected on. But the size of the mandate then led people to want bigger and bolder change. And I think that Keir Starmer is going to face those same pressures from within his party, from the trade union movement, as well as facing up to the big challenges outside. You know, Sue Gray, the Chief of Staff, has got her, shall we call it, a hit list of things that could go wrong at the start.
You can say what you like this time of the night.
It's like half two.
Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Can I dare
Yeah,
say
do
it? A shit list.
Hey.
You said it with gusto.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you can't say that apparently.
Not allowed to say that.
You've done it now.
I'm
Sorry.
so sorry. They told me to do it. They told me to do it. But I mean, things like a doctor strike coming up, a university going bankrupt, prisons running out of space, the contaminated blood scandal, which of course Caroline Wheeler has done such a lot of work on. There's a big compensation scheme coming down the track on that. Could there be a collapse of a big water company like Thames Water? So, you know, there are so many problems coming down.
We
that
also
list.
apologise if you're offended by that language, but frankly, if your children are up at this time
And I'm
listening to this, then
Exactly.
you've got bigger things to worry about.
But also, I was led, my lad.
You were.
I was led.
You were egged on. You were egged on. Right, well, this has been quite the half an hour. All the results coming in thick and fast now. So we've now had the first Reform UK MP elected in Lee Anderson. We're going to be live with Keir Starmer in his count in North London in just a moment. Patrick Maguire's there, so we'll get the very latest. So let's round things up. Let's get a news update now from Tom Noonan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Rachel Reeves, the woman set to become the Chancellor of the Exchequer, says she's ready for the challenges of governing, with Labour on course for a landslide victory. The party is predicted to get 410 seats, giving them a majority of 170 in the exit poll. But Rachel Reeves struck a cautious tone as she was re-elected in Leeds.
I know that the road ahead will not be easy. There are no quick fixes, and the hard choices lie ahead. We are under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that we face, or about the severity of the challenges that we will inherit from the Conservatives. It will come with a great weight of responsibility. I embrace it.
If the exit poll is accurate, tonight would produce the worst Conservative result ever in an election. Their 131 seats is over 30 fewer than in 1997 and would see them lose 241 MPs elected in 2019. Conservative Ben Spencer, who's hoping to retain his seat in Runnymede and Weybridge, told Times Radio it's a disappointing night.
What I've seen on the doorstep is very much, and I've spoken to loads and loads and loads of people during this election campaign, is just a real disillusion with Westminster and the political system. What people are telling me is that they're feeling very mixed about things. They see a Westminster which has been focused on bickering and introspection, rather than, as they see it, delivering for people locally.
Reform UK have secured their first seat of the evening, with Lee Anderson being re-elected in Ashfield in Nottinghamshire. He won the seat as a Conservative in 2019 before defecting earlier this year to Nigel Farage's party. Here is part of his victory speech.
I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Nashville can play their part in that.
Reform are predicted to win 13 seats in the exit poll, and polling expert James Johnson says the party is having a big impact in the seats it's not winning as well.
This is becoming the story of the election in some of these lab marginals. The Labour is putting on very small number of votes. But the Conservatives are losing these seats because Reform are up sometimes as much as double digits. As this night develops, I think we need to remember, this isn't necessarily about left and right. It's actually about the impact of Reform.
The Lib Dems are predicted to become the third party in Parliament with 61 seats, while the SNP are due to win just 10 in Scotland. We'll have another roundup in half an hour, and you can keep following the results on the Times Radio app or on our YouTube channel.
This is Times Radio. Listen at 6:30 every weekday morning for your indispensable briefing on the latest politics, business and sports news of the day. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
Oh, now we're talking. It's 2:34. It's election night on Times Radio, with a brass band playing the Out Here Brothers. We are currently on Labour have got 40. Oh no, what am I looking at? 43 seats. The Conservatives are on 4. Lib Dems on 2, and we had that Reform UK seat declaration for Lee Anderson just a bit earlier on. Thanks very much, guys. Oh, they're good, aren't they? The Hackney Comedy Band. Still joined in the studio by Kate McCann, Calum Macdonald, James Johnson, Caroline Quinn is here, Caroline Wheeler's on the line. We're going live now to Rochdale, where I think we're about to get the result there. Remember, this is the George Galloway seat. So, in fact, I think what's happened there, they've just announced that Paul Waugh, the Labour candidate, has won there.
I hereby declare that Paul Waugh is duly elected.
So, George Galloway isn't at the count, which I think is why some people are saying, where are you?
Thank you.
Paul Waugh now about to
I'd like to
make a
thank
speech.
the returning officer, the counting staff, and, of course, the police. Special thanks go to my agent, Tom Besford, and, of course, our campaign organiser, Neil Emmett. And, of course, all the Labour councillors and all the Labour activists who made this victory possible. I'd like to thank George Galloway for his service. I particularly want to pay tribute to... Are we going to be allowed to speak? Is this a democracy? Are we going to be allowed to speak?
The returning officer's now
I
telling
particularly want to pay
group of people
tribute to the
be
late Sir
quiet.
Tony Lloyd, whose decency and compassion are still an example to every one of us.
It was Tony Lloyd's death which triggered the by-elections, allowed George Galloway in.
But of course, my biggest thanks go to the people of Rochdale, of Littleborough, of Wardle, of Milnborough and of Newhay. And on what looks like an historic night for Britain, I'm so proud that Rochdale is now part of a national wave of change. As in the rest of the country, I know many of you have voted Labour here for the very first time. I'll do everything I can to repay that trust that every Labour voter has now placed in me. And for those who didn't vote for me, I will work tirelessly on your behalf too, to deliver the real and lasting change that we all need.
Well, let's come away from that. There's Paul Wall there making his victory speech in Rochdale. The Labour candidate, former political journalist, beating George Galloway in Rochdale after only a few months after he won the by-election there, of course. George Galloway not at the count. We can now go to Keir Starmer's count in North London. Patrick Maguire is there. Patrick.
Hello, Matt.
So Keir Starmer arrived a little earlier and sort of went, from what I could see from some of the pictures, went around sort of thanking everyone.
Yes, indeed. He's thanking, as Gordon Brown used to do, thanking everyone for all that they do. He's backstage now currently with Louise Casey, the Whitehall troubleshooter, who's wearing a Labour rosette, no less, despite being a crossbench peer. Big cheers for Keir Starmer now as the count reaches its conclusion. I think we're going to get a declaration soon. The incoming Prime Minister, the Prime Minister in waiting, is backstage with his wife Victoria, looking, as you'd expect, very, very chipper indeed. Very, very relaxed, perhaps a note of slight tension on his face, but soon we're about to find out just how many votes he's won in his own patch. Turnout down here, by the way, by 10.5% since 2019. Not perhaps what you'd expect in the home constituency of someone who's sweeping to power by a landslide.
Patrick, we'll come back to you when you do get that result, because it'll be interested to hear from Keir Starmer. Let's bring in now Ayesha Hazarika and Ed Vaizey are back with us. Ayesha, first of all, your reaction to that result in Rochdale. Ayesha, are you there? We've lost Ayesha now. Ed, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear Ayesha. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We couldn't hear Ayesha. This is.
Oh, we couldn't
She's
hear me.
Now we can hear. Now we can hear everyone.
Ah.
Everyone's talking at once.
Ah.
Ayesha, your reaction to that result? Paul Wall taking back Rochdale.
I am over the moon. I'm over the moon. I think Paul Wall is going to be an amazing MP. He should have actually been the candidate for the by-election back in the day. He would have been a brilliant candidate. And of course, the Labour Party ended up losing that Rochdale seat because they selected a guy who made anti-Semitic comments. It was a real shock to see Galloway come in. People were really worried. And as usual, he's been a rubbish constituency MP. He's done nothing there. And it is brilliant that Paul Wall has won that seat.
Ed, how's where are you now, Ed? Are you at another party or are you still at home?
Still at home, Matt. Getting more and more depressed.
What is it that's depressing you, Ed?
Well, I think the exit poll is very bad news for the Conservatives, and the results that are coming in, the swings to the Labour Party, are not good. I'm getting reports from my old friends in Oxfordshire about every seat really in Oxfordshire now being on a knife edge. You know, I shouted out in a slightly comical way about the result in Didcot and Wantage, my old seat, but it does look like that might go Lib Dem. It's all silent in Witney, David Cameron's old seat, Banbury, Bicester, all these seats that are true blue Conservative. Henley, of course, might also go Lib Dem. So it's not looking good at all for the Conservatives, understatement of the night. And obviously I'm depressed as well because I think we're all going to wake up, Labour included, despite its large majority, thinking very hard about what the votes for reform mean in terms of our country and the division. And I think this incoming government, and this is not a criticism in any shape or form, it's just an observation, is going to have to think very, very hard about how it brings in a lot of disaffected voters who do think that the mainstream parties have left them behind. So that is going to be the big challenge because we see what's happening in Europe. We don't want similar things to happen here, and that's going to be the big challenge when we wake up tomorrow. Not taking anything away from Labour's outstanding victory tonight.
We're just keeping an eye on Ed Davies' seat. We think the declaration is coming there, so we'll bring you his speech because it'll be the first time we've heard, I think, from a party leader. So as and when that happens, we will. Ayesha, how do you... Should we go to it now? We'll go live. Let's go live there now.
Surbiton constituency.
It's Kingston and Surbiton. Ed Davey re-elected as the Lib Dem. He lost that seat, of course, in 2015, but then came back.
The total number of votes cast across the Kingston and Surbiton constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July was 50,813. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 149, and the turnout was 65.69%. I'll now, congratulations to Mr Davey, and ask him to say a few words.
So Ed Davies stepped up to the microphone in a suit rather than in a wetsuit.
Thank you.
It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis, so that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them, and so your loved ones get the high-quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament. I've shared my own caring story during this campaign, and I've been overwhelmed by the response, especially from fellow carers.
Well, let's just come away from Ed Davies' speech there. At that count is Nick Ellaby, who's been there all evening for us. Nick, paint a picture for us.
Yeah, good morning, Matt. Welcome to the King's Centre in Chessington. This seat, Kingston and Surbiton, it's actually, Davey lives just around the corner. Quite an easy hold for him. And actually, a lot of people talking about the Conservatives in reform and this Labour landslide tonight, but actually an historic night for the Conservatives. They've already picked up a few seats off the Conservatives, but they're also talking about unseating some big beasts. So, the party talking about already claiming Tunbridge Wells, which has been Conservative for over 100 years, Cheltenham as well, which is the Justice Secretary Alex Chalk's seat, and Chichester, Liberal Democrats already claiming Chichester, which is the Education Secretary Gillian Keegan's seat as well, and possibly even Godalming and Ash. So, as Ed Davies just been saying on the stage behind me, everybody knows he's had a lot of fun this campaign. We've seen him bungee jumping, we've seen him doing aqua yoga, falling off paddleboards, but it sounds like tonight he's doing a bit of big game hunting, really fantastic night, as I said, for the Liberal Democrats, and actually they're claiming they won 47 seats. If you add that to the 15 they came into this election with, then that would make 62, which is actually their record, in the modern era since the party, as is now, formed in 1988, so 2005, equalling their record. And as you can hear, Ed Davies just finished his speech. Big cheers from the activists at the back of the room. Okay,
thanks for that, Nick. Nick Ellaby there, live in the count in Surbiton. Louise has been in touch, pointing out that Ed Davey must have been listening to us because he said the word Liberal Democrats a lot slower than usual. Ed Davey was on the show this week and we pointed out that he said Liberal Democrats, and he did it a lot slower then. Kate, you've got some news for us?
Yeah, we brought you the news that Basildon and Billericay was going to a recount about an hour ago now. It's actually going to a second recount. The leader of the council there, the Labour leader of the council, tweeted there are 20 votes in it, and somebody's posted a picture online of Richard Holden, who's the Tory candidate, former Tory chair, of course, looking like he is about to cry. So it doesn't look like it's going well there for the Conservatives in what is supposed to be a safe Tory seat.
Callum's got his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring you, because we've got the first result from Scotland, and it's for Kilmarnock.
Do you know anything about
Loudon.
Scotland?
I like to think I know a little. The Labour Party have gained Kilmarnock and Loudon from the SNP. This was not expected. This is a surprise result for Labour. It's worth saying the majority is 5,000, just over 5,100. The SNP in second place. Labour, by the way, piling on 26 points on their share of the vote. The SNP dropping 18 points, and the Conservatives in third place, down 16 points. So I think it's safe to say, in terms of the numbers, the SNP have lost 10,000 votes there, and the Tory vote has also collapsed. So I wonder if the exit poll indications for Scotland are going to be slightly more accurate, perhaps, than early in the night, but a surprise win in Kilmarnock and Loudon for Labour.
James Johnson.
A few things on the numbers, Matt. We've also seen a declaration come in for Ashton-under-Lyne, which is Angela Rayner, the deputy leader of the Labour Party seat. Now, she's held, but her vote share is down by 4 points. That means that the deputy leader of the Labour Party has a majority of just 6,500. Reformer in second place. That might be quite interesting for the strategic direction of the Labour Party after the election. Now, we've got a number of declarations in where Reform are not winning the seats that they were scheduled to win under the exit poll, those 13. In fact, they've actually lost 4 or 5 of them now on the last count. They're not going to hit double digits in seats. The Economist central forecast is that Reform will only win 2 seats. Our model has them now between at the very most 5 seats, 90% chance of no more than 5 seats. So that is significant and a very different story to what we saw at the start of the night.
We've still got Ed Vasey and Ayesha Hazarika with us. Ayesha, what does Keir Starmer do? Because he's clearly going to have he's going to have a very new Labour Party. In that there were a lot of people who stood down. There's a lot of new, was it more than 200 extra MPs, and they are going to be facing in lots of different directions. Some are going to have Reform nipping at their heels in Brexity, red wally areas, and others are going to have the Lib Dems, the Greens, the SNP nipping at their heels. And he's got to try and find a path to implement his missions and his change while keeping them all happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will do that by focusing on delivering key things, for example, on housing, on the NHS getting waiting lists down, getting some growth in the economy, whatever the missions are. I don't think he'll have a strategy where he'll sort of say one thing to one group of MPs and another thing to another group of MPs, because that's just bad politics and you always get caught out on that. He will have to show delivery quickly all across the country. There are big elections happening in Scotland in 2026. So I think he will probably not get too bothered about trying to kind of segment every bit of his parliamentary Labour Party. He'll want to concentrate on delivery. Just one other point I wanted to make that James has just mentioned. I think we've all been in slight danger of getting slightly hysterical about Reform. Of course, Reform are going to be an interesting part of this story, but I feel like the narrative about everything being dominated by Reform it may well just not come to pass.
And it's interesting. They might be in lots of second places, but lots of second places is not as good as in lots of first places. Ed Vasey, how confident are you that the Tory party that will emerge from the wreckage of all this will be a Tory party that you're still happy to be part of?
I'm not confident at all. I mean, I hear the rebuke from Ayesha that I'm getting mildly hysterical about Reform, and I didn't share my WhatsApps with you earlier in the night, but I did tell my friends I didn't think for a minute they were going to get the 13 seats. So I don't think, I think at least I've been vindicated on that point. I don't think Reform are going to get 13 seats predicted, but they are emerging as a second party in many different places. And they are also obviously causing the Tories a lot of damage. I'm hearing Harlow, for example, we're not going to win Harlow because of the large Reform votes. So seats like that, well, effectively kind of working class seats, if I can put it that way, even in the south of England, will be very badly affected for the Conservatives because of the Reform vote. But I think when we look at what emerges in the cold light of day tomorrow, we will see Reform as a second party in the northeast of England, and that's a significant development.
Can I-
And as I just very quickly, I mean, just to answer Matt's question very quickly, I am not confident because, as I say, this is 97 all over again, where the Tory party will go off the deep end and say we haven't been Tory enough.
Yeah.
The trouble I've got is that in order for it's going to be harder for the Tory party to come back to its senses because of the siren call of reform. Regardless of the fact they might only have a few MPs in Parliament, they will have a large chunk of the vote, and also they will be an existential threat to the Tories going forward, and that will lead the Tory party to come to the wrong conclusions. The other quick point to bring in Ayesha is that they will also be, to a certain extent, a threat to the red wall seats, the seats in the north of England, if Labour doesn't address some of the issues that Reform voters are clearly wanting the mainstream parties to address.
Because actually what we saw, Ayesha, in some of those red wall seats, in 2017, Theresa May, for all of her faults in that campaign, ended up in very close in second place in lots of places, and it was Boris Johnson who tipped them over. It was a two-heave operation. It's possible that the Reform could do the same things in some of those seats at the next election.
Well, look, let's just we haven't even had the votes counted on this election, right?
Well, let's talk about the next one.
Before we start kind of saying, oh, it's been a crap night for Labour and it's all terrible for Labour now because
can't believe Keir Starmer's lost the next election.
Yeah, what a massive loser he turned out to be. I think we're being a bit, sometimes, guys, there's a Route 1 story staring in the face, and that is that Labour's had a really, really good night. I feel like a lot of people are trying to spin like, oh my God, this is like an amazing night for Reform and like Labour's quaking in its boots. I'm really rejecting that narrative. I am saying this is a great night for Labour. Yes, we have to be mindful of Reform. But I think to Ed's point, the Conservatives would be mad to learn the wrong lessons now. I'm already hearing Tory commentators go, do you know what? We did pretty well because we got over 100. That is not the right lesson to take from this. The Conservatives have to recognise they've lost votes to Reform, yes. They've also lost votes to the Labour Party, and they've lost votes to the Liberal Democrats and in some areas the Greens. They're going to have to do like a proper, honest assessment. If they do what Labour did, which is just retreat to their comfort zone, which is try and spin your way out of bad results, that way lies madness. Trust me, I know, I've been there for a long time.
Thanks for that, Ayesha Hazarika and Ed Vaizey there. Ed Vaizey live from home and Ayesha live from in front of a massive BBC logo.
Sorry,
Ayesha. Well, no, you're definitely
Sorry.
You're definitely not being paid for that appearance. And let me bring in Calum Quinn.
Yeah, Matt. Bearing in mind what we've been saying about the exit poll and 13 projected seats for Reform perhaps not coming true in reality, nevertheless, the numbers of seats where they are in second place, they will say that is not bad for a start-up party, which is how Nigel Farage has been naming his new party that he's taken over. And remember that he has talked about this as a two-election project, hasn't he? So this will be seen by him and his supporters as a significant stepping stone, even if those 13 seats aren't achieved. Even 2, 3, 4 is more than they probably hoped for at the start.
Okay, we shouldn't, and Ayesha is right, we shouldn't lose track of the fact. The big story of this is that Keir Starmer is going to become Prime Minister this morning, in a few hours' time. He will go to the palace, he'll be invited by the King to form a government with potentially over 400 MPs.
Yeah, it's a huge night. And we started off our election coverage by talking about what a job Labour has had to do to make this happen. The swing is record. The work that has had to go into, yes, changing the party, as Keir Starmer has said, but being able to put the party in a position where it can win votes in a spread across the country that allows it to be in this position is something that, you're right, we shouldn't underestimate. I do think there are other factors in this. The complete collapse of the Conservatives and the faith in the Tory party after 14 years is clearly a part of this too. And as Carolyn's saying there, while Reform may not get all of the MPs that they supposedly will, according to the exit poll, 13 looks now out of their reach, I think we would be wrong not to listen to the number of seats in which Reform is coming second and not to ask why. And I think, part of the job of the Tory party will be to do that, but part of the job of political commentators will be to do the same.
We're keeping an eye on North London because I think they're about to do Keir Starmer's declaration. A man dressed as Elmo has just arrived. Very quickly, Calum.
I just want to sneak in Dumbartonshire West, only because it's two reasons. It's the second declaration from Scotland, but it's potentially telling a slightly different story for Labour than in the rest of the country. So Labour have gained this seat from the SNP. They've added 20.2% to their vote, and that is why I think that one is particularly interesting, because it potentially bucks the trend of elsewhere.
Very, very quick
Yes,
one.
James.
West Suffolk, that has been won by the Conservatives. That's won by Nick Timothy, Theresa May's former Chief of Staff. He is perhaps one to watch in terms of the future of the Conservative Party. Massively reduced majority, but he held on.
So we're just getting the results coming in for Keir Starmer. I think we'll go there live when he makes a speech. Can we speak to Heidi? Is Heidi there?
Yes, I'm here, Matt.
Heidi, you're knitting. Heidi, you've got some new colours.
I have. Here we go. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. Oh, look at that. Look at this.
Oh, it looks really nice.
It's so Heidi is a Times Radio listener. She got in touch a couple of weeks ago, said she was knitting it, but she's knitting the election, the results as they come in. So you've got you've got your line of reform there, some Tory, some Lib Dem.
There's Reform, 2 Tories. Then we've got Ed Davey, then some Labour ones coming in.
Well, they're coming in thick and fast. Heidi, you're doing sterling work. We'll come back to you in an hour's time and see how long the scarf has got. Keir Starmer is at his count in North London. I mean, there's obviously no questions whether or not he's going to hold his seat. Part of the problem is there's an awful lot of people standing there, lots of them in silly costumes. I think what we might do is skip the news and we'll go live to Camden just as soon as we can hear from Keir Starmer. The first time we've heard of him since the confirmation, essentially, that he's going to be Prime Minister. This is a huge moment for him, Kate.
Yeah, it is. It is a big moment for him. And the tone of what he says now, although it will obviously be directed largely to those in his constituency, will be, probably a similar tone to what we are likely to hear from him tomorrow. And that will be the biggest speech of his political career, the biggest speech of his life in lots of ways. He will have to indicate to the country that there is space for hope and optimism, but at the same time really carefully balance it with that message of expectation management that we've heard from Rachel Reeves, because that, for Labour, will be absolutely key in the months ahead. If they can't do that, and we are still talking about this reform, whatever is happening with reform in the North and in the Midlands, all of those votes that they are winning. And I think it starts to look quite difficult for Labour, which is not to say that they haven't won a spectacular victory tonight, but there is other stuff going on behind the scenes here too that we can't ignore, and that will play a part in his premiership.
The kaleidoscope has been shaken, as somebody once said. Just to bring you some Lib Dem news. Confirmation they've taken Hazel Grove from the Conservatives and Torbay from the Conservatives as well. Both like old school Lib Dem seats for a long time throughout most of the noughties, and some of those safe Lib Dem seats they lost in the coalition. I think we're about to go live to we're going live to Camden now. This is Keir Starmer.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better. thank the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency.
Lies.
The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So that is Keir Starmer delivering his victory speech in his own constituency. Kate McCann, listening into that, striking a more upbeat tone than Rachel Reeves did about an hour or so ago when she won her seat.
Yeah, and I think the tone of that speech is exactly what we're going to hear from Keir Starmer in Downing Street if he is the next Prime Minister, as all of the results look to be pointing in that direction. That story about a kid from Somerstown is something he's talked about repeatedly in this election, and what he's referencing there is one of the poorest areas of his constituency, where children can actually see the Google headquarters from their school. And this idea that there is such a gulf between different communities in a very small kind of geographical place. It's going to be at the heart of what he makes his mission in Downing Street, to make that difference. And I think we are going to hear that tone more from him. But there will also be a note of caution, I think, as we heard from Rachel Reeves, because they know the scale of the challenge ahead. It's worth saying, and James, I'm sure you will have views on this, the vote in Keir Starmer's constituency. Sorry, you mid-biscuit.
No, I am, but I'm gonna.
In Keir Starmer's constituency, his vote share is down 17.3 percentage points since 2019. There's an independent candidate in that seat who's basically hoovered up all of those votes, and I think that independent candidate was campaigning on a pro-Palestine ticket. I think that's what the kind of campaign was in that particular seat.
Well, I think this is the first time, and I'm sure someone's going to correct me on this, that a leader and a deputy leader of a party that has gone on to win a massive landslide has had reduced vote shares in their own seats, because we've also seen that happen in Angela Rayner's seat too. And I think we're seeing so many of these Labour seats that are being won. They're actually being won on pretty small majorities. So James Canagasorium, the pollster, he talks about sandcastles. This Labour support is built on quite flimsy ground, and it's going to be a huge majority. But goodness me, it really is.
Yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer's still got 18,800 votes, and the nearest sort of competitor is on 7,000. But it does show you what's happening. It is not normal.
He's going backwards.
Yeah.
Callum, before we're going to go live to Patrick Maguire, just round us up on where we are in numbers. Just 3:05.
So overall numbers then, Labour, as predicted in the exit poll, are on course for a win in this election. The exit poll predicts a landslide. Labour currently have gained 31 seats. They're sitting on 84. The Conservatives currently have 10 seats. They've lost 37. The Lib Dems have 9 seats, gaining 7. And by the way, just while I'm talking about the Lib Dems, one of their most recent gains is at the expense of Alex Chalk, who was Justice Secretary. This is in Cheltenham. So he becomes the first cabinet casualty of the night. So Lib Dems on 9, gaining 7. And Reform UK have 1 MP, a gain of 1.
Thanks so much for that. Let's go live to Patrick Maguire, who was at Keir Starmer's count. Patrick, what do you make of his speech?
Well, the speech itself, Matt, was pretty unsurprising. It struck those, as Kate said, optimistic notes about the future of his constituency and his dedication to public service, and the sobriety, the note of sobriety at the end. expressing his very sincerely meant disdain for the politics of performance. That's a phrase he uses a lot to dismiss the sort of activist left. Performative politics. It's also a phrase beloved by his chief strategist Morgan McSweeney, who bears a lot of responsibility for the results we're seeing tonight. But obviously we'll hear much more from him on the steps of number 10.
And I suppose attention now will turn to what the choreography of tomorrow, Patrick. Is he on his way? Will Keir Starmer now be on his way to this party they've got for Labour staff? There's not quite a new dawn is broken, but they are having a party.
Yes, they are currently partying in the Turbine Hall of the Tate Modern. I'm told journalists have been confined to a pen and are forcing other people, being forced to watch other people partying on a screen, which shows you the constructive relationship our new government want with the fourth estate. But yes, I assume Keir Starmer will go there, do some glad handing, and then get to number 10.
Patrick, we'll check in again with you later. Patrick Maguire there. Joining us in the studio, former Conservative MP, Charles Walker. Now, Charles, your seat in the exit poll, your old seat at Broxbourne, was projected as a Conservative loss, but the Conservatives have held it.
Yeah, we held it by 3,500. So when I saw that exit poll, I knew it was nonsense. We haven't lost a council seat in Broxbourne in 2022, 23 and 24. So there was no chance we were going to lose the seat.
We'll come back to you in a second, Charles. But let's go to Welwyn Garden City, where it's Grant Shapps' count is coming in.
My next door neighbour.
Munro, John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 46. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 146. The total being 192. The electorate were 75,259. The ballot papers issued were 48,647. The turnout was 64.8%. And I do hereby declare that Andrew Allen Lewin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Welwyn-Hatfield constituency.
So that means the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, has lost his seat in a direct mirror image, actually, of Michael Portillo back in 1997. He was the Defence Secretary then as well.
And I'd like to invite the winning candidate to say a few words.
Let's go to our correspondent there, is Ben Clapworthy. Ben, are you there? We'll come back to him in a moment. Charles Walker is here with us. This is extraordinary. The Defence Secretary, we already know the Justice Secretary's lost his seat. Now the Defence Secretary's lost his seat.
It's not extraordinary in the context of this evening. As marginal seats go in Hertfordshire, Welwyn-Hatfield was one of the most marginal seats. I mean, I've just seen Conservatives gain Leicester East from Labour. That is extraordinary. Sorry, that just flashed up.
Slightly agog.
Sorry.
So Leicester East was Labour, and the Conservatives have made a gain. This isn't. Well, James, put that in your computer and tell us what's happening.
Do you remember this happened in 2019 when Labour gained Putney? So there is your outlier.
Is it Claudia Webb? Is that right?
Is that the seat where Keith Vance was standing?
Yeah, well, it's remarkable because in 2019, on the notional majority of that seat, we had you would have seen Labour on 51% in that seat and the Conservatives just on 38%. So they were nowhere near. So there must be something funny happening with Reform Share, Independence.
It looks like
so
Ian's won.
We're looking at Ian Duncan Smith's seat as well in Chingford. That was seen as a big Labour target. We'll bring you that result.
It looks like he's held that seat.
It looks like he's held that seat, Ian Duncan Smith.
Oh, my Lord. I mean, that is two extraordinary back-to-back results. Wow.
Everything was just going
Yeah, it was.
according to plan, and then you come in here, Charles, and it's all turned upside down.
Because we held
You can
Roxbourne.
stay.
As
Adds
we
to
held
the
Roxbourne,
excitement.
you see. I bring positive energy.
His vote share's gone down by 12.6%, Ian Duncan Smith.
But there was that issue there, wasn't there, where they
split
pulled the support for the Labour
Yeah.
Labour candidate, Faiza Shaheen.
That's right.
And installed a different Labour candidate, and then she's taken a big old chunk of the vote.
So Ian went into that seat with a majority of 1,100, and I'm a friend of his, and I saw him at Christmas for a family event and said, "You're mad to stand again. Give it up, Ian." And here he is, back in Parliament.
The quiet
How
man is
amazing.
turning up the volume.
That's extraordinary.
Those two results, that surprise Congane and Leicester East, and Ian Duncan Smith holding on, two of the same dynamic is happening in both, which is independents are taking heavily from Labour. So that's Keith Vaz in Leicester East, and also another independent in Claudia Webb, and in Chingford it's Faiza Shaheen. So Labour attrition there, leading to Conservatives hanging on.
We should explain, so Keith Vaz was a long-standing Labour grandee. Then there was all the business about Jim the washing machine salesman offering to buy drugs for people and all of that business. He stood down, but then stood this time round as an independent and has clearly taken a chunk of the vote there and allowed the Conservatives to take Leicester East. What does all this start? What does this gobbledygook all start meaning in terms of the exit poll modelling, James?
Well, the exit polls, we are still broadly in the same territory as the exit poll, perhaps a fraction better for the Conservatives and worse for Reform. I think that's the key thing. Look, these couple of results don't make a huge difference. What we are seeing is a general pattern of swings away from the Conservatives in line with the exit poll. So it is interesting to get sidetracked by some of these, but in England and it's particularly Scotland, Labour is still doing very well indeed.
We'll come to Scotland in just a moment, because I think there's an interesting result there. Just to bring you up to date on where we are, we have had 106 seats so far. Labour are up 36 on 89. The Conservatives are down 41 on 7. The Lib Dems are up 7 on 9. And one Reform candidate, MP, has been elected so far in Lee Anderson. I think we're just hearing from Scotland, Calum. Douglas Alexander has been elected, returning to the House of Commons. Former Cabinet Minister under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, and tipped potentially for the Cabinet of Keir Starmer.
Yeah, potentially to be Foreign Secretary is the kind of rumour that's been swirling. In fact, first reported in the Times by colleagues Kieran Andrews and John Boothman, that Douglas Alexander was being looked at to become Foreign Secretary. He, of course, famously lost to Mary Black in the SNP surge a few years ago, and I think that's kind of a notable part of his electoral record. Interesting to look at the picture in Scotland that is developing. Paisley and Renfrewshire South is another Labour gain in the last few minutes from the SNP, which incidentally is Mary Black's old seat. The swing there, 19.9% from SNP to Labour. And so there is something of a pattern here that the SNP vote, the Tory vote is collapsing in Scotland, Reform floating around and pushing the Tories into fourth in that particular seat. And I've actually just seen one analysis from Ailsa Henderson, Professor of Public Policy, I think at the University of Edinburgh, if memory serves. In any case, she says this sort of swing from the SNP to Labour is basically clawing back, is reversing the 2015 swing that went Labour to the SNP.
And delivered so many of them.
Absolutely.
And lots of people didn't
Astonishing
expect to be elected. We're keeping an eye on Clacton. We're expecting the result there shortly. Nigel Farage has arrived. There's a lot of his supporters sort of standing around comparing notes on a small pad. It may well be they're looking at the expected result there. So that's confirmation just coming in on that Douglas Alexander result. 13,000 majority. That's extraordinary.
I was going to say, and it's 18.7% added to Labour, the SNP dropping 13.3%, the Tories dropping 16.3%. I think there really is a pattern emerging in these Scottish seats, for sure.
And that is suggesting that the exit poll with that very low SNP seat number is broadly looking right.
Right. And it goes right back to the point that Keir Starmer said right from the very beginning, the path to number 10 runs through Scotland. There was no way he could become Prime Minister without winning back those seats in Scotland. In fact, he boasted at one point, I think in an interview with The Times, that as a demonstration of his ruthlessness, he got rid of Richard Leonard, slightly in fact, he came on my show, Richard Leonard, in I would say, one of the more hapless interviews I've ever done with anyone, and he was removed from the job shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
And installing Anasawa, or, seeing Anasawa installed, and that's clearly dramatically changed the fortunes of the Labour Party, while also the SNP have imploded and run themselves over with a camper van.
There's a There's a really fascinating consideration in all of this, of course, in the aftermath of this election, as to what the relationship becomes between a powerful Labour government at Westminster and a sort of weakening SNP influence. Now, John Swinney, the SNP leader, the First Minister of Scotland, has said during this campaign that he is open to a more constructive working relationship with Westminster. Perhaps he saw the writing on the wall. He's not going to have much of a choice, is he? That's going to be the reality of this next Parliament by the look of these numbers. And then you've got to consider 2026, when there could also be a Labour government at Holyrood, should Anna Sarwar win there. So in this, the 25th year of devolution, there is a real sort of change in the relationship between the nations of the UK and between Edinburgh and London specifically.
This is all turning into an exit interview reunion. Charles came on as an exit interview with us. We've got Margaret Hodge on the line now as well, outgoing Labour MP, Dame Margaret Hodge. Good morning, Margaret.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you? What are you making of how this is panning out? Keir Starmer seems to be heading for a landslide by getting a smaller share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, it's where the vote is falling, isn't it? Because in the time of Jeremy Corbyn, it all fell in seats. You know, he just piled up the votes in the seats that were Labour anyway, and he didn't manage to attract any votes in the seats that we needed to win to form a government. So there's a bit of that. I think it's really, it's brilliant. If you'd asked me, Matt, in 2019, would there be any chance of a Labour government in 2024? I'd have said no. So going from the very worst result we ever had in our history to what is going to prove one of the best results we've ever had in our history, I think is miraculous. And that is largely down to Keir Starmer's very sort of ruthless, firm and determined leadership. But I do think there's something else going on, Matt, which is a bit more worrying. So we're seeing the complete annihilation of the Conservative Party. But what's happening there is that all comes out of the way, really, I think, from the Boris Johnson through to Liz Truss era, where not only were they they were sort of behaving in ways that the rest of us, but not meeting the rules the rest of us were, lying with impunity, doling out contracts to their friends, giving honours and access and peerages to their mates. All that sort of terrible behaviour has resulted in a complete loss of trust in politics. And I think what you're therefore seeing is quite a low turnout in lots of constituencies. And from my experience, really, back in Barking in the day, we had a very low turnout in 2001. And I remember doing some work after that election with some focus groups on two of my very difficult estates. And what came out of that was that people had chosen not to vote, not because they were apathetic, but because they were angry. And I think the same thing is happening now. And also you're seeing the sort of protest vote going from the Tories to Reform, just like I saw the protest vote going from Labour to the BNP.
Let me bring in Charles there. Margaret there saying 2019, she'd never believed that the party could come back within 5 years. So let's ask the question of the Tory party now. Is it possible for the Conservatives to get your act together to do what Keir Starmer's just done in just 5 years?
It is possible. Whether we'll do it or not is another matter, because it requires enormous self-discipline and a set of lucky circumstances. I think it's going to be enormously difficult, to be honest, for the Conservative Party, obviously, to win a general election in 5 years. There's an outside chance that it could, but it's really going to have to spend the next 6 months seriously examining why it lost so badly and what it needs to do to get back into power. And it's in a really difficult position because it will be eyeing up this reform vote and wondering how it can get its claws into that. But that would drag the party potentially further to the right, and it could lose support in other parts. So it's a very difficult position the Conservative Party finds itself in.
We're keeping an eye on Clacton, where Nigel Farage's result seems more imminent. Obviously, we've heard from Keir Starmer, we've heard from Ed Davey. Nothing yet from Richmond and Rishi Sunak. We'll bring that to you when we can. Just on the subject of the future of the Conservative Party and what is going on tonight, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, losing his seat. Let's take a listen to some of his speech after being defeated by Labour in Welling and Hatfield.
Now, for the sake of the United Kingdom, I very much wish this new government well. But for the sake of a strong democracy, the Conservative Party needs to play its part too, by recognising what has gone wrong and using its time in opposition to refresh and rebuild. The Conservative Party should have a natural advantage, that of being at our best a party that mirrors the aspirations and hopes of the hard-working British people. But there's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition that fails to hold the government to account effectively. We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer.
Charles, do you disagree with any of that?
Look, no, I don't. I mean, there is always the opportunity for the Conservative Party to fall in on itself, infighting. I mean, you know, we haven't excelled ourselves over the past 5 years, have we?
Grant Shapps was the first out the block talking about a supermajority and sort of conceding the election 2 or 3 weeks out. Was that a mistake, do you think?
I think potentially a mistake, but do you know what? I don't think it's a mistake that would have made much of a difference, to be perfectly honest. We were always going to get a shelling. I'm not sure that we are going to score 131 seats. I think we're going to do a little bit better than that. I'm struggling to see where Reform gets its 13 seats from at the moment, as I'm sure other commentators are, and I think we're going to do a little bit better. Now, all that means is you can mount a slightly more viable opposition.
James Johnson's putting a face to that. We'll come to him in just a moment. Let's go back to Welling and Hatfield, because Ben Clapworth is there at the count. Sum up the mood there for us, Ben.
Within the last half an hour, the mood among the Tory camp became ever increasingly funeral here, as it became clear that Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, was unable to hold on to his seat. The second big beast of the night to go, Mr Shapps came onto the stage and made a short speech where he said that Conservative infighting was one of the reasons that the electorate had turned their back on him today. He thanked his constituents for their support over the years, but ultimately hadn't done enough to retain the job of Defence Secretary or his seat in Welling Hatfield.
Thanks very much for that, Ben. Ben at Welling Hatfield, where Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, the most high-profile Conservative to lose a seat so far, although 46 have been lost altogether. James, you pulled a face when Charles was offering a suggestion of what might happen with the exit poll. What do you think's happening?
Sorry, Charles, that was not
I'm not saying it's going to be radically different, but 145 is a lot better than 131.
It was a twitch more than a
mathsy recoil. I think so. Look, we think Charles is right in that it could go that way, but it could also go the other. And I think our range at the moment is looking at about 120 to 140. So it could go down, it could go up. So it really is going to depend on these results where that ends up as an underperformance. I think what Charles is definitely right on is that Reform seat number is not going to be anything like 13, and that's going to be a sigh of relief for the Tories, but it's going to be a sigh of relief for Labour too. Massively so for the next leader of the opposition, because actually the Conservatives will have a bit more space now to try and be seen as the unofficial opposition as well as the official opposition, which Farage would have otherwise drowned out.
Kate, let's just reflect a bit on Rishi Sunak, who we've barely mentioned during the course of the last, I don't know how many hours, 5 hours. He's got a big decision to make, and actually it will go to the heart of what happens to the Conservative Party next. Does he resign immediately, pack up and go? Does he say, look, I think the Conservative Party needs to go through a longer period of deliberation. I think there should be, as there was in 2005, we don't need a new leader until December. I'll continue this very long question in a moment. Let's go to North London, where Jeremy Corbyn's results coming in.
Unlucky, mate. 16,800.
Sorry about heckling there.
Yeah.
John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. That's 171.
So yeah, there's not a brilliant line there with the heckling as well. So Jeremy Corbyn has won that seat in Islington North as an independent with 24,000 votes, and Labour taking only 16,000 there. Kate, that's, in an evening of extraordinary things happening, the former leader of the Labour Party, who led them into the last election, the worst results for 80 years, suddenly beating his old party.
Yeah, but potentially he got a bigger share of the vote, which makes it even more bizarre. Yeah, I think Labour had always had a feeling that this might happen, and they had sort of been telling us from early on in the evening, and we've been saying, haven't we, that they thought that he was going to win this seat. He's done a huge amount of campaigning. He has, of course, a personal vote. What difference will that really make to Keir Starmer in Parliament? If he piles on these hundreds and hundreds of MPs, probably the reality is not very much. I think Reform, and even if Reform don't get the number of MPs that the exit poll projected, I think the number of votes that they are getting is going to make a difference. Your question before, though, what we were talking about, I think, you know, for the future of the Conservatives and the way that Grant Shapps is sort of, Grant Shapps has really laid into his party there. I mean, I think it's worth just reflecting on the fact that he has really, he's blamed this on the indulgent and entrenched party. What will Rishi Sunak do next? I think he will definitely go. I suspect he will try and do it in a way that doesn't damage his party even further. The question is now, really, though, what does that look like?
This is bring him up. Oh, sorry, Callum's got his hand up.
Yeah, just to say, just breaking, that Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat in Leicester South. So tweets Beth Rigby of Sky News just in the last 15 seconds. It's just popped up right in front of me.
Well, that's huge news, because he's supposed to be on our show at 10:15 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's independent. It's gone independent.
It's gone independent.
So it looks, according to
Okay,
these
we're going to go live
figures-
to Clacton now, where we're getting the result where Nigel Farage is hoping to be elected.
Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111. I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency. Congratulations.
So not a surprise on the outcome, but a big vote for Nigel Farage in Clacton. Let's hear from him now.
And the turnout was 59.23%.
Oh no, we won't. We'll hear from the returning officer for a bit more.
Would you like to?
Thank you very much.
Here we are.
Well, Mr. Returning Officer, all here at tendering, and I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought, and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Nigel Farage there in his victory speech in Clacton, talking about creating a mass movement, promising something that's going to stun all of us, apparently. Well, we can get reaction to that speech from Jacob Rees-Mogg, who joins us live from his count in North East Somerset. Jacob Rees-Mogg, first of all, your reaction to Nigel Farage entering the House of Commons.
Well, I congratulate Nigel on winning election to the House of Commons. It is the greatest honour Britain can ever have to serve his fellow citizens in the Palace of Westminster, so I wish him well. And I listened to his speech with great interest because I think he makes some valid points. I think the Conservative Party has not looked after its core vote recently, and that its core vote has therefore gone off to Nigel.
Will you be in the House of Commons with him?
My vote will be declared relatively shortly, and I think it would be disrespectful of me to the people counting if I were to tell you what I think the result is.
Very good. What should the Conservative Party do now? Is the answer to out Farage, move to the right, try to steal his clothes? Is it to move to the centre, as successful election-winning Conservatives have done in the past, and take on Labour? What do you think the Conservative Party should do now?
Well, I'm fascinated by your analysis that says successful election-winning Conservatives have moved to the centre. I wonder if you ever proposed that to Margaret Thatcher. I don't think that was how she won 3 significant election victories, 1979,
actually, Jacob, if you go back and look particularly at
1979, it's not how Boris Johnson won in 2019 either. The way the Conservative Party wins elections is by putting forward Conservative propositions. That's free enterprise, control of our borders, and ensuring that people have freedom to get on with their lives.
Do you think that Rishi Sunak put forward a proper Conservative pitch to voters?
Well, I don't wish to criticise Mr. Sunak. I think he has done his best in sometimes difficult circumstances. I think the problem is that the Conservative Party has not been as close to its core supporters as it should have been, and that therefore they have gone to vote for other parties, particularly for reform, and that we know from long-standing electoral experience that if any wing of politics is divided, then the other wing of politics cleans up with a very large majority, and that's what's happening this evening.
The assumption is that Rishi Sunak will resign in the morning. Do you have anyone in mind who you think is the right person to take on the Conservative Party?
Well, as at the moment Mark Francois seems to be about the only Conservative in the House of Commons, it may have to be Mark, who is an admirable man. But I think it's much too early to say. We are going down like 9 pins at the moment, and it depends which of the pins remains standing.
If you're in the Commons, would you throw your hat in the ring?
Let's wait and see what my result is.
Do you think that there's been some speculation, should Rishi Sunak stay on? Should you have a longer period of deliberation, as the party did in 2005, where it sort of learned some of the lessons of the defeat and actually, went for David Cameron? Or would you like to see a leader installed before the summer or at the party conference?
Look, I think there's no great rush to come to a decision because we're going to be firmly in opposition for some time, and it's important to get the decision right. I think one of our problems has been that we have been changing leaders in the way some people change their shirts.
That is possibly true. Just finally, before I let you go, Jacob Rees-Mogg, is the solution for Nigel Farage and however many MPs he ends up with to be invited into the Conservative Party in the House of Commons?
I think it's too early to start talking about that. I think it's really about values and issues and what commonality, what common ground there is between those people who have voted for right-wing parties in today's or yesterday's election, and to work out then how we bring them all together without getting into the nitty-gritty of the individuals yet. We'll have to do so at some point, but I think we need a little bit of time to think it through properly.
Before I let you go, the big question we need to know the answer to, our colleague James Hanson was telling us about your tradition of bringing sandwiches to the count. What was in your sandwiches tonight?
Well, I did indeed. I brought ham sandwiches, cheese sandwiches and tongue sandwiches, as well as a great supply of rock cakes.
Fabulous. Do you want to come in on this, Kate?
No, it's just... Go on.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, we'll let you go because I know your results coming back soon. We really appreciate your time and your provisions of rock cakes and tongue sandwiches. Kate McCann.
I'm glad you're so interested in my sandwiches. Thank you.
It's an important
Good
matter.
night.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I just wanted to say, given that we're talking about potential Tory futures and leadership candidates, Oliver Dowd and Victoria Atkins and Kemi Badenoch have all held on in the last few moments. So it's worth, I think we'll try and get some of their acceptance speeches just to try and hear a little bit of what they were saying.
What they're saying, because they could well be in the running. Margaret Hodge is still with us, I think. You're there, Margaret?
I am listening carefully.
I just wanted to get your reaction. It seems like hours ago now. Margaret, Jeremy Corbyn back in the House of Commons.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I mean, I went out a couple of times into Islington North, and that was not what I felt on the doorstep at all. So it is a bit of a surprise to me. I think, nevertheless, I think that Keir can tolerate the fact that Corbyn will be back. He's not a member of the Labour Party. He won't be a Labour MP, and he can pursue his own agenda. I think the fact his getting him out of the Labour Party was absolutely key and central to reforming the party and making us electable. Can I just say something about what Jacob Rees-Mogg said and what Charles said earlier? I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg talks about, the Tory party's got to go back and speak to its base. He, I think, is talking about the base within the party, not the base within the country. And the point is that they've lost the base within the country. And I think that's not so much about policy, it's about their behaviour. If you look at it through time, from Boris Johnson in particular onwards, from Partygate and, one rule for them and another rule for the rest of us, through to that whole abuse of power that was involved in, everything from honours down to contracts and all of that. They lost the trust of the British people, and that has damaged British democracy. There is now a huge lack of trust in politicians, and Keir Starmer has got a lot of work to do to rebuild that trust. And I think if he's successful in that, you will see the support for reform dissipate, because that is just a protest vote. So I think when Keir comes in and talks about nation before party, that's a really important way of encapsulating that you don't put your personal party interest above the national interest when you have the privilege of serving your country.
Margaret, really appreciate your time tonight. Dame Margaret Hodge, former Labour MP, joining us on Times Radio. Both Kate and Calum have got your hands up, so who wants to go first? What have you got for us, Kate?
Michael Fabricant's lost his seat.
Wow.
Yeah.
In Lichfield?
Yes, Lichfield.
To
Labour, I think. Let me try and get it up. I'm on my long list. I've moved on. There's so many coming in at once.
Callum, what did you have your hand on?
Yes, to Labour.
Just a couple of other notable ones. First of all, Aberdeen South, where Stephen Flynn, the SNP's Westminster leader, has held his seat. It was up for grabs, I think it's fair to say, at the start of the night, and indeed his vote share has dropped by 12.4%, and Labour have picked up 15.9% there. The other thing I wanted to mention was just a line from Scottish Labour, I should say, who are now pretty confident. Anna Sarwar says he's confident the Scottish Labour Party will win a majority of seats in Scotland, which I think is notable, and another Labour source suggesting they think they might surpass 30 seats. And then another important result in the last few minutes, and there have been loads, this one from Great Yarmouth, where Reform UK have picked up another MP at the expense of the Conservatives. This was Sir Brandon Lewis's seat, of course, former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, among other things. It is notably one of the most working class constituencies in Great Yarmouth. Reform getting a majority there of 1,369, Labour in second place, the Conservatives in third, their vote share dropping 40.5%.
For keen swing watchers, Clacton, Nigel Farage's result there is the largest swing, I think, since 1945, 45% swing.
Now, is that entirely fair, given that that's basically the vote share that he's got?
It's
He didn't stand there before,
quite,
so-
because he wasn't
He stood there
standing before. Yeah.
So.
Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat to Labour.
There's another Conservative MP, former or current
Stoke-on-Trent,
deputy chairman.
Stoke-on-Trent, former Conservative deputy chairman, he has lost his seat. He's actually come second. I think there was some speculation that he may well come third to Reform. He's come second, but it's very, very tight. And Will Tanner, who is, of course, the number 10 insider, he has lost in his battle against Labour. And there are literally not even 1,000 votes in that.
So he was Rishi Sunak's deputy chief of staff, wrote the manifesto.
Going for Bury St Edmunds, again, seen as a safe bet. Definitely not a safe bet tonight.
I mean, the problem is what talent are we going to be left with at the end of the night to rebuild the party? And
You've got Mark Francois.
Will Tanner from Onward was seen as someone who would be part of that sort of engine room. So this is my initial enthusiasm and optimism is somewhat dented.
Sorry, Charles.
My tail is not wagging so much anymore because
already-
that is also one of, I think, 50 or 60th safest seats.
It was thought of as a very safe seat.
Charles Walker, former Conservative MP, is with us in the studio. Just to bring you up to date on the numbers, 171 seats declared. Labour have won 130, that's up 51. The Conservatives have got 21 on the board, that's down 60. Oh, they've just changed in front of me. Labour have got 135. The Conservatives have got 22, down 61. Lib Dems are up 11 on 14. Reform have got 2. The SNP are down 7 on 2. And the others are on 2. You can find that constantly updating totaliser on the Times homepage. And with a map which is being coloured in as it goes. James, given the results we've had so far, we sort of had a flurry there where there were all mad things were happening. A Labour front bencher, Jonathan Ashworth, a key part, a really central part of Keir Starmer's election team, was due on the show tomorrow morning, I think. 10:15 he was due on to tell us what a marvellous night it had been, and now he's lost his seat. Putting all of those various different results into your machine, are we still on for the sort of result that the exit poll suggested?
Well, there has been a new forecast out, not from my machine, but from the exit poll number crunchers. It shows that they are now projecting Labour on 405 seats, the Conservatives on 154. That is significantly up from the 130, and Reform down at 4 seats, significantly down from the 13 that we have seen. So it looks like we are seeing a slightly better picture for the Conservatives. I think a lot of Conservatives will breathe a sigh of relief at that. That is only 10 to 11 seats behind what they got in 1997, of course, still a devastating result, but certainly better for them. So it looks like that is bouncing back in a positive direction for the Conservatives. Of course, there have been a lot of other shock results like that one for Jonathan Ashworth. I mean, goodness me, you've got to feel for Jonathan Ashworth there. You know, it was a little bit like Lord Patten in 1992. Conservatives had a surprise victory, but the Conservative chair didn't get re-elected. Jonathan Ashworth is going to be feeling that. But by and large, those sort of shock results have been exceptions, and we have seen the picture generally continue, but certainly better for the Conservatives than it looked at 10 p.m.
Just so those numbers again, Labour on 405.
Labour 405, that's down 5 from the exit poll. Conservatives on 154, that's up 23 from the projection in the exit poll. Lib Dems 56, down 5 from the exit poll. SNP 6 in that new projection.
That is wipeout territory.
That is wipeout territory, down 4. And then Plaid Cymru at 4, that's the same as the exit poll. Reform UK at 4, that's not down 9 from the exit poll. And finally, the Greens, they're saying it's going to be 2 seats for the Greens, which is the same as they said earlier.
So if that is the case, 154 for the Conservatives, that's still 2 short of not being the worst ever. 156 in 1906. In the Liberal landslide there.
But it gives, and interesting to hear from you on this, Charles, it gives the Conservatives something to build from.
Oh, I mean, look, there's a huge difference between 131 and 154, about 18% difference. Am I right in thinking about that? If you look in percentage terms. Yeah, I'm not going to do maths at this time. Whereas 131 to 154, what's that? That is 23 seats. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 18%. That is an awful result. An awful result. But let's be honest, electoral calculus yesterday had their mid-range Conservative seat forecast at 61. So, and a high end at 159. So we're at the high end of electoral calculus. And actually, the company that seems to have done best is UK Polling Report, that had us on 145. So, some of these poll aggregators have done a pretty good job, and others have done less so.
So if you compare it to 2019, it would mean losing 211 seats, which would be the third worst Conservative loss in terms of numbers after 1906 and 1945.
Basically, it means every single seat we won between 2.5, 2.10, 2.15, 2.17, 2.19 is gone, and we're going to come out with, say, 15 seats less than we came out with in 1997.
1997.
I mean, that's pretty sobering.
Bob Seeley's lost his seat.
Bob Seeley on the is that the
Isle of Wight West?
Isle of Wight
To Labour, yep.
And I think Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary.
So this is the
declaration incoming.
And that's have we got this in? So this is where the Lib Dems actually claim they won it. Okay, we can go to that. Let's go live to Chichester.
25,540. Collins Thomas, Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368. Young, Timothy Peter John, Green Party, 1,815. The number of ballot papers rejected was...
Ready to announce the result of the election.
Oh, okay. So we've lost that there. So that is confirmation. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, has lost her seat in Chichester to the Lib Dems. We're also hearing the Chief Whip, Simon Hart, has lost his seat to Plaid Cymru in Wales. So that's another cabinet post which has gone. Confirmation to the Kate McCann, that was a moment ago. Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat to Labour, Tory Deputy Chairman. Kate, you've got your hand up again.
I was just going to say that in Gillian Keegan's seat, they were talking about it earlier on this evening about it being close. It's not close at all. Gillian Keegan got 13,000 votes. The Liberal Democrats got 25,000.
Wow,
it's not
almost double.
Close at all. She's down 33 percentage points. They're up 28.9%.
Well, we'll try and pick over the wreckage of that long list of names there. I think we can go to Clacton, where Rosie Wright is there. They're packing up now as the Nigel Farage caravan moved on, Rosie.
Very much so. It was very, very chaotic about 4 or 5 minutes ago as Nigel Farage left by a swarm of reporters. You can see now a very quick, swift operation getting everything out of here. I mean, he won comfortably in the end, a majority of 8,000. He's making a message very clear, speaking to us after in that big huddle to say, let me be clear that a vote for reform is not a protest vote. He's already mentioning first past the post, and of course that's going to be a huge headache for them. And also already we're starting to see a bit of management of expectations.
Because Suella Braverman has won her seat in Fareham, and we can hear her now.
With a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening, but I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign, in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me as your voice in Parliament for the fourth time now. The people of Fareham and Waterlooville are the best of Britain, patriotic, common sense, kindly, dedicated, enterprising. And I'm humbled to continue as your servant in Parliament. I will endeavour to work for you, to speak for you, and to deliver for you, time and time again. Now, finally, I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you. You have spoken to us very clearly. Thank you.
Suella Braverman there. She's been re-elected in Fareham, but reflecting on what is a terrible night for the Conservatives, saying she was sorry that the party had not listened to voters and said she would do everything in her power to rebuild trust. Is she the next leader of your party, Charles?
I
Charles
thought that
Walker?
was an absolutely disgraceful speech. I thought on a really difficult night for the Conservative Party, that was just the bottom, yeah? The absolute bottom, the dredge. Absolutely a disgraceful thing to do. Some backbencher playing this sort of great statesman-like role at a count. I mean, really the bottom. And I tell you, and I won't be mourned by many in the Conservative Party, but if Suella Braverman leads the Conservative Party, I and many others will not be within that party. I don't think that will bother her in the slightest, because she's going to trade off centre-right Conservatives for reform voters. Now, of course, we need to get some of the reform voters back, but I have thought for many, many months, actually a couple of years, that Suella Braverman would be far happier leading Reform than she would be leading the Conservative Party. She's in the wrong party.
Also joining us in the studio, having a slightly better time than Charles, lived up here, former MP, of course, as well, Susan Kramer. Susan, what do you think? Because the exit polls moving. What are you hearing about how many MPs the Lib Dems might end up with? Will it be a record?
Well, it will already be a record because that's the largest gain we've made in one election before. Had been, I think, 27, 28, and it looks as though we're headed for something more significant than that. But we will see. But we're happy. I mean, we're proud of the campaign that we ran. We're proud of Ed and Daisy Cooper and the others. But, all the people who worked up and down the country. And it came from having been in a very bad place, having realised we had to re-earn people's trust. We had to be listening. And we had to address the issues that were affecting people's everyday lives. And the routine, the NHS, the care issue, which had been so overlooked and kicked into the long grass. That's obviously the cost of living.
Yeah.
And then the sort of the environmental insults, the worst, the most obvious of which are the one that we focus on as a symbol, but sewage in our waterways.
But you didn't talk about Brexit. You were the party, most pro-EU party. You ran on the last election. You ran to rejoin. Nobody's mentioned it during this campaign.
Well, we've been very clear, and it's in our manifesto, that we are the most pro-Europe. We are pro-European, that our long-term goal is to be in the EU. But we're being entirely realistic. There's a long way we've got to go to re-earn people's trust, because people have got to decide that's the decision that they want to make. But the most important thing we have to do is get much closer on a trading front, because we need to rescue our economy, and that's a vital piece.
Both Calum and Kate have got their hands up. Who's going first? Calum, you can go first.
Can I do Richard Holden? I feel like I've been bringing us all of the latest updates. There were 2 recounts in this seat, which is Basildon and Billericay. It was seen as a very, very safe Conservative seat. Richard Holden has won it by 20 votes.
Wow. 20
votes in that result. Labour ran that incredibly close. So Richard Holden, Tory party chairman, has won a seat, although, teeny tiny majority. And Calum, I'll hand over to you because I know what you're going to say. Go on.
I've got the other Richard for you. This is Richard Tice, who has won Boston and Skegness for the Reform Party with a majority of 2010. The Conservative vote share down 43 points in Boston and Skegness. Labour actually gaining. They're in third place, up by 3. The Greens there as well. But Reform UK securing another MP, Richard Tice, in Boston and Skegness.
Well, it's extraordinary. Alongside that, we've got Thangham Debonair's lost to the Greens in Bristol. There's also some suggestion that my local MP, Ranald Gyrodina, might have lost in North East Hampshire.
Yep, he's gone.
That's extraordinary. That was, at one point, the biggest Conservative majority in the country. This is an extraordinary night. Charles is having a terrible time. Charles Walker, Susan Kramer, thanks so much for coming in. Up next on Times Radio, Ian Hislop is going to be live in the studio to give his take on the results so far. Stay tuned. It's an extraordinary election night here on Times Radio.
On DAB digital radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
It's 4 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley. This is Times Radio. We are at the business end of the results coming in. We've had cabinet ministers losing their jobs. We've had Reform MPs elected. We've had a Labour frontbencher lose his seat. Jeremy Hunt has arrived at his count. We'll bring you the result there live. Let's get a roundup of the news now from Cara Bentley.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning. Nigel Farage has become an MP, winning the seat of Clacton in Essex. The Reform UK leader has promised to change the political landscape.
We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
He becomes the second Reform MP after former Conservative MP Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. Jacob Rees-Mogg, whose seat is yet to be declared, gave Times Radio his reaction.
Well, I congratulate Nigel on winning election to the House of Commons. It is the greatest honour Britain can ever have to serve his fellow citizens in the Palace of Westminster, so I wish him well, and I listened to his speech with great interest because I think he makes some valid points. I think the Conservative Party has not looked after its core vote recently, and that its core vote has therefore gone off to Nigel.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, has lost his seat to Labour, who won Welwyn Hatfield by around 3,800 votes. He warned that his party must provide stiff opposition to the new government.
There's a danger that we now go off on some tangent, condemning ourselves and the public to years of lacklustre opposition. We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public, and then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer.
The Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, has lost her Chichester seat. The Liberal Democrats won it with a majority of 12,000 votes. Suella Braverman has kept her seat but made these comments about the state of her party.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises.
Overall, the Conservatives have lost more than 100 seats so far, but have kept Ian Duncan Smith's seat as former Labour candidate Faiza Shaheen split the Labour vote. Sir Keir Starmer's praised the way things appear to be going as he won his seat in North London.
People here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver.
The exit poll projected a Labour majority of 170, just short of that in 1997. A new projection suggests they'll get 405 seats, slightly fewer than the initial prediction. Shadow Cabinet member Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat to an independent candidate, and former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has kept his seat of Islington North as an independent, beating his former party. The Lib Dems are on 22 seats, taking Eastleigh and Harrogate from the Conservatives. Leader Sir Ed Davey held on to his seat in South London and gave this speech.
Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here about the challenges they face. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who feel let down and are desperate for change.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
Very good morning to you. We've reached that time. Sorry if you were just nodding off. We've reached that time of the evening where we've got the band playing Come On Eileen. Is Eileen a newly elected Reform UK MP? We just don't know. Round of applause to the band, please, everybody. Well done. Very good. The members of the Hackney Colliery Band. Kate McCann, James Johnson and Calum Macdonald still here. We're now being joined by Ian Hislop. Ian, congratulations.
Thank you.
Where have you been elected?
Clacton, I think.
What have you made of it so far, Ian?
Very, very little. No, I started the evening with everyone saying extraordinary, this exit poll. And then every sort of half an hour someone was saying, I don't think this poll's right.
And there's a lot going on under the bonnet of it.
Yes.
There were Labour gains that aren't factored in, and then Labour people losing seats.
Yes, and then people suddenly noticing, again as the evening goes on, that the Lib Dems have done awfully well. And having spent the evening saying, we're really going to have to cope with reform now, I'm saying, is anyone saying we're going to have to cope with the Lib Dems? I mean, I know no one ever says that, but... Yeah. I mean, they are getting a lot of seats.
They are getting a lot of seats, and a lot more than Reform.
Yes, and it just proves that everybody's completely wrong, and that a strategy of going down a water slide and jumping off a paddleboard is excellent.
Callum's pointing again. Callum, what have you spotted?
There's a lot of excitement. Just that Portsmouth North, which is Penny Mordaunt's seat, the declaration, they're on stage, the declaration is imminent, and this is one that's been closely watched this evening.
Can we go live to that?
Because she is a Tory bigwig that may topple.
We'll bring you the sound. Just bring the sound in as you can. Who's gone so far, Ian? Do you think you'll miss?
Next.
So, Kate, just round up where we are. Penny Mordaunt, Commons leader. We'll find out shortly if she's survived. Who else have we lost so far from the cabinet?
Yeah, we've lost Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, and Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, of course. Two really big surprises, I think. I mean, well, I say surprises, they're probably not surprises. Alex Chalk was probably never going to hold on. I think Grant Shapps thought he might be able to. Gillian Keegan has gone as well.
Education Secretary.
She thought there might be a chance, but there was 10,000 votes between the two. So, I mean, really, there
And
obviously
Simon
wasn't.
Hart, the Chief Whip in Wales, we think is also
Gillian
got-
Keegan made that speech about how ungrateful the population is
Get
for
off
all
your
the hard
fat
work
arse
they
or
do.
something, yeah.
And they did really, and said, not for us, thanks. It's been a very punitive night.
Yes.
You feel the general public is taking any chance it can.
Well, Therese Coffey's just lost her seat to the Greens.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's not surprising. She's Environment Secretary.
Well, but that's what I
Oh,
mean
God.
in terms of voters, jumping with their feet or voting with their feet.
I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare the results.
Okay, here we go. This is the result. Penny Mordaunt's result in Portsmouth. Thank you, Ashley. Terrific outfit from the mayor.
I, Councillor Joseph Fazackerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate
Oh, I thought that
was as
was one of
follows.
Penny's medieval numbers.
Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501.
So confirmation there, Penny Mordaunt
therefore
becomes the
give public
latest
notice that
cabinet
Amanda
minister
Louise Martin,
to lose her
duly
seat.
elected as a Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth
James
North
Johnson.
constituency.
A very quick word on that. Penny Mordaunt, in a lot of the polling, was the favourite if she would have been able to stand both the public Conservative 2019 voters and even in some members' polling to take over the Conservatives. The fact she is out of the race is quite transformative, and some of the more moderate people in the race, people like Rob Jenrick, people like Tom Tugendhat, will be punching the air there. They might be in for an opportunity.
We've got news of another cabinet minister losing their seat as well, Kate.
Yeah, Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary, has lost to the Liberal Democrats in the seat of Ely and East Cambridgeshire, and there's less than 1,000 votes in that battle.
Wow. So Penny Mordaunt, what
did she lose to the Libs?
To Labour
To
in
Labour.
Portsmouth, yeah.
Yeah, she lost to Labour.
And, you know, it's a long way from carrying the sword for the king.
It is. Can they not just make her a lady?
Yes, a lady in waiting or something. Carol Walker is in Portsmouth. Carol, what's the atmosphere there like?
Well, we saw Penny Mordaunt and her team come out after obviously being given those results just a couple of minutes before the declaration, and you could see at that point that they realised they hadn't made it, losing by the narrowest of margins. I'm sure Callum's already done the maths, but it's less than 1,000 votes. Amanda Martin, the local Labour teacher, chair of the local Labour Party, has pipped her to the post. There was the Reform candidate didn't make particularly big inroads here, but this is quite a significant shift. And of course, Penny Mordaunt, who had hoped very much to be there in the running as the Conservative Party seeks a future leader, will no longer be able to do that. And I mean, it is worth remembering that she had at 28,000 votes last time around. There's been a massive swing there. Again, I haven't done the math since we just had the declaration. We are expecting to hear from Penny Mordaunt on stage any moment now, but clearly we've been hearing all evening that it is a close race, and Penny Mordaunt is out. Interestingly enough, the Labour winner is the one who's sounding very emotional up on stage. Penny Mordaunt just waiting there, and we are expecting to hear from her.
Okay, Cal, we'll come back to you when we've heard Penny. Well, that's Cal Walker there in Portsmouth North. Some breaking news which is worth bringing you. A cabinet minister's held their seat. Claire Coutinho, the Conservative what is she? Environment.
Energy.
Sorry, PA have got that wrong. Energy Secretary. She's won her seat in Surrey East. Well, presumably she's now all of the secretaries.
Well, does she become a leadership contender now then, Claire Coutinho?
I mean, she was a protégé of a special advisor to Rishi Sunak, came in the 2019 election.
Everyone says she's incredibly bright, as they always do when someone new is appointed. But is she the only person left?
Her and Mark Francois.
Right, sort of the moderate wing.
The yin and yang. There's more pointing. What are we pointing at now?
Johnny Mercer's lost his seat.
Johnny Mercer, a government minister, the Veterans Minister.
Yes, by about 5,000 votes.
He becomes a veteran.
Now, both that seat and the Penny Mordaunt seat are examples where the Labour vote was up, but not by anywhere near as much as the Reform vote was up, and that seems to have again been the thing that has cost it for the Conservatives: the Reform rise rather than a Labour rise.
Yeah, and that Johnny Mercer seat, for example, his vote is down 31 percentage points. Labour's up by 8, but Reform is up by 22.
And it's a similar story in Penny Mordaunt's seat, where Labour are up by 7.9, Conservatives down by 28.4, and Reform up by 20.4.
And they are both big naval cities. Yeah. And similarly, Labour have taken Aldershot, which is near where I am. That's never had a Conservative MP, I don't think. It's got a massive, barracks. And all of Keir Starmer's had a lot of veterans standing in this election. It's clearly worked. I think we can now hear a bit of Penny Mordaunt in Portsmouth. Let's just take a listen.
Employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them. And I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place. And in all things, I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all. And now each of us has even more reason to fight on, so we must. Good luck to all of you, in particular Amanda, and thank you, Portsmouth.
Penny Mordaunt there, making a speech after losing her seat in Portsmouth. North warning her Conservative colleagues they won't win by speaking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves. There'll be nobody left at this rate. Ian Hislop's still with us in the studio.
Which slice is she referring to?
I assume she means the sort of reformy slice.
Yes. I mean, they are getting quite a lot of votes. I mean, I am aware we're going to hear Farage a great deal saying he should not only be on Question Time every week with that sort of vote, but he should be on all committees and preferably consulted about everything. I mean, it's building up. What sort of percentage is he going to get overall, do you think?
I think looking at this, it looks like it's around 17 or 18%.
OK, so it's a bit like those Euro elections where he got this enormous vote, but no seats.
Yeah. Very, very small. Robert Jenrick has won his seat in Newark, former immigration minister, who's had quite the glow up. Is that the right phrase, Kate?
Yeah.
Clearly a leadership glow up.
Yeah.
I
love how you come to me on that. Just saying.
Well, you're the one who's made an effort during the course of the evening, as the rest of us has faded.
Jenrick's still in, is he?
Yes, he's in.
Yeah,
he's in. Right.
So it'll be him and Swerve a fight to the death.
I mean, again, Jenrick hasn't got a terribly good record, has he? I mean, the donation scandal over the development project and the election breakfast.
Yeah.
Do you think it's the best of them that have been left?
Well, it's still.
That's a rhetorical question, Matt.
Just a very quick point, if I may. I think looking at these results and what we see with Labour putting on some votes but not huge amounts, Reform UK really being the party that's taking away from the Conservatives. The more I look at these results, the more I think that if Reform UK were not in this race, or indeed a Farage-led Reform UK, which led them to get so much support, then I think the Conservatives could have actually been competitive in this election. Now, you may think that sounds mad, but actually Labour were coming from so far behind. Looking at some of these numbers, I don't think the Conservatives would be able to form a government, but they may have been able to push a hung parliament if they'd have managed to get reform down. It does make you think. Rishi Sunak's decision to go early in this election rather than later towards the year where he could have bound Farage into the US election does seem to be a truly colossal error.
And clearly, he thought on the hop.
Exactly. I think they thought they could flush Farage out, but in retrospect, he was always going to be locked into the US in October. He loves it.
Yeah, he loves it. Callum, what have you got?
I've just got a few results to bring you just in the last few minutes. Labour gains Leeds, South West and Morley. Also Walsall and Bloxwich from the Conservatives. The Conservatives have held Solihull West and Shirley. And there have been a few results from Scotland, which I think are just building on the narrative from Scotland, actually. This sort of consistent theme is Labour gains, particularly in the central belt at the moment, and the swings are really quite noticeable. So Livingston, a most recent Labour gain in the central belt, a swing of 16.5% from the SNP. So Labour share up 18.8 points, the SNP down 14.3. And here's the other bit of the story from Scotland. Tories finishing fourth behind Reform. Just one exception to that is John Lemon, who's held Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk for the Scottish Conservatives, actually increasing his majority in the constituency in the Scottish borders. He was also a minister in the Scotland office. I think that job is that ship has sailed on that particular one. And then another Scotland result I just wanted to mention is Mid Dumbartonshire, which is a Lib Dem gain from the SNP on a 12.6% swing. Now, this is Amy Callaghan, who's out for the SNP. And you remember this was Joel Swinton's seat, so Amy Callaghan won it from Joel Swinton. There's been some boundary tweaks, but in essence, that has gone back to the Lib Dems, having booted out the Lib Dem leader at the time by 149 votes, the SNP in 2019. Overall, bad night for the SNP, and it's looking like it's going to get worse.
OK, so far on our big beast list, Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, Simon Hart, the Chief Whip, Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary, Penny Mordaunt, the Commons Leader, and Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, are all out. Kate?
I've got a belter for you here. Wes Streeting has won his seat. Right, Ilford North, I think his seat is.
Shadow Health Secretary.
Ilford North, Shadow Health Secretary. Yeah. But the independent candidate, so Wes Streeting got 15,647 votes. The independent candidate got 15,119.
Wow.
That's like hundreds. That's like 500 votes.
Who was the independent candidate?
Leanne Mohammed. And I wonder if it may well
it's a
be
Gaza
another
effect.
Gaza ticket, which has really already had an effect. I mean, it's had a huge effect, clearly, on Jonathan Ashworth's
Yes, because
seat.
he lost his seat, the Labour frontbencher.
Yeah.
Let's see if we are going to get the biggest of all beasts. Well, actually, not quite Rishi Sunak. We haven't. We're trying to find out what's going on in Godalming because they think there might only be 100 votes in it for Jeremy Hunt as to whether or not the Chancellor holds on to his seat. And in terms of the direction of the party and what happens next, I mean, the main contenders to the leadership, as far as I can make out, are Kemi Badenoch, Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick are all back compared to the ones who are currently out. Who would your money be on, James? When you do the polling and the focus groups, out of those three, who do you think is best equipped to bring the party back?
Well, I think it's none of them polls particularly well is the answer. Of those, Kemi Badenoch is the least unpopular, but that's not really saying much. But the problem is that Suella Braverman is more likely to be the choice of the members. I do think there are a couple of other names though. Priti Patel is one that has been talked about. Certainly MPs in the Conservative Party say that she could bridge the gap between the sort of the centre and the right. Another one is Tom Tugendhat. He's the sort of closest to a centrist candidate now that Penny Mordaunt is out of the race. He backed Liz Truss, and then obviously that didn't go so well. But he also backed Remain in 2016, so he might be somebody else who could also cross the gap. Matt, I know I don't want to gazump Kate's intel here at all, but I've got somebody in the seat that Liz Truss is defending, who is at the count and says that it is extremely close in that seat. Now that would be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, and that was Danny Finkelstein put us on notice for that on how to win an
Are
election.
you proposing Liz Truss as the next Conservative leader?
Well, she might not be in Parliament.
Right, I think we found Fee Glover. Fee, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm going to have to speak in whispers because I've basically put my head in the Wi-Fi box in order to continue with this signal.
We were worried you'd been roped in to help with counting.
No, I've not had to do that because I didn't bring my little plastic thimble with me, Matt. So I wouldn't have been allowed in the counting room at all. But look, it could be the story of the night that it's not the story of the night, because a very calm and smiley Jeremy Hunt has arrived here at the count for Godalming and Ash, and apparently the piles look even. So there are many, many different stories going around the whispering gallery of the press room, and we are moments away from a declaration.
We'll come back to you, Fee, just as soon as we get it. It's unusual for Jeremy Hunt because he normally looks like he's going to burst into tears when everything's fine. Go on, Kate, what have you got?
Ben Bradley's lost his seat.
Ben Bradley,
Tory MP in
Mansfield.
He's lost his seat to Labour. About 4,000 votes in that one.
Simon Clarke, the former Levelling Up secretary, has also lost his seats.
Yeah.
Laura Trott, somebody messaged in saying, can you remember to tell us which big beasts have held on to their seats? I mean, that would probably be quicker. Laura Trott, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, has won her seat in Sevenoaks. So she may or may not play part in
But after 14 years, the description big beasts, I'm afraid a lot of your listeners are going to be thinking, I've no idea who any of those people are.
I could just start making up names.
You could, quite easily.
Greg Evans, gone.
Yeah. He was Chief Secretary to the Secretary's office. Yes, he was big.
Undercarriage. The biggest of beasts. The biggest of beasts. Therese Coffey. Oh, we've already done that one, haven't we? Therese Coffey.
She's gone.
And it's interesting because is she a neighbour of Liz Truss? They're not far apart, are they?
They're not far apart. I don't know exactly, but you're quite right.
They're
not far apart.
karaoke mates.
Indeed. That Ben Bradley result in Mansfield, that is quite totemic because that was one of the rare 2017 gains for the Conservatives in this much more Leave voting, working class kind of area. They then built that up to a super safe seat in 2019. It was sort of, they rewrote the electoral map even further, and it's now gone. And that really tells you the story of the sort of the birth and death of the Red Wall for the Conservatives.
Ian, would you like a knitting update?
Yes.
So Times Radio listener Heidi
got
in touch a couple of weeks ago. She's knitting the election for us. Heidi, you there?
I'm here, Matt, yes.
How are you getting on? Because we've had quite a lot of results since we last spoke.
Yeah, knitting like a fool, eyes like burn holes in blankets, progress being made.
Have we frozen? Are you there? Can we see? If you hold it up and talk, we should be able to see it on the Zoom.
I'm here, can you see it?
Yeah, just keep talking. Talk us through the colours.
Right, I'm actually going. I've done a couple of Tory seats, and we've got acres and acres of red. Acres of red coming through.
Very good. So how far behind the total seats do you think you are in your knitting?
Hang on.
About 100.
I'm about 100 to go. 100 behind.
About 100 behind all together.
There have been 368 declarations, just as a note.
There it is.
There we are.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we are. Now we can see it. Look at that.
Yes, see?
Doesn't it look good, Ian?
Yes. What is it?
Each time a result comes in,
Yes.
she's doing the colour of the seat.
Comforter, Ian. It's a comforter.
And so by the end, we're going to have a
handy woolly
scarf. A scarf, which,
Oh, right.
which tells
I thought
the
it-
story of the night.
I thought it was literally a seat cover, which would have been sort of apposite.
That's a novel thought.
Do you have one
Something
seat covers in your house?
bottom.
More like a throw,
Yes,
which
yes.
is the reaction to many of us, to many of.
Well,
the
Heidi,
result.
we'll check back in with you a bit later on.
Right you are.
Carry on. You're doing marvellous
do,
work.
will do.
I think we're going to go now to where we go now. Jane Garvey is in Yorkshire with Rishi Sunak. Jane.
Well, I wish I was with Rishi Sunak. He's supposed to be here.
No one's
he's
ever
supposed to be
said
coming.
that.
He's supposed to be imminent. He just hasn't turned up yet. So I can glimpse dawn breaking through the door here in the gymnasium at the North Allerton Leisure Centre. But of the Prime Minister, there is no sign.
Oh, yeah, no,
I've just been told by an
see
official.
dawn out the window.
It could. What you can? You can you?
I
Can
can
you
see dawn here as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just spoken to a slightly bashful official who says she said it was about an hour ago, and so she doesn't want to say anything now about how imminent it might be. I'm pretty certain that the Prime Minister will remain the MP for Richmond and North Allerton. It doesn't look as though there are going to be huge historic moments here, but it just would be nice, I've got to be honest, Matt, to get that moment over with, and really quite soon.
Get back to that luxury hotel you've been booked into.
Well, it is nice, and as I've already said, it has a freestanding bath. And then there's the thought of a fried egg,
Well,
a couple of sausage.
That's better than the
or
freestanding man you
black
found at the reception
pudding.
of the hotel you were in the other day. But anyway, let's not get bogged down in that now. Jane, when there are
a story
results...
for another time.
This is So Times Radio, by the way.
Jane, we'll come back to you when we have news. Callum's got his hand up again.
Just some results, because they're flying in, and I think it's just nice to keep track of some of these. Labour gains Weston-super Mayor from the Conservatives. The Conservatives have held Sutton Coldfield. That's Andrew Mitchell, who's holding on in Sutton Coldfield. What is he deputy for? Was Deputy Foreign Secretary. What else have we got? Labour holding Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingham, which is Yvette Cooper's seat, which there had been some speculation online that it was a bit closer than perhaps Yvette Cooper and the Labour Party would have liked. Some more gains for Labour in Scotland as well. Glasgow South from the SNP, Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch from the SNP, and some Lib Dem gains, which I think are worth noting tonight as well. Liberal Democrats gaining Yeovil from the Conservatives.
Paddy Ashdown country.
There you are. Also Wimbledon, which was the 16th most marginal constituency in the UK in 2019, next door to Sir Ed Davies' home turf as well. It's an interesting one, Wimbledon, held by the Conservatives for years, then Labour won for the first time in 97. The Conservatives won it back in 2005. They've had it ever since. In any case, there's an interesting kind of, the South of England Lib Dem story coming to fruition. Dorking and Horley is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. And Ed Miliband has held on to Doncaster North for the Labour Party as well.
Well, there we are. Good news for Keir Starmer.
You needed it.
Just on the Western-super-Mare thing, that is interesting because my past of covering the West Country, there was basically Labour in Bristol and then nothing until you got to Exeter and then Plymouth. And it's interesting to see Labour making gains in Somerset. They had hoped they might take Bridgewater, which I've just looked up, because of boundary change, it was more the town and less of the countryside. The Conservatives have held that, but not by much by the look of it. But it is interesting seeing the red and the yellow spreading further and further south in those results. Kate, what are you hearing?
I mean, I'm still trying to digest some of these. The West Streeting result, I think, has implications, actually. And we're seeing this pattern repeated in a number of seats for Labour, where an independent candidate on a pro-Gaza ticket is either taking that seat or running that really, really close. And if we're taking a step back and thinking about what these results mean, I mean, it shows how volatile voters are, for a start. But just trying to interpret what people want as a government, I think is going to be quite difficult for Keir Starmer as a Prime Minister. You cannot ignore the number of votes Reform have got. You've got to try and work out why people are doing that. Is it because they just don't want the Tories? Is it a protest vote? Or is it something much bigger? And does Labour have the answers to those questions? And if it doesn't, how does it stay in office for longer than one term? Because they've got a relatively shallow share of the vote, even if they've got quite a lot of seats. And they've now got people like Wes Streeting. I think there's 500 votes in that. You know, that's not a big majority. That means that somebody in that position is going to have to spend time in that constituency fighting for it. Now, he's got one of the biggest jobs in government, potentially.
But again, I mean, Galloway did lose, didn't he? So you can see a single issue Gaza vote getting people very worked up, and then it is possible for it to go. I know it wasn't a huge regain, but I think that's sort of...
But it's whether or not those people... It's whether or not those people will come back to the party, and what does the party have to do to win them back?
Yeah.
Will they just come back anyway, or is that
Well,
taking
where are they
people...
going to go? To Reform?
Well, potentially to independent candidates, I suppose. Does it mean we splinter do we splinter this two-party system even more?
The other thing that we mustn't forget is that in a few hours' time, Keir Starmer's going to get up, he's going to go to the palace, he's going to go down the street, and his ability to set the agenda and steal the limelight from George Galloway and Nigel Farage and whatever's left of the Tory party over the coming day, he will need to do that. It's going to take some skill, but he can define that over the next few days.
Yes, and he'll be at conferences where he's talking as Prime Minister about Gaza and talking about ceasefires and talking about what the British government, which will be him, can do about it. And I think that might change things. But I did like your idea of you've got to work out what the Reform Party's about. Well, the Reform Party doesn't have much of a clue.
No, not Reform. I don't mean work out what Reform's about, because I don't think they know. I mean work out why people have voted for Reform. Is it just a Tory protest vote, in which case, fine, the answer is for the Tory party to shape up. But what if it isn't? What if it's something bigger than that?
Well, in our last poll of the election campaign, which is looking like it might be very close to the final vote shares, which is good news for me and jail partners, we had 7% of Labour 2019 voters saying they were going to vote Reform. And that just suddenly jumped up from 2% in the last week of the campaign, and then it stayed stable. So I think that we are seeing some Labour voters go to Reform, and I think that we could see even more go to Reform over the next few years of this parliament.
And the last week was the week when we found out that a number of their candidates would fit in nicely in the European right. That's great.
Which is what we're seeing right across the country. Ian, thank you so much for coming in. Ian Hislop, on a pretty wild half an hour of views there. Right, what we're going to do is let's take a little break now. Let's get a roundup of the news from Cara Bentley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning. Nigel Farage has been elected as the MP for Clacton in Essex.
I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency. Congratulations.
The Reform UK leader claimed his party had stimulated passion in voters, unlike the bigger parties.
What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly.
Reform UK now has 4 seats, with Richard Tice winning. Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat in Portsmouth. The leader of the House of Commons spoke after her defeat to Labour about why she thought the national picture looked so bad for the Conservatives.
Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid.
Other cabinet ministers have also fallen, including Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer and Gillian Keegan. The Shadow Health Secretary Wes Streeting has held on to his seat narrowly. Former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has kept his seat of Islington North as an independent candidate, beating his former party. Conservative Therese Coffey has lost out in Suffolk Coastal to Labour, and George Galloway has lost his seat. The Lib Dems are on more than 33 seats so far. They've just won Wimbledon. They've also won Harrogate and Knaresborough, Yeovil and Eastbourne. MP Sarah Olney is pleased to be having new colleagues to welcome.
Well, I look forward to getting to know some of them. I've obviously met a lot of our candidates in our target seats, so I've got to know many of them over the last couple of years, but there's going to be some people there I don't know, so that's going to be exciting.
We'll bring you another roundup in about half an hour's time. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio.
Follow Times Radio on Twitter and stay up to date. Times Radio, the election station.
I'm Asma Mir. Later today, Times Radio brings you a special election results breakfast and the whole gang will be here.
I'm Chloe Tilley. I will be live in Downing Street looking out for comings and goings, for new dawns and maybe removal vans.
I'm Calum Macdonald. I'll be analysing all the details of all the results as they come in.
I'm Stig Abel. Winning and losing politicians will join the four of us too, along with the best political writers from the Times.
This morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Election Night Live on Times Radio.
A very good morning to you. It is 4:37. The sun is coming up. We can see outside Times Radio Towers. There's just a bit of orange in the sky. A new dawn is broken, is it not? And all of that. With a bit of It Must Be Love being played. Well, thank you very much, guys. That was members of the Hackney Colliery Band playing It Must Be Love. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio. Through with you until 6 o'clock, as you were just hearing. You've got Stig and Asma and Calum and Chloe between 6 and 10. And then I'm back at 10, for between 10 and 1. Good. Kate McCann, Times Radio's political editor, is here. Calum Macdonald's here because he never leaves. It's part of some sort of community service thing he's doing. James Johnson, pollster's here, crunching the numbers. Caroline Quinn is back.
Hello.
It's all happening, Caroline.
I know. It's fast happening.
What have you got for us? It's back to me.
It's back to me. Michelle Donnellan has lost her seat to the Liberal Democrats. She is, of course, another member of the Cabinet. She was until this evening the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. It wasn't particularly close in that seat. She got 17,000 votes and the Liberal Democrat candidate got 20,000. So
if you haven't been keeping across this, Alex Chalk, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, Simon Hart, Lucy Fraser, Penny Mordaunt, Johnny Mercer and Michelle Donnellan, all members of Rishi Sunak's government who've lost their seats. We're keeping an eye on Godalming. We think the result for Jeremy Hunt is imminent. We're also keeping an eye on Northallerton, where Rishi Sunak is about to get his result. We think he's held his seat. It'll be the first time we've heard from him when they go. Are we going to Northallerton? This is Rishi Sunak's result.
Returning officer,
No, it's not. It's Jeremy Hunt's result.
that the number of votes recorded for each candidate for the Godalming and Ash constituency.
So this is the big one. It has the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, held his seat.
Drage, Graham Richard, Reform UK, 4,815. Follows Paul David, Liberal Democrats, 22,402. Hunt, Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
So Jeremy Hunt holds his seat.
Ruby Alice Gabrielle, commonly known as Ruby Tucker, the Green Party, 1,243. Walsh, James Lawrence, Labour Party, 2,748.
So it was pretty close. Well, it was about just about 800 votes in it. Jeremy Hunt holding his seat in Godalming. Rishi Sunak is about to get his result in Northallerton in Yorkshire.
Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
So we can now hear from Rishi Sunak for the first time on this extraordinary election night.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Rishi Sunak there saying he has called Keir Starmer to concede the election, talking about how he will reflect more on this terrible night for the Conservatives tomorrow. But going on to say he'll return then to Yorkshire, to his constituency of Richmond, where he plans to spend more time over the coming weeks, months and years, suggesting that he will remain as the MP. Calum Macdonald is with us in the studio, flying in the face of all the suggestions that he was off to California.
Yeah, he said, I look forward to continuing to being your MP. And of course, what one assumes now that he will do is stay in place as leader of the party until a leadership election is carried out. He talked there about giving up the job of Prime Minister, which of course is that really fast transition. It happens instantly. Starmer in, Sunak out. But John Major stayed on as leader for about 7 weeks after he lost in 97. Gordon Brown, of course, remember back in 2010, he couldn't bear to stay as leader. He handed over to Harriet Harman. So what we don't know yet is whether there might be an interim leader or whether Rishi Sunak will just wait while the party sorts itself out. Obviously, the things that have to happen are for a new 1922 committee to be assembled. To
decide the rules.
They have to set up the rules. They're the sort of the backbenchers committee, aren't they? And Graham Brady, that man who held the key to the locker with all the letters that were being sent in asking for a leadership challenge, he's going up to the House of Lords. So he'll be able to watch it from there, but there will be a need for a whole new committee to be set up. Just one thing, I mean, we've talked, haven't we, about the human stories here. I think Rishi Sunak, you know, his face, the pressure and the agony that he's probably gone through as he's seen what happened to his party tonight. You could see it etched all over his face. He tried to do it in a sort of noble and humble way, but you could see the pain. And these concession speeches are always difficult. And there is that very, very fast transition. You know, don't forget the human being behind the face.
Yeah. And Kate, moments before that, Jeremy Hunt defying almost all predictions to hang on in Godalming. All that pounding the streets and stuffing leaflets at people's doors paid off in the end.
Yeah, he's been doing a huge amount in that constituency, and he's basically been at every village fete, school, fair, every opening of anything. He's not appeared anywhere on the campaign in terms of the national campaign, and he has spent, all of his time trying to hold on to that seat. It's clearly paid off. I mean, he did have a pretty solid vote, and speaking to people who had taken their issues to him, a lot of them actually were very worried about Labour's policy on private schools. So there was this sense that, okay, he was using that as an argument to say to people, vote for me, I'll make sure that I can fight your corner in Parliament, and I'm really the only one who's going to do that for you. So obviously maybe that translated in the end to a win for him. But he has bucked that trend. We listed all of the other cabinet ministers who've lost their seats, and they are pretty numerous. And Rishi Sunak, as Carolyn was saying there, looking completely grim. And in a way, he's right to. He called an early election. It was entirely his decision. His cabinet, many of them warned it was a bad idea, asked him to wait. Some of his most senior advisors, including those who were advising him on the election, told him to wait. There's an argument to say even waiting would never have produced a very different result to this, that everybody was very fed up with the Tories. But he now bears the responsibility for those people losing their jobs. And we are talking about, everyone from Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, to Michelle Donnellan, Penny Mordaunt, Gillian Keegan. It's a long, long list of people.
And it's been pointed out, hasn't it, that if he'd waited, the Nigel Farage effect might not have been there. Reform would not have had the impact that they clearly have had in so many of these constituencies, bringing the Tory vote down. Do you think Jeremy Hunt might join the list of wannabe leaders yet again? Do you think he might have another try?
I think he's ruled it out, but in the past. But I think that actually, with the removal of Penny Mordaunt, it suddenly becomes possible.
It's a diminishing list, isn't it?
He could do that.
And he ran against Boris Johnson.
Yeah, and just in the last couple of days, actually, it sort of took me by surprise. But 2 separate senior Conservatives have mentioned his name to me. Now, maybe that's just conjecture, but they're serious people, and I just wonder whether that could be the case. Just one very quick point from me on the numbers. We heard Rishi Sunak there concede the election. That's quite unusual, as Kate alluded to there in a concession speech. The reason is that we might just be minutes away from Labour crossing that key line of 326. We could be minutes away from that. Once that happens, they have won a majority. They are the next government.
Just take us through the numbers of where we are then, Calum.
Yeah, exactly. So Labour, so this is with 444 seats declared. Labour are on 311. The Conservatives are on 69. The Liberal Democrats on 41. The SNP are on 4. Reform are on 4. And then there are various others as well. Plaid Cymru on 4. Sinn Féin on 4. Greens on 1 as things stand. And some of the other Northern Irish parties with a couple of seats here and there as well. So seats to win, 326. Labour currently on 313.
Jane Garvey is still at Rishi Sunak's count. Jane, are you there?
Yes, hello Matt. Yes, just listening to everything there.
What was the mood like as he made that speech?
I was listening to what Carolyn said in particular, and Rishi Sunak has been beaten, and he looked beaten, absolutely done in. And it's actually, he said the whole thing was sobering for him. Actually, I'm a cynical old so-and-so, and it was quite something to be in the same room, because I really do think Rishi Sunak he's a golden boy. He's never failed at anything. He's clearly extremely able and talented, and I don't doubt that he's incredibly hardworking. But I don't think he's a very good politician, and I think maybe tonight is a really quite graphic illustration of that, which isn't to say that he won't go on, I'm sure, for a time at least, to be a very diligent constituency MP here in Yorkshire. But he has many admirers here, and that really came across today.
Well, Jane, thank you for that. And also thank you for...
you'd have to have a heart of stone, honestly, not to feel some sympathy for the man.
And thank you also for earlier on. What several people got in touch to say was the interview of the night, if you tried to get any sense out of Camp Binface. So, Jane Garvey, thank you for joining us live in Yorkshire. Well, from Jane Garvey to Fee Glover. I don't know if they know each other. Fee is in Godalming, where Jeremy Hunt defied all the naysayers and clung on.
He certainly did, by such a narrow margin, Matt, 891 votes. And it's been an incredible evening here because The exit polls were spectacularly wrong. I don't think there was a single journalist in the room who was expecting this result or for it to be this close. And there was so much focus on the fact that this might be a political history when a chancellor lost his seat and lived over. So it's been, I would use the same word actually as Jane Garvey. I've never met the woman, but she sounded quite nice at that. The word that she used about it being sobering. I mean, this is the measure of democracy, isn't it? That you can have all of the projections, you can have all of the polls, but actually what people want to do is go and make their own decision in a polling booth, and maybe they don't want to tell everybody else about it. So it is an astonishingly close race here, and Paul Follows are absolutely devastated. From the people I've spoken to here this evening, he has put his heart and soul into trying to win this seat, and his supporters were vociferous. She, in Jeremy Hunt's speech, obviously feeling their disappointment needed some kind of airing. But there was, I think, for instance, a round of applause after Jeremy Hunt's speech, given all of that, because I think the room certainly appreciated the things that he said about Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves being decent people. It was quite a call, wasn't it, to stay calm, be nice, be friendly, see what happens next. So a remarkable result from Donovan and Ash. It wasn't the story of the night.
Well, Phoebe, we appreciate you being there nonetheless in the search of you. It's still an extraordinary story that he's hung on. Phoebe Glover, thank you for joining us from Godalming and Jeremy Hunt's seat. Labour now need just 7 seats to cross that line to reach 326, which would give them a majority. Calum Macdonald.
They are mopping them up rapidly, and one of the latest to go to Labour is in Edinburgh South West, where Joanna Cherry from the SNP has lost her seat. Now, I flag that because name recognition. We know Joanna Cherry. She has been an ardent voice on the SNP benches at Westminster, leading legal action against Brexit was one thing that she will be remembered for. Women's rights is another thing that she was a real advocate for.
And falling out with Nicola Sturgeon.
Certainly, that's absolutely true. And so this is just symptomatic of the dreadful night that the SNP is having across Scotland. And frankly, this is a huge win for Scottish Labour, because of all the SNP seats to topple, Joanna Cherry's was considered largely going to be okay, because for those reasons. She's well known locally, she's well known nationally, but Joanna Cherry has lost in Edinburgh South West.
And it's been said a lot already, but this is yet another astonishing story tonight, isn't it? And the project of independence, presumably, has that shriveled? Has that died tonight as well?
I mean, the thing about it is there's no feasible, logical, sensible, coherent argument to be made for it. There are legal roadblocks. There is now an electoral roadblock. There is no route through for the SNP as far as one can see logically. Just a note on the Joanna Cherry seat, SNP share was down by 20.4 points. Again, the story in Scotland is they're getting absolutely whacked.
All of the landmarks are being passed. 8 cabinet ministers now lost their seats in this general election, beating the previous record of 7, which was set in 1997. And Labour now on course to pass that line. Labour, we can now say at 454, the Labour Party have got a majority in the House of Commons. They've passed that magic line of 326. Now it's just a question of how big that majority will be. Keir Starmer will be Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak conceding defeat in the last few minutes. We're expecting to hear from Keir Starmer at any moment now at a Labour Party campaign event. An lectern is in place with the slogan "Change Begins." This will be the second time we've heard from Keir Starmer today. He spoke briefly when he won his seat in North London in Camden. Obviously, we'll hear from him again later when he will go to the palace to see the King, to be invited to form the government and then address the nation from outside Number 10. Kate, this is we said right at the beginning, I said history was going to be made tonight. It's been made all over the place, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that after the worst result for more than 80 years, the Labour Party have won a majority.
Yeah, the story that most people will wake up to this morning is that Labour will form the next government, and they will do so with a significant number of MPs in the House of Commons across seats around the country, and with the help in large part of Scotland, which in itself is a huge story. What Keir Starmer says in the next few moments will define his time in Number 10. It will define his time as Prime Minister, and it will give everybody who's been waiting to find out if there is more to this Labour mission an indication of how ambitious he wants to be. We know what his initial first steps are. We know that Labour has plans to grow the economy. We don't yet know what Labour will do with this kind of mandate. And in the final couple of days of the campaign, when I was speaking to Keir Starmer out and about, he was clear that he does want to be ambitious, and he wants people to understand that there is hope that real change can mean something. And that's something that's really important to voters who have backed this party. They want their vote to matter. Now, beyond Labour and beyond tonight and today, we will have to try and understand why people have put a lot of their trust in the Reform Party and what that means for politics in Westminster, and independent candidates too. And for the Conservatives, they will have to find a way to rebuild from a position that they didn't expect to find themselves in. But all of those stories, Matt, you are right, are second to the major story of today and tonight and tomorrow, which is that there is a new Labour government, and it is a record-breaking Labour government.
James Johnson, you've been crunching the numbers throughout the night. Clearly, the estimates based on the exit poll have changed. The results have come in. What's the latest expectation in terms of the size of this Labour majority?
So the size of the Labour majority, it looks like it's going to be a little lower than that 170 that we first saw in the exit poll. I think we're looking at a little closer perhaps to 150, 160. The number of Conservative seats is the key decider in this. The revised BBC John Curtis projection had Conservatives on 154. I think that these most recent numbers, or so the team at JL Partners is saying, have been a little bit worse for the Conservatives since that projection took place. So I'd expect that to come down a bit. We're now seeing potentially it falling out in the 140s. So still better than the exit poll, but not quite as bad as, not quite as good as that second projection. I think
still the worst ever.
It's still the worst ever for the Conservatives, and that is still going to. But it does keep the Conservatives in the game as an opposition. Reform UK, they look like they're going to end up on 4 now. I can't see any other seats that Reform UK can win.
OK, we can go now to Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat to see if he has survived.
Is as follows. Barmy Brunch, the official monster raving loony party, 211. Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party, 3,222. Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739. Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,420.
Well, that's an extraordinary defeat. Jacob Rees-Mogg, he was only on the show an hour ago, boasting about his tongue sandwiches. Jacob Rees-Mogg has lost his seat in North East Hampshire to Dan Norris, the Labour candidate there. He's another returnee. He was a Labour MP before. We can go there live. James Hanson, Times Radio's James Hanson is there. James.
Dan Norris gets his revenge 14 years on from when Jacob Rees-Mogg defeated him back in 2010. Jacob Rees-Mogg won the seat from him 14 years ago. Dan Norris returns. He's going to be an MP once again. He was actually a minister during the Blair and Brown years, so he's going to be back in Parliament. This is potentially one of the Portillo moments of this election.
James, we're going to have to interrupt you, I'm afraid. That's James Hanson in North East Somerset. We can go now live to the Labour Party event, where Keir Starmer making a speech knowing he's got a majority. If you're just joining us, it's 5 o'clock on Friday morning. Keir Starmer addressing a Labour Party event. On the lectern, the slogan, "Change begins." Supporters waving Union Jacks, but also the flags of England, Wales and Scotland.
Thank you so much.
for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it. because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
If you are just joining us at 5:10 on Friday, July the 5th, that was Keir Starmer responding to the news that he has definitely won a majority, now up to 348 seats, with 150 still to declare. He talked about, it wasn't quite a new dawn is broken. He said we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day. It's a little bit gloomy outside. It's not quite as sunny as perhaps he might have liked for that metaphor. Change begins now, he said several times. He talked about how he wanted to get moving immediately. It wouldn't always be easy, he said. Anything new there, Kate McCann?
I think a lot of what Keir Starmer said is what we have heard from him before on the campaign trail. But what is running right through the heart of that speech is one of his fundamental values, I think, which is this sense that He believes that the government should help people to provide a better life for their children than what they were able to have. And I think that really is the message he wants people to take away from this first speech. It's hope and opportunity. I mean, he said that. You're right, he couched it. He said it's hard work, patient work. I don't promise you it will be easy. But that part at the end, I think, is probably the truest distillation of that message he wants to get across. Remember what this is all about, a hope that working class families like mine could build their lives around. And we've earned the mandate to relight that fire.
Calum Macdonald's here with us. Calum, just if people are waking up, because I'm conscious that some people might have been to bed, just take us through where we are on the numbers.
Yeah, so I think we can describe this as a landslide majority for Labour. Certainly that's what's on course. So 501 seats declared out of 650. And here are the numbers for each party. Labour on 349, the Conservatives on 76, the Liberal Democrats on 47, the SNP on 4, and I think probably most notably of the rest, the Reform UK on 4. There are others, of course, Plaid Cymru on 4, the DUP, the Greens also have 2. So those are the numbers as things stand. Even as Keir Starmer was speaking, a whole host of other Labour victories were declared in that time from constituencies all around the UK.
Caroline Quinn's still with us in the studio.
I thought another message there within that Keir Starmer speech was reassurance. We've changed. We ran as a changed Labour Party. We will govern as a changed Labour Party. Talking very much about how much difference there is from the 4.5 years ago that he took over. But remember, he will have before him in the Commons the face of old Labour in the form of Jeremy Corbyn. And I heard John McDonnell earlier today saying that he thinks that this should be the opportunity for Keir Starmer to bring Jeremy Corbyn back into the Labour Party to restore the whip to him. Now, whether that would go with the reassurance message, I don't know. But certainly this was very much, as Kate says, he was talking about returning politics to public service. That message repeated over and over. Demonstrate we are fit for public service.
It was an extraordinary moment. It was good to have you here for it. Caroline Quinn, thank you for coming in so much. It's been an absolute delight. Thank you for that. We've got Gavin Barwell, former Chief of Staff for Theresa May, in the studio with us. And we've got on the line Claire Ainsley, former Head of Policy for Keir Starmer. Claire, you've probably sat through more Keir Starmer speeches than is strictly healthy. What did you pick out of it? The sort of any new message or direction he wanted to land?
It felt to me that it was just sinking in for him. I think, like a lot of Labour activists, it sounded like Starmer hadn't been able to believe the polls, but it sounded like in that speech that he is ready. It is now sinking in that he is going to be our next Prime Minister, and not just that the Tory vote has collapsed, which it obviously has, but Labour has won, and how has it won? In really extraordinary ways. What he gave there in that message of reassurance was totally what you would expect to hear. I don't think there'll be any concessions to that. He said, quoting or slightly using that quote from New Labour, we were elected as a changed Labour, we will govern as changed Labour. So he is going to stick to the plan.
OK, if you are just joining us, it's coming up to 5:15. The Labour Party has won a majority, passing that line of 326 seats, now up to 355. Rishi Sunak conceding defeat, calling Keir Starmer earlier this morning to concede defeat, and he'll resign as Prime Minister later. Some big names gone from the Conservative Party, though. From the Conservative Cabinet, Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, Simon Hart, the Chief Whip, Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary, Penny Mordaunt, the Commons Leader, Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, and Michelle Donnellan, the Science Secretary, have all lost their seats, as have Jacob Rees-Mogg, Therese Coffey, Simon Clarke, and several other big names. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, hanging on to his seat with a majority of just 800. Nigel Farage becoming an MP on the 8th attempt. We're now up to 4 Reform MPs, with still some more to be declared. The Lib Dems having an extraordinary night. They're back in the southwest in a way they haven't been for some time, but they're picking up in the southeast too. Gavin Barbell, you've known bad times of the Conservative Party.
I have.
I mean, you must be pleased. At least you're now not part of the worst period of Conservative government.
Well, I wouldn't have described it that anyway, Matt. It's kind of you, but look, I mean, I'm obviously not pleased, and I have kind of mixed emotions about it. I think it's quite difficult for many people who were naturally Conservatives to argue that this wasn't a moment when change was required. But what happens when a party's unpopular is that the good people get swept out with the people that are guilty for what's gone wrong. And some very good Conservative MPs, and you named a couple of them there. Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, is a good example, have lost their seats. So it's obviously a terrible defeat for the party. I think what I want to see now is a proper debate to try and understand what's gone wrong and how you put it right. I'm much less interested in the personalities. I don't think we should be racing into a leadership election. I think you want to properly understand what has happened before you get into all of that. And to me, there are three big strategic problems that I see for the party. One is the age profile of our vote. If people vote exactly the same way at the next election, there'll be a further swing and get away from us because many of our voters sadly will have passed away by that point. The second is it's really hard for us to win while there's a division on the right. We've got the same problem Labour had in the early 80s when the SDP broke off. But it's also simplistic and I think wrong to assume that if you just sort of merged with Reform, that would solve the problem. Because I think there are some Reform voters that wouldn't vote for a merged party and there are some Conservatives who wouldn't have anything to do with the merged party. And then finally, tactical voting, which has made the seat gains and losses a lot worse than they would have been on a uniform swing. And there's always been in our party what I would call a sort of Millwall tendency that has delighted in being unpopular with lefties. And what we've discovered is actually if a significant chunk of the electorate really don't like you and are motivated to vote tactically to get you out, it has real world consequences. So whoever takes over has got to address those three challenges. And I think there's going to be a slightly silly ideological argument where some people say, we've been too right-wing and we've got to get back to the centre. And some people say, no, we haven't been right-wing enough. It's actually a mark of the complete strategic catastrophe over the last few years that both of those things are true at the same time. A bunch of voters think that we're too right-wing and another group think that we haven't been Conservative enough, and that speaks volumes to the mess we've got ourselves in.
Claire, you were there at the beginning of the Keir Starmer project doing exactly the sort of work that Gavin's talking about, and I and many others said that Keir Starmer wasn't dynamic enough, he was boring, he was softly. Was he keeping his powder dry? Did he have no powder? But that clearly, working your way through a process of winning the leadership, changing the party, getting a hearing, and then turning to the country has clearly paid off in a way that probably even Keir Starmer couldn't have predicted, 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, it feels satisfying beyond words, Matt, really. I mean, it was really, really tough. Keir picked the Labour Party up from that terrible election defeat that we had in 2019. We were 26 points behind in the polls. And frankly, for much of that first year and a half, it was really, really hard going. We were still being seen in the shadow of the previous leadership and all that had come with it. Anti-Semitism, of course, the report that we'd had finding the breaches around anti-Semitism. Keir really took the hard, steep road back. And as you say, Matt, you weren't the only one. There were lots of commentators, and I have to say a lot of Conservative politicians and others who really almost wrote Labour off and underestimated Starmer the whole way through. But those of us that were with him at the time and did those hard yards always believed that this, a victory was possible, perhaps not in such dramatic terms as we've had over the course of the last day. But we absolutely had a strategy and stuck to it. And that was to win, take us back to the centre ground and to win working people again. And that is what he has done.
Gavin.
I think that's fair comment, but I would just balance it off with one point. So I think he does deserve credit for what he did and the way in which he's changed the Labour Party. But I think it's also true to say he's been an extraordinarily lucky general because Boris Johnson destroyed himself, Liz Truss destroyed herself, and then you look at the problems the SNP got itself into in Scotland. In a whole host of ways, his opponents have lined up to make his job easier. Now, that's not in any way to take away the credit he deserves for the things that he had within his control, but I think it is also fair to say that he's benefited from the mistakes of others.
James Johnson, I wanted to bring you in because this debate about was he going to win a landslide with a smaller vote share than Jeremy Corbyn managed. I think I'm right in saying that they're on, 35%, 36%?
It's currently 36%, but it could, we're actually expecting that to trend up a little bit, perhaps ending up around the 37% mark. It's just worth saying, Matt, briefly, that the John Curtis exit poll projection has now come down to 144 Conservative seats. That's up on the original exit poll forecast, but down on that re-revision. Of course, if you're listening to Times Radio and the JR Partners model, you would have known that we were trending towards 140 a little earlier this evening. I think that
I hate it when pollsters fall out.
Not falling out, just boasting. I think that Labour under 40% thing, I think that speaks to what avid listeners of the Times Radio Focus Group heard for months and months and months over the last 4 years, which is that voters were never quite sold by Keir Starmer. They worried about his flip-flopping. They worried about his set of principles. They worried about his strength. And that held some voters on the left back from voting for him. It held some switchers from the Conservatives back from him, perhaps going to apathy or not voting instead. And it also actually led in the last few days of the campaign to some Labour 2019 voters going to Reform instead. Now, that doesn't matter because all that matters in British politics is the lead you have over the party behind you. And Reform and the Conservatives split that anti-Labour vote and allowed and gifted Labour a double-digit lead. That's all that mattered here, but in the years and months ahead, that is going to be a much flimsier position than the seat majorities overall look like at the moment.
So I stopped doing this overnight because people said it was waking them up, but come on, it's time to get up. Oh, it's not working.
Oh, no.
Hang on, what's happening?
Try again.
Try again. One more go. Oh.
Results.
There we go.
Okay,
what do you want to bring us, Calum?
Well, from Tonbridge, which is Tom Tugendhat's seat, and will remain Tom Tugendhat's seat.
Conservative hold.
For the Conservatives, albeit on a remarkably reduced vote share. He's down 24, with 40.8% of the vote for Tom Tugendhat. And I'm just looking through the numbers. So Labour up 3.5. The Greens in third place there, plus 7.2. And Reform up 15 as well. So Tom Tugendhat holding on to his seat in Tonbridge.
Lovely split of the opposing parties.
Well, it's interesting, Gab, when you were chatting a moment ago about the kind of the Tory rebuild and, too right-wing versus not right-wing enough. And I'm kind of looking through my list here of, very recognisable Tory names that I've got red crosses beside. Tom Tugendhat holding on. Who do you trust among those that are capable of rebuilding the party to rebuild the party? I'm thinking particularly of Jeremy Hunt, who presumably is going to have quite a senior role in that.
So I think one of the things the party might want to think about is whether you have someone who is a more experienced figure that does the job for a bit at first. I'm one of those people that did the full 13 years the last time we were in opposition. And we put William Hague in on day one, and we kind of wasted his talent. He was burnt after 4 years, and I think actually maybe the party would have been better served with someone like Ken Clarke doing that initial shift and then William taking over. So I want to wait and hear what different people have to say. But if you think about the last 3 years of chaos, we've already burnt through a whole load of our talent pool, and then about half of the cabinet have lost their seats at this election. So we've got to really carefully conserve what we've got. It's not going to be a large parliamentary party, and that's something I think is worth thinking about.
I wanted to just flag that the Greens have won in Herefordshire North, which is not one of the ones we were talking about. There's a seat in Bristol, which they've taken off of Labour's Thangham Debonair. I don't think we've got Brighton Pavilion back yet, have we? Which is obviously the seat that they held under Caroline Lucas.
This is Bill Wiggin, isn't it?
They've won one in Suffolk. And now one in Herefordshire North.
So that Suffolk one was actually a mistake. I think that's been correct.
Oh.
That's been corrected. But that Herefordshire North seat, that would be the first time the Greens have picked up a seat directly from the Conservatives.
Oh, that's really interesting. That we've also just heard that Esther McVeigh has won her seat in Tatton. So that is a
Conservative hold.
We've not had many of those, have we?
No, it's very underused. I'll tell you what we haven't used much of.
Conservative gain.
One in
Well, I think
Leicester?
we've had one in Leicester.
Maybe get some in Scotland, do you think?
Well,
With
so
the
on,
SNP where
on
they
that
are?
note, I've just had a message from a Scottish Tory advisor, and we're all reverting to cliche, but it's saying that Douglas Ross's seat is on a knife edge, and in fact there was another word that he used in the middle of that's not broadcastable, a knife something edge. So it sounds pretty close for Douglas Ross and the Tories in general in Scotland, I think.
The key thing that we mustn't overlook here, Claire Ainsley's still with us, former head of policy for Keir Starmer, is that Keir Starmer's going to say he wakes up this morning. I imagine he won't be going to bed, but he'll I imagine put a clean shirt on before he goes to the Palace. He goes to number 10, and in a way that you just can't do in opposition, he will control the news agenda. You know, whatever the Tory party is doing, bluntly, whatever stunt Ed Davey's doing, whatever thing that Nigel Farage is doing, being the Prime Minister, being the government, shaping the agenda, the narrative, the Overton window, whatever you're talking about. And so these next few days, the cabinet appointments, the first big announcements, the agendas, the machinery of government, whatever it might be, will tell us a lot about his ability to take control of that agenda and dominate politics over the coming weeks.
Indeed. And the next few days, Labour will be really keen to demonstrate to the country, well, what's the difference? You voted for change, so what does that mean? And the reality is, in policy terms, we all know that a lot of the challenges the country faces are going to be long haul. So I think the optics, as you say, of that initial, what does this fresh change actually look and feel like, are going to be really important. And I'm absolutely sure Keir Starmer being Keir Starmer, the Labour team would have put a lot of thought into how does this play out over the next few days. How do you do it in a way that actually almost rewards the voters for having put their trust in Labour and have turned their back on the Conservatives?
Claire, always good to speak to you. Claire Ainsley, former head of policy for Keir Starmer. Gavin, good to see you as well. Gavin Barwell, former chief of staff for Theresa May. One seat that we haven't spoken about for a while is because there isn't a result yet. It's in southwest Norfolk. It's the seat of Liz Truss. It's been the subject of a lot of gossip and speculation. Rhys Blakely is there for us. Rhys, what are you hearing?
Well, it looks very close at the moment. It's probably too close to call, I think. I'm trying to sort of look at these bundles of votes as they come in. I think we're going to have to wait for 5:30 or thereabouts when the result comes in. I mean, we've got Liz Truss, obviously. We've got James Bagg, this independent, former Conservative, the so-called, the leader of the so-called turnip Taliban, and we've got the Labour candidate as well. So it looks very, very close.
Is Liz Truss there?
She's not here yet. No. The other candidates are, as far as I can tell. Have not heard any word of Liz Truss entering the building so far.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll come back to you again, I'm sure. Rhys Blakely, thanks for joining us live from Liz Truss's count in the slightly confusingly named southwest Norfolk. Whether that result comes back before 6 o'clock or from 6 o'clock this morning, a supersized Times Radio breakfast. Calum Macdonald is staying because he's mad. Chloe Tilley is going to be live in Downing Street. Stig Abel and Asma Mir will be here as well, taking you right the way through from 6 o'clock this morning until 10. Then I'm back at 10 o'clock because I'm also mad, as is Kate. Between 10 and 1, at 11 o'clock, we're bringing you a special episode of How to Win an Election with Peter Mandelson, Danny Finkelstein and Polly Mackenzie in front of a live audience. Again, because I'm mad. Right, up next, we might have the, if not last, maybe penultimate outing for the brass band. And we'll try and update you on where we are. Excuse me, my voice is nearly gone. Only 3 hours of broadcasting to go. Right, I tell you what we'll do. We'll take you on a tour of the UK, of where we are in terms of numbers, and look ahead to what you can expect on Times Radio Breakfast this morning. The band are limbering up. If you haven't been listening all night, frankly, where have you been? Because as far as I can tell, the telly's been rubbish. That's what you've been telling us anyway. Other employers are available. But the band are living up. But members of the Hackney Colliery Band have been playing brass covers all night. So we'll check in with them. We'll also find out how Heidi's getting on knitting the election results. First, though, let's get a proper news roundup from Cara Betley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority and will form the next government. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken in London.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day.
Labour has won 368 seats so far, more than the necessary 326 needed to lead the country. Rishi Sunak conceded that fact as he won his own seat in Yorkshire.
To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home.
The Conservatives have lost more than 180 seats, and Cabinet Ministers Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps and Gillian Keegan have all lost their seats. Former Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg has lost his seat in Somerset. However, Jeremy Hunt has kept his seat in Surrey with a majority of about 800 votes.
Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
Suella Braverman's also kept her seat. The Liberal Democrats have made significant gains, winning Woking, Winchester and Tunbridge Wells. Labour's Shadow Culture Secretary Thangam Debonair has lost her seat to one of the Green Party's co-leaders, Carla Denyer, in Bristol. We'll give you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio. Visit Times Radio on YouTube for the latest videos and interviews. Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
It's election year.
Join us as we discuss the big issues that will define our future and hear what our political leaders think about them.
We'll get you equipped for the political week ahead at Westminster and beyond, take you through the Sunday papers and dive into the archive to try and learn from political lessons of the past.
You'll hear what happens when things go wrong in politics from those who've been there and done it.
And of course, you have your say on it as well.
Kate McCann and Adam Bolton. Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio. Election Night Live on Times Radio.
It's all got a bit Last Dance at the Wedding, hasn't it? The Hackney Colliery Band now playing a trumpet with one hand and a bottle of champagne with the other. Oh, can we speak to him? Oh, very good. Very good. Give him a round of applause. Very, very good. Steve, can you hear me? Yeah, are you having fun?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, there's an amazing. Even though you're just the other side of glass from the studio, there's an amazingly long delay. So,
it's a bit of a delay. Yeah, we're having great fun.
Can you introduce the band? Who's been keeping us entertained?
So over here we've got Len on the saxophone. We've got Joel down the end. We have over here on the beautiful sousaphone. We've got Chris and we've got Ollie on the drums.
Full set of drum kit.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Can we have one more song before the end? We'll get you back just before 6. Fabulous.
Yeah, we'll get you back just before 6, yeah.
Fabulous. Right, lovely stuff. From a live brass band on Times Radio, before we get an update on the listener who's knitting the election, let's speak now to Lord Kinnock, former Labour leader, who's live at the Labour Victory Party. I think, is that what it is, Neil?
Well, it's an announcement that we've got a new government. There's a party atmosphere here. You wouldn't expect anything less. Lot of young people, which is great, and they are in a celebratory mood because they all, by definition, have lived most of their lives under a wretched Tory government. So there's plenty for them to be hopeful about.
Neil, given your experience of the highs and lows of the Labour Party, given the extraordinary lows of 2019, did you expect to be here now?
I said in about 2018, I think, in an interview that my age was advancing. I didn't expect to see another Labour government in my lifetime unless there were big changes. Well, fortunately, there were big changes, huge changes made by Keir Starmer and his colleagues, and that's why we got a Labour government now. So I can't say that I've always expected it, but the last 4.5 years since this guy took over, different mindset, different approach, different outreach to the people of our country, recognition that in order to get elected, we must have breadth of appeal and fundamental credibility. And I thought, okay, this is the guy who can do it. And indeed, he's done it.
Only, 4 Labour leaders have gone from opposition into number 10. Can you rank Keir Starmer against his predecessors?
I think that's always unwise, simply because every age is different, and indeed every election is different. So you can't make a reasonable comparison, as maybe you could, between the last 5 teams to win the Premier League. if it has been 5, it's probably only 4. But you can't make it on that basis. However, the great thing is there's a pantheon of 4, and Keir now takes his place there and will be immensely effective. I mean, he's the first guy who would say, hey, listen, enjoy the celebration of the moment, enjoy the fact that we've got a Labour government, and then come and work with me. Because that's the kind of single-minded, focused, normal, highly intelligent, deliberate purpose guy that he is. He plans courses, and he collects what's necessary to pursue them, and then he gets on with it.
Getting here might have been hard work, but it's probably the easy bit compared to what happens the moment he crosses the threshold of number 10 later.
Yeah, I must say, being in opposition, leading the Labour Party, taking us from abysmal failure to rampagent success in less than 5 years. If that was the easy bit, then I understand entirely what you're saying. The real challenge, as Keir said himself this evening, starts now. He's up to it, and so are his colleagues.
Neil Kinnock, always good to speak to you. Thank you for joining us. Lord Kinnock, live from the Labour victory announcement event at the Tate Modern. Neil, thanks so much for joining us. From Neil Kinnock to another man who knows a lot about opposition, Nigel Fletcher from the Centre for Opposition Studies joins us. Nigel, how are you? Where are you?
Morning, Matt. Yes, I'm on the terrace of the National Liberal Club on my sort of pub crawls of election events. I started off at Labour List in Vauxhall, and I've now reached the National Liberal Club, where I think I'm about to be thrown out because they're locking up.
Well, very good. But I imagine it's not the first time you've been thrown out of a bar, Nigel. Do you need to rewrite the opposition history books? Because Keir Starmer has achieved what almost no one thought possible in 2019, to come back from the worst results since the 1930s to win an extraordinary, it looks like, majority.
Absolutely, and I think that in all of the coverage over sort of recent weeks and months of this seeming like a foregone conclusion, we've lost sight of the fact that this is an astonishing achievement. If you ask people the morning after the 2019 election, can Labour come back in one term, they would have said it was absolutely impossible. You know, we can't forget it was their worst result since 1935. And now we're looking at, one of their best in history. It's quite an astonishing achievement.
So then we turn to your party, Nigel, the Conservative Party. What's the lessons that they should take from history so that they can do a Keir Starmer at the next election?
Well, they've got a very good case study if they want to do that, which is the way the Conservative Party responded to the 1945 landslide defeat, when they did manage to come back not in one election, but in two. And in 1950, at that election, Labour's majority was reduced to a tiny number, and then in 1951, the Conservatives won and came back into power. So if they're looking for a parallel for coming back after suffering a defeat at the hands of Labour on a landslide defeat, they can look at that. And the way they really did that was by ensuring that they put their heads down and got on with the job of opposition and didn't go off and do what so many parties have done after a defeat, which is to indulge themselves in a kind of ideological purity test. The kind of thing that Neil Kinnock, that you were just talking to, Neil sort of took 9 years to kind of bring the Labour Party back from the brink, and he did a huge service in that, but he'll be the first person to say that it shouldn't have taken that long. And if the Conservative Party can avoid the mistakes that were made by Labour under Jeremy Corbyn, if they can avoid the mistakes that were made by other parties that have indulged themselves over the years, the Conservative Party as well, after the 1997 election, then they can do that. But I have to say that the way that parties tend to react is not always rational. It's a grieving process that they go through, and I think, having studied it quite a lot, my conclusion is that they have to go through that grieving process, and there isn't really a way that they can fast track it unless they're really single-minded about it. But I think if they take anything from it, from tonight, it is the fact that, well, Labour managed to do it. They had to get it out of their system under Jeremy Corbyn and Ed Miliband, but it was still a terrible defeat that they suffered 5 years ago, and they came back from it, and then some. So I think it can be done, and I think if the next leader of the Conservative Party is wanting to come up with a playbook, it's those lessons they've got to learn, and try and resist those who want to have a prolonged academic discussion about ideological purity.
Nigel, always good to speak to you. We'll let you get out of there before you get thrown out. It's Nigel Fletcher there from the Centre for Opposition Studies, taking a look, reflecting on the issue of opposition. As things stand, Labour have got 379 seats. The Conservatives are down on just 95. The Lib Dems on 53. The SNP on 7. Others on 30. Calum Macdonald.
Yeah, just to bring you then a result from Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. Notable because this is where Douglas Ross, the outgoing Scottish Conservative Party leader, was standing. He has lost that seat. The SNP have won with a majority of 942 votes. So Douglas Ross will not be an MP. He will not be Scottish Conservative leader. However, he will be an MSP because that's what, let's be real, he was using as his backup plan. So he will remain in Holyrood until at least 2026 at this point, but will not be the Scottish Conservative leader. And by the way, there's a fascinating conversation to be had about what happens to the Scottish Conservative Party from here on out, with several MSPs suggesting this is the time for the Scottish Conservatives to rebrand, to re-identify, and to move away from the kind of conservative concept. Something that's been tried in the past, suggested in the past, and voted against in the past. But whether that has a new lease of life after all of this remains to be seen.
Talking about Scotland, we should also reflect on what's happened in Wales, because Labour had many of the seats there already, but it's pretty extraordinary what's happened there. The Conservatives have lost all of their seats in Wales. They had 12 MPs then, they've lost them all. Labour are up 9 on 27, Plaid are up 2 on 4. The Lib Dems have made a gain. I think that is all of the seats now declared in Wales. So that's the picture in Wales. In terms of records set and all of that, James Johnson, where are we on the vote share projections?
So currently we're looking at 35% for the Conservatives, 35% for Labour. If only the Conservatives love that to happen. 35% for Labour, 23% for the Conservatives. Now, we expect that to show up a little bit, but not by much at this stage. That is a 2-point increase for Labour on 2019. Now, that is quite a shocking result. This is not an election, a landslide, won by Labour suddenly piling on loads of votes. It is won by the Conservative vote collapsing and Reform doing well and splitting that vote. And underneath this picture of a very successful Labour majority, there are a number of other dimensions we've seen tonight. We've got independents winning from Labour MPs and indeed challenging Labour MPs where they managed to hold on. Some of those independents, we've got people who are very pro-Palestine. That's going to be an important element in this next parliament. Quite a significant significant number of those. We've got the Lib Dem performance doing very, very well. They've obviously made big inroads. We haven't talked about them a lot, but they're on 60-ish seats. They're going to have a real impact. We've got the Greens rising up. We've got them gaining from Labour and from the Conservatives. Matt, if I had to sum up what this looked like, I'd say Labour are on a very, very, very high seesaw. You know, they're balancing. They've done it. They've built the tower, but they are balancing. On one side, they've got their left, more affluent middle class flank, who are tempted by independents and the Greens. On the other side of that, they've got their flank on the right, Reform. Keir Starmer has built the tower, but it's a giant seesaw and it's very wobbly, and that's what the next few years is going to be all about.
So just looking at my various bits of paper, it means the Conservatives are going to have the lowest ever share of the votes, worse even than John Major in 97, and actually worse than the Duke of Wellington, I think, in 1832, who managed 29.2% of the vote. The lowest ever number of seats, worse than 1906 when they had 156. And... well, anyway, it's very bad. Laura Spirit, Times Red Box editor, is here, gearing up to write your second email of the night.
Yes,
Morning.
I am. I've just begun it.
I can see it being written down there.
Yeah, you're welcome to contribute, James.
What does it say?
It says, "It feels good, I have to be honest." That's not me. That's a quote from Keir Starmer. I feel quite ropey. But that was him addressing voter or activists in North London earlier this evening, where he gave that slightly tortured metaphor about walking into the morning, the pale light
Just
of
leave
hope.
A New Dawn is broken. That's been done. I think he just should have probably just gone for something else. There have been so many interesting stories, though, along the way. Jonathan Ashworth, the Labour frontbenchers, lost his seat. Wes Streeting, one of the stars of the Labour Party, tipped as the future leader. Shadow Health, about to become Health Secretary. How many votes was in it, Kate? 500?
500 or something like that.
That's how close he came to losing his seat. The Conservatives have made gains in some places. Leicester, because Keith Vaz was standing. Is there a particular story that you want to pull out, Laura?
I think James has just summed them up perfectly, that this is not... It's a fantastic night for Labour, they will feel, but it is not a night of unambiguous successes. There are certainly moments of tonight that Keir Starmer will have felt quite pained by, and I think Wes Streeting probably chief among them. That was so close to being an extremely humiliating moment for the Conservative Party. Wes Streeting was, on broadcast rounds just this evening, kind of touted, I think, as one of their key media performers. I think if he had lost his seat this evening, it would have been utterly humiliating for the party. And I think, as James says, this is an era of extreme voter volatility. It will be, of course, read as a significant mandate for Keir Starmer, and probably rightly so, but it will certainly not be read as a particularly kind of solid one that will potentially last for a very long time.
And another big beast is gone, Calum Macdonald.
Yeah, so this is Liam Fox, who's come in second place in North Somerset to Labour. I'm trying to do the maths very quickly, but my tired brain's not great. About 500 or 600 votes, something like that.
In front of me.
Go on, Kate.
Yeah, Liam Fox, 18,499, and the Labour candidate on 19,000, so 19,138, so just over 500, 600 and something.
And he's been in the Commons since 1992.
Well, interestingly there, the Tory vote share is down 19.1 percentage points, and Labour's is up by 10. But Reform, again, up by 10. So it's eating into Labour, yeah.
Some were touting him as a potential interim leader. No more.
Favourite Liam Fox fact?
Fox facts.
He's thanked. He's thanked in the sleeve notes of Natalie Imbruglia's debut album.
Wow,
that is a very good.
Did
Fox
they date?
fact.
I think they did. Yeah.
I once talked a very dispirited Liam Fox through the post-mortem into the 2017 general election. He couldn't make the first meeting about it, so I had to do it one-to-one. Wasn't very happy.
Well, obviously didn't listen to you. It would have made all the difference if he had done. We still no news from Liz Truss. Southwest Norfolk. What's the exit poll model saying, James?
Well, the exit poll, I actually don't know, Matt, which is pretty poor form. Most models, though, had her holding. The rumours are that it really could be... Oh, Kate's got something to say.
Well, only to say that the Liberal Democrats have taken Guildford back, which is from the Tories, which it does flip-flop that seat. I think it was Lib Dem in 20...
Can we take it out live? We're going to go to Birmingham Yardley now as the constituency of Jess
5,061. McIntyre, Jody, Workers' Party, 10,582. So, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I haven't yet finished. Phillips, Jessica Rose, known as Jess Phillips, Labour Party, 11,275. Total number of rejected ballot papers is 120. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Jess Phillips doing a curtsy there to the crowd. It's obviously a bit lively there. Kate McCann.
Well, that's because that seat, the result there in that seat was incredibly close. And yeah, I think we'll have to see the numbers, but I think there's less than 1,000 votes in it. And Jess Phillips being booed there is really unusual. I mean, we've had a couple of seats where there's been, people shouting out and lots of sort of heckling, but her being booed at her own count is quite something.
She resigned from the Labour front bench over Keir Starmer's stance on a calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Yeah, and once again, this issue comes back for Labour. I mean, the share of the vote, Labour is down 26.9 percentage points. That is phenomenal in that seat. Labour, the ultimate result there, Jess Phillips got 11,275 votes. The Workers' Party of Britain got 10,582. So what's that? It's really close.
693 is the majority. 693.
Wow.
So yeah, really, really close. And the Workers' Party put on 29.3 percentage points.
I don't want to diminish the significance of any of these sort of successful independent challengers to Labour MPs, but all I would say is that this was the free hit election, because a lot of people knew and thought that Labour were going to win anyway, and they felt that they could therefore vote without endangering a Conservative win or a Reform surge or anything like it. It does just make me wonder how long-term a presence this is in British politics. Just to slightly question that there.
And I suppose the issues that are at play right now, that Nigel Farage has exploited on the right of the Conservative Party, and that George Galloway and those on the hard left have tried to exploit on the left of the Labour Party, there might be different issues next time, but they're not going to be exactly the same in 5 years' time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, issues are different all the time. Very rarely do the public look back and judge you based on what you've done before. They're often looking at what you can do in the future. And there's one thing that we know for sure in this election. A huge number of people expected Labour to win, and a big chunk also expected Labour to win a crushing majority. We asked the public to guess what the poll lead was, and they got it spot on. Earlier in the campaign, they said 20 points, and it was an average of 20 points. So the public knew what was going on. I think there was a few free hits here.
We are now going to, because time's ticking down towards breakfast, Stig Abel, Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley and Calum Macdonald will be with you from 6 until 10 this morning. The Conservatives have just sent out an email to supporters from Alan Mabbott, who is the party's treasurer, with the subject line, "It's not good." Let's find out if our project to nit the election on the radio is good. Heidi, are you there?
I'm here, Matt, yes.
Let's have a look then. How have you got on?
I've done about 300 odd seats. So I've got another.
So good. It's amazing. So if you're not watching on the YouTube channel, a couple of weeks ago, Heidi got in touch, said she was doing her knitting. We asked her, would she knit the election? So a line of colour for each seat that came in. You've got through quite a lot of red wool there, Heidi.
I have acres and acres of red. I'm about nearly 2 foot of scarf, and most of it's red.
But there's a smatterings of blue, yellow, orange for the Lib Dems, the SNP.
Yes.
Have you done the greens yet?
No, haven't done any greens yet. We're approaching the greens within the next few rows.
Do you think, I mean, you are allowed to go to bed at some point, Heidi. Do you think you'll have the election finished by the time I'm on at lunchtime?
I don't think so. That's a challenge. That is a challenge.
Just say yes, Heidi. To be honest, we could, given it's on the radio and no one can see you unless they're on YouTube, we could have just said you were knitting the election. It wouldn't have mattered. Heidi, you've been an absolute legend. Thank you so much for staying up all night. Round of applause for Heidi, everyone.
Thank you. You're very welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Heidi. You've been an absolute star. Thank you as well for all of your messages that you've been sending. Part of the reason why I'm able to read them out is because the news has kept coming, but we've read them all, and most of them have been lovely. If you stay tuned, because Stig Abel and Asma Mir are going to be live in the studio. Callum's going to stick with his spreadsheets. How many seats have we got left to go, Callum?
We have... Oh, don't do that to me. We've done 579 out of 650. So what's that? 70 to go. 71 to go.
Do we know where they are, or Wales is all done?
Wales is all done. There's a few left in Scotland, a handful in Scotland, and I can look at the map, but I don't know off the top of my head right now.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, you and your spreadsheets all
I mean,
they're kind
of scattered all over the place. There's like 2 forces. There's 7 in Scotland. There's a couple in Northern Ireland. There's a few in the northeast of England. There's some in the Midlands.
So there's a straight belt through the middle. There's quite a lot in the southwest. Very
Southwest,
rural.
yeah,
that's looking very yellow. Lots of red. I'm amazed by that down there. Camborne and Redruth, St Austell, Newquay, Truro and Falmouth. Anyway, stay tuned because those results will keep coming in. I'll be back at 10 o'clock this morning. We've got a special live episode of what's it called? How to Win an Election with Peter Anderson, Daniel Finkelstein, and Polly Mackenzie. Kate, before you go off and have a lie down,
yes,
your reflections on the past 8 hours.
I think really, if you are waking up to this, and this is the first you're sort of hearing tonight, the most important thing to note is a huge Labour victory, and Keir Starmer will no doubt be over the moon with the scale that he has achieved. There are some difficult points in there for him, and I think we need to look a little bit more closely at some of those MPs, those Labour MPs who've kept their seats, Jess Phillips, Wes Streeting among them, but they've been run very, very close, and Labour needs to work out what that means. You know, in terms of its international policy, one of the first things Starmer's going to do is go to NATO next week. The international policy, foreign affairs, is going to dominate his time in Downing Street. He is not going to be able to avoid this as an issue. But, you know, the other story here is the real fracturing, I think, of the rest of the vote, and the fact that reform, and a sort of G'd up reform under Nigel Farage, has really damaged the Tories, but it's taken from Labour too. And in some areas, that's created results which I don't think anyone expected.
Thanks for that, Kate. Thank you to James Johnson.
Well, look, I don't think we've ever quite had an election result like this.
Yeah.
Not just in terms of the scale of the majority, but the sort of bizarre nature of it. And just to build on the metaphor I used earlier, Keir Starmer has assembled a sort of a 400-foot seesaw tower on the broken ruins of the split right. And he now stands atop that seesaw. On the one side is his working class, less affluent voters who voted Leave. They're with him for now, but they'll be tempted by reform over the next few years, potentially even back to the Conservatives. On the other side of that very wobbly seesaw, he has an affluent, middle class, younger vote, some of whom may have been tempted by independents, some of whom may be tempted by the Greens in time to come. At the moment, he can survey all from that perch. He owns the narrative now, and he looks upon everybody else below him. But how long that holds, how long he can balance, is really the big question now.
Well, it has been an extraordinary night. Thank you to all of you for being in the studio, but a very special thank you to these guys. Very nice. Playing us out after 8 extraordinary hours. We said at the beginning that history would be made. I don't think even I expected it to be quite so mad, dramatic, funny. Thank you so much to the Hackney Colliery Band. They've been absolutely terrific. Thank you to all you for listening. Thank you to producer Andrew, to Ryan pushing the buttons, to Ollie Lewis, Lewis Decker, Keir Browning, Erin Carney, Tom Weiger, Hugo Chambray, Amelia Melvin, Freddie Fulston, Fran Anker, Owen, all the engineers who've kept everyone across the country, Darryl Morris, Kate Gorsay, Jake Robson, Nick Ellery, Ben Clapworthy, Carol Walker, Jane Garvey, Rosie Wright, Patrick Maguire, James Hanson, Rhys Blakely, Fee Glover and everyone else. Thank you so much for listening. Do not go anywhere. Stig Abel, Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley and Calum Macdonald with a super-sized breakfast. I'll be back, absurdly, in 4 hours' time at 10 o'clock. Andrew Neil returns at 1, and then live from College Green in Westminster, John Pienaar and Ayesha Hazarika. That was an election night to remember. Times Radio Breakfast is next.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio. The election station.
Hello, good morning. It's 6 o'clock. This is a special Times Radio election breakfast with Calum Macdonald, and joined in just a couple of minutes by Chloe Tilley live from Downing Street, as well as Asma Mir and Stig Abel here in the studio. The headlines this morning: Labour has won the general election. Sir Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister. The Conservatives have lost nearly 200 seats, including many cabinet ministers. Lib Dems and Reform UK have made gains. Coming up, we'll bring you the story of election night, how Labour won, how the Conservatives lost, but also why the whole picture that is emerging, how it's more complex than anyone expected. We'll be at some of the counts as they come in as well throughout the morning, and we'll hear from winners and losers. Plus, the pollster Peter Kellner will be giving us his analysis. It is Friday, the 5th of July.
This is Times Radio.
Now let's get the news. Here's Cara Bentley.
Thanks, Callum. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority and will lead the country. Sir Keir Starmer spoke in London this morning.
Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that.
Labour's won 392 seats so far, more than the 326 needed to form a government. A projection overnight suggested they would win 405 seats overall. Rishi Sunak conceded the election just before it was officially called, as he stood up after winning his own constituency for Richmond and Northallerton in Yorkshire.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future.
He's about to board a plane to London to formally resign as Prime Minister. Several cabinet ministers have lost their seats, including the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps and the Education Secretary Gillian Keegan. House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt also lost in Portsmouth to Labour. She gave this advice to those who will be deciding her party's future.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's.
The outgoing Chancellor Jeremy Hunt kept his seat in Godalming and Ash. Former Cabinet Minister Suella Braverman also stays in the House of Commons. Nigel Farage has been elected in Clacton in Essex. The Reform UK leader said this was just the start for his party, which he returned to only 4 weeks ago.
My plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years, and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029.
Former Reform UK leader and now the chairman, Richard Tice, has also won, and Reform UK has got 4 seats so far. The Liberal Democrats have made significant gains, winning Woking, Winchester, Wimbledon and Tunbridge Wells. Sir Ed Davey, the leader, kept his seat in Kingston and Surbiton in Surrey and said he's enjoyed the stunts he's done during the campaign, but what he's enjoyed more is speaking to people who have serious concerns.
Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis.
Former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has kept his seat of Islington North as an independent candidate, beating his former party. Shadow Minister Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat to an independent candidate who stood on a position against Israel's retaliation on Gaza. Both co-leaders of the Green Party have won. Carly Denye's won in Bristol and Adrian Ramsey in Waveney Valley, beating the Conservatives. The SNP has lost 38 seats and is on 7 so far. Leader and First Minister of Scotland John Swinney says it's been a very, very difficult and damaging night. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results coming through on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide.
Good morning. Labour have won a resounding victory with a huge swing. They're currently on 392 seats. The Conservatives lose badly. The Lib Dems surge. The SNP are humbled. Reform get 4 seats so far. It's been a dramatic night with Rishi Sunak conceding at 4:42 a.m. He said he takes responsibility for the loss and apologised yet again to activists. Keir Starmer told supporters, "We did it."
There's been a crushing of cabinet ministers, a profusion of Portillo moments. Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, Lucy Fraser, Alex Chalk, Gillian Keegan, Simon Hart, Johnny Mercer, Michelle Donnellan, all gone. That's a record for cabinet ministers in an election. Rees-Mogg gone too. And despite the landslide to Labour, we've lost a couple of Labour figures you've heard rather a lot on this station. Thangam Debonair and, most surprisingly, Jonathan Ashworth, who lost out of nowhere to an independent standing on a pro-Palestine ticket. This is a historic swing to Labour tonight, but they've been hurt a bit by their Muslim vote that has definitely not turned out for them. Wes Streeting has held on by only 400 votes.
The Labour surge has been particularly pronounced across Scotland, where the SNP have been swept away, possibly to linger in single digits in an almost complete reversal of their electoral success of the last decade. The Lib Dems have won seats. Reform UK have broken into Westminster, both at the expense of the Conservatives. This has been an astonishing election in so many ways, but no doubt of the big winner. This was a triumph for Labour and Sir Keir Starmer.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Well, I'm live in Downing Street, outside the door of number 10. The world's media is assembled. This, of course, is where Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister, will make his speech later today, after heading to Buckingham Palace to ask the King to form the next government. We also expect jubilant Labour MPs to arrive later as the Cabinet is assembled. Times Radio's chief political correspondent, Patrick Maguire, will be with me throughout the morning after hot-footing it over from Labour celebrations at Tate Modern.
Here's how you get in touch. All the usual ways. Of course, you can text us on 87222, starting with the word Times. You can email us, studio@times.radio, or WhatsApp us on 0333 003 2353.
It is 7 minutes past 6, Friday, July the 5th. Labour has won the general election, a historic swing to them. Keir Starmer is now the Prime Minister. Kate McCann is Times Radio's political editor. She's been up all night along with Calum. There's still a lot of energy in the room. Probably not as much as there is in Keir Starmer's room at the moment. Kate, there'll be some other storylines to focus on. The psychodrama of the Tory party is looming, waiting to be explored. But there is a top line to tonight, isn't there?
There is, and as you guys outlined there, it is a Labour victory, and it's a huge victory for the Labour Party. I mean, they are taking seats off the Tories at an absolutely rapid rate. I think there was one point when poor Calum couldn't keep up with the number of announcements that he was having to make. And, you know, this is something that Keir Starmer has been hoping for, believing in, but not allowing himself to talk about even. And this is the moment where he can do that with confidence. Now, you're right that there are other stories going on here. And I think, you know, beyond what happens with the Tories next and beyond what happens with the SNP, because they are facing fundamental questions too, I think a really big question here is, what does Labour do now with all those people who voted Reform? I think what Keir Starmer has to do is work out why they did that, how to engage with them, and what a Labour government can do to govern for them, because he's voted into Downing Street on behalf of all of us, and there are some hugely knotty issues which are forcing people to think again about how they vote, and they will not be silent about, you know, speaking up when they don't feel they're being listened to.
And he knows, doesn't he? The vote share, 37% He knows it's a really strange feeling, because this is a dramatic win. It's a historic swing. It's never happened before to go from 80 behind in terms of majority to a majority of this scale. So it's colossal, historic. It's 37% of the vote. So it's a very broad but a very shallow majority.
Yeah, some people would say it is shallow. It's not as good as what Jeremy Corbyn, for example, achieved in 2017. But of course, the real difference is the number of seats, and it puts you in Downing Street. It puts you in power. Now, all of the Labour MPs that Keir Starmer has working with him are pointing in the same direction. And that's really important here, because that's not the case for Reform. Reform is itself a fractured party. And it's not clear why everybody voted that way. Some people may just not have wanted to vote Conservative. It may be a protest vote. And that, I suppose, is what I mean about the fracturing. It doesn't help Labour here. It does pose some very difficult questions for them. But some of those questions were already known by Keir Starmer. He recognises that on day one he'll be having to make decisions about prisons. He'll have to make decisions about how to pay NHS workers. He will go to NATO in his first week, where that question of Palestine and Israel and Russia, all those big things he will not be able to avoid. There's no honeymoon period here. Voters think that they sort of understand what he's talking about. They expect him to be quite similar to the Tories. So in a way, he's going to have to hit the ground running. And I think for him, that's going to be the most difficult part of this.
Kate, you've been absolutely colossal tonight. Congratulations. It's an amazing political moment for this nation. You've done a great job with us. Have a little sleep for a couple of hours, and then you can come back and do it all over again for the next 24. I would hope.
That's not even a joke.
It's not a joke. It's more of a expectation. Calum, there is a cliche, and we do try and put things in the political cliche bin, but we'll maybe keep this one out for a second. The Portillo moment.
Yeah.
What did it feel like for you? Because there were 8 cabinet ministers who bit the dust.
There's 10 apparently now.
So now 10?
Yeah.
Who are the extra 2?
Not sure, but I've just seen 10 cabinet
10
ministers. Previous record was 7, so it already beaten that.
Yeah. What was the moment for you?
Well, there was a kind of spell, as Kate was saying, there were loads of declarations happening, and also there were just other headlines emerging within all of that. So there was the kind of story of the Labour surge in general. There's the Labour surge in Scotland. There was Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat in Leicester. There was Grant Shapps and Alex Chalk both being binned as part of that cabinet clear-out, if you like. There was Jeremy Corbyn winning. There was Nigel Farage winning. There was Gillian Keegan losing her seat. There was Suella Braverman's speech, which was definitely the launch of some sort of attempt at the leadership, where she did this very heartfelt, almost over-emotional apology to Conservative supporters. And all of that was happening within the space of about an hour. There was a real drama sort of between 3:30 and 4:30 in the middle of the night. And I think actually as we wake up this morning, yes, there is a Labour majority. Yes, it is, reasonably large. It's a landslide. But actually, there are so many stories within that one of which is Wes Streeting, who's held on to his seat. Shadow Health Secretary, presumably will be the Health Secretary, but he's held on to his seat by around 500 votes, which is not all that convincing.
So this is the rise of the independents, 4 independents who have stood on a pro-Palestine ticket, and they've won. But even the ones who haven't won have taken some votes off people like Jess Phillips and Wes Streeting.
Exactly. So in Blackburn, Dewsbury and Batley and Leicester South, Labour lost 2 independents for exactly the reasons you outlined. And the close run, I suppose, there were 3 of them. Wes Streeting's one of them, Birmingham Yardley, as you mentioned, and one of the other Birmingham constituencies as well. So actually, Labour have got real questions to answer on that in terms of they could have picked up these seats as well, theoretically, and they haven't. Some declarations still happening, still emerging throughout this morning as well.
There's 2 big ones coming on which we will bring you live, but Liz Truss, James Cleverly.
Yeah.
They're presumably, Liz Truss is certainly, there's some rumours dotting around. They're on a knife edge, apparently.
Well, I read something overnight at some point, who knows if it was before I went to bed or when I woke up this morning at some point, that James Cleverly might be okay, might hang on actually.
Yeah, so I think based on the exit poll, that suggested that he would be okay. But it sort of similarly suggested that Liz Truss would be all right. There was a suggestion that there was a kind of 8% chance of Reform and an 8% chance of the Lib Dems nicking Liz Truss's seat, which is not huge. But the slight delay, it would seem, in getting a declaration from there could mean that the vote is being counted ever so closely.
So Liz Truss, James Cleverly on their way. Liz Truss will be a massive, massive moment. A name often mentioned in this election campaign, particularly by Labour, it must be said. Chloe Tilley is in Downing Street. Good morning, Chloe.
Morning. Yes, it is. I'm going to be honest, it's very wet, it's overcast, and it's very busy. But we were quite smug, actually. We arrived this morning at about 4:30. and it was dry and it was quite mild, and we thought this is going to be okay. It's not now, but it's fine. The world's media has descended. It's quite incredible actually just to see how many people are packed into an incredibly small space. We've got the London Eye to the left of us. We've already seen Larry the Cat this morning outside, of course, the doors of number 10. I'm here with Joe Mays, who is politics reporter for Bloomberg. Joe, there's just so much to digest from overnight. My brain is kind of spinning. How Calum has kept across it all, I genuinely don't know. What are the standout things for you as you look at what's happened over the last few hours?
Well, I think the big picture is that Labour has clearly won a historic victory overnight, a majority of 170, almost the 179 majority that Blair won in 1977. So that is the big takeaway. But then there's a very interesting subtext, one being that Reform has done very well, beating the Conservatives into third place at many seats across England, and indeed splitting the right-wing vote so much that Labour has won seats in the north, largely where the combined Conservative Reform vote would have actually beaten Labour, so that's been a really important dynamic. The Lib Dems coming up to 60 seats, so really doing damage across that blue wall as we thought might happen. So yeah, the Tories losing votes on kind of both sides of their electoral coalition. But then also some very interesting stories around how some Labour seats we saw lost. We saw Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat to an independent candidate, Wes Streeting almost losing his seat because of that independent presence. So lots of interesting subtext, but the big picture is that Labour has won big.
Yeah, and of course this is going to be here in Downing Street, is going to be a very busy day throughout the course of the day. What do we know about, I mean, timings are always very difficult, aren't they? But what do we know is likely to happen at what points?
I think we can expect Rishi Sunak to be on the steps behind us mid-morning, making that resignation speech. He'll likely talk about his legacy in power as outgoing prime ministers do. He'll then go to the palace, and then we'll have the transfer of power happening. Well, then Keir Starmer will make his trip to the palace, meet the king, will be invited to form a government, and then he'll be here giving his speech later today, where he will set out his vision for the country.
Okay, we're just going to interrupt you there because we're going to go to James Cleverley's count in Braintree.
Election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cleverley James Spencer, Conservative Party candidate, 17,414. Franks Kieran Anthony, Liberal Democrat, 2,879. Heather David Christopher Norman, Independent, 767. Thompson Richard, Reform UK, 11,346. Thorogood Paul Richard, Green Party candidate, 2,878. Wright Matthew, Labour Party, 13,744. There are 167 spoilt ballot papers, and I do hereby declare that James Spencer Cleverley is duly elected.
Whoever it was that said that, I think it was Exit Poll, wasn't it, was predicting that James Cleverley was going to hang on in Braintree. He has. We've still got Liz Truss in southwest Norfolk to come. That should be interesting.
And Cleverley will be talked about as a possible future Tory leader, but he has slightly ruled himself out. He's got an unwell wife and has said that might be a factor in his political future.
So he is a cabinet minister who hangs on to his job. We're up to 11 now. I think the latest one was Mark Harper. Can you take us through, Calum? Do you know the 11?
Yes, I've got them on my list here. They've got big red crosses beside them, is how I've been keeping track. So these, by my count, are where we're at. Robert Buckland, the former Justice Secretary, has lost his seat. Where else are we? Yeah, Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary. Alex Chalk, who was the Justice Secretary. These are all past tense now. Simon Hart, Chief Whip. Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary. Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House of Commons. Michelle Donnellan, Secretary of State for Science. Jacob Rees-Mogg, who had been Business Secretary. Liam Fox, who was Defence Secretary. Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, I think completes my list for now.
So they are some,
that is 11, yes.
Yeah. And they are some fairly big names.
Yeah.
To go, but I mean, someone making the point on text actually, and do let us know your thoughts on this, your immediate reaction to it. It's important to know how you feel when you wake up this morning. 0333 003 2353 is the WhatsApp number. These aren't necessarily Portillo moments because everyone was expecting them. In many ways, the Portillo moment for me was Jonathan Ashworth losing
big shock
in Leicester, because this is obviously a it's an overflow of red for Labour. This is a massive Labour victory, and he's a very senior figure, and he lost to an independent standing on a pro-Palestinian ticket.
Yeah, so this was in Leicester South, where Jonathan Ashworth came in second by 979 votes. But this is the thing, the Labour vote there took an absolute shellacking, down 35.3 percentage points, and the independent candidate Shaukat Adam obviously gained 35.2%. The Conservatives also down in that constituency, the Greens and Reform both making slight advances. But a real shock, yeah, as you say, Jonathan Ashworth, who's known to us, he comes on the radio, or came on the radio relatively frequently. In fact, I think he had been due to speak to us overnight. That obviously went away. But a shocking result from Leicester South for Jonathan Ashworth.
Right, so the update then is 397 for Labour, 106 for the Conservatives. Still some seats to declare, 64 for the Lib Dems and 7 for the SNP, 32 for others. We are waiting some of the other counts. Of course, we talked there about Liz Truss in South West Norfolk. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. But coming up, we're going to head to Clacton, where Nigel Farage has won a record swing. And we'll also hear from the founder of YouGov, Peter Kellner, on all the surprises. This is Times Radio Breakfast in association with Nationwide, a good way to bank.
Download the new improved Free Times Radio app today and experience a range of brand new features, including Apple CarPlay and Android Auto functionality. You can listen to Times Radio via your Google Cast or Apple AirPlay-enabled speakers and TVs. Catch up on the latest award-winning podcasts from leading journalists at The Times and The Sunday Times. Plus, you can listen back to the last 7 days of Times Radio programs and pause, rewind, and fast-forward them as you wish. Download the Free Times Radio app from the App Store or Google Play today.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. Everywhere Nationwide has a branch, it promises to still be there until at least the start of 2028. For verification, visit nationwide.co.uk/ourpromise.
This is Times Radio Breakfast. So 8th time lucky Nigel Farage has won in Clacton with the largest swing in a seat since 1945. And Rosie Wright is there. Rosie, just take us through the story of the night then.
Yeah, I will do. Well, culminating in someone just cycling up to me now who said, I've just seen the news, excellent, with the first rung on the ladder. And maybe it gives you a bit of an idea of the sentiment of how people in Clacton are feeling. And just over the road from where I am, I've stood on the pier, the Ferris wheel just behind me is my big fat Greek taverna. And the Reform Party only finished there just 1 hour ago. The party kicked off at 10 p.m. when the exit poll came out, and expectations were really high, kind of a raucous atmosphere there, where they were projected to win 13 seats. And that's where we kept hearing sort of, it's time for a revolt. That was the language we were hearing from Richard Tice, also from Nigel Farage. And then maybe expectations dampened a little bit when those 13 seats probably have translated into 4. Of course, we know there are more seats to come. Nigel Farage being elected here in Clacton, overturning a 25,000 Conservative majority. I mean, that is by no means an impressive success for them, and particularly just for him and his own sort of parliamentary career, finally being elected as an MP. But the challenges you've talked about, and as we'll see from what's happened overnight, is that Reform have, yes, picked up quite a lot of votes, often coming second place to the Tories and in key places they were targeting, but that hasn't translated into seats. So still a sort of very jubilant mood, but not quite as positive as it could have been. And some almost quite ominous language coming from Nigel Farage, saying things like, not just as they were saying before, they wanted to obliterate the Tories, now saying, a Labour government, you are in trouble, we're going to find that very quickly. Be in no doubt, we're coming for you. And saying that there's a gap on the centre-right of politics and it's my job to find it. When Nigel Farage was asked at Clacton after he had been elected what he was going to do, what kind of his first actions were going to be, he said he was going to better democratise the party, and lots of questions also about the candidates who were standing. And he said, look, in the seats where we think we're going to win, he's talking about Richard Tice, Lee Ashworth, he said, look, we know that those candidates are sensible and they are excellent ones. question marks, of course, as there has been over the campaign, about other people standing for reform. And when I asked Nigel Farage, I said, look, are you, frustrated by the fact that you're even having to answer questions about how racist your party might be? He didn't like that at all. He said, I can't believe you've asked me that. I'm not even going to credit it with an answer.
Right. That's definitely a question he's going to be asked, I think, quite a bit. Rosie, thank you very much for that. That is Rosie Wright in Clacton.
Right, so the numbers as we have them. Let's start with overall, shall we? The Labour Party are on 398. They have gained 200 seats as we speak. The Conservatives are on 108. They have lost 234 seats. The Lib Dems are on 66, gaining 59. The SNP are on 7, having lost 38 seats across Scotland, verging on wipeout territory for the SNP. Best of the rest, I suppose, Reform UK on 4. In the last few minutes, as results keep coming in, Cornwall North is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. Wellingborough and Rushden is a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Northampton North, similarly. And Cotswold South, a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives as well. I'm trying to do the maths very quickly, but my brain is very tired. We've got 38 seats left to declare to get us to 650.
Including Liz Truss, which we will bring you. It's taking a long time. That may mean nothing at all, or it may mean it's very, very close indeed. As soon as it happens, we will come to it. You just had a lot of numbers there from Calum. It was an election with a lot of numbers in advance. How many of them actually paid off? What do we now consider to be the political landscape of this country? Let's speak to Peter Kellner, political commentator, former president of YouGov. He's been our trusted guide throughout the campaign, so we need him more than ever now. Good morning, Peter.
Morning.
There's some interesting side shows and side issues and things to get into, but Labour have won a historic swing vote. It's the biggest swing ever. Give us a sense of the scale of the Labour victory before we look at other things.
It is quite extraordinary. We're heading for north of 400 seats for Labour. They're having a majority of between 160 and 170. Not quite as big as Tony Blair, but very much in that direction, bigger than any Conservative victory, say, under Margaret Thatcher. But, I know there's quite a big but here, we haven't put all the results in, but I think from what we've got so far, 600 odd in, Labour's share of the British vote, let's put Northern Ireland one side, the mainland Britain vote, Labour's share will end up at around 35%. This is the lowest share, I believe, ever won by a party winning a majority, any majority, in Parliament, let alone a landslide. So it's a landslide in seats without question, but it's not a landslide in votes. And we say the swing is bigger than ever. That's because the Conservative voters crashed by around 20 points. Labour's up a couple of points, so that gives you an 11% swing. When you add 20 to 2, halve it, you get an 11% swing. But it's a 20% swing against the Tories, rather more truthfully than an 11% swing to Labour.
And how much is Reform, which is going to get a bigger vote share than the Liberal Democrats, but going to end up on a handful of seats where the Liberal Democrats will get 50 or 60? So has that arrival of Reform under Farage really done for the Tories? Is that one of the central storylines out of this?
Yes. I'm not sure the Tories would have won outright without Reform, but they'd have done a heck of a lot better, and Labour may well be in trouble. But the thing is this, and the contrast between Reform and the Lib Dems is quite interesting, because Reform, they've looked like they've won 4 seats, but they're something like 4 million votes are sort of spread pretty evenly, well, not very even. I mean, they've got sort of 10 to 15% in a great many seats, which piles up a lot of votes nationally, but doesn't win them seats. Whereas if you look at the Liberal Democrat votes, they've carried on doing what they've been doing in by-elections the last 2 or 3 years. They're in almost every seat, they're either doing incredibly well or incredibly badly. So they don't waste votes piling up 8,000 here or there. They either just get a handful of votes, or they win or come very close to winning these seats. And that's why the Lib Dems, with far fewer votes than Reform, have got more than 60 seats. And Reform looks like ending up with just 4.
I have to ask about the polls, Peter, before you go. Some of the polls were predicting this a far, far greater victory for Labour than 97. It's looking around 97 or just short of that. Some were saying a total wipeout of the Conservatives, going down to 30 even in one, but 50, 60. It's now looking like it's going to be nearer to 140. Was there a shy Tory issue? Which polls got it wrong and why did they get it wrong?
Well, I can go through them in detail. I think your listeners will be rather...
The general, just a general point.
Generally, the huge polls which did seat projections, some have done not too badly. None have done very well. Some have done really badly. Salvation came out, I think, with a Conservative majority, a Labour majority. I'm sorry, a Labour majority getting on for 300, and it's nothing like that. The normal polls, which did percentage shares, they all of them overstated significantly Labour's lead. I think the Labour lead in the popular votes will be about 12 percentage points. It'll be 35 to 36% Labour, 23 to 24% Conservative. If I may briefly put aside my well-known modesty, in my Sunday Times piece the other day, I predicted a 13-point Labour lead, which is only 1 point out. But at the conventional polls, they were between 15 and more than 20. So although they did catch a slight swing, quite narrowing the gap of the last few days, they still, all in their final polls, overstated it. So the polls, it's not their worst election, but nor is it their best.
That's a fair sum. I wonder if they also missed a bit of this independent surge towards some pro-Palestinian candidates, particularly in Labour urban areas as well. No, that's a piece of great to speak to you.
Can I just say, by the way, I think the exit poll, I was saying, Ipsos, which did the exit poll for all the broadcasters, that's come out really well. I think I thought it might be quite difficult to get it spot on. They've come very, very close. So that's one polling company doing one big thing really, really well last night.
Interesting stuff. Peter Kellner, good to speak to you. He is Peter Kellner, he former president of YouGov.
We want to hear what you think as well. If you're just waking up, are you overwhelmed? Are you underwhelmed? Are you happy, sad, confused? Chris has got in touch. My goodness, what have we done? What has Reform done? All they've done is create such a large majority. It's almost like a dictatorship with no opposition. This will be very bad for the country. Another one here from the different Chris. We live in a weird country where less than 40% of votes result in such a large majority. There have been no Portillo moments, says Craig. A Portillo moment is an MP that unexpectedly loses their seat and were expected to be next leader. Kemi losing would have been a Portillo moment. Many of you getting in touch. Oh, yesterday when I voted it was sunny. Today it's pouring down. Is it an omen? Says Nick. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm sure that umbrellas are being deployed right now as we speak. You know how to get in touch with us. You can WhatsApp us 0333 003 2353.
A couple of results in the last couple of minutes for you. Kettering, a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Windsor, the Conservatives have held on there. Similarly, Labour have held on at to Birmingham, Ladywood. Orkney and Shetland is a Lib Dem hold, which actually means that the Conservatives in Scotland, I think there's only 3 seats left to declare in Scotland. So that means the Conservatives will lose at least one based on what they went into this election in Scotland, such as the Labour surge there. We'll keep an eye on all the seats, of course, on the biggest breakfast we've ever had, I reckon, on Times Radio this morning.
It is a colossally big breakfast, however you look at it. Laura Spirit, the Times Red Box editor, she's been with us all the way. We'll hear from the Greens. Tom Culver, the data editor, will try and crunch those numbers. Why did the polls overstate Labour? But let's be honest, this is a victory for Keir Starmer, a historic victory for Keir Starmer. If you're just waking up now, there's some quibbles, there's some caveats, there's some interesting stories, but the big story of the night will always be this one. Labour has won, and it has won very big. Let's get the news with Cara Bentley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Stig. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority with 401 seats so far and the Conservatives losing at least 237 seats. So Keir Starmer made a victory speech at about 5 a.m. at Labour headquarters.
You fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
The incoming Prime Minister said a weight had been lifted and a burden removed from the shoulder of the nation. He said that change would be hard and require patience. Rishi Sunak reacted to the loss when he won his own constituency of Richmond and Northallerton.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry.
James Cleverly will stay in the House of Commons, winning in Braintree in the last half hour. The outgoing Chancellor Jeremy Hunt will join him as he kept his seat by about 800 votes. But several Cabinet Ministers have lost their seats, including the House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt, Defence Secretary Grant Shapps and the Education Secretary Gillian Keegan. Former Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg also lost his seat. The Lib Dems have won 68 seats and Reform have won 4. The Green Party has won 2. The party's co-leader, Carla Denyer, won Bristol Central from Labour's Shadow Culture Secretary Thangam Debonair with a majority of more than 10,000.
I feel so privileged to have this opportunity to serve you and to ensure that the real hope that inspired so many people to vote Green is represented in Parliament. I can't wait to get started.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio and watch it live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio. Listen to Times Radio on your smart speaker. Just say, play Times Radio. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. A modern mutual and a good way to bank. For more information, visit nationwide.co.uk.
Right, this is Times Radio Breakfast. The whole team are here. Stig Abel, Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley's at Downing Street. Calum Macdonald is crunching all the numbers. And it wouldn't be breakfast without Lara Spirit, who's the editor of the Times Red Box newsletter. She's with us every morning at this time. And this momentous morning is no exception. Good morning to you, Lara.
Morning, Asma.
Can you go through some of the numbers for us and just explain how big is this? Is it fair to say it's huge, but it's not what was predicted?
Yes, I think it's fair to say it's huge. It's not what was predicted. There are pockets of difficulty for Keir Starmer in these results. It was not a night of totally smooth sailing. There will have been moments where Starmer will have been wincing, I imagine. There were a couple of defeats from those on his shadow front bench. And indeed, we came within a hair's breadth of losing Wes Streeting, of course, the shadow health secretary.
Which is mad, isn't it?
Which is completely extraordinary and will have been beyond the imagination of anyone around Keir Starmer, you would think. But nonetheless, the overwhelming story is a massive Labour majority, over 400 seats. And of course, with that, a total collapse in Conservative support and among their worst results in history. This is, whichever way you spin it, a very bitter defeat for the Conservatives. Few will try and put a positive spin on that. I think one of the interesting stories going into today, particularly for Starmer now, will be some turning their attention to the left of the party, not least because of those strong independent challenges that we saw, also because Jeremy Corbyn was elected as an independent in Islington North, and also because he has set out, I think, the main challenge to Starmer from this election, which is that turnout was down. The Labour vote share is only slightly up on 2019. It may not even be on 2017 levels. And in his view and the view of some of those that will be challenging him and putting pressure on him in his first few days in government, this is not the resounding mandate that some on Labour think it is. And I think that will be one of the interesting challenges to watch from him in the days ahead.
Now, very quickly, before we go to what Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak have said so far, the other parties, Lib Dems, as expected, surged. SNP, catastrophic for them.
Completely catastrophic for them. Literally half a dozen, just over, seats. I mean, a complete collapse in their support. And I think another reminder that when we look at this Labour victory, we do need to be quite careful about realising and remembering that it is a perfect confluence of events for them. It is a total collapse of support from the SNP in Scotland. It is a total collapse of support for the Conservative Party south of the border and indeed also north of the border. But within that, you need to, I think, understand just how those two massive self-inflicted crises that consume both the Conservative Party and the SNP Party over the past year and slightly longer has contributed to this Labour success. And I think that's another reason why we just need to be slightly careful going into today, not to say that Keir Starmer is certainly on for a full decade of national renewal, as he has said he would like a mandate to have before. This is a big success, but it is one that we must still qualify.
Now, the exit poll said that, because I was up for that, perhaps foolishly, I'm slightly regretting it now. But anyway, exit poll said Reform would get 13 seats and they've got 4.
So far. And this is something that I think, again, worth watching very closely. We're still waiting for, obviously, some of the results to come in. But for Nigel Farage, he will look at his resounding victory in Clacton and I think take from that that this is a solid base from which Reform can build. Of course, he only entered the campaign, midway through. And I think even though they haven't clinched the full number of seats they were hoping for, Farage was very open about not knowing where that ceiling was. And the big story from them is the fact that they have contributed to scores more Conservative losses than would otherwise have happened. It is not that Reform is the big force in Parliament now. It is the fact that this Conservative wipeout would look completely different if Reform hadn't stood in the way that they have.
Okay, Lara, lovely. Thank you very much for that. Lara Spira, editor of Times Red Box.
A couple of things just to mention. The Greens gaining North Herefordshire from the Conservatives in the last couple of minutes, which I think is notable, and also Labour gaining Chelsea and Fulham from the Conservatives too. I think one other part of this conversation needs to be around turnout, which at the moment is at 59.8%, down 7.5 percentage points on previously, which is just something to consider, I think, as we go through the morning and all of this.
This idea that we're having a sort of shrugged landslide. We have a low... We said this might happen. 35% vote share for Labour, 60% turnout, Reform battering the Tories, Labour benefiting from the SNP collapsing in Scotland. There's loads of positives for Labour. But I remember Andrew Neil saying to us on our programme, the majority is going to be as broad as the ocean and as shallow as a duck pond.
Nice, yeah.
And there's a feeling that may have happened, Calum.
Yeah, absolutely. Chloe's got the brolly out on Downing Street. Chloe, it's a fascinating morning. There's so many stories to be told as we mop up the rest of the results throughout the morning.
Absolutely. About 20 minutes ago, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor for now, turned up in a huge Range Rover, got out of the car. It is really raining, but he gave a little smile. He seemed pretty relaxed. I guess he's pretty relieved after making sure that he held on to his seat. I'm here still with Joe Mays, politics reporter from Bloomberg. We were talking earlier on about how Keir Starmer will go and see the King. He'll ask to form the next government. He'll come out here. I mean, joking aside, after Rishi Sunak announced in the rain and got very wet, Starmer's presumably going to have an umbrella. Is he going to hold it? I mean, how's that going to work?
It's a great question. Will he have someone standing next to him? I think that would look a bit weird. I think I expect him to hold the umbrella himself. And yeah, as I said, make his case to the nation about what this moment represents and what he will do for the country. And as you say, turnout has been pretty low in this election, so you have to address those issues and address these quirks we've been talking about how they've lost seats to independents, they've largely benefited from a big reform gain. So lots of things that he'll have to talk about, I think, in that opening speech. He wants to set out a positive vision for what he plans to do, but with some realism. This idea that he said it in his victory speech: change will not be easy, times will be hard, but we've got to stick to it. So I think that's what to look forward to when he speaks later.
It's really interesting. I was just reading that there's a record number of women in the new House of Commons. 242 female MPs have been voted in so far. That surpasses the previous all-time high of 220, which was set in 2019. I'm assuming later on here at Downing Street, we're going to have jubilant Labour MPs arriving, presumably starting to be given cabinet positions.
Exactly. Keir Starmer said about appointing his government. And he does have some interesting decisions to make, because Tanguy Debonair has lost her seat. She was a shadow DCMS. Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat. So he'll have to do effectively a mini reshuffle on the fly that he might not have been expecting. So it'll be interesting to see who he appoints to those roles. But yeah, we'll likely see Rachel Reeves coming as Chancellor, John Healey, Defence Secretary, David Lammy, Foreign Secretary. These are the names we're expecting. So yeah, that'll be the kind of procession up the streets later today, we expect.
And we mustn't forget, of course, Rishi Sunak will be saying goodbye. Will we see removal vans today? Because it's a quick turnover, isn't it?
It is a quick turnover, and I think that the Sunak family will move out of this house behind us today. So yeah, that's what we can expect. I wonder, will Rishi Sunak hold an umbrella for his final speech? Will that one to watch?
I'm going to be honest with you, Calum. It is raining so hard here that someone's going to have to hold an umbrella. It's very snug. The world's media is here, and everybody is covering themselves and trying to say, I know that we've got to go back. We're going to hear from Liz Truss's count shortly. Do come back to me in a bit. I've got a brilliant story about how I arrived at Downing Street. You will want to hear it.
Was it an Ed Davey style? Did you parachute in, or...?
Shall I tell you? It was in the back of a police van with blue lights. And I'm not joking.
Oh, my days. What were you doing on the way in?
My taxi driver had a little... crash with another driver, got out of the car, they had a little altercation, the police arrived, I poked my head out and said, I'm terribly sorry, I need to get to work, I need to get to Downing Street. And the lovely police officer said, the Downing Street? And I said, absolutely. He said, get in the back of my van, we'll put the lights on.
Wow.
And I kid you not, I was strapped in the back of this police van. I got here before the rest of the production team.
That is one of the most Chloe Tilly stories I've ever heard. That's great. The blue lights on for Tilly's arrival. We love it.
How's she going to get home again is a question. Tim Shipman has tweeted, this is absolutely, definitely 100% not confirmed. So this is gossip, but he says it's credible talk in Tory circles that the question of why there's a delay on Liz Truss's count is maybe whether Liz Truss is first, or not be whether she's first or second, but whether she is second or third. That might not be true, but Tim Shipman has his ear to the ground very much when it comes to gossip, Asma, doesn't he? And it feels like that is a possibility. If you are just waking up, of course, you are waking up to a Labour landslide. It is a historic swing. It is not a historic landslide, but it is a very, very big one. Keir Starmer is the new Prime Minister.
It's very interesting in terms of the reaction from you guys as well. I'll read some of them out, but some of you saying, oh, I'm very worried about there's such a huge Labour majority. Some of you Conservatives saying it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, actually. But all views are welcome. You know how to get in touch. Now, how have the financial markets reacted? Let's find out.
Times Radio Business Bulletin with ServiceNow, the intelligent platform that puts AI to work across your business, helping people work better. The world works with ServiceNow.
Yep, our business correspondent Dominic O'Connell is here. So what's been the reaction?
Well, hardly any tremors at all, actually. Although, as Lara was saying, there were some wrinkles in the individual results. The overall outcome was as markets expected, and markets are always happiest when there are no sudden surprises. Sterling was up a smidgen against the dollar and the euro when the exit poll was published last night. The FTSE 100 is expected to open slightly up, but overall no excitement in a result really that's been expected by the markets for about 2 years. And interestingly, given you have political turmoil in the Eurozone at the moment and in the US, will Joe Biden withdraw or not? This big result for Labour may actually present the UK as a bit of a safe haven for investors at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if sterling goes up a bit today and gilt yields drop a little bit. I think attention will now switch to the King's speech on July 17. That'll give the best indication of where we're going in policy.
Okay. And interest rates, what might it all mean for interest rates?
Well, Keir Starmer is a lucky general in this respect. Inflation is well down and interest rates are expected to be cut perhaps in August, more likely in September. It's an independent decision by the Bank of England. I think that despite all Keir Starmer's talk of renewal and change, the spectre of the Liz Truss mini-budget is still there and tells you what awaits any UK government that wants to spend too much too fast. So policy really will largely be dictated by what the bond markets allow.
Okay, Dominic, thank you very much. That is Dominic O'Connell.
Times Radio Business Bulletin with ServiceNow, the AI platform for business transformation. The world works with ServiceNow.
We are waiting for the Liz Truss count. There is an awful lot of feeling in the air that she may have lost, but we are going to try and get to it as soon as it becomes available. Liz Truss, the declaration is happening as we speak. Here it is.
Bag, James. Independent, 6,282. Conway, Gary Daniel Dominic. Heritage Party, Freedom Family Nation, 160. Pallavi, Green Party, 1,838. Douglas, Lorraine, Communist Party of Britain, 77. Jeremy, Terry, Labour Party, 11,847.
For Labour.
Mackenzie, Tobias, Reform UK, 9,958.
9,000 plus.
Of East Anglia, Earl Elvis, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 338. Ratcliffe, Josie, Liberal Democrats, 2,618. Truss, Liz, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,217.
Oh, I think she's lost. Yep, she's lost. Into second place.
The number of ballot papers
second
rejected
place behind
was 139.
Labour.
There we go. You're hearing the reaction of people in the hall. That's the only feed that was available for that. You wanted a Portillo moment. You've got a Portillo moment at 6:48. It's taken all this long. Liz Truss, do you think it is a Portillo moment?
I don't know, but people were expecting her to lose her seat, weren't they?
I don't know. I mean, Calum, how expected was it in
what order? Because there was a lot of numbers there.
Yeah, there were a lot of numbers. So, first of all, let's do the results. So it's a Labour gain from the Conservatives with a majority of 630. Liz Truss is in second place behind Terry Jeremy. Just in terms of what we were expecting, I do remember a report in the Times a couple of months ago. Somebody had spent time in her constituency, and the anti-Truss sentiment among Conservatives there was really quite fierce. I do think, though, in terms of the sort of vociferousness of her campaign, it feels like she expected to hold on. But if we have a look at how much the vote share has dropped by for the Conservatives, it's down 43.4 percentage points. And to put that into context, let me just get my stats. She went into this with nearly 70% of the vote and a majority of nearly 50%. It's an absolutely astonishing turnaround.
And I think we have to be honest, this is why this is the big moment in many ways. She is the reason, in many ways, we are where we are now. She's the reason this is a Tory cataclysm. She is the reason, she's one of the reasons Labour put forward for why there needed to be change. And it was expected she might cling on, but she hasn't. So she's carrying the can personally for the thing that the Tory party is carrying the can for nationally.
I think that's right. And in terms of the seat, South West Norfolk, it's been held by the Conservatives since 1964. So that adds to the depth of what has happened here. I think there's also the sort of story of the night, or one of the stories of the night, in that Labour's win here is by no means emphatic. 630 is the majority, and Reform picking up 22.5%.
So Reform have killed Liz Truss there.
Basically, yeah. They've got just shy of 10,000 votes, where she's got 11,200. So if Reform UK hadn't been on the ticket, Liz Truss probably, you could assume, would have won.
Amazing stuff. Huge morning. It is a Labour landslide. It is a Reform surge, but in votes, but not in seats. The Tories are falling off a cliff. It could be the worst result for them since 1906, very, very plausibly. Don't go anywhere. This is Times Radio Breakfast in association with Nationwide, a good way to bank.
John Pienaar on Times Radio, telling the stories that matter, alongside a world-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
Let's invite you into our briefing room and talk to one of our leading strategic and tactical experts.
Trusted journalism, intelligent analysis and diverse opinion.
There isn't really a sense of all working together, this is what we're trying to achieve. It's very fractured.
John Pienaar at Drive, Monday to Thursday afternoons from 4. On Times Radio.
Get the latest book reviews and gossip with Times literary editor Robbie Millen and diary editor Patrick Kidd with Ed Vasey. Friday night from 7.
Election Live. Times Radio Breakfast.
Good morning. It is 6:52, very nearly on July the 5th. Just to say that Liz Truss has just left the stage at her count in South West Norfolk. I have to say, over the course of the evening, we've mostly heard from winners and the person in second, or I should say the person who's kind of been replaced. The incumbent is the word that my tired brain is searching for. But they've all just left the stage there, which is intriguing.
Not out of character for Liz Truss, I would suggest.
Well, there is a bit of that for sure.
Well, at least she turned up, unlike George Galloway.
Yeah, he'd refused to go on the stage.
George Defatigable Galloway. As he forever shall be known.
Nice, absolutely. Right, where are we? We've got 18 seats left to declare then. Labour on 408, having gained 209 seats overnight. Let's bring in Tom Calver, who's been really looking at all the data behind all of this over the course of, the evening and the night. Hello.
Hello.
What is standing out to you by way of surprises, shocks? What are the stories beneath the numbers?
I mean, it's been a night of two halves. I think we saw the exit poll and we thought, okay, wow, that's a big number of seats for Labour. But actually, if you look at the change in vote share, there's something interesting going on with Labour. So they've actually seemingly become much more efficient. So if we take the seats where they won in 2019, they've actually decreased their vote share by about 7% there. And they've increased their vote share in seats that they didn't win before by about the same amount. amount. So even though their vote share has only nationally gone up a little bit, it's been distributed in a way that means that they can pick up more seats.
Yeah. In terms of, I suppose, could we describe that as gaming the system? This is about winning in a first past the post system. And when we consider that, what then should we build in for the results for Reform UK, for example, and other parties as well, the Greens, for example?
Yeah, I mean, Labour, when it's been in government, has typically been very good at doing this. During the Blair years, they had very efficient voting systems. But no, I mean, this time with the chaos of Reform and the Lib Dems as well, you've got a lot of parties polling on roughly the same level. Like, there's some real sort of 2, 3, 4-way marginals. And overall, the overall effect of this is that the typical majority that we're seeing this time is much, much less than it would normally. So 5 years ago, it was about 11,000. Now it's just over 6,000, which is a pretty remarkable fall. So it means that all of these seats, Starmer might have won a big majority in seat numbers, but actually at the individual constituency level, there's some very fine margins in there.
In this election, was there such a thing as a safe seat?
I don't think there was, to be honest. I mean, some of those gains that we saw from other parties, I mean, they're sort of deep into Tory territory. If you look at some of the Reform ones, we had Boston and Skegness. That's a notional majority of 27,000 gone. Clacton, again, obviously another one where Nigel Farage was standing, 26,000 majority, again, gone. The front line of this campaign is well in the sort of the Tory heartlands, the sort of 15,000, 20,000 seat majorities. So yeah, it's been fascinating and very strange as well.
Very strange. There's so many stories. One of the stats in your piece that's online just now at thetimes.com, the average majority of a seat so far has been about 6,600 votes, down from 11,300 in 2019. And this is in a section you've called Britain is becoming more marginal, which is intriguing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, this is all, I suppose, a bit of a warning to Starmer that, it wouldn't take much for some of these forces to sort of come and upset the party, I suppose. I mean, it's interesting. We're talking about Liz Truss, and obviously she's been sort of upset here and was talking about how she's kind of, I suppose, this figurehead for everything that's happened to the Tory party in recent years. Actually, one interesting correlation we found was that Labour support rose in areas where people said that cost of living and inflation was a big problem. So actually, it does sort of suggest that people who were worst affected by the cost of living crisis have swung behind Labour in the way that Starmer needed.
What about other issues that have kind of jumped out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Gaza at the other end has been deeply damaging to the Labour Party. I mean, there's so many seats on here, Leicester East, Leicester South, seats that would have typically been pretty comfortable, have high Muslim populations, and the party's lost them. And we see that sort of pattern across the whole country where their vote share has fallen in areas with high Muslim populations.
There's a couple of things that Gavin Barwell, who was Theresa May's chief of staff, said to us overnight in terms of the concerns from here on out for the Conservative Party. There are three of them. The first one is age profile of their voters. The second one is division of the right in politics in general, although he says that merging with Reform is not any way forward as far as he's concerned. And he also mentioned tactical voting and that the Conservatives may have been victims of tactical voting. Can we assess how big a thing that's been?
Yeah, I mean, this will all come out eventually, but there are some early signs that actually the Lib Dems played this very, very well. So in the seats where the Lib Dems were first or second last time, they basically won. They were on 35% compared with Labour on 19%. In all other seats where the Lib Dems weren't competitive last time, they got a mere 6%, and Labour stormed ahead with 41%. So basically, the Lib Dems and Labour have kind of avoided each other throughout this campaign, and it's worked brilliant for them.
Avoided each other throughout the campaign. Keep your distance. Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you this morning. Tom Calver, who's data editor for The Times and The Sunday Times.
What do you think? We're now an hour in, what's the story for you? Is it the... It's a funny old landslide, this, isn't it?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And I think a lot of people complaining that there were too many polls during the election campaign, and everyone went further back into history, did it not? First, it started with 1997, then it went to the Second World War, then it went to 1832, and actually... the reality was much closer to home, wasn't it? And I think a lot of people who got themselves very G'd up and talked about an existential threat to the Conservative Party, or perhaps are kind of rubbing their heads this morning, because yes, the thing is, you don't want to take away from this colossal victory for Keir Starmer, but it's not exactly what people have been led to believe.
It's expectation management, always a thing in this, isn't it? I saw a stat by the way about Liz Truss that she's the first former Prime Minister to lose her seat in more than 100 years. That doesn't happen very much. But I think we're coming to the kind of idea of the perfect storm, aren't we? This was the perfect storm for the Tories. Labour win in Scotland because the SNP collapse. Nigel Farage arrives with reform. That takes away a certain number of votes in every single constituency without giving reform many seats. But it just nibbles every single place. You have the Lib Dems surging with a great machine that works in certain areas. That's the problem the Tories have faced. It really couldn't have gone much worse.
I think that's right. I think you're spot on. And I think when Tom's talking there about the issues, these are the things that we've talked about in the build-up to this election and beyond that, for longer than that, the cost of living, these sorts of pressures people are facing, people's personal experience. This is the thing as well that Sir Keir Starmer has to contend with, is that if you go from being 7 millionth on the NHS waiting list to being 6.5 millionth, it doesn't really make that much difference to you. So in terms of what people were voting based upon and what they're now looking for by way of a noticeable change, the challenges continue.
This election campaign began in the rain in Downing Street. It's going to end in the rain in Downing Street. Rishi Sunak started out looking sad. He's going to end looking sad as well.
And we want to hear from you very much. So 0333 003 2353. If you're just waking up, you want to know what's happened, you can find that out here. And we want to hear what you have got to say as well. What's your reaction to these figures? You can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times. It's coming up to 7 o'clock.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock. This is Times Radio Election Breakfast with Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley, Calum Macdonald and Stig Abel.
The headline: Labour has won a landslide in the general election and Keir Starmer will be the new Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister Liz Truss has just lost her seat. She is among more than 200 Conservatives who have failed. Lib Dems and Reform UK have made gains.
Coming up, an outgoing Conservative Cabinet Minister will tell us what went wrong.
And we'll tell you what has happened in election battles across the nations of the UK, and Chloe will join us live from Downing Street.
It's Friday the 5th of July.
This is Times Radio.
First, let's get the news. Cara Bentley.
Thanks, Asmo. Good morning. Labour has won the election and Sir Keir Starmer will be the Prime Minister. He acknowledged their victory at 5 o'clock this morning, referencing his parents again, who he said had hope that their children's generation would be better off than theirs.
It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter. Begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Labour has won 409 seats, a gain of more than 210 MPs. Rishi Sunak conceded the election just before it was officially called, acknowledging his party's defeat as he won his constituency for Richmond and Northallerton.
I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months and years ahead.
The former Prime Minister Liz Truss has just lost her seat of Norfolk South West. Labour gained it from her with 600 votes. Several Conservative Cabinet Ministers have lost their seats, including Gillian Keegan, Penny Mordaunt and Alex Chalk. Grant Shapps lost in Welwyn Hatfield and said the Conservatives forgot a fundamental rule, that people don't vote for divided parties.
We've tried the patience of traditional Conservative voters with a propensity to create an endless political soap opera out of internal rivalries and divisions, which have become increasingly indulgent and entrenched.
However, Jeremy Hunt, the outgoing Chancellor, will remain as an MP. Nigel Farage has become an MP, winning the seat of Clacton in Essex. The Reform UK leader has promised to change the political landscape.
We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
There are now 4 Reform UK MPs, including the former Conservative MP Lee Anderson. Jacob Rees-Mogg, who has lost his seat, gave Times Radio his reaction.
Well, I congratulate Nigel on winning election to the House of Commons. It is the greatest honour Britain can ever have to serve his fellow citizens in the Palace of Westminster. So I wish him well. And I listened to his speech with great interest because I think he makes some valid points. I think the Conservative Party has not looked after its core vote recently, and that its core vote has therefore gone off to Nigel.
Despite Labour's landslide victory, some of the challenges facing Sir Keir Starmer are already becoming clear. Shadow Minister Jonathan Ashworth lost his seat to an independent candidate who is standing on a platform against the war between Israel and Hamas. Labour also missed out on Ian Duncan-Smith's seat by splitting the vote between their candidate and an independent who had Labour's support withdrawn. Times Radio's political editor Kate McCann says another challenge is all the people who voted for Reform UK.
What Keir Starmer has to do is work out why they did that, how to engage with them, and what a Labour government can do to govern for them, because he's voted into Downing Street on behalf of all of us, and there are some hugely knotty issues which are forcing people to think again about how they vote, and they will not be silent about, speaking up when they don't feel they're being listened to.
The Lib Dems are on 70 seats. They've made gains in Eastbourne, Lewis, Wimbledon, Woking and Tunbridge Wells. The SNP has lost at least 38 seats and is on 8 so far. Leader and First Minister of Scotland John Swinney says it's been a very, very difficult and damaging night. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results coming through on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide.
Good morning and welcome to the programme. Labour has won a resounding victory with a historic swing. The Conservatives have lost badly, including 11 cabinet ministers. The Lib Dems have surged. The SNP are humbled. Reform have got 4 seats so far. It's been an incredibly dramatic night with Rishi Sunak conceding at 4:42 a.m. He said that he takes responsibility for the huge loss and apologised in a surprise move yet again to activists. Keir Starmer told supporters, "We did it."
If you're listening in the last 20 minutes, you know the former Prime Minister Liz Truss lost her seat. She broke it. She owned it. The Portillo moments of all Portillo moments. Plenty of other big Conservative losses, as you might imagine, as they careen to a record defeat. A defeat that's slightly better, actually, than was predicted by some polls, but a catastrophe nonetheless. Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, Lucy Fraser, Alex Chalk, Gillian Keegan, Simon Hart, Johnny Mercer, Michelle Donnellan, all gone. A record number of cabinet ministers. Rees-Mogg gone too. And despite the landslide to Labour, we've lost a couple of Labour figures you've heard rather a lot on this station. Thangam Debonair and, most surprisingly, Jonathan Ashworth, who lost out of nowhere to an independent standing on a pro-Palestine ticket. Remember that issue. This is a historic swing to Labour tonight, but they've been hurt by their Muslim vote that has not turned out for them. Wes Streeting has held on by only 400 votes.
In the last couple of minutes, Maidenhead, from where Theresa May stood down as an MP at this election, has gone to the Lib Dems. That is a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. It's really quite fascinating to see who is surging and where, particularly the Labour Party. Their surge has been particularly pronounced across Scotland, where the SNP have all been swept away, basically, possibly, in fact, going to linger on single digits when all the votes are counted. It's almost a complete reversal of their electoral success of the last decade. The Lib Dems have won seats. Reform UK have broken into Westminster, both at the expense of the Conservatives. It's been an astonishing election in so many ways, while the big winner, the overarching story, is triumph for Labour and Sir Keir Starmer.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
I'm live in a very wet, soggy Downing Street outside the door of number 10. The world's media is assembled. This, of course, is where Sir Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister, will make his speech later today, after heading to Buckingham Palace to ask the King to form the next government. We also expect jubilant Labour MPs to arrive later as the Cabinet is assembled. Times Radio's chief political correspondent Patrick Maguire will be with me throughout the morning after hot-footing it over from the Labour celebrations at Tate Modern.
Now, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats. Even their own former PM Liz Truss has been beaten. That's quite a recent result. On what is a disastrous morning for the Conservatives, we are very glad to be able to speak to Chris Heaton-Harris. He was the Conservative MP for Daventry since 2010, not standing in this election, and for the next few hours is Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. His seat, his old seat, I suppose, is yet to be called. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's a defeat. It's not perhaps as catastrophic as some people were predicting, but a defeat nonetheless. What have you thought about the numbers?
Oh no, it's a bad result without a shadow of doubt. And I mean, there are so many things to contemplate. Firstly, I mean, this is a big change in our democracy, and aren't we lucky that we live in a country where I think someone said earlier this morning you can put pieces of paper into a ballot box, and you can have a peaceful and transition between different politics and leadership. But I've lost lots of good friends who are good members of Parliament. But my party lost touch with a number of things. For the last 24 months, it's been disunited, and you will never win a general election with a disunited political backdrop. My party didn't deliver on the promises that it made in quick enough time, and there might be lots of very, very good reasons for that, but the British public rightly expect more. So, I take my hat off to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. I wish them all the best for our country as he forms his government later today. And there is maybe there isn't even a lesson for all of us here in the political scene, because he's got a massive majority, but I think it's on one of the lowest turnout figures for a government to receive. So there's a lot of people who are disenfranchised from politics, and they've shown that by both how they voted and indeed how they haven't voted across the piece.
You talked there about failure to deliver and disunity. Do you think that disunity was, well, where did it start? Was it avoidable or not?
That's a great question to ask a former chief whip. Maybe I didn't do my job properly back when I was chief whip, but it probably started a decent time ago. I mean, my party didn't deal with coming out of Brexit in a way that I think most people expected it to. I thought we'd got over that in 2019 when we went into the general election, and mostly we had. But then other political issues came. We had COVID, and obviously there was a big debate within the Conservative Party about the lockdowns at the time and how quickly we should emerge, especially from the third one. So there's a whole host of reasons. But actually, what you've seen for the opposition, and I believe it has been rewarded today, is a pretty unified Labour Party and a pretty unified Lib Dem Party supporting their leader to the hilt and presenting a unified message.
Many people trace the misfortunes of the Conservative Party back to Brexit. Other people say actually it was more to do with also to do with three prime ministers in very short succession, and it was to do with so-called culture wars. It was to do with different factions, infighting. It was to do with weak leadership. I mean, there are many things. It can't. Would you agree that it was all those things, or was it one thing more than another?
Oh, I think it was you could almost say it was a Molotov cocktail of those things, it gradually got to the point where people stopped trusting us, and that is unbelievably damaging for any political party. And as I say, we lost some amazingly good MPs here. But if a divided party does not win elections, and that's got to be one of the things that the new Conservative parliamentary party of, so far I think on the screen it's got 117 MPs. It needs to stick together. It needs to demonstrate that it can be a viable and proper opposition to this Labour government, and then it needs to plan for the future. Would you want Rishi Sunak to stay on? Well, that's down. I'd say that's down to these are very personal choices that prime ministers. Oh no, but I'm asking you personally. Would you like him to stay on? I mean, I think it would be better for the party if he did, but equally, I can completely understand if he chose not to.
And if he chose not to, is there anyone that you think actually could unite the Conservative Party now?
Yeah, I think there are people there, but that's down to the 117 currently Conservative MPs and indeed the membership of the Conservative Party to choose wisely. And so I'm now just a humble member of my party, and I shall be doing my bit to try and make sure we do that, make any choice that might come our way as wise as possible.
Okay, just finally, final question, because you have to go elsewhere. When you spoke to us about a week or 2 weeks ago, you reiterated that you thought that July was a wrong time for an election. Do you think the result would have been different if it had been October or November?
Well, politicians always like to be proven right when you can't actually find that proof. So, of course, I would have been right and we'd heard about it. No, I mean, no one can tell you that. So, and it is what it is. The Prime Minister called the election. I was in a cabinet, so therefore, we supported that decision, and that's all history now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. That is Chris Heaton-Harris, is Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Conservatives have lost more seats than at any time in the last more than 100 years. There's no doubt it was a catastrophic decision to call that election by Rishi Sunak. The turnout number to keep in your mind as we go through the morning, the turnout is under 60%. That's very, very low indeed. Maybe lackadaisical landslide is the alliteration we're going for. A couple of more votes have come in, and everyone who listens to this programme, I know Asma has invested interest in this because she's spoken to him so many times.
I'm so excited.
What happened to Mel Stride?
Well, you will be pleased to hear that given the number of Conservative MPs, he's got to be a shadow something in the Parliament to come. Mel Stride has held on to his seat. This is Devon Central, which, by the way, on turnout, 72.7% there, which is actually quite noticeably above the national average, just as an aside. His majority, 61 from Mel Stride. His vote share down by 23.8 percentage points. Labour up 6.6% in second place. The Lib Dems in third. And Reform UK in fourth with plus 14.6 points there as well. So Mel Stride hangs on just.
Another one people will be familiar with, Steve Baker.
Oh yeah, Steve Baker's out and has been for quite some time. I'm going to need to find his result. But sorry, but
he's out.
He is out. Yeah, he is out. He was kind of making quite sort of pensive remarks on after the exit poll last night. I think he saw the writing on the wall.
Didn't it say 1% chance at that point?
Yeah, I think that could be right, actually, yeah. So Labour gained Wickham from the Conservatives. His vote share went down 17.5%. He was in second place, but a difference of, 4,500 votes between him and Emma Reynolds for Labour.
And maybe it's not for now, but people will be considering what is left of the Tory party. Are they on the moderate Mel Stride, Jeremy Hunt side, or are they on the Suella Braverman side? A lot of thinking behind was that actually the party itself, in terms of surviving members, may be more on the moderate side than the right-wing side, but we shall see as we go along. Chloe Tilley she's not wet. It is very wet. If you just listen to that pitter-patter.
It's very soothing.
Yeah, Chloe Tilley's in Downing Street.
Stig, how do you know I'm not wet? That's a lie. I'm very wet, but it's fine. It's quite funny, actually, because everybody is crammed under umbrellas. Patrick Maguire, Times Radio's chief political correspondent, is standing with me, actually holding an umbrella over me, so I'm very grateful. It's been a busy morning here this morning. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor for now, arrived about an hour ago, went into number 11 Downing Street, had a bit of a smile, probably relieved that he held on to his seat. The bin men have been, always important that the bin men come on election day, but it is very, very wet. And it's going to be interesting, Patrick, because Keir Starmer is definitely going to need an umbrella for his big speech here.
Well, he certainly will, and he was asked this by Matt Chorley the other day, of course, about the weather forecast, and he did say he owned an umbrella. Be interesting to see if the aesthetics of the moment quite imbue him with that prime ministerial gravitas, if he's having to hold an umbrella or have an umbrella held over his head. I do understand there might be a reference in his speech to storm clouds parting, but we've got to hope that actually happens. And he was speaking a lot about sunlight when he gave his victory speech at the Tate Modern this morning. I have to say there isn't an awful lot of that now.
It is torrential rain. It's hopefully not a bad omen, the Labour Party will be thinking this morning for Keir Starmer. Tell me just your assessment of the night and the sort of messages that you have been getting from MPs on all sides?
Well, look, I'd say a lot of the messages I've been getting are from people who were perhaps giddy with victory and are now quite busy preparing for roles in government. Tories were, as you'd expect, fatalistic. Senior Conservative campaign advisors in CCHQ very confused by the early results. And I'd say one of the stories of this tonight is inconsistency. You know, at the start of the night, yes, the exit poll has been vindicated that Labour has won very comfortably, more or less everywhere in the country. It's the biggest party in terms of seats and vote share in England, Scotland and Wales. But there are lots of pockets of bad news for the government, for the incoming government, in urban centres with lots of Liberal graduates and also...
and surprises as well. I mean, West Streeting won by, what, about 400 votes?
Yeah, 528 votes. And that, for context, is just 60 votes less than his majority in 2015, when Ed Miliband was leader of the Labour Party. You know, it's not really landslide territory.
No. And Jonathan Ashworth, of course, also lost his seat. Another shock overnight. Well, I'm here, world's media all around us, crammed under their umbrellas. New Zealand TV, I've seen Al Jazeera here, France 24. We will continue to attempt to stay dry and bring you updates here live from Downing Street. And coming up, we're going to bring you a cheats guide to election night. So if you didn't stay up, don't worry, you can relive it with us. This is Times Radio Breakfast in association with Nationwide. A good way to bank.
Andrew Neil, this afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
The results are in and the nation's had its say. I'll talk to the winners and the losers following a landmark general election as the political landscape begins to take new shape. Tune in from 1 p.m. with me, Andrew Neil, live on Times Radio.
Watch Times Radio's Frontline with updates from Ukraine every weekday on the Times Radio YouTube channel. Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. They'll let you know if they have new savings accounts or better rates. Register at nationwide.co.uk/savingswatch. Available to Nationwide members over 16. Terms and conditions apply.
Good morning, it's 7:20 on Friday morning. Every time I try to do the maths on how many seats are left to go, my brain just about fritzes out. But anyway, it's 12 seats left to declare in this general election. One of them, actually, is the seat of Drew Hendry, potentially. This has gone to, let me just read out what's going on here, a vote check. It's technically called an accountancy check. So this is in Inverness, Skye and West Rossshire. A discrepancy was found between the verified vote tally and the actual vote tally, which means that the actual total votes and those verified as acceptable don't match, and so the counters have to go over them again. So it's expected to take about 30 minutes. Apparently it doesn't constitute a recount, but if it results in that, then it's estimated the delay would be another 90 minutes on top of that. So it could be 9 a.m. before we know what's going on in the Highlands, but we'll keep you posted. If you are just waking up and if you stayed up listening and watching, it has been a remarkable night. We'll give you a reminder over the next few minutes of the best bits. Here was the moment that the exit poll came in.
The exit poll is in, and Labour is on course for a landslide. According to the exit poll, Labour will win 410 seats. The Conservatives are down to 131. The Lib Dems up to 61. The SNP down to 10. Reform UK forecast to win 13 MPs. And the others, mostly in Northern Ireland, are on 23.
Now, results began to come in and the Conservatives began to fall. In Jacob Rees-Mogg's words, like 9 pins, Robert Buckland was the first senior Conservative MP to lose his seat at Swindon South, and he warned about the direction of Conservative politics.
Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust? I know what side I'm on.
At his count in Holborn and St Pancras, Keir Starmer said, what do you think he said? It was time for change.
Tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
The Defence Secretary and friend of this programme, Grant Shapps, lost his seat in Hertfordshire as the Labour supermajority built.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Now, Penny Mordaunt was tipped to be a strong candidate to be the next Conservative leader, but she did not hold on in Portsmouth North. She said some of what a leadership pitch might have sounded like.
Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid.
It was eighth time lucky for Nigel Farage. He said his victory was just the start for reform.
We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Well, Reform have come second in 98 seats across the country. Rishi Sunak conceded the election at 4:42 this morning after his own constituency result came in.
To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
But what could be a sign of troubles ahead for Labour. There are stories like Wes Streeting only hung on by 400. There are 4 independents who took seats from Labour on a pro-Palestinian ticket, and Jess Phillips got booed at her count in Birmingham.
Phillips, Jessica Rose, known as Jess Phillips, Labour Party, 11,275.
It's not the main story of the evening, but it's definitely a story. The Labour has lost out in urban areas. You remember when Jeremy Corbyn said Jeremy Corbyn said Gaza is on the ticket, and everyone slightly laughed at him, and he won. Mm-hmm. And there are parts of the country where it clearly was. It's clearly had an impact. And Wes Streeting, touted as the next but one leader of Labour, has got a majority of 400.
Yeah, well, it's clearly a factor. Reform are a factor, Gaza's a factor, the independents. I mean, look what happened in Chingford. That was pretty unbelievable. IDS hangs on because the vote was split.
He actually increased his majority because they split exactly on those grounds. It's such a good point. So much in the Times will compliment you're listening to Times Radio today. Let's talk to one of the paper's finest columnists, Saturday Times Radio presenter Hugo Rifkin. He's girding his loins already for tomorrow. I can sense it. I can almost smell it.
Oh no.
Hugo, good morning to you.
Oh dear. Morning, team.
There was no need for that,
given
was
how
there?
many miles away I am from you, if you can smell it, I'm in real trouble.
Yeah, you are in trouble. What was your... a lot of storylines coming out. It is, of course, a massive Labour landslide. I'm trying to get lackadaisical landslide going with limited success, if I'm honest. What's your story of the night so far?
I sort of think a lot of the stuff that looks really important now actually doesn't really matter. The idea of Reform usurping the Tories in lots of places. Farage, you were just playing him saying, we're coming for Labour. And independents hanging on, independents harrying Labour over Gaza and so on, and Wes Streeting hanging on by the skin of his teeth, all that kind of stuff. It's very dramatic now. The thing to remember is nothing happens for the next 5 years. Labour have this massive majority. It doesn't really matter how small Wes Streeting's majority is. He's there for the next 5 years. And I think it's quite hard for us to get our heads around the fact that Labour are there. Labour have this huge majority. They're going to be able to use it for the next 5 years. And it really doesn't matter how fragile they might be on the margins.
Where do you think this came from? We are trying not to use cliches on this programme, not always successfully, but there is a feeling of it. It's a confluence. It's a concatenation of events here for Labour. If you look what happened in Scotland, if you do look at Reform, you make the point Reform aren't coming for Labour, but Reform did come for the Tories. Callum was saying Reform came second in 98 seats. That's 98 seats, which the Tories, I'm not saying they would have won them, but it really cut their legs off in those places.
Yeah, but all these things happen for the same reason. The Tories have fallen apart because they've failed to hold together basically the coalition between moderates and less moderate voters, and that was what Boris Johnson won on. He drew all these people together. Actually, it's unsustainable holding these people together for too long because they want different things, and you can't make promises that appeal to both. And so they've kind of ended up appealing to neither, really. Whereas what Labour's done is it precisely does have a coalition of exactly the right size in order to get over the line. So I think, things like, had Labour's position over Garda, for example, been different, I think their vote would have gone down rather than up, just with different people. So I think it's basically it's one big story of triangulating the centre, and if you can manage to do that, you win.
And they've become very, very efficient, Labour, haven't they, in winning seats? That's exactly what you're just talking about. Does it matter it's a low turnout? We heard from Peter Cohn, it's the lowest vote share ever for any party that's ever won a majority, let alone a landslide. This is the idea of it's a very broad victory for Labour, but not a deep one. Does that go back to your first comments that you win, first past the post, you've got 5 years, or is there something in that? This is not a revolution, a popular revolution for Labour if you look at the actual number of votes cast.
Yeah, I'd love to know who the low turnout is, who's not turning out. Because I don't think we know at this stage whether the people who are turning out aren't turning out because they can't be bothered, or whether they're disillusioned Conservatives who can't bring themselves to vote for anybody else, or what it is. It's never super when a government is elected on low turnout. That being said, we'll kind of forget pretty fast. We don't generally remember what the turnout was in elections gone by. The story becomes whoever the new government is. So I do think it's a worry, but I think it's a bit too early to say why that's happening.
One of our pollster elves has come up with an amazing figure. 80% of the electorate did not vote for Labour. So because of non-voters, people who went to all the other parties, that's quite the figure, isn't it? Hugo, what will you be saying tomorrow then? What do you think what are you looking ahead to? What's the next story of this election, do you feel?
Well, I think the next story is going to be all about Labour, because the stuff that's happening with reform in the Conservatives is very interesting and very exciting. It doesn't, as I said, it doesn't affect us for the next 5 years, and it will be interesting to see whether Farage has the patience to hang on in Clacton, just being an MP for 5 years before he has the chance to do this again. Really, what's going to be more interesting is when Keir Starmer starts putting together his cabinet, and indeed when he finally, after all this time, deigns to tell us some actual policies he's going to do now he's Prime Minister.
Yeah, great point. Hugo, can't wait to hear you tomorrow. Can't wait to read all your stuff as well. That's Hugo Rifkin. Claude is quoting Gavin Barlow on our programme earlier, saying Starmer had been a lucky general. However, he didn't quote another maxim that a wise general doesn't interrupt his enemy when they are making a mistake, which is also good tactics as well.
I've got some colour for you if you want it, like we call it in the radio industry. Rishi Sunak's plane has landed at RAF Northolt in West London. He was, of course, flying down from his count. He is expected to travel to Buckingham Palace later on to resign during an audience with the King. And there's a very hazy picture of the plane through the rain clouds as well.
Really is, if you're a Conservative, it really is a pathetic fallacy this morning. Drew Henry, we still don't know about Drew Henry and the SNP. He was going to be on the show, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was the plan. He was supposed to be on, but there is something sort of not dissimilar to a recount going on. The process is quite technical and whatever, but so they're basically checking votes. This is in his seat, which is Inverness, Skye and West Rossshire. So Drew Henry may appear at some point, depending on what transpires. Coming up, we're going to hear from two Tories, one who's kept his seat and one who hasn't. We'll hear from a pretty happy Daisy Cooper, who's the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, all after the news with Cara Bentley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Calum. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority and will form the next government. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken in London.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day.
Labour has won 410 seats so far, winning an additional 210 MPs. The Conservatives are down to 118 MPs at the moment, a loss of more than 247. Rishi Sunak has just touched down in London, on his way to resign formally. The former Prime Minister Liz Truss has lost her seat, as has the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps. Chris Heaton-Harris, the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, whose seat has not yet been declared, has told Times Radio he was sad to see so many colleagues go.
I've lost lots of good friends who are good members of Parliament, but my party lost touch with a number of things. For the last 24 months, it's been disunited, and you will never win a general election with a disunited political backdrop.
The Work and Pensions Secretary Mel Stride has survived by 61 votes, as has Jeremy Hunt, the outgoing Chancellor. Nigel Farage has been elected in Clacton in Essex, saying he is now looking ahead to Reform UK seriously challenging Labour in 2029. The Lib Dems have just won Epsom and Ewell, and Boris Johnson's former constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip has been won by Labour. Both co-leaders of the Green Party have also won. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour, and you can keep listening to the results coming in on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio. Download the free Times Radio app and listen to us wherever you are.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. Owned by members, not by shareholders.
This is Times Radio Election Breakfast. We're all here. Stig Abel, Asma Mir, Calum Macdonald in the studio. Chloe Tilley is in the rain, Downing Street, but still it's going to be a pretty historic place to be. If you are just waking up, why are you waking up at 7:33? That's really, really, really late. Labour have won by a landslide. The turnout 60%, down 7% on the last election. 409 so far. There's only 9 more seats to go, I think. 409 for Labour, 120 for the Conservatives, 71 for the Lib Dems, 8 for the SNP, 33 for others, but that includes 4 for Reform. And you've been getting in touch. I think some of you are still kind of scratching your heads a little bit. There's not a huge amount of jubilation, and there's not a huge amount of kind of soul searching and sadness. It's kind of like you're stuck in neutral.
It's an interesting point, and that may well be the correct reaction, because as we're saying, it is a low turnout. It is the lowest share ever of the vote won by a party that's won a majority, let alone a landslide. Pete makes the joke, which I think is a joke. The best thing about Labour winning today is that we can now look forward to finding out what their policies are. But Colin says, going to work today for another shift at the supermarket has a different feel about it. It feels better. I suspect the customers will be feeling happier today too. The Tories are out at last. Liz Truss has gone. Mel Stride has survived. If you're interested in personalities, we'll try and bring you all of those personalities and reflections on that as we go through. Keep your thoughts coming in 0333 003 2353.
Now, there are lots of ways to interpret the election result, but one thing is clear. This is the worst Conservative result in history. Rishi Sunak will resign by the end of the day, and the starting gun on a leadership election may be fired. So what happens next, and what should? We are joined by Neil O'Brien, the newly re-elected Conservative MP for Harborough, Oadby and Wigston. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Do you think Rishi... We just spoke to Chris Heaton-Harris, and he actually thinks that Rishi Sunak should stay on. Do you think he should?
Well, I think you just said he's going to resign. I'm not surprised by that. I think that's what you'd expect after an election result like this.
What do you put it down to? Why did this happen to the Conservatives?
There's not one single reason. There's a lot of different reasons. If you look at the share of the vote, Labour have barely moved at all in England, very marginally gone up if you include Scotland. And we've lost a large share of votes to Reform, and that's put in not a lot of Reform MPs, but actually a lot of Labour MPs. And as you were just saying, the lowest share of the vote for a party winning a majority, never mind a majority of this size. And so it is partly a split on the right, but there's more to it than that as well. And we will now have to do a proper job of really understanding all of the different complaints. Obviously, as an MP getting re-elected, I've spent week after week listening to literally thousands of people tell me about this, and there's a lot of different reasons why people didn't vote for us. So there were Reform voters who were angry at us about immigration and not having been strong enough or done enough on immigration. There were other people who were worried about public services. There were people who were worried about both. Sometimes in Westminster, people think that wanting to reduce immigration and wanting to do more or spend more on public services are sort of two different things and two different types of voters, but actually for a lot of people they want to do both those things. And so there's not one thing. I mean, were we too left-wing or too right-wing? Both. Was it the behaviour of people in the centre or policy problems? Both. Were we unlucky with world events, COVID and then the war in Ukraine, the energy price crisis? Yeah, that's true, but also problems of our own making. So it's not one thing that has hit us or cost us all these seats. And I'm so sorry that a lot of good people who did all the right things and worked hard, and a lot of local activists will have lost out as a result of mistakes made elsewhere. So those are the people I'm really sorry for in this situation. But, in a democracy, the customer is always right. And we got to listen to what they are telling us. And it's not just one thing, as I say. I think we need to win back some of those people who didn't come back to us from reform.
Right. Can I just interject for a second? Because as I said, we spoke to Chris Heaton-Harris, and he said, and everyone's going to have a different reason perhaps, but he says that the party was too disunited, and that kind of started after Brexit. So that's one kind of a way of thinking. The other is what you just talked about there: people on the doorstep saying to you, "You're too left and you're too right." Do you agree with that? Do you think that the Conservative Party became confused? People would all come on this programme and say we're a broad church, but you can't be that broad a church. You have to have an identity, don't you?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that. We ended up with a blurry image because we had too many prime ministers in too few years. And the different prime ministers had come and tried to take the party in quite radically different directions in quite a short space of time. So we had, David Cameron, George Osborne, sorting out Labour's record deficit. That was one thing. Then you had Theresa May, who had a vision, which was quite a sort of centrist vision of, industrial policy, regional policy, what became, I suppose, later on levelling up. But she never really got to communicate that vision because her premiership was just hobbled after the first year by endless rows over Brexit. You then had Boris, a fantastic election success last time round on a manifesto that combined Brexit, a certain degree of social and cultural conservatism, with a lot of centrism on public services, 50,000 more nurses, something we actually did and did deliver, by the way, 50 million extra GP appointments, again, something we did and did deliver. But then with him, the Partygate, all the disappointments around that did for him. And then we had Liz Truss, completely different thing again, a sort of libertarian pitch for 44 days. And then Rishi Sunak, which was a much more sort of technocratic, cautious, get the economy under control, manage our way through the economic turbulence sort of thing.
So the thing is now, 5th of July 2024, what is the identity of the Conservative Party going to be, and under whom do you think it would best be?
Yeah, we'll have to see who wants to lead us, to take us forward, and what their proposition is going to be. I think almost before we get to that, we do need to have a deeper conversation than the one that we're having now about, the exact causes of why the public were fed up with us. I get a certain impression, partly from looking at the polls, but also partly from just speaking to thousands of voters. And there's a lot of issues out there. The reason I sort of call it the sort of everything bagel theory of why we lost. I mean, it is behaviour, but it is also policy. It is bits on the right, So I had people say to me, you guys have done nothing about all this kind of work nonsense. You all these people coming across the channel. You said you'd stop it.
Right.
You haven't. But on the other hand, they'd say, I'm really worried about the NHS. I'm really worried about what you're doing on blah 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 blah. Various things which are much more centrist.
Yeah.
So we sort of pressure from lots of different directions.
Neil O'Brien, you sound very tired, and I'm not surprised. And you sound a bit depressed. I'm not surprised either.
No, I'm delighted to be re-elected and honoured to be re-elected.
Okay.
I'm not so depressed, but we do have a lot to sort out.
Well, I'm looking at the figure on the screen so far of 120 Conservative MPs. When you look at that number, it's not a final number, but it's almost there, 120. Can you just sum up what your thoughts are on that number in a few words?
Yeah, well, there's a fragility to what Labour have done. A lot of people have voted for Keir Starmer despite not liking him very much. there are clear massive tensions within the party, particularly over Gaza, Israel, and so on and so
But
forth.
on the Conservatives, 120. What are your thoughts?
It's unsurprising. We've had this coming for a long time. The public have wanted to give us this great big boot. We deserve it, and frankly, we now need to listen to what they've told us. But I do think there are problems for Labour as well here. You know, it sounds like a ridiculous thing to say when they've won this huge majority.
Well,
but
don't
I don't
worry.
sense
We're
any
going to
prospectus of
No,
where
I know.
we
We're going to get into that.
That's going to be a problem for them.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into that. Don't worry. And some people saying that. Some of our listeners as well. Neil O'Brien, thank you very much. That's Neil O'Brien, who's the newly re-elected Conservative MP for Harborough, Oadby, and Wigston.
Well then, let's consider the 248 Conservative MPs who so far have lost their seats. One of them is Tobias Ellwood, who is now the former MP for Bournemouth East and a former Defence Minister as well. Tobias, welcome to the programme.
Good morning to you.
How are you reflecting on defeat?
Yeah, much to take in, and interesting listening to that last discussion. I was listening earlier to Douglas Alexander, that's now made a return to Parliament. You might recall he lost his seat, and he is now back. And what he went through, or the party went through in 2 years to reform that party to its winning position today, that is something that I think the Conservatives, all of us, that are feeling very bruised today, but retain the energy and desire to see a return, it's worth pondering. We can do this, but the nation has clearly spoken. We enter a new chapter in British politics. This is a huge Labour government. I am concerned about the scrutiny of that government because of the change in the size of the majority. But let's face facts here. Our party has some serious homework to do to responsibly regroup, to rebuild, to rekindle that collective sense of purpose about what we actually offer to the nation. And in that last conversation, it was very clear. The nation was confused what our messaging was. And I'm afraid the common denominator throughout the recent political disturbance over the last few years has been an absence of discipline and collective resolve. Instead, we've seen the pursuance of rival agendas within our ranks, tribal rivalry, constantly dominating those headlines and challenging what the Prime Minister was trying to achieve. It therefore mattered little that we'd actually improve the economy. Fiscal responsibility is returning. A party that doesn't exhibit that sense of purpose and back their leader will not gain the trust of the British people.
It's quite an instant post-mortem that you're doing on all of this, Tobias, I suppose. Do you see a role for yourself in any capacity in the Conservative Party, or is this the end of this particular era and it's on to something else for you?
No, not at all. I think, as I say, there are many of us. We'll take a few days off to reflect and so forth. But there is a determination, I think, for many of us to reflect on what happens next. I would strongly encourage Rishi Sunak to remain on as leader. I would have one change that I've made before leaping in to say we should go in this direction or another. Because until the power of selecting any new party leader is returned to the parliamentary party, then wannabe future leaders seeking not to impress parliamentary colleagues with loyalty and so forth, but seeking to appeal specifically to our party base, will guarantee a continual of that internal tribal discord, meaning any serious discussion about how we might regroup or campaign techniques, crafting new policies, or even more fundamentally, given the rise in reform of where our modern Conservative Party sits in today's political spectrum, none of that will ever be achieved. The party collectively must want to be led.
Well, that's interesting because it sounds like you're quite worried, actually, about who's left. I mean, I'm looking at my list of notable names from the Conservatives, which I've been, frankly, ticking and crossing off through the course of the night. And when we look at who is left to kind of rebuild from here, there's kind of Kemi Badenoch, Oliver Dowden, Suella Braverman. Are any of these people the right people to rebuild the party as far as you're concerned?
You're leaping ahead and wanting to do the micro to say who will be the leader.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying firstly...
Tim Shipman reported on our programme last night that his understanding was that Rishi Sunak would resign as Conservative leader today.
I'm a lot of respect for Tim Shipman, but I would strongly discourage Rishi Sunak from stepping back for the very reasons that I'm pointing out.
So how long should he stay for, I suppose, then, is the question.
Well,
after overseeing a spectacular defeat?
Well, part of dealing with a spectacular defeat is then taking responsibility of how the party picks itself up. And part of that, as I stress, the fundamental here, the core issue that we've had to endure which William Hague now agrees, because he was the one that changed the rules, is that you cannot have a situation whereby we have these wannabe leaders, these individuals that actually ignore what the Prime Minister was doing or saying to pursue their own agendas. That is what's distracted the British people from wanting to support us, because all they do is see ourselves tearing each other's hair out, not working together, not having a collective resolve, not putting Britain's interests first.
Yeah.
You change that by changing the manner in which we choose our leader. Once you've got a new leader, then we can start to dissect all those other aspects of repair that clearly we need to go through. It's a slow process. We can get there. And go back to the very beginning. Labour turned itself around from Jeremy Corbyn, from that socialist position that Labour had adopted, to a winning position today. We can do the same, but we require a structure in which to do that. And that begins with changing the leadership rules.
Okay. Tobias, I think you have to go, but thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Tobias Elwood, who is now the former Conservative MP for Bournemouth East, with a kind of quite notable way forward, perhaps, in that he wants rules to change before leadership contests take place. It's difficult to reconcile the idea that Rishi Sunak can hang on for long enough to bring about any sort of meaningful impact on a party that he's struggled to get in line in time for an election.
He won't want to either. I mean, just psychologically. I mean, can you imagine how he must feel as he's, being driven through the rain now to guide the removal vans to come out of Downing Street. Interesting also, Asma, Neil O'Brien, eventually, he was very downbeat despite holding his seat, but that thing at the end where he said, we had it coming, we got a kicking, and we got a kicking because we didn't know who we were. And at some point, both of them really implying we need to do a Labour, ironically. We need to find out who we are, have an identity, and do something with it. Lots of you are sharing your thoughts. Matthew says it might well be that the public voted for Keir despite not necessarily liking him. If he turns the economy around and people feel economically better in 5 years, people will learn to like him and he'll expand his majority. I'm sure our next guest will agree with that. It is Liz Kendall, who is the newly elected MP for Leicester West. She was Shadow Work and Pension Secretary before the election. Morning to you, Liz.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you feeling jubilant? There are some caveats I want to put to you, but how jubilant are you feeling?
I'm sure that's your job, and I would never criticise you for doing your job, but I feel so proud of Keir, especially of Keir. Nobody thought he could do it, and he did. And the whole team, he has built a brilliant team around him, and I just think of all of those Labour Party organisers and staff and volunteers who have given it their all. And I know many people are cynical about politics and politicians, but you go into politics, you want to change the world, you want to change things, and we've now got a chance. And as Keir, I think, said in his speech, which I just caught when I was coming on the way here from Leicester, look, you can enjoy this this evening. Well, this was last night. I haven't had a morning yet. I'm still on last night, but tomorrow the hard work begins. But it is a phenomenal victory, and it is testament to his leadership and how much he's turned this party around. I know you'll say, the Tories lost, but there wasn't anything inevitable about this. And you know what? You make your own luck in politics. And when they started to disintegrate, we were ready, and we gave it our all. And for a few possible minutes more, I would like to say we're very, very proud. We're very proud.
And you do have a job to do, though, don't you?
Huge. Yes.
There's two respects. One, you've got to actually do the things that you've been talking about. People have voted for change. They'll want to see change. You've got to convince some people, Liz Kendall, here as well. Because this is a low turnout. This is the lowest share ever of a vote for a government with any majority, let alone the massive landslide that you've got. Turnout is low. 80% of the electorate didn't vote for Labour. Keir Starmer is not rising on a surge of personal popularity. You've got to convince a lot of people that you mean business pretty quickly, don't you?
So I want to say an absolute yes to that, and then I'll come back to it. But I do just want to argue back against this idea of, low vote share means, it's not a substantial victory. we don't want to pile up votes in Labour seats. We want to win the biggest possible majority so we can change the country. And this is actually a testament to our strategy, the strategy that the campaign team put in place. It's why we didn't stay campaigning in our own seats. We went to one set of target seats, and then when they were looking better, we went to another set, and then another set. It is a proof of our strategy, this huge majority that Keir has. And I mean, I've just Suffolk, winning seats in Suffolk, Aldershot, 100 years it's been a Tory seat. So I actually, I see it in a different way. I want to come back to your question because you rightly asked
because
the
turnout is low.
So I do want to come back to that. And the biggest thing, I don't know if I said this, came on this programme before to say to you, is our biggest challenge was that people have had the hope kicked out of them. They've been made promises that haven't been delivered. Things have got worse, not better, and they're very cynical. But I believe change is possible, and I know that previous great reforming Labour governments delivered huge change. From creating the NHS to the minimum wage, to devolution in Scotland and Wales, to maternity and paternity pay and leave, all of these things that we can do. So I believe change is possible, but I am optimistic, but I am absolutely realistic. And that is why Keir said two really important things in his speech. Number one, the work starts today. We've got to get on. But also, I think this is a really important message is, even if you didn't vote Labour, our job is to serve you. I think he wants to continue to reach out and to rebuild that trust. He is not in it. He's very proud of what we've achieved, but it is for a purpose. And I think every MP who's been successful will understand that. Look, politics is so volatile. I mean, I feel very long in the tooth now. Someone actually described me as a veteran
MP.
Me. It was you. Oh my God. I actually was, like when you're still horrified, you think I'm still a newbie and then you realise you're not. I am a veteran. I'm a veteran. But the big thing is that politics is volatile. Things can change. I mean, I never thought we'd be here the morning after that 20.
And you kind of accept that Boris Johnson point, which is people are lending you their votes.
There will be some people who have given it to us passionately. Others, they've lent it to us. But because of what's happened, everything that we've seen from where the Scottish independence referendum, which we won against that, but just Brexit, May, Johnson, Corbyn, all of this change, we know in the end, our job is to deliver. Yeah. And I'm happy to be judged on that. I will come back and be judged on delivery any day.
And I think people will expect that. Just before you go, do you have a pro-Palestinian problem in your party? You've lost seats. Jonathan Ashworth, regular on this programme, out of nowhere.
My parliamentary neighbour.
Exactly, in Leicester. And you know this better than most coming from Leicester. There is a big chunk of the Muslim voting population in this country that has rejected Labour last night. Is that a problem for you?
I think it is always a problem when you lose people's support. I don't ever blame the voters. That's why we've had to change our party and to listen and understand.
So do you need to be less pro-Israel?
Because I think the way that we secure peace and statehood for Palestine is alongside peace, security, and for the state of Israel. That is, but we have to work harder.
But some Labour people in Jonathan Ashworth's constituency are saying, you know what, you're too pro-Israel, get out. But
that the way that you deliver security in Palestine, as well as security in Israel, is by having that peace process that delivers a two-state solution. That is the only way we will end the suffering, the appalling suffering in Palestine. And I know that people in my own constituency too, I've had many conversations over recent months about this, and we have to work ever harder. I never ignore the voters. That is the road to ruin, and I'm afraid, as we've seen from our party in the past and from the Conservative Party now.
Liz Kendall, get some sleep. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Liz Kendall, the veteran MP for Leicester West.
Let's speak to Paula Sturridge, polling expert and Professor of Political Sociology at Bristol University. Good morning to you.
Good
Paula,
morning.
you can hear us. Fantastic. Some people are saying, hang on a sec, this is not what was predicted. It was going to be the worst since 1832. It was worse for the Tories, best for Labour, not quite there. How are the pollsters feeling this morning?
Well, in the very broad brush terms, the polls were correct, but there's a lot of devil hiding in the detail, in that none of the pollsters, even those that were getting the shares relatively close, had the Labour lead over the Conservatives below 10 percentage points. Nobody had it in single figures, which is where it's sitting at the moment, just below that 10%. It looks like lots of the pollsters significantly overestimated the Labour vote share. A few got the Conservative vote share pretty close. But it looks like there were some quite unpredictable things here in terms of the relationship between seats and votes. That's where the MRPs should have helped us see what was going on. They should have picked up, and did to a certain extent, the relationship between the relatively small Lib Dem vote and the huge pile of seats that the Lib Dems then managed to get from that. So I don't think the pollsters will be feeling too bruised, but there will be lots of lessons to learn in terms of why that Labour vote share was overestimated. Whether that's a turnout effect, something along those lines, whether it's also to do with a slightly higher Green share, some significant independent votes in places. But there'll be lots of things to learn, because in terms of the MRPs, lots of them got one element right, but none of them got all the elements right. So hopefully they'll be able to learn from each other and do even better next time.
Right, well, we shall see. That's Paula Sturridge, polling expert, Professor of Political Sociology at Bristol University. Quite a few of you shouting about the polls via WhatsApp and text. You know how to get in touch. The WhatsApp number is 0333 003 2353. You can email us. Bessie is producing, of course she is, studio@times.radio. You can email her, or you can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times. We are here till 10 o'clock. There are still about 8 seats, I think, to declare. We're almost done. Do not move.
On DAB digital radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock. This is Times Radio Election Breakfast with Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley, Calum Macdonald and Stig Abel.
The headlines this morning: yes, Labour has won a landslide in the general election. Keir Starmer is on his way to Downing Street as the new Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is one of more than 200 Conservatives who have lost their seats. The Lib Dems have made gains in terms of seats. Reform UK have mainly made gains in terms of votes.
Coming up, we'll tell the story of the night and examine just how Sir Keir Starmer did it and how Rishi Sunak didn't.
And we'll tell you what has happened in election battles across the nations of the UK. And Chloe will join us live from Downing Street.
You'd expect this of us even on election day. We still are remembering our colleague Evin Gershkovich. It's 464 days since he was detained by the Russians. It's Friday, the 5th of July.
This is Times Radio.
Let's get the news. Cara Bentley.
Thanks, Asmo. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority and will lead the country. Sir Keir Starmer spoke early this morning.
Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that.
Labour's won 410 seats so far, plenty above the 326 needed to form a government. There are only a handful of seats left to declare. Rishi Sunak has landed in London on his way to resign formally as Prime Minister. He conceded the election just before it was officially called, as he stood up after winning his constituency for Richmond and Northallerton in Yorkshire.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future.
The Conservatives have lost 248 MPs, bringing them down to 120. Liz Truss, who was Prime Minister 2 years ago, has lost her seat in Norfolk to Labour. The Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, has lost her seat, as has the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps. Former Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton-Harris, who did not seek re-election, told Times Radio why he thinks they've been punished by voters.
My party didn't deliver on the promises that it made in quick enough time, and there might be lots of very, very good reasons for that, but the British public rightly expect more. So, I take my hat off to Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. I wish them all the best for our country.
Nigel Farage has been elected in Clacton in Essex. The Reform UK leader said this was just the start for his party, which he returned to only 4 weeks ago.
My plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years, and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029.
Former Reform UK leader and now chairman Richard Tice has also won, and Reform has got 4 seats so far. The Lib Dems have won 71 seats. Leader Sir Ed Davey has been celebrating his party's results by dancing and singing to Sweet Caroline with supporters in London. When he won his seat overnight, he said he's enjoyed the stunts he's done during the campaign, but what he's enjoyed more is speaking to people who have serious concerns.
Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election. And we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis.
Labour's gains in Scotland have severely bruised the SNP, who now just have 9 MPs, having lost 38. The SNP leader, John Swinney, says the campaign fell on deaf ears.
We had a message which related to the key issues that are affecting people's lives around austerity, Brexit and the cost of living. We presented a solution to that, which was independence, how we could take different decisions here in Scotland, and we've put that to the public. And that's not commanded public confidence in an election, which the main theme of which was to get the Tories out.
We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch it live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app and on your smart speaker. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide.
Good morning. Labour has won a resounding victory with a historic swing. Keir Starmer is going to be our new Prime Minister. The Conservatives have lost badly, very badly. Many cabinet ministers have gone. The Lib Dems have surged. The SNP are completely humbled. Reform's Nigel Farage's 8th time lucky. His party have won 4 seats so far. There's only a couple more yet to declare. It's been a really dramatic night. Rishi Sunak conceded at 4:42 a.m. at his count. He said that he takes responsibility for the huge loss and apologised yet again to activists. Keir Starmer told jubilant supporters, "We did it."
Neil O'Brien, the Tory MP, just told us we had it coming. And they got the kicking they deserve. The former Prime Minister Liz Truss lost her seat. That was probably the Portillo moment, and it happened on our programme. It didn't happen until 6:42. Is it a Portillo moment if people were expecting it? Is a legitimate question, but there were plenty of big Conservative losses, even if they were expected. Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt, Lucy Fraser, Alex Chalk, Gillian Keegan, Simon Hart, Johnny Mercer, Michelle Donnellan, all gone. That's a record number of cabinet ministers done in one election. Jacob Rees-Mogg gone too. And despite the landslide to Labour, we've lost a couple of Labour figures you've heard rather a lot on this station. Thangam Debonair and, most surprisingly, Jonathan Ashworth, who lost out of nowhere to an independent standing on a pro-Palestinian ticket. This is a historic swing to Labour tonight. The main story is Keir Starmer's victory, but they have been hurt a bit by their Muslim vote that's not turned out for them. Wes Streeting now has a majority of only 400.
And with just a handful of seats left to declare in the last couple of minutes, Democrats' Birmingham Perry Bar has gone independent. That is a gain from Labour for Ayub Khan in Birmingham Perry Bar.
So that's another one of those same things.
Yep, exactly. Stig's been deploying the phrase lackadaisical landslide throughout the morning, and it was a landslide. It is a landslide for Labour.
It's not catching on, is
No,
it?
we're doing our best, though. We're going to ramp it up now. But it looks as though the Conservatives and Labour Party between them will win less than 60% of all votes cast. That would be the lowest proportion in any election since 1923, when Labour became the primary opposition. The Labour surge across Scotland has made a huge difference to the overall outcome. Professor Sir John Curtis notes that without the rise of the Labour Party in Scotland, we would be reporting that basically Labour's vote hasn't changed from what it was in 2019. Their surge has overwhelmed the SNP, who will be lucky to end up with 10 seats when all's said and done. It has been an astonishing election in so many ways, but there's no doubt about the size of the victory for Sir Keir Starmer.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Well, I'm live in College Green. I've hot-footed it down from Downing Street. The world's media is all assembled. There's sort of an ocean of tarpaulin gazebos, and we are surrounded by puddles. This, of course, is just across from where Sir Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister, will make his speech later today after heading to Buckingham Palace to ask the King to form the next government. Of course, we're also expecting jubilant Labour MPs to be arriving as they start to get named in the Cabinet.
Chloe, this began soggily, this election. It's going to end soggily. We can hear it now, the downpour around you. And do you even get a sense that this early in the morning, there's something in the air? Because we're trying to work out, this is a massive Labour landslide, but it's a very low turnout. It feels like they're sort of backing into a landslide slightly, which is a very odd feeling. What's the sort of sense in the air, if there is one?
It's really interesting you say that, Stig. We were just having a conversation about this. I've done enough elections in the sunshine, or at least not in the rain, that normally here on College Green, which for people who aren't quite familiar with it, it's the kind of strip of grass which is next to the House of Parliament. You would expect normally lots of MPs to be milling around, to be chatting, smiling, laughing with one another, exchanging pleasantries, and lots of journalists grabbing them, trying to get them on the radio or the TV. There's none of that because of the rain. We have just seen Daisy Cooper for the Lib Dems, Deputy Leader. She was meant to be speaking to us at 7:30. We dashed down here, but they got delayed, so we'll be talking to her about 8:30. Liz Kendall is here as well, but no, it just kind of feels a bit damp, a bit underwhelming, I think is probably the best way at the moment. But I think genuinely it is so wet, I don't want to keep banging on about this, that I do think that takes away some of what may have been a slightly different feeling on a different day. I have to tell you, straight in front of me, it has made me laugh. There are 2 open-top sightseeing buses that are waiting to pick people up. I'm not thinking that's going to happen today.
It's a historic day to be sitting in London, but maybe if people are going to go out, bring an umbrella or 2. Chloe, we're going to hear you talking to Daisy Cooper later, so keep dry if you possibly can. There is this notion, Asma, that, I mean, how underwhelmed can you possibly be with a massive landslide? And we don't want to sort of... It's really hard to pitch this election, isn't it? And has it been slightly hard throughout, maybe, that we've had so many polls pointing in such a massive Labour lead that maybe you're always going to be a bit like,
Yeah, I think there'll be people probably shouting a little bit at the radio saying that's a bit hypocritical of us, because we quite enjoyed the kind of the milestones of the polls, because it built a sense of excitement. But now it feels a bit like, well, hang on a second, that didn't happen. You know, that they were getting worse and worse and worse for the Conservatives, and it is bad for the Conservatives, but it's not quite what had been advertised, and maybe we do have to take them a bit more with a pinch of salt.
We did know, though, didn't we, that there was no great love for Keir Starmer, and again, he is going to have a huge majority. In swing terms, this is a massive swing, isn't it? But he's going to get fewer seats. It looks like there's 6 to declare. He's on 409. Just to let you know, Blair got 418 in 97. In 2001, he got 412. So Blair in 2001 is still in play, but no more than that, probably, is the answer. Here's a stat, Calum, that Tom Calver is on. You mentioned this before. This is, I'm trying to say, lackadaisical landslide. His phrase is sort of a marginal election.
Yeah.
And marginals, the average majority has gone from 11,000 in 2019 to 6,700. And this idea that a lot of people have voted Labour in constituencies, He hasn't got a massive popular vote, and some of these constituencies will be quite tight. Now, Hugo Rifkin cautioned he's still here for 5 years. What you're talking about, massive majority, that's the story. But there's just maybe 5% of the story, is it, that's a bit less than that?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the phrase. I think it was James Johnson that used it overnight, and in my many pages of scribbled notes, I can't find it, but I can give you the gist of it, which is that this election was a good opportunity in some ways for people to vote not for Labour or the Tories, knowing that Labour were going to win.
Yeah.
And so actually they kind of exercised that option, safe in the knowledge that they were going to get kind of what they wanted, that Labour would win, but actually taking the opportunity to give somebody else a bit of a nudge up as well. I think I'm on board with lackadaisical landslide. You've convinced me. I'm here for it. Just by the way, as we're talking, we're getting an update on how today will unfold, and you will not miss a thing on Times Radio, of course. So Rishi Sunak, a couple of minutes ago, arrived at Conservative campaign headquarters in London, where he's expected to talk to, well, whatever party staff remain during the course of the campaign. It was suggested by some that they weren't spending an awful lot of time there and were in fact just heading to the pub at lunchtime. But anyway, that's that. And then in terms of timings for the rest of the day, and these are subject to change, but here is the provisional schedule of timings for the transition, and this comes from number 10. The Prime Minister will make a statement at around 10:30 this morning before travelling to Buckingham Palace for an audience with His Majesty the King. After this, the Labour Party leader will travel to Buckingham Palace for his audience with His Majesty the King. The new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will then travel to Downing Street, and you should expect a statement at around 12:20. That's the plan as it stands. Times may change. Just keep the radio on and you won't miss a thing.
It's 8:13 now. Tolstoy didn't quite say that all happy parties are alike, but unhappy parties are unhappy in their own way. We'll hear lots of Labour's simple joy this morning, but let's delve into the misery mix of the Conservative Party. This was Rishi Sunak's darkest hour. It was 4:42 this morning.
To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
Let's speak to Andrew Cooper, Lord Cooper, former Downing Street Director of Strategy under David Cameron. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Now, we've spoken to a couple of Conservatives. We spoke to Chris Heaton-Harris, we spoke to Neil O'Brien, we spoke to Tobias Elwood. One's not standing, one's been re-elected, one's lost their seat, and they all seem a bit annoyed, and they all have different reasons for why this happened. Why do you think it happened?
It's a long story, isn't it? Look, I think the Conservative Party clearly lost its way. I mean, part of the story is it's been in government for a long time, and if you look through history, there's a kind of natural shelf life to a government, which is roughly 10 years. Through circumstance, through having some elections close together, they've ended up in government for 14 years. And it was just time for a change in a very fundamental sense. And then you lay on that Brexit and the divisions that came after Brexit. You layer on top of that COVID and Partygate. You layer on top of that Liz Truss and her budget, which kind of shattered almost overnight the Conservative Party's reputation for economic competence, which was at the core of its offer. And then Rishi Sunak, a Prime Minister who didn't really manage to kind of pivot away from that and change that narrative, and who, at an individual level, the country really never warmed to as a leader. And it adds up to this shattering defeat.
And one of the things that one of the Conservatives said to us, I can't remember now which one it was, it might have been Chris Heaton-Harris, he talked about disunity, infighting. There was also this lack of identity. I think it was Neil O'Brien who said that. We're too left, we're too right. How do you fix that? Well, first of all, do you agree with that? And how do you fix it?
Yeah, I mean, I very much agree with that. And there's an old adage in politics that people don't vote for divided parties. So once it was self-evidently a divided party, that made it much worse. But the underlying problem is the Conservative Party, and I think above all, really post-Brexit, really has lost its sense of identity, and it's lost its sense of what it actually stands for. And it's become really a sort of cluster of factions more than a party. So within it, there are some subgroups who have quite different views, legitimately, sincerely held, but quite different views about what it actually should mean to be a Conservative in this situation at this part in our country's history. There are some essentially ultra-nationalist people who are really obsessed with Brexit and defined around Brexit and national sovereignty. There are some people who think that the Tory party should be the party of low taxes or nothing else. There are people who are obsessed with small state, low regulation. Let's be Singapore. There's a real mishmash, and I think through the electorate, what does the party stand for? They don't know.
Well, how's that going to change, do you think? I mean, let's listen to a couple of clips, shall we, first of all? Suella Braverman is a name that's kind of in the ether. Now, she won her seat, and this was her view of what's gone wrong.
There is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises.
And just one other clip. The former Conservative MP Charles Walker was actually on air on Times Radio when she made that speech, and this was his reaction.
Absolutely disgraceful speech. I thought on a really difficult night for the Conservative Party, that was just the bottom, yeah? The absolute bottom, the dredge. Absolutely a disgraceful thing to do. Some backbencher playing this sort of great statesman-like role at a count. I mean, really the bottom. And I tell you, and I won't be mourned by many in the Conservative Party, but if Suella Braverman leads the Conservative Party, I and many others will not be within that party.
So I mean, therein is the problem, isn't it? I mean, obviously people are not always going to get on. They're not always going to agree. But I still don't quite see how the Conservative Party are going to move on while they're still fighting.
I mean, no, but in a sense they have to have the fight and resolve it. And I think the question is, if we look around, and obviously we don't really yet know because we don't know what the final number will be, and we then need to look at who is left and who among the people who are left has the capability to be a leader, wants to be the leader, and who among those people actually can set out a credible argument, an intellectually honest argument, an argument that faces into what's happened, and tries to construct a version of conservatism that might unite people. I think we're a long way from that.
But do you have any idea who that might be? Because I don't know. I mean, obviously, why would I know? But you must have an idea. You've kind of sketched out what the problem is. So who is the solution, do you think?
I mean, I honestly don't know. One of the reasons I'm not in the Conservative Party anymore. I left during, of course, the Brexit process, and one of the reasons is looking at the Conservative Party it is quite hard to see. It needs somebody with some intellectual honesty and the political courage to actually take on some of these arguments. And rather than just as Suella Braverman is suggesting, we just kind of lean into the lowest common denominator of what popular opinion polls tell us to think. We need some leadership that actually can piece together a coherent version of what conservatism does mean in an era where, firstly, Brexit, which defined the party, is, in the views of most people in the country, 2/3 or more of people in the country, isn't working and is a mistake. Secondly, where it's obvious if you look at the public finances and listen to what Paul Johnson has been from the Institute for Fiscal Studies has been gamely trying to enter into the debate through the campaign. There isn't. The idea that we can be a party of tax cuts is total fantasy. And so if you're not a party of tax cuts and you're facing into the fact that Brexit hasn't worked, actually nationalism isn't a solution at all, and where does that leave you? And these are really fundamental questions. What we need to find is somebody with the intellectual honesty and somebody who actually wants to lead and has an idea and wants to lead rather than simply play back what they think a group of voters want to hear.
Interesting. Andrew Cooper, thank you very much. As Lord Cooper, former Downing Street Director of Strategy under David Cameron.
As a Conservative, says Elizabeth, the infighting the party annoyed me very much. Tony says, if Suella is the answer, the Conservatives didn't understand the question, how many years do they want in the wilderness? If you're going to try and summarise your response to this election in just a few words, do it for us now, because I'm trying to get the phrase lackadaisical landslide going unsuccessfully. How would you do it? What do you say this is? This is a massive victory for Labour, but it doesn't feel like one entirely. Calum, you've been here since 10 o'clock last night, and if we can get your microphone on, Calum, it'd be good to hear you for it. But you've been here since 10 o'clock last night, and The question is, how did it feel? Has it felt like a revolution?
Hello. I'll tell you in a minute.
I will tell Calum. There he goes.
It's not felt like. Do you know what it is? I think there's so much anticipation in a 6-week campaign is part of it, and I think there is undoubtedly this sense that people want something different, but I think there is a real lurking reality that the difficulties faced by Sir Keir Starmer's government are vast and huge and difficult. And so he says he wants 10 years to kind of fix things. Well, hang on a second. We'll see what you do with the first 5 at this stage. Because actually these problems that we've talked about so much are not going to change overnight. So the victory is huge. The scale of it is, historic in many ways. But I think there is that reality check for people this morning, which is, right, okay, but hang on a second, this is still going to be quite tough.
And he won, but the SNP gave it to him, the Tories gave it to him, and many people didn't bother showing up to vote at all.
So this is a really interesting part of this, and Professor Sir John Curtis, I hadn't clocked this, but he is the real number cruncher, isn't he? The absolute king of number crunching, who said that without the Labour surge in Scotland, we would be reporting the same numbers for Labour as we did in 2019. That is a huge part of the story, and that has basically all come at the cost of the SNP's electoral dominance, which is categorically over in Scotland.
You're the number cruncher, really.
I'm enjoying it a lot.
You are a number cruncher.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even want Professor Sir John Curtis. Well, entirely too many titles before his name. We just want plain old lad from the Highlands, Calum Macdonald.
Lad from the Highlands is hilarious.
Lad Calum.
I'm moving from spreadsheets to keeping an eye on logistical arrangements for the various prime ministers who'll be speaking today, and I've finally reached for a caffeinated drink after 10 hours.
That's not bad going, is it?
I'll take that.
I think you went too late there. But anyway, why are you having a caffeinated drink at 8:23? Anyway.
To get me to 10.
Exactly. Let's go to bed. Right, lots more to come. We're going to hear from Pat McFadden, the man who masterminded this triumphant Labour campaign. More reflections and analysis. And we want to hear from you too as well. You know how to get in touch. 0333 003 2353. This is Times Radio Breakfast in association with Nationwide.
Global events.
Russia has relied on having a superiority of numbers.
Breaking news.
We don't have enough GPs to manage the workload.
Reactive analysis.
A lot of these debates are generational.
From the world's best journalists.
You earn a lot of money, you should pay your tax.
Keeping you informed as events unfold.
The government can't afford pay rises in the health service.
On DAB, online, on the app and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
Last Man Standing from The Times, on the trail of a journalist kidnapped by the Islamic State. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel with Nationwide. They offer exclusive products, rates and rewards to members who hold a current account, savings or mortgage. Eligibility criteria and terms apply.
Look, first of all, thank you for joining us. We've been building up to this for 6 weeks. We've already been building up to this for 4 years since Times Radio started. Calum is here. It's me and Asma. Chloe's at Parliament. Chris has suggested, how about the morning after election, where you start to realise about the mistakes of the past and face up to the future. Tonally, where is this election going? We really want to hear from you. You've noticed there's no ad breaks as well, so the stories keep on coming quickly, don't they? Which is exactly how it should be on an election morning. Tim Shipman is the chief political correspondent, the guru. He's the politics guru of the Times and the Sunday Times in so many respects. He's got his ear to the ground, but he's pulled it off the soggy ground for a second to talk to us. It was really a puddle more than the ground previously. We can speak to him now. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning.
We're trying to get the tone of this because it is a huge Labour victory by any standards, but it just feels fractionally that maybe not quite as big as it could have been, or not quite as resounding a victory as it, or is that wrong? How do you judge the tone of all this?
I think it's a vast pond rather than a tidal wave. It's very, very wide and a little bit shallow. I mean, they've added 1.5% to what Jeremy Corbyn did in 2019. They've been massively clever at the way they've fought this election in terms of where they put their resources. If you'd asked them about a year ago what they would have needed to get a majority, they'd have told you they needed a 12-point lead. What Morgan McSweeney, sort of chief brains of this outfit, has achieved is to get Labour across the line, with a win, with about a 5% lead, and he's distributed the vote so evenly that with 34 and a bit percent, approaching 35%, they've come away with 400 seats. It's sort of unprecedented kind of voter efficiency from the Labour Party. So that's a kind of brilliant bit of strategic manoeuvrings, but they have been shocked overnight by how many votes Reform have taken from them in a lot of those northern seats. They've now got Reform in second place, and that's going to be awkward for the Labour Party. It's going to be awkward for Keir Starmer on issues like immigration, what he does with the EU, all of that stuff. We're still seeing a kind of Brexit vote that's in revolt from people who still don't think they're being listened to, who voted for Brexit in 2016, who voted for Boris Johnson in 2019, haven't got what they wanted, and they're still protest voting. And then on the other flank, they have lost, if you include Jeremy Corbyn, they have lost effectively 4 seats to people who are more interested in what's happening in Gaza than what's happening in Grantham. The Muslim community is in revolt about Labour's position on the war in Gaza, and in the same way that Jeremy Corbyn lost the Jewish vote, Keir Starmer has got a big problem with the Muslim vote, and that, Wes Streeting, his the incoming health secretary, one of the most important people on his front bench, was 500 votes from losing. Rushanara Ali, who had, I think, the second or third safest Labour seat in the country, she nearly lost that seat. And he's lost Jonathan Ashworth, one of his key people in terms of running the election campaign, who's been working with Pat McFadden, who you're going to hear from later. So there's been some proper shockers out there as well for Labour that provide a big warning about where this goes. And it will make... they'll be looking over their shoulder a little bit more than they were expecting to. Obviously, it's a resounding win, but I don't think you would have the confidence about an easy 10 years that you would have expected with 400 seats.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the efficient election is an interesting one to say, because no one gets excited about efficiency, but the Lib Dems are super efficient. They've got 71 seats. The Labour have turned out to be super efficient, and they've ended up with 409 seats. But you can't wave a flag at efficiency, and maybe that's slightly the problem here. The other big party in this is, of course, the Conservative Party. How much of a nervous breakdown are they having? What are you hearing about Rishi Sunak's chances of sticking around as an MP, and how they're going to consider replacing him?
Look, I think it depends where they end up. The last number I saw was 122. I think that will creep up to somewhere in the mid 120. I mean, the exit poll said 131. Briefly, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, it looked like they might get up to 150, but they lost a load of narrow seats to the Lib Dems, which have made it look less good for them. Look, if you'd asked people yesterday morning, would they take 125, 130? I think they'd have put your arm off. I was here inside CCHQ that they thought the spread of likely outcomes was somewhere between 80 and 130. Thought 130 was the top end, and they've not underperformed that top end too badly. I think people are slightly less meltdowny than they might have been, and I think they've had a few pleasant surprises along the way. The party chairman held on by 20 votes. The Chancellor of the Exchequer astonishingly has held his seat through, frankly, really working that patch extremely hard. Jeremy Hunt's performance there is one of the great sort of surprises of the evening. Though I'm told people in CCHQ actually thought he might well do it because he'd been down there and been a good constituency MP. And, you look at a few people who've had a strong personal vote, and he seems to be one of them. So they don't need a new shadow chancellor. They don't, they'll obviously need to replace some people in a speedy reshuffle. My understanding of what Rishi Sunak's going to do is that, I've not been told this explicitly, but reading between the lines of several conversations I've had, I think he will take around about 10 o'clock this morning in Downing Street. He'll address the nation and say that it's his intention to resign as the leader of the Conservative Party, but that he will stay on until such time as there is a leader. And in practice, in terms of how long is Rishi Sunak around and in the public eye, he's only really got to get to recess. He'll have to turn up and do PMQs. But he doesn't want to get involved in the leadership election. He's not going to endorse anybody. He doesn't want to do a radical frontbench reshuffle that promotes people and makes it look like he's playing favourites with the people who might want next to be leader. And I think, by the time they get to the end of July and everybody goes on holiday, it depends what rules are set by the Tory party. The three groups of people who have to get together to set those rules is they need a party chairman. Well, they've still got one because he clung onto his seat by. They need a new board, but I think they've lost some of the MP members of the Tory party board, so they'll need to reappoint those. They need a new chairman of the 1922 committee, Geoffrey Clifton Brown, who's about the sort of oldest lag who held his seat to kind of get that. And those three groups will get together probably today, or at least over the weekend. They'll get a new chairman of the 22 probably on Monday, and then they'll be able to set the rules. Now, the question is, how long do they go? Some people would like to see what happened with David Cameron in 2005, where the party conference in October became a kind of beauty contest between all the candidates. I think others, and I suspect it will be the prevailing view, would rather have the leader installed in time for party conference. So you'll basically see Sunak hold the fort until the end of July, start of August. He'll still be around if there's anything emergency, but broadly speaking, that last we see of him, and then you'll get a new leader at the start of October. That would be the expectation.
Interesting stuff. Tim, great to speak to you. We'll no doubt hear from you more as we go along, as the fallout from this election continues. That's Tim Shipman. He's obviously the chief political figure at the Sunday Times.
It is 8:32. We're going to hear from the Lib Dems. The markets have woken up and shares in house builders have soared. We're going to get into that. And we will, of course, hear from Labour's Pat McFadden. Is he going to sound tired as well? I just don't know. Anyway.
Someone made a point, Asma, that all these people sounding tired know how nurses and doctors and certain other people feel, and it's good for them to feel this level of tiredness once in a while.
Yeah, or how we feel occasionally getting up at. What I'm loving is all the people in the what was that?
No one cares about us, do they?
No, all the people in the office are like, oh my goodness, it's really early, and you're like, yep, exactly that.
They got to see a dawn break for the first time.
I know.
It's just the dawn, guys.
Yeah. Let's get the news first. Cara Bentley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Asma. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority with 410 seats so far, and the Conservatives losing at least 248 seats with only a handful left to declare. So Keir Starmer made a victory speech at about 5 a.m. at Labour headquarters.
You fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
The incoming Prime Minister said a weight had been lifted and a burden removed from the shoulder of the nation. He said that change would be hard and require patience. Rishi Sunak has arrived at Conservative HQ, having got on a plane early this morning after conceding the election. He will resign formally this morning by visiting the King. Liz Truss has lost her seat and Boris Johnson's former seat has gone to Labour. Greg Hands has just lost his seat to Labour in Chelsea and Fulham. The House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt also lost in Portsmouth to Labour. The outgoing Chancellor Jeremy Hunt kept his seat in Godalming and Ash though. The Liberal Democrats have won 71 seats, winning Woking, Winchester and Tunbridge Wells. Nigel Farage has won in Clacton for Reform UK. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio. Download the free Times Radio app from the App Store or Google Play today. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. They share their profits with their members.
Good morning, this is Times Radio Breakfast. Chloe Tilley here, live with you. I've been down in Downing Street. We've hot-footed it down to College Green, which is a bit of green just next to the Houses of Parliament. We got a bit happy recently, probably about 10 minutes ago. The rain eased. I'm with Nicky Morgan, Baroness Morgan, former Education Secretary for the Conservatives. It's got a bit heavier again,
definitely not
hasn't
eased
it?
now.
No, definitely not. How are you feeling this morning? Give us a sense of the conversations that you've been having with Conservative MPs after what has been such a desperate night for the Conservative Party.
So I think we're feeling, everyone's feeling shattered because it's been a long campaign and, of course, at the end there is no victory. I think very disappointed. It's a pretty painful night to be a Conservative. I think people are beginning to a little bit reflect on exactly what's happened. Of course, for people who've lost their seats, one of their tasks today is to start giving their staff notice. start, finishing off leases for constituency buildings, that kind of thing. And that's pretty tough. It becomes quite real. They've got to make plans to go into Westminster and clear offices and everything else, because the new MPs are going to turn up on Monday and they're going to start needing space and places to work, and they're going to start wanting to get their teeth into their constituency work, for example. I suppose I'm not surprised. I think the polls were pretty clear, although the result perhaps has not been as bad as the sort of the worst expectation in the polls. So it's happened. Politics is a bit of a cycle. And you look at, in some ways, there's a government, significant majority. Ultimately, I think what the country really wants now is the government to have a clear programme and get on with it.
What now about the future for your party, though, for the Conservative Party? Should Rishi Sunak go straight away, or should he hang on for a bit?
I hope he'll hang on for a bit, because I think actually a bit like Michael Howard did after the 2005 election. We were in opposition then. Actually, what that did was gave the party a bit of breathing space. He stayed on for about 6 months, and then you could have a proper leadership contest, but also people could sort of, people are just generally exhausted. I've been helping out a little bit on the campaign, but people have been walking, miles and miles and miles every day. And one of the things that happens when your party is not, terribly popular is you stop getting people out helping you. So the candidates themselves have, they are physically exhausted. And then I think, what do we need to do? I think we need to really understand, interrogate all the results in the different seats. What happened in terms of the reform vote, seats that we've lost, obviously, there were some seats, for example, where people did everything they could to avoid voting Conservative in order to make sure that the Conservatives didn't win. And so I think the candidates, whoever they're going to be for leadership, are going to have to think about, well, what does that tell them? What does that mean for what they want to do in the party? How will they provide opposition to a government that's got a pretty significant, very significant majority?
When you look at the number of cabinet ministers, let alone all the other Conservative MPs that have lost their seats, do you worry about the future direction of the party? Do you worry it's going to go much more to the right to try and get back that reform vote?
So I think there is a real danger that the wrong conclusion is drawn from last night, which is that actually we've got to sort of outdo reform in terms of moving even further over to the right. And actually, I think that my lesson from this is that you win elections from the centre ground. And so obviously I'll be looking for a candidate that's sort of setting out that kind of stall. And I haven't, we haven't even started that process yet. And I think, what's interesting is Keir Starmer. I was just listening to Liz Kendall talking about how they all felt after the 2019 election. 4.5 years later, the Labour Party's now got this huge majority. So I think, that it's never quite the same. But depending on who we end up choosing as our next party leader, they could turn it around within the course of Parliament or not.
Nikki, always good to speak to you. Thank you so much. Nikki Morgan, Baroness Morgan, former Conservative Education Secretary. You're going to be back with Jack McConnell tomorrow.
I will indeed.
We normally talk to them for our panel between 9 and 9:30 on a Friday, but you're back tomorrow, so I appreciate that. We'll see you then.
Looking forward to it.
Chloe, thank you very much. You can hear the rain is still continuing to fall there on College Green. Loads of getting in touch. I'm trying to get the lackadaisical landslide thing going unsuccessfully, but thanks to Jimmy for this one, which I think is a really great way of explaining it. Labour have got a super majority. It is a massive majority. It is a massive swing. Maybe you've been looking at the numbers all night.
Yeah.
The scale of the swing. Actually, before I do that, I want to read this one text to you. Caroline says, I'm a thrilled Labour member and NHS nurse with a new Labour MP. By the way, Asma, Calum is quite dishy.
Oh.
Enjoying seeing you all on YouTube.
I don't know. FAO Asma. I'm not quite sure.
I thought Asma might want
that directed at me?
I don't know. That's
I
what
thought
I'm
it
wondering.
was a chance for Asma and I to reflect on just how dishy Calum was or otherwise.
I'm not feeling dishy at this point in time.
It's been a very long evening, but we are on YouTube. If you want to watch us on YouTube, just go to the Times Radio YouTube thing. But it is a massive swing, isn't it? It is not as big a majority as in 97.
Yeah.
The Tories have done worse than they did in 97.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a point I think that Frank makes. Boris Johnson didn't win the last election. Corbyn gave it away. Similarly, Starmer's not won, but the Conservatives have given it away, as have the SNP. But the scale of the swing is big, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. So, the numbers, let's just remind you of these at this point. So we've got 6 seats left to declare out of 650. Labour currently have 409. They have gained 209. The Conservatives are on 120, having lost 248. The Lib Dems are on 71. They've gained 63, by the way. Turns out going to Thorpe Park was good for the Lib Dems. And the SNP are on 9, having lost 38. Reform UK on 4. and some others picking up a few seats here and there as well. So yes, it's huge. And don't forget, going into this thing, for Sir Keir Starmer to win a majority of 1, he needed a bigger swing than Blair got in 97 in the statistical terms. And here he is with a vastly greater majority than that. So there's that part of it. I think the turnout part of it, I just want to keep reflecting that as well, which has ticked up to 60% now as the kind of national average, which is down 7.4 percentage points on last time out. And I just think that's worthy of reflection. So yeah, a historic result, but not quite, I suppose it's not quite kind of record breaking. It doesn't defy all the records, but it is up there for sure.
Asma, have you ever seen anyone as happy as Ed Davey now?
Ed Davey's very happy. He's punching the air. I just want to reflect on one thing that I thought was really interesting was that when Keir Starmer made his little speech, which would have been somewhere in Camden. I think, was it in Camden? I mean, his seat is Holborn and St Pancras, so it's London, and obviously, he's going to be the new Prime Minister, and they made very sure to put people behind him waving all the flags of the United Kingdom, which I thought was very, especially if you look at what's happened in Scotland, I thought was very, very clever.
Well, they are the party of Scotland, aren't they? Here is Ed Davey actually talking now.
You have helped us get our best results for over 100 years. I really want to thank you, and I want to thank the millions of voters who want change and who've looked to the Liberal Democrats to deliver that change and who've put your trust in us and our candidates, now your MPs. They will be your local champions. They will fight for the fair deal that you deserve. So thank you for putting your trust in us. And trust is a very precious.
He nearly waited for applause there, but I think we'll let him go there as he starts talking about trust. Someone wanted to know the popular vote. It's 34% for Labour, 24% for the Tories, 12% for the Lib Dems. At 34% for Labour is a very, very, very low figure.
And 14% for Reform UK. In the vote share, probably shouldn't go unnoticed as well.
Reform has outperformed the Lib Dems when it comes to vote share. It is now 8:43.
Times Radio Business Bulletin with ServiceNow, the AI platform for business transformation. The world works with ServiceNow.
The stock market's been open for 40 minutes or so. How's it reacting to the Labour win? Our business correspondent Dominic O'Connell is back. Dom, anything happening?
Well, things are reasonably quiet. The FTSE 100 is up by just under 0.5%. The FTSE 250, which is more about the UK economy, is up by more, actually, just under 1.5%. The top risers, though, in the FTSE 100 are nearly all house builders. So Persimmon, Barratt, Vestry, Taylor Wimpey, the four big house builders, are all up by 2%, nearly 3% in Persimmon's case, actually. I think in the expectation that Labour will, or at least it's promised to do something about planning reform, which would be extremely good news for those house builders if it were to happen. The biggest fallers are banks, HSBC, Standard Chartered, but given both of those banks have most of their business outside the UK, I'm struggling to make any connection with the election result.
Keir Starmer gets into Downing Street, he picks up the phone, calls you, Dominic O'Connell, and says, what's the biggest challenge I'm facing when it comes to business in the next 5 years?
Well, the single biggest challenge he faces is the nature of the public finances, debt to GDP at 100%. Labour, normally when they're elected, are expected to do things about public services, to spend more. He has the bond market sitting on him, rather like Tony Blair did in 1997. The 1997 record was actually that Labour didn't do much for the public finances at all. They actually were quite restrained in spending in their first term in government, and actually they went nuts on the private finance initiative, trying to shift spending off the government balance sheet onto the private balance sheet. Onto private sector balance sheet. And I'm going to write about that in this weekend's Times, actually tomorrow, about a possible revival of the private finance initiative. He does have some very short. Yeah, I'm sure that's coming.
And that didn't work. Did it work? I mean, a lot of people are very sniffy about PFI, aren't they?
Well, people were very sniffy about PFI, who probably didn't report on it much at the time. It got a very bad name for all the ludicrous charges that came along. The £14,000 to install 3 lights in North Staffordshire Health Trust, the £250 to change a padlock and that same thing. But lots of PFI schemes did quite well. And given that the government at the time didn't want to use the public balance sheet to build money to build hospitals and prisons, it was really the only way to build new assets at that time. And I suspect the new Labour government will face something similar. There are some very immediate questions though. What is the Labour government going to do about Thames Water? That's all going to kick off again this week. The Shein listing is, I think, quite a big issue for how Labour and its attitude to business. I think they'll be quite welcome, the Shein listing. And remember, there's a new role promised for the Office of Budget Responsibility by Rachel Reeves. Will she follow through on that plan to actually have the OBR taking a much more active role in scrutinising government spending? I think that's also one to watch. And all this is going to happen quite quickly. King's speech on July 17, a budget a couple of months later.
Great stuff. Dominic O'Connell, lovely to speak to you.
Times Radio Business Bulletin with ServiceNow, the intelligent platform that puts AI to work across your business, helping people work better. The world works with ServiceNow.
Let's speak to Danny Kruger now, who is the newly re-elected MP for East Wiltshire and co-leader of the New Conservatives group. Good morning to you.
Morning.
I'm sure you're relieved. Congratulations are in order, but it's been a very difficult night, obviously, for the Conservatives.
It certainly has. Yes, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to have been elected myself, but it's been devastating watching the results come in today. And, I mean, congratulations to Labour. We recognise they've won formally. I just observed the fact is, in practice, the way it worked out, they didn't win, we lost. We've lost a significant part of our 2019 vote share to another party. And if the Reform votes were added to the Conservative votes, we would have held on to most of these seats. The landscape would be very different. So we've split our vote, and we did that, I'm afraid to say. And there have been many reasons why people have decided not to vote Conservative this time, but the primary one, plainly, is that we have failed to deliver on the promises that we made, implicitly and explicitly, around immigration. The state has failed to do its primary job of controlling our borders, managing the flow of people into this country, and that's why people voted against us.
Well, that's interesting. Danny Kruger, so many people have come on. We've spoken to 3 Conservatives already, Neil O'Brien, Chris Heaton-Harris, we spoke to Tobias Elwood, and quite a few of them have said no one votes for a divided party. The Conservatives are a divided party, and is some of that down to the existence of groups like the New Conservatives group? Are there just too many factions?
So that's a fair criticism, and it's certainly true that division doesn't help. And I recognise, and I think all Conservative MPs, former Conservative MPs, and those of us who held on, need to be very self-aware and honest with our own part responsibility for what's happened. And I don't doubt that the infighting. I mean, I think legitimate policy differences that were presented in the media as infighting definitely contributed to the impression of a party that people didn't want to support. But the reason we were split, I'm afraid to say, is because our failure as a party, and I take my share of responsibility here, to do the primary job of government, which is to control our borders and ensure the security of our nation. And the suggestion implicit in your question there that if somehow those of us who are pointing out the problem around migration, legal and illegal, if we hadn't made those points, somehow the public wouldn't have noticed and they would have voted Conservative anyway. The fact is, Reform were making those points quite rightly, quite naturally. The public didn't need Reform. They could see the problem, and they were right to point it out. So I'm afraid it's not enough to say that it's our fault for pointing out the problem. The problem was the problem.
Okay, Danny Kruger, thank you very much for that. We've got to move on. Thank you for your time. Newly re-elected MP for East Wiltshire.
8:49 Times Radio Breakfast, Asman Mayer, it's the Gable, Chloe Tilley and Calum Macdonald bringing you the result, which is, of course, a massive, massive Labour win. Whatever you think of that result, Labour ran a pretty disciplined, controlled campaign, and in the image, which became the most overused cliche of the campaign, they managed not to drop the Ming vase. The man who was holding that vase we never talk about was Pat McFadden, Labour's National Campaign Coordinator, who joins us now. Good morning to you, Pat.
Good morning.
Congratulations to you. How are you feeling?
Mixture of things. Tired, pleased, relieved. It's a big moment for the country. A change of government like this doesn't happen too often. The Conservatives have been in for 14 years. Before that, we had a Labour government that was in for 13 years. So this kind of change doesn't come along very often. So it's a really big moment, and we're proud of the campaign that we ran, and very conscious of the responsibilities that we now have.
Are you conscious of the people who didn't vote for you? 80% of the electorate didn't vote for you. It's a very, very low turnout. It's one of the. In fact, you're going to have I know you're going to have the lowest voter share of any party that's ever won a majority in British political history. So you've won a huge landslide. You've done the job. You've been efficient. You've targeted your seats. You've done, Pat McFadden, what you're supposed to do. But you've got a country, despite this massive majority, that might feel a little underwhelmed. How are you going to address that?
Well, elections are decided by the people who turn out. That's always been the case. There's nothing new or different about this election in that respect. I wish everybody voted, but in this country, it's people's democratic right not to vote as well if they don't want to. And the second thing about share of vote, in British parliamentary elections, they are decided by the party who wins a majority of seats. You can pile up share of the vote in seats that you already hold, but it doesn't win you any more seats. And in fact, if you satisfy yourself by doing that, the result can simply be that another party wins and you don't achieve anything at all. So the election is decided by a majority.
And you were much more targeted.
And we achieved that.
I mean, you were much more targeted, weren't you, Pat? I mean, you can be honest about this, can't you? You were more efficient and targeted than you've ever been as a party, perhaps, with how you went to get this majority.
Yes, we target our resources well, I think. I'm really proud of the organisers and the staff who do this. I'm proud of the candidates who, we set demanding targets for them, and they worked so hard over the past couple of years in these battleground seats, some of them with quite significant Conservative majorities that hadn't had a Labour MP before, or certainly for a very long time. And they put a huge amount into it, and their efforts paid off last night.
Were you lucky as well? Hard work and targeting and a message, it's all very well and good, and no one would take that away from you, Pat McFadden, but were you lucky? The Tories handed it to you, the SNP handed it to you in Scotland. Reform came in and gave the Tories another kicking while they were already down. Is it no more than honest to accept this? You did have a bit of luck in this election.
Well, I can only control what happens in my party. I can't control what the Tories do. I can't control what the SNP do. And I think before, it's fine to put all these questions, but just stand back and look at what happened. You have a democratic change of government. It's decided by those who turn up to vote. It's an absolutely awesome thing in this country. Our democracy in action, all those counts in sports centres and gymnasiums and community centres around the country, where it's not the politicians who get to decide, it's the voters who get to decide. And the result is an emphatic majority for Labour. We're very aware of the tough inheritance that we have and the size of the task in front of us. I actually think we deserve credit for putting forward a responsible manifesto which took account of that tough inheritance. It didn't seek to overpromise. It didn't seek to suggest things that we couldn't do. We set out 6 first steps, and we took a hit for that because lots of people were saying, what about this problem and that problem and the next problem? Why have you not got a plan to solve that? And we said, we're only going to put forward what we think we can do here, what we think we can pay for. And I think that was the responsible thing to do in fighting this election.
No one would deny that, but I mean, you also have to be honest about this question of luck. Reform took awful lot of votes from Conservatives in seats that enabled you to win.
Look, I think there's a lazy assumption about reform. I've heard Conservative candidates during the course of the night just taking the reform percentage in any particular seat and adding it, 100% of it, to the Tory vote. That's not the way it works. Reform voters, when asked who would they vote for if a reform candidate wasn't standing, less than half of them say that they'll vote Conservative. Some wouldn't vote at all. Some would vote for another party. Some of them might vote for Labour. It is simply lazy and complacent for Conservatives to just add that reform vote onto their own. And I'll tell you something about defeat, because I and my party have known a lot of defeat, more than I would like to have tasted over the years. The real thing about defeat is how do you respond to it? We responded to the defeat in 2019 by fundamentally changing our party, not just a new leader, a new direction too, a new worldview, a different policy mix, and a different culture to the one that existed before 2019. That's the test for the Conservatives now. And I think if they respond to this defeat by doing this lazy sum of addition with the reform vote, they'll be making a fundamental mistake.
Now, some people who are traditional Labour people don't agree with your new worldview. We saw that with the wins for independent candidates in some areas. It is clearly the case that Muslim voters have not turned out for you in many places. Wes Streeting nearly lost his seat. Jonathan Ashworth did lose his seat. How much are you concerned about the fact that your worldview, your view of supporting Israel, is costing you votes and actually is a worldview that many people in your party don't agree with?
Well, I don't dismiss any voter. And you're right that in among the fantastic results that we had last night, there were some seats where that wasn't the case. And I deeply regret the loss of Jonathan Ashworth's seat in Leicester. And they say, I was talking a minute ago about how defeat should be a good teacher. Victory should be a good teacher as well. And we should learn from all the results last night, including the ones that were more difficult than the general
Were
picture.
you too pro-Israel, do you think? Is that a thing that Labour would recognise?
No, I don't think so. I think we've taken the right attitude on this question. Our attitude was really informed by two things. After the appalling events of October the 7th last year, was to defend Israel's right to defend itself, but also to argue for a better future for the Palestinian people. And those are the two things that will inform our actions after the election as well as before.
What do you do now, Pat McFadden? Do you go to sleep? Do you go to Downing Street? Do you sit behind your desk and start planning? What do you do today?
Well, I'd love to go to sleep. I haven't had sleep. Sleep feels quite a while ago. I've just come fresh from my Wolverhampton count to do this interview and a few others. What's going to happen today is the changing of the guard, as it were, in Downing Street. The current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, will go to the palace at some point. The new Prime Minister will do the same thing. One of his first tasks will be to appoint his cabinet. That's a decision for him. I'm not going to preempt it or assume anything. That's a decision for the new Prime Minister.
So maybe go to bed and let him do that.
Let him do that, and let's see what he decides. But he will appoint a cabinet quickly. He will want a new government to get on with its job quickly. There's a lot to do.
Great to speak to you. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
That is Pat McFadden, Labour's National Campaign Coordinator, who won it, really, for Labour.
I think your questions on strategy are absolutely right. The stats here, Labour won 65% of the seats of 34% of the vote is the way to match those two things up, or indeed mismatch those two things up, depending on your take.
There's some quite interesting TV pictures there of Downing Street, because obviously there's going to be a bit of activity there. Clearly, a bit later on in the programme, you can make in the day. You can hear that, of course, all on Times Radio throughout the day. There was a man who was kind of pacing out where the central point was for the lectern.
Was he hunky?
No, it wasn't that guy.
It wasn't the hunky.
No, it wasn't.
He'll be wearing his anorak later on.
So that was. So there's going to be quite a bit of comings and goings, obviously outside Downing Street, where I think the rain continues to fall. A lot of you saying, "Oh, but it's sunny where we are," but looks like it's still raining. Still going to be raining on Rishi Sunak. Anyway, we'd love to hear from you throughout the programme. We're here for another hour, but of course, this is going to continue for many, many hours here on Times Radio. 0333 003 2353 is the WhatsApp number, or you can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio, the election station.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. This is Times Radio Election Breakfast with Asma Mir, Chloe Tilley, Calum Macdonald and Stig Abel.
Good morning to you. The headlines: Labour has won a landslide in the general election and Keir Starmer will be the new Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister Liz Truss is one of more than 200 Conservatives who've lost their seats. Lib Dems have made lots of gains in terms of seats. Reform UK have made their gains in terms of votes.
Good morning from Spreadsheet Corner. Coming up, Andrew Neil will tell us his view, and the leaders panel. William Hague and Kezia Dugdale will join us.
Now, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is thought to be about to leave Downing Street, and Chloe will join us live from there when it happens.
It is a massive, massive day in British politics. Thank you for spending it with us. It's Friday, the 5th of July.
This is Times Radio.
Let's get the news, Cara Bentley.
Thanks, Asma. Good morning. Labour has won an overall majority with 411 seats so far, and the Conservatives losing at least 248 seats. Sir Keir Starmer said a weight has been lifted and a burden removed from the shoulder of the nation. Labour's National Campaign Coordinator Pat McFadden told Times Radio what he thought of the low turnout, which was around 60%.
In British parliamentary elections, they are decided by the party who wins a majority of seats. You can pile up share of the vote in seats that you already hold, but it doesn't win you any more seats. And in fact, if you satisfy yourself by doing that, the result can simply be that another party wins and you don't achieve anything at all.
Rishi Sunak has arrived at Conservative HQ, having got on a plane early this morning after conceding the election. He will resign formally this morning by visiting the King. Liz Truss has lost her seat and Boris Johnson's former seat has gone to Labour. Greg Hands has lost his seat to Labour in Chelsea and Fulham, and House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt has also lost in Portsmouth to Labour. The outgoing Chancellor Jeremy Hunt kept his seat in Godalming and Ash. The Liberal Democrats have won 71 seats, winning Woking, Winchester and Tunbridge Wells. Nigel Farage has won in Clacton. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide.
Good morning to you, Times Radio Breakfast. Thank you for joining us. It is a historic day, or is it an historic day? There's no time for getting into all of that. It's a Labour landslide day. We do know that. We heard from an awestruck Pat McFadden, the man who, it has to be said, he's been on this programme quite a lot. He was the man who masterminded Labour's campaign, and he did it. After 14 years, the Conservatives lose power in a catastrophic defeat. They are set for the worst results in their history.
But it is more complicated an image than that, because despite the landslide, we've lost a couple of Labour figures you've heard rather a lot of on this station. Thangam Debonair and, most surprisingly, Jonathan Ashworth, who lost out of nowhere to an independent standing on a pro-Palestine ticket. This is a historic swing to Labour tonight, or this morning even. It's not tonight anymore, but they have been hurt a bit by the Muslim vote that has definitely not turned out for them. Wes Streeting, actually, who's going to be the next health secretary, held on by just, wait for it, 400 votes.
All of that little comfort to the Conservatives, who have lost 12 cabinet ministers, setting a brand new record. And we should look to Scotland as well, where the Labour surge has been particularly pronounced. The SNP have really been swept away. They're currently sitting on 9 seats. There are still a couple of Scottish seats to declare. So whether they stay in single digits at this point, in an almost complete reversal of their electoral success of the last decade, should be resolved within the next few hours. The Lib Dems have won seats. Reform UK have also got 4 seats in Westminster, all at the expense, or largely at the expense of the Conservatives. It has been an astonishing election in so many ways. The big winner, though, the triumph for Labour and for Sir Keir Starmer.
It is the lowest ever vote share for a party that's won a majority. It is a very, very low turnout of just 60%. I'm trying to get lackadaisical landslide going. Lucky landslide, someone has suggested, or maybe a super meh-jority. We're going to try and determine the tone as we go through the morning. How do you feel about this? You can let us know as well. 0333 003 2353 is the WhatsApp number. You can text us 87222, start your message with the word Times. And Chloe Tilley has been really doing a great job in pretty testing wet conditions. An election that began in the rain is continuing in the rain. She's at Downing Street. We'll be expecting some comings and goings, including a Chancellor with some bags packed.
We are going to speak to Andrew Neil now, of course, Times Radio presenter. Morning, Andrew.
Good morning to you.
What did you make of this then? The exit poll, I'm sure you stayed up for that, had perhaps some, well, I mean, it wasn't completely right, but maybe that doesn't matter now. What do you take from all of this?
Well, the exit polls are never completely right, but this exit poll is pretty much as accurate as any exit poll can be. The one thing it got wrong was the number of seats that Reform would get, but it didn't get wrong the impact Reform would have. And it's produced some anomalies. I mean, the big story of the night overwhelmingly is Labour landslide. They're in for 5 years with a huge working majority. That can't be gainsaid at all. The second biggest story of the night is the demise of the SNP, which means that the campaign for Scottish independence or separation is over for the foreseeable future, perhaps for a generation. Indeed, the SNP will be lucky to hold on to Holyrood now come the 2026 Scottish elections. These are big events. The union is safe, Labour's in power, and they're related because it's always much harder for the SNP to make ground in Scotland if there's a Labour government rather than a Tory government in London. I think the two things looking forward that we should be mindful of is Labour's won this massive majority on only 35% of the vote. It got 35% of the vote and 65% of the seats. Now, I know Pat McFadden says you wait on seats. We understand that. But the share of the vote says that people want to see the back of the Tories. They were happy to have Labour in, but this is no great surge for socialism. This is no red dawn that has come up today. This is not 1945 when Labour were elected on a radical platform. And Labour will need to keep that in mind. Its support is wide, but it's shallow. As for the Tories, and again, Reform has played its part in this, they've not been reduced to a rump, but it's almost a rump. And although Reform didn't get the seats it hoped, it's had enough of an impact that it will play a role, particularly Nigel Farage, in any kind of realignment of the right that now takes place. So this is a big event.
It certainly is, Andrew, and you're going to be talking about it at length. There will still be things going on, of course, there's cabinet positions to be decided. There's a lot of choreography today, and Andrew Neil will be on Times Radio at 1 o'clock. Do not miss it.
Stephen says, I'm not a Labour voter, but could the media, i.e. you, try and say positive things about a party that's won rather than always trying to find negative things like vote share? As a fact, we're trying to catch a tone here, and the tone is a difficult one. It is a massive, massive win for Labour, but they got 35% of the vote share and 65% of the seats. That is not nothing. But you're right. I mean, we're trying to tread between these two things, Calum. It's this question of, it is a huge win for Labour. That is the one A, B and C results of the night. But it is not a massive endorsement in the popular vote for Keir Starmer.
Yeah, and I do wonder if there's a sort of question to be asked about whether the electoral system has kind of creaked a little bit at this election. It was described earlier by Tom Calver from the Times and the Sunday Times as demonstrating that the UK is a very marginal country. In a lot of these seats, very marginal results. And actually, does First Past the Post represent that well? And I was just scrolling through the text messages. I mean, there's not zinging enthusiasm flying out of your messages that you're sending. Perhaps you want to change that between now and 10, that's fine. But, just as an observation, I just wonder if there's a reality thing in all of this. And the popular vote point is right. I'm trying to pin down the exact numbers, i.e. how many millions of people voted for this party or the other, but I've not found a dependable breakdown quite yet, and I don't trust myself to do the maths. So I'm going to wait for somebody to give me that. But we're working on that, just so we can see the actual differences in the popular vote. But the percentages on that front, in terms of vote share, and this is with 5 seats left to declare. Labour on 33.8%, so let's say 34%. The Conservatives on 24%. Reform UK on a little over 14%. And the Lib Dems on 12.2%. The Greens on 6.8%. The SNP on 2.4%. I say there are 5 seats left to declare, just to let you know that South Basildon and East Thurrock, that's not going to come anytime soon. There's going to be a complete recount. That's going to start at 2 p.m. The first count was delayed. The Reform candidate there, James McMurdoch, appeared to have won the seat, so this report goes, with around 12,000 votes from Labour's Jack Ferguson and Tory Stephen Metcalfe around 1,000 votes behind. Let me continue, because it's just theatre at its best. Initially, candidates were told Reform had won by a margin of 127 votes, so Labour demanded a recount, and an initial check found botched counting procedures. The saga continued until 6 a.m, and then Thurrock Council CEO and returning officer Dave Smith said he'd told counting staff to go home, and a full recount would have to take place.
That's democracy for you.
Now, if you are a regular listener to Times Radio Breakfast, you know that every Tuesday between 9 and 30, we talk to our leaders panel. It's not Tuesday. It might feel like a Tuesday. It might feel like any day. It's definitely Friday.
That leaders panel is, of course, the former Conservative leader and leader of the opposition back in the day. He'll have some experience, and we want to talk to him about William Hague. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Kezia Dugdale, the former leader of the Scottish Labour. Well, she's had a little cheerier than William. Good morning, Kezia.
It's a very good morning, Stig.
It is a very good morning, says Kezia. We'll see about that, Kezia. Labour won a landslide and Keir Starmer was delighted. Let's hear him.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Go on, Kezia. It'd be a crueler man than me to not let you have your moment. How are you feeling today?
Do you know, Stig, it's absolutely extraordinary. There's no other word for it, really. I'm sitting in the BBC studios rather cheekily in Glasgow, where I've been following the results right through the night. And when the exit poll broke here, nobody believed it. Nobody thought it was possible that the SNP could fall to just 10 seats in Scotland. Everybody around here was sure that there must be something wrong with the model, that it wasn't accounting for the constitutional question, for example, in Scotland. And lo and behold, 10 hours later, it's proven absolutely on the money. And what's astonishing about it is Labour have won seats in Scotland from third place. Take a seat like Kilmarnock that declared around 2 a.m. That's a seat that Labour was third in 2019 with just 18% of the vote. It's now won with a stonking majority in the thousands. And that's been replicated from the east to the west coast of Scotland, right along the Central Belt, the M8 corridor. Labour has done extraordinarily well. It came within a few hundred votes of winning Dundee, the sort of yes capital of Scotland. Labour have almost doubled their share of vote in Scotland in this election. It's just a few point percentages off of having achieved that. And actually, Labour have over-contributed, I think, to Keir Starmer's majority, which places Scotland very positively in the next Labour government in terms of its ability to influence and the change that it could bring to Scotland.
William Hague, Labour have got 34% of the popular vote, winning 65% of the seats. Have they got really good at politics at the time when the Tory party have got really rubbish at it? Is that one way of thinking about it?
Yes, pretty good. And we should start. I should start as a Conservative by congratulating them and wishing them well, actually, because the whole country needs a Labour government to do well for the country. And I think those results in Scotland that Kezia is talking about are important for the future of the UK. The Scottish National Party has suffered a very heavy defeat. But yes, the warning point in all of this is that the Conservatives lost the election more than Labour won it. When you look at the distribution of the votes, the reason why Labour has won so many seats, huge proportion of the seats, is that the Conservative vote went down very, very heavily, clearly the heaviest defeat in the whole history of the Conservative Party. The Labour vote hasn't actually gone up very much, except in Scotland. That's something to do with Kezia, of course. But but in the rest of the UK, the Labour vote has only crept up, if at all. And that is a warning, because it shows there isn't a wave of enthusiasm. I think you just had Andrew Neil saying similar things, so I won't go on about it. But this is not a wave of enthusiasm. Unless they show results in a short time, they can have things this way around in 5 years' time.
Kezia, no one's buying this, but people are suggesting how they're summarising this. I've gone for lackadaisical landslide. Someone's gone for listless, loveless. Someone's gone for election ennui when they're looking for alliteration. There's a bit of we don't want to take away from the massive victory, because it is a massive victory, but there are little points in there that suggest it's not a revolution.
Oh, of course. And, let me be very honest about that. There are two things I think to note from this result. One, turnout is down. We saw that very early on, actually, from the Sunderland results. I think we're nearly 10% down on 2019, which signalled a trend that was then replicated the length and breadth of the country. An awful lot of people have stayed at home. So we need to really think about why that is. The second point I'd want to make, Stig, is we've spent so much time in the last 6 weeks looking at the polling numbers through the prism of political parties and not really spent enough time looking at the polls in terms of what they tell us about the mood of the nation. And the country is angry, it's despondent and frustrated, and many people put a plague on all the political parties' houses, so to speak. And so I think it's wrong to say there's not a lot of enthusiasm for Labour. I think it's correct to say when you read the polls, there's not a lot of enthusiasm for politics and politicians. We've got seriously low levels of trust in politicians and the political process. And I think that's what's fed a lot of people staying at home and a lot of people who have gone out, not particularly hopeful that things are going to get any better anytime soon. And actually, I think Keir Starmer's recognised that from the start. I think it's embedded in Labour's manifesto, which wasn't particularly radical. It was very stable. It was very secure. It was designed not to sort of shock and awe. And we've now got a Prime Minister who understands the importance of stability when it comes to the economy and to the country, and he's going to tread very, very carefully. And off the backdrop of that low turnout and that sense of despondency in the country, I think he carries an even greater responsibility now, and you heard this from his speech, to govern in the interests of everyone in the United Kingdom. I think he'll do that.
Let's switch. Let's look at the Conservative Party, shall we? It's going to have to rebuild. So 119 seats we're standing at right now. There's still 4 seats left to declare. William, this is obviously a time for some kind of reset, but I wonder how confident are you? I don't know if you heard Suella Braverman and then Charles Walker not happy. Charles Walker not happy with her, saying it was disgraceful, that now is not the time to kind of pick over the bones of the Conservative Party. But do you feel confident that they can go away, have a think about things and come back more united?
Well, I think confident would be overstating it. I think it is. I think it's possible to do that. You know, it's going to be very, very important what move the Conservative Party makes next. And one of the points I will make to a lot of them is that you mustn't rush the choice of a new leader, assuming we'll see what Rishi Sunak announces in the next couple of hours about his exact intentions. But everybody, we're presuming there's a new leader coming along in all of this. And it's very important not to rush that. You know, I was elected leader of the opposition in a similar, but actually not as bad a situation, which is almost unbelievable, in 1997. I was only 6 weeks after election. I was the leader. I hardly had time. My feet didn't touch the floor. I had very little time to reflect on what leading the party would mean before I started it. And they really need to test out the candidates for that. Because, you know, the answer to your question is, can we be confident they will pull themselves together? Well, they probably will. And there are a lot of very bright and excellent people there. But they've got a big strategic dilemma coming, of course, over how to deal with the Reform Party. And if the Conservatives get the idea, the answer to all of this is to be a bigger version of the official version of the Reform Party, as it were, that would be a great mistake. And that would not pave the way for the Conservative Party to return to a big force in politics, in government again. So that one false move and there could be an even worse catastrophe.
Kezia, this might be actually more interesting to ask you your opinion on this, because we spoke to, I think it was Neil O'Brien, we spoke to quite a few Conservatives in short succession, and one thing is he was saying that people talk, when he was out canvassing, people were saying, I can't really vote for the Conservatives because I don't know who they are anymore. Some were saying the Conservatives, and this is all relative, were too much to the left. Some were saying the Conservatives were too much to the right. Do you think that the Conservatives can solve their identity problem?
Who knows? But I look back to the Labour's experience of what it did when it had a cataclysmic result in 2019, and I agree with William. The first thing they should do is not overreact and try to avoid a polarisation within their own movement. Now, I've said on this programme before, I think we spent far too much time in this general election campaign talking about immigration, and that's an issue which polarises the modern Conservative Party. Now, all the evidence from all our European neighbours about what you do with the emergence of a far-right party and a single issue like immigration is that you succeed when you take them on, not when you try to ape them. So the worst thing that could happen now to the Conservatives, and I don't have a great interest in them doing particularly well at any time, least of all right now, would be to select somebody like Suella Braverman to lead them, because that will only lead to further demise of the Conservative Party. The evidence from all our other countries that you can point to is that the party needs to move towards the centre ground and take on some of this anti-immigrant right-wing sentiment if it wants to be in a position to govern again. Is it ready to hear that lesson? Is it ready to act on that? I'm not so sure.
William, just before we move off this topic, I must ask you about Rishi Sunak. I know it's difficult because he's a friend of yours and you must be feeling for him. I know a lot of people are. It's a very difficult thing that he's had to do, and the rest of the day is going to be difficult too. But on reflection now, do you think he was unlucky, or as some people say, he just wasn't quite skilled enough as a politician?
He was certainly unlucky. This was to take over the being prime minister after everything that had happened 2 years ago and 12 years into the Conservatives being in office. Turned out to be an almost impossible task. I'm not sure anybody would have produced a very different situation from where we are now. Having said that, of course, mistakes have been made. And he said so himself, of course, about the election campaign, such as the huge controversy over the D-Day commemoration and so on. But you're right. I'm sad for him because this is one of the most honourable, capable people that I've known in politics. I wish in many ways he'd come to the top at a later stage of his career, but that career was all accelerated, and he was accelerated into a lot of trouble. So yeah, I think he will. He's already said in his speech, I think this morning, that that he takes responsibility for all of this. And he hasn't had long in politics before he became prime minister. So he didn't have all the political experience that he might have wanted. But more than that, a very difficult situation where a very honourable man has absolutely done his best for the country.
And have you heard from him at all this morning?
Not this morning. I have spoken to him recently, yesterday. No, not this morning. I think he's got quite a bit on his mind and quite a bit to do this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, indeed. He's about to return to Downing Street at some point. We're keeping an eye on Downing Street. We're expecting a statement from him at 10:30. That's Rishi Sunak. Jeremy Hunt's probably going to be leaving number 11 at some point too. Just a recap of the figures, just so you have it in your minds. Labour have won 411 seats, the Tories 119, Lib Dems 71, and the SNP 9. Reform have ended up on 4 despite having 14% of the vote. That's more than the Lib Dems when it comes to the popular vote, but 67 fewer seats, such is our electoral system. We want to hear from you about your thoughts on this. Labour have done a great, efficient job. This is an efficient election. They found the seats they wanted and they went off and got them. So did the Lib Dems. See, that's why maybe you end up with a low popular vote. The other thing, Asma, is people are saying, this said was going to be a tactical voting election. Do you remember when you first mentioned tactical voting about a week ago? And loads of people were like, I'm definitely tactical voting. And if you vote tactically, maybe that does take away a bit of vote share, because you might be a Labour person in a Lib Dem area and you go, well, I'm going to vote Lib Dem. Maybe this was the tactical election after all. I mean, it maybe didn't need to be, but it probably was as well.
Maybe. So many of you getting in touch very quickly. Rishi was unlucky. No, William, he was flipping useless, says Simon. Rishi put himself up for it, not just unlucky. Doubt he'll stick with being a local MP, says Helen. Make sure you get in touch with us. We're very keen to hear from you as you digest everything. 0333 003 2353.
William Hague and Kezia Dugdale, stay with us. We've got more to talk about. Of course, what a morning it is. A big landslide for Labour. What does that mean for our country? We'll continue to go through that as we go. William Hague, Kezia Dugdale. This is Times Radio Breakfast in association with Nationwide. A good way to bank.
Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
I'm Kate McCann.
And I'm Adam Bolton.
Join us to hear from those making the big decisions in Westminster and beyond.
We'll do our best to get you answers and try to understand what's on the mind of policymakers, business leaders and those who shape our daily lives.
We'll get you up to speed on what's set to make the headlines in the week ahead.
Plus, we'll find out what our politicians think might be missing from the front pages.
Times Radio's flagship Sunday politics programme.
Kate McCann and Adam Bolton. Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
The Story. the award-winning daily news podcast from The Times. Listen in the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide. Everywhere Nationwide has a branch, it promises to still be there until at least the start of 2028. For verification, visit nationwide.co.uk/ourpromise.
It is 9:25, keeping an eye on Downing Street. It's very wet. There are an inordinate number of umbrellas. There's a vast, vast swathe of international media. Rishi Sunak's going to appear at 10:30. There may be a bit of movement from Jeremy Hunt before that, so we'll bring you that if and when it happens. We're talking things over, as we so often do in big political moments, with William Hague and Kezia Dugdale. Reform is a new player in this election. Also some pro-Gaza independents who took a bit of a chip off Labour's victory. Is it a sign that British politics is splintering? Let's hear from one of the new parliamentary party leaders in his first speech as an MP.
We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Kezia Dugdale, Nigel Farage and Reform are a big factor in this election, an important feature of British politics, or overstated by the media?
That was all a bit sinister sounding, first of all, don't you think? We're coming for you. They clearly had a huge disproportionate impact on this election, given, just 4 weeks ago, Nigel Farage wasn't even a candidate in the election. They're standing in many constituencies across the country. They've won a few. They have altered the result in many more. I think what's really interesting from my perspective is I spent most of the election thinking this was a phenomenon that was going to be curtailed within the southeast of England. Actually, it's happened at length and breadth of the country. It's affected results in the northeast of England, and it's also affected results in Scotland. Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, has lost his seat largely because of a percentage of his vote that went to Reform that then allowed the SNP candidate to come through the middle. The question is, are they here to stay? Are they more than a single issue party? When we start to learn about what Reform stand for on other issues, will the public like it? That's what will happen now once the spotlight's on them and proper accountability mechanisms kick in.
When we look at the political demise of Rishi Sunak, William, was Nigel Farage the man that finally killed him, do you think? Was it, once Farage entered the race, this was it? That was a massive moment, and the party was already splintering, Rishi Sunak was already floundering, but ultimately it was Nigel Farage what did him?
Yes, I think there's a lot in that. That probably was the most significant day of the whole election campaign, when he decided he was standing for Clacton and taking over the leadership of Reform UK. There's always a pattern all around the world, actually, to these kind of populist movements or parties like Reform UK, which is it makes a very big difference to them if they have a charismatic leader. That's what really gets them going, and he is charismatic. Whatever we think about him, he's a very effective political campaigner. So that has made a huge difference. That vast Labour majority in seats that we're talking about would be much, much smaller this morning if it hadn't been for that intervention. Where it goes now, well, there will be more scrutiny of Reform, as Kezia says, but we all have to think about what happens to those voters. Why did they vote Reform? We do have to understand the concerns of those voters without turning the Conservative Party, as I said earlier, into the Reform Party. The Conservatives have got to be a broad coalition, as they've always been when at their best and strongest.
William Hague, Kezia Dugdale, thank you both very much. There's a lot more to chew over, but we're very grateful to you. We normally hear from them on a Tuesday, and of course we had to bring them out for Times Radio's election breakfast. Calum, I have a sense of what's happened in Scotland, but not elsewhere, so can you just wrap up the whole country for us?
Yeah, of course, no problem. So in Scotland, it's a celebration for Labour, disaster for the SNP, basically. The SNP won 48 seats in 2019. Today, they're currently sitting on 9 with a couple of Scottish seats still to declare. So even if they're to win the remainder, they'll only just sneak into double digits.
Right, one second. We're just going to go to Downing Street now. Let's see what we can... Jeremy Hunt is leaving. Can we hear anything at all? Oh, Chloe.
Yeah, Jeremy Hunt has just walked out with his wife, his 2 daughters and his son and their dog. They all look very relaxed, actually, smiling. You can imagine how many of the world's media are here. It must have obviously been an incredibly difficult time for him. He's dressed very smart. He's in his suit. He's chatting with his kids, holding hands with his daughters. He's leading the dog. His wife's going off. There's a small minibus, essentially, which is going to carry them out. Yeah, it's kind of sad because you just realise how quickly in British politics things just turn around. You know, if you're in the US, you've got several months before you leave, but the family are now getting into that minibus. It's the last time that they will leave number 11 Downing Street. And end of an era for Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor.
It certainly is. Just the family just getting into that people carrier. He doesn't look too sad. I suppose you've got to be very careful about what your face looks like because everyone is looking at you. There's a very, very close up shot of him, family, everyone's inside the vehicle and they're about to travel off. Right, Calum,
Asma,
you were saying...
I wonder, actually...
Go on, Chloe.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I wonder if there was a look of relief there, actually, as he came out, as if, like, at least it's done. I've got my seat, but we know what's happened now and we're moving on. That would be my kind of observation being here.
Yeah, exactly that. Chloe, thank you very much for that. We're glad you're there and you're very, very close to the action. Callum, very quickly.
Yes, I'll go for it. So basically, SNP disaster, Labour triumph in Scotland. Let's look at Wales, which actually really triumphant for Labour as well. They've won back a whole range of seats in Wales from the Conservatives. The Tories have been wiped out in Wales. The Welsh Secretary David T.C. Davies has lost his seat, as well as the 3 former Welsh secretaries, Alan Cairns, Stephen Crabb and Simon Hart. And worth noting this as well, Craig Williams, former aide to Rishi Sunak, who had the Conservative Party support withdrawn after admitting betting on the date of the election, lost his seat as well. Some good news for the Lib Dems in Wales. They took back Brecon, Radnor and other constituencies that I'm struggling to pronounce at this time in the morning. I can consult my guide very quickly. Oh, that's not on it, typical.
Don't worry.
But anyway, the story in Wales is Tory wipeout, Labour success. And in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin have become Northern Ireland's largest party at Westminster for the first time. After what's been a really disappointing night for the DUP, Sinn Féin will not take its seats at Westminster, although it has won 7. That's the same number as in the 2019 election. It's also Northern Ireland's biggest party in the devolved Northern Ireland Assembly and at council level, which is an interesting consideration of the kind of mindset of the voters of Northern Ireland. The DUP has lost 3 seats from its 2019 total, which was 8. The most surprising defeat in the analysis is that of Ian Paisley in North Antrim. So that's the picture in Northern Ireland.
Okay, Callum, thank you very much for that. It is 9:32 now. Coming up, what advice does David Blunkett, Lord Blunkett, Tony Blair's education man in 1997, have for Labour? We'll speak to him next after the news. Cara Bentley.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Asma. Good morning. Labour has won 411 seats in the general election, far exceeding the requirement to form a government. Rishi Sunak will make a speech around 10:30 and resign as Prime Minister. Sir Keir Starmer will then become Prime Minister and appoint a cabinet. The outgoing Chancellor has walked down Downing Street with his wife, 3 kids and their dog, leaving their flat for the final time. Despite the Labour landslide, turnout is projected to have been low at around 60% of eligible voters. When asked whether he feels underwhelmed by their victory, Labour's National Campaign Coordinator Pat McFadden told Times Radio they can only work with the constitutional rules that exist.
Well, elections are decided by the people who turn out. That's always been the case. There's nothing new or different about this election in that respect. I wish everybody voted, but in this country, it's people's democratic right not to vote as well if they don't want to.
The Lib Dems have won more seats than they ever have, 71 so far. Leader Sir Ed Davey has been speaking in the last hour, saying he believes their party listened to voters.
We listened to you on the environment and your concerns about the appalling sewage scandal, and that's why we have policies to tackle that. And above all, we listened to you about your concerns about the crisis in our health system, in our care system. And that's why we put solving that, fixing that right at the heart of our agenda.
Liz Truss, who was the Prime Minister less than 2 years ago, has lost her seat. Culture Secretary Lucy Fraser has also lost, with the Lib Dems beating her. Grant Shapps, Alex Chalk and Penny Mordaunt are also gone from the Cabinet. The Greens have won 4 seats, including Brighton Pavilion, where Sian Berry takes over from her predecessor Caroline Lucas. We'll bring you another roundup in half an hour. You can keep listening to the results on Times Radio or watch live on YouTube.
This is Times Radio. Follow Times Radio on Twitter and stay up to date.
Asma Mir and Stig Abel on Times Radio Breakfast with Nationwide, a modern, mutual and a good way to bank. For more information, visit nationwide.co.uk.
Very good morning to you. Times Radio Breakfast. It is now 9:35. Asma's here. Asma Mir, Stig Abel, Calum Macdonald. Chloe is in Downing Street. She's heading off to College Green, actually, to try and grab Sadiq Khan. It is a massive result. It's a massive day in politics. Of course, a huge Labour landslide with a few caveats, but undoubtedly the main story of the night is Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. Labour are rolling in to power. That happened in 1997 too, of course. Fairly similar results, actually. David Blunkett was Tony Blair's Education Secretary in 1997. We can speak to him now. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning.
Does this feel like 97 to you?
Well, in terms of rejoicing and having a Labour government after all this time and being able to do something rather than talk about it, it does. In terms of the atmosphere, it doesn't. But maybe that's because I'm slightly older, slightly more mature, slightly less prone to emotion than I was 27 years ago. I think that the enormity of the debacle for the Conservatives is a great opportunity to rebuild confidence and trust in politics. But I don't think we should take it for granted that because we've got such a large majority, that the Conservatives won't recover in 5 years' time. I think it's entirely down to us now to ensure that we get a second term, and we will need it because some of the things that we've got to do will take that time.
It was put to me a few days ago that Labour in 97 weren't actually very policy ready. But this lot, if we had to take one lesson from this Labour campaign, is just how efficient they are, how targeted they are. They've taken 35% of the vote and turned it into 65% of the seats. Do you think they'll be more ready to hit the ground running when it comes to policies than you were back in 97?
I think the campaign was incredible. I think that Pat McFadden and the General Secretary David Evans deserve enormous credit. And it did work right from day one. I've got 2 people who worked for me, who are now back in Parliament, Anna Turley in Redcar and Melanie Ward up in Cowdenbeath. And I was thinking back on 97, the 2 areas where we'd done a lot of work was the Treasury. Gordon Brown had done an enormous amount of work prior to 97. And my own portfolio of education and employment, we were actually ready to go. We produced a white paper within 7 weeks. Of that election. I think there's some areas that my party have really thought through, which are enormous challenges. I'm talking mainly about the issue of tackling climate change and the commitment over the next 6 years to make electricity carbon free, which is an enormous challenge. I think they have thought that through. I think there are other areas where we are about to set up reviews, and I don't think anyone coming in will want my advice this morning. But I think if you're going to set up a review, make it quick, have interim reports back, because if we lose the first 2 years, it will be very difficult to keep the electorate on board.
And what do you make of this idea that it's an electorate that's giving you a chance, but it's not overly enthusiastic? Is that fair, or is that people being unduly downbeat on a massive day for Labour?
Well, it's wonderful, and I can't take away any of the rejoicing. But I think we should be a little bit circumspect. If you have a turnout as low as 60%, it was 71.5 back in 97, and we got just over 43% of the total vote. You've got to be a bit circumspect, and I think that's about disillusionment with politics generally. Not surprisingly, after the last 14 years, which is why, of course, the Conservatives have had the debacle overnight. I think that will lead us. I hope it will. To think we've got a job to do here in reaching out and connecting with people who didn't vote for us or who didn't vote at all. And I think that's as big a task as the policy issues that we've got to tackle.
Do you think there's there's a lot at stake here? Because Labour have been careful with their promises, but they are promising change. There's an awful lot of people who voted Reform who've not seen any MPs return as a result of it. They've got 4 million odd votes probably. They've got more of a vote share than the Liberal Democrats in just 4 seats. There's a whole lot of people who are going to be looking at Labour and saying, you've talked an awful lot now for 14 years, particularly the last year. If you don't now deliver, that disillusionment that you're talking about could become a chronic feature of British politics. There's an awful lot at stake, it feels, beyond the fortunes of Labour.
Oh, I think there's a lot at stake in terms of what we need to do, that people need to believe in democratic politics. They also need to believe in truth, which, of course, the Reform Party simply don't. It's Trumpism writ large. Your listenership might not like this, but I'm very relieved we don't have PR, because I could feel the momentum, the tide, as in France, of the right wing feeling that they can capture the democratic state. And I would be really, really worried if that were the case. I think, on the other hand, you're right. We in the mainstream parties have to really think a lot about how we ensure that people don't feel even more disillusioned in 5 years' time. And the timescale for turning some of this round is such that there is that danger.
We'll have to see what they do. David, great to speak to you. It takes you back. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. That's David Blanket there, Tony Blair's Education Secretary, remembering what it was like back in '97.
A lot of you getting in touch. Jim, I'm a first-time messenger and frustrated to hear repeatedly that if it was not for Reform, the Conservatives would have done better. As a Reform voter, I did not feel the two main parties represented me, so they should not underestimate how disenfranchised we are with the same old, same old. Lynn says it's no wonder it's such a low turnout when the Lib Dems have 12% of the vote with 71 seats and Reform has 14% with 4 seats. A lot of people will be saying, what is the point? And we call this democracy. Right, Labour is the new government. Keir Starmer is the new Prime Minister. How did they do it? No one knows the story better than Times Radio's senior political correspondent, Patrick Maguire. Morning, Patrick.
Good morning, Asma.
So we haven't got the final number yet, but it's 119 right now and 5 seats to declare. How do you think Labour regard that figure? Sorry, the figure of 411 for Labour and 119 for the Conservatives.
Look, I think the one person who'll be happier than anybody else today is Tony Blair, whose a historic majority in 1997 has not been exceeded, so he still has the bragging rights over Keir Starmer. But look, that was at the upper end of the Labour Party's expectations. They are very, very pleased indeed with that. And look, we can talk for hours and hours, and we will over the next 5 years talk endlessly about the cracks in Labour's coalition, about whether winning a parliamentary majority of this size on 34% of the vote is a good thing or not. But ultimately, they have 411 seats at least in Parliament and the power to reshape the British state for a little while at least to their will.
How much of this is down to their message and how much of it is down to the absolute mess, I was going to swear there, the absolute mess that is the Conservative Party?
Go on, just do it, Asma, just do it.
Look, it's a bit of both. It would be wrong to say that Keir Starmer has been swept to power on a wave of enthusiasm for the Labour Party and has absolutely battered the Conservatives. I mean, he has in terms of seats. What's really happened here is the Conservatives contrived to offend almost every voter who voted for them in 2019, and then Reform came in and split their vote in the worst possible way. But at the same time, Labour's vote has been organised extremely efficiently in the places it needs to win, with the voters it needs to win. It's won seats it's never won before. Labour winning Aldershot, Labour winning Liz Truss's seat, Trees Coffey's seat, Macclesfield in deep Cheshire. There are so many places the Labour Party hasn't won before that it's winning today, in part because of conscious political strategy decisions it's taken to take the fight to parts of England it hasn't won before and appeal quite ruthlessly in a very focused way to former Tory voters, and that's what's happened here.
And of these 411 at least MPs, how experienced are they? Because they're going to be scrutinised. Well, I mean, all MPs are, but this lot of Labour MPs are going to be incredibly scrutinised.
Yeah, look, it's a baptism of fire. There are some former ministers in there, people like Douglas Alexander is returning. You have people who served in the Shadow Cabinet before, like Emma Reynolds and Heidi Alexander in Wickham and Swindon, respectively. But there are a lot of new people there. But what's striking about this Labour intake, and this was a conscious strategy as well, is that there are lots of people from outside of politics in there. You know, there are, God forbid, journalists, screenwriters, several, about 13 former army officers. So Labour have made a conscious effort, just as David Cameron did in 2010, actually, to really diversify its parliamentary intake. So I think, this is going to be quite an impressive Labour intake in part, but we'll get to know them. And every intake has its fair share. As Tony Blair discovered in 1997, Peter Mandelson famously said, when the Parliamentary Labour Party first met for the first time, we're going to have to find out who the hell these people are.
Yeah, OK. Patrick, thank you very much for that. That's Times Radio senior political correspondent Patrick Maguire. Let's go to Chloe Tilley, who's sprinted back over to College Green. Chloe.
I am getting my steps up today, Asma, don't you worry. I've rushed back over to College Green here, Big Ben, in the background. I'm joined by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Good morning to you. Thank you for being with us. Obviously, an incredible night for Labour, one that many people did predict. One of the other predictions which was a worry, was how much the Gaza issue would feed into this. And when you look at, Labour lost Jonathan Ashworth, it seems that this conflict has cost Labour.
Well, it's been a remarkable night for the Labour Party under Keir's leadership. We've won 410 seats, a majority of 170. If you and I were speaking 4.5 years ago, we probably did. Worst results since 1935. I'd have laughed in your face if you'd have said there's a chance for us winning the next general election. We've not just won it, we won a stonking majority. But I'm disappointed that some good colleagues have lost their seats. Of course, I'm over the moon. Many new candidates are now MPs, but John Ashworth, a friend and a colleague. I'm disappointed he's lost. And I think the Labour Party's got to have the humility in government to understand the reasons why some people didn't vote Labour. They may have voted for independent candidates because of Gaza. They may have voted for reform, or indeed the Tories or Lib Dems. And Keir Starmer will be a magnanimous Prime Minister. He will act with humility and with a sense of uniting our country. That means listening to the concerns those that voted Labour have, but also those that didn't have as well.
One of the things that people will draw attention to is the fact that actually without Scotland, Labour would have had a lower vote share than in 2019, or certainly very close to it. People are going to say, is there something wrong with the electoral system, that actually the number of people voting